Star Odyssey Chapter 749 to Chapter 800. This was one of Aegis' secret training bases in Vast Earthweave, and it was also the largest training base in Vast Earthweave. Every year, at least 10,000 mercenaries, assassins, and bodyguards would be sent out from this place. The cruel yet dull training continued day after day. To the trainees, the days here were endless. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and dozens of light beams shot towards the 3 planets from afar. This was an attack from a warship. Aegis activated its defensive shield, and one after another, the spacecraft shot into the void, only to be shot down by the light beams. Light beams shot from all directions, and Aegis base did not have any time to react. They did not even have time to speak. Several figures stepped into the void from the planet and attacked in a single direction. They were cruisers who were in charge of guarding this base. At some point in time, a figure had appeared in outer space and was standing there quietly. 4 cruisers rushed out from the planet and faced the figure directly. "This is Aegis base. Who are you people?" The figure grinned. "The Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces." The cruisers were aghast, and their faces paled. They looked at each other and then gritted their teeth and attacked at the same time. The person in front of them was a hunter, and they had no confidence in defeating him. During this period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance had been at war with Aegis, and they all knew that once they encountered the Great Eastern Alliance's army, there would be no need for discussion. It would be a battle to the death. This hunter did not come from one of the 8 Weave's great powers, but rather from one of the Eastern Weaves. He was a wandering cultivator, and he faced the 4 cruisers. He wielded a longsword and slashed through outer space. One of the cruisers died on the spot, and the other 3 used their own battle techniques. However, the difference between a cruiser and a hunter was too great. Even if these people had undergone training, they were still just ordinary cruisers. At most, their concealment abilities were slightly better, but they were quickly reduced to pools of blood under the hunter's blade. Suddenly, the hunter's longsword flew out, and the blade transformed into a dazzling white light that slashed out in all directions. It tore through outer space and forced one of the figures out. His Highness was right, there really is a hidden assassin. The hunter's blade slashed down from above. The figure that had been forced out was also a cruiser, but he was unable to resist this terrifying blade and was split in half. 5 cruisers were guarding the base, which was the strength of Aegis. Back when Undying Yushan had been in the Great Yu Empire, only the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons had been at the cruiser realm or above. There had been less than 20 cruisers in the entire empire, but there were 5 of them in this base, and this was only one of Aegis' bases in the Eastern Weaves. With the death of the 5 cruisers, Aegis base was quickly destroyed. At the same time, the Allied army began to clear out the other 14 secret bases in the Eastern Weaves. Not every base had 5 cruisers standing guard, but there was at least one. Luyin had even sent the 13 Imperial squadrons to participate in the battle, and only then were all of the secret bases destroyed at the same time. Not only these secret bases, but also some forces that had deep cooperation with Aegis were wiped out by the coalition forces. The Allied forces even went to North Castle Weave and other places to clear out some of the local forces. This single operation shocked the entire Eastern Weaves. Not only were they shocked by the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, but they were also shocked by Aegis' strength. Who would have thought that a mere bodyguard company would actually have such enormous battle potential? All of the mercenaries that had been wiped out by the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to start a war for hegemony over an entire weave. The Vast Earth sect and the other powers were even more aware of Aegis' strength, and they were both afraid and relieved. Such a terrifying monster had been hiding right beside them, and they had not even noticed it. This time even Aegis had been caught off guard. They could allow some of the bases and powers to be wiped out, but the previous round of wiping out was different. Those were hidden bases and powers, and even the upper echelons of Aegis were not aware of their locations. How had the Great Eastern Alliance found out about them? The only possibility was the Amethyst Trading Company. Even with Aegis' arrogance and tyranny, they did not dare to claim that they could hide all of their operations from the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis protested against the Amethyst Trading Company. Although they were tyrannical, they did not dare to force the Amethyst Trading Company too much. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a similarly deep foundation. They did not care about a loose organization like the Great Eastern Alliance on the surface, but they were wary of a power like the Amethyst Trading Company that was hidden deeply. There was a loud bang as a young man angrily smashed a table in a luxurious office at the top of a skyscraper. What is she trying to do? Does she want us to go to war with Aegis? That bitch, that idiot. The young man's name was Zifeng, and he was the first successor to the Amethyst Trading Company. He was also the future chairman of the trading company. The Amethyst Trading Company had been developing normally, and no matter what happened in the outside world, it had nothing to do with them. However, a call had disrupted his peaceful life. The board of directors had contacted him and asked him to investigate who had leaked the location of Aegis Base to the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no need to investigate. It had to be that bitch Xianxia, as she was the only one in the Great Eastern Alliance. As he thought about it, Zifeng immediately contacted Xianxia. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia's image finally appeared on the screen. She had a lazy expression, and it was obvious that she had just slept. She was even chewing on some fruit, and she appeared to be very relaxed. Zifeng grew angry when he saw her. Did you sell the location of Aegis Base to Luin? Xianxia blinked and then swallowed the fruit. Bro, when did you become the chairman? Congratulations. Zifeng was furious. Xianxia, don't test my patience. You should know how serious this matter is. Aegis has never had any enmity with us, and your actions will destroy the relationship that we've maintained for countless years. It will also cause the trading company to suffer losses. Xianxia played with her hair. Bro, are you saying that our Amethyst Trading Company is afraid of Aegis? It's not a matter of fear. There's no need to provoke Aegis. They're a bunch of lunatics, and you wouldn't want to be targeted by a bunch of lunatics while you're doing well, right? Zifeng said, his tone softening slightly. Xianxia thought about it. Right, it wouldn't be good to be targeted by lunatics. Alright, if Luin comes again, I won't sell to him anymore. Zifeng relaxed, and his gaze softened as he looked at Xianxia. That's good. You have to understand how serious this matter is. None of the 4 major corporations are easy to provoke. If we provoke Aegis, our trading company will suffer great losses as well. Then what about this matter? Xianxia was puzzled. Zifeng replied, I'll take care of it. Don't have any dealings with Luin in the future. You should know that. He then hung up. Xianxia watched the screen disappear and smiled happily. Dear bro, I said that I wouldn't sell to Luin, but I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to him. The trouble has only just begun. Humph, who told you to scold me? Zifeng did not understand women at all. Sometimes, women did not need to be rational, they just needed to be happy. After wiping out the majority of Aegis forces in the Eastern Weaves, Luin did not relax. Instead, he ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to be on full alert, as Aegis would definitely retaliate. During his trip to the Amethyst Trading Company, Luin had a deep impression of Xianxia, especially when she had said, the media's responsibility is to tell the public the truth. Luin felt that he should give the Outerverse a chance to get to know him. Kai Jianqiong, Phelan, Wei Rong, and many others did not know him. They had only heard about him through the internet and rumors, and none of them had a high opinion of him. This made Luin very uncomfortable, and it also made him realize something important: he had allowed the media to promote him too freely. Many media outlets had a very low opinion of him, and Luin checked the internet himself. The Eastern Weaves were still fine, as no media outlets dared to offend him. However, the further west he went, the worse the media's opinions of him became. They said that he was shrewd, ambitious, ruthless, and disregarded the lives of others. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he read. Was he such a person? Definitely not, as these people were slandering him. Was being smart called shrewd? Was not being ambitious because he did not want his fate to be controlled by others? Was killing one's enemies ruthless? The universe adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong were respected. If he did not act this way, then he would be trampled underfoot by others sooner or later. The media's greatest use was to spread the word. In other words, it was to increase one's reputation. Luin could not allow others to slander his reputation, as it would not be beneficial to his recruitment of talents and his future development. He pondered for a moment and then called for Sister Ye from the Empire Morning Post. Sister Ye's name was Aya, and she had originally planned to interview an important person. However, she had not expected to receive an invitation from King Zishan's palace. She recalled Lu Yin's face and hurriedly packed her luggage before following the soldiers to the palace. "Miss Aya, please take a seat," Lu Yin smiled. Aya was nervous, as this was not the Amethyst Trading Company. The person in front of her was speaking to her as the royal regent, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Yin smiled and had Zhao Ran pour her a glass of fruit juice. Girls did not necessarily like tea. "Miss Aya, I called you here because I have some questions for you," Lu Yin said. Aya respectfully replied, "Please speak, Your Highness." "Have you seen the descriptions of me on the internet?" Lu Yin asked. Aya thought about it and then nodded. "Some of the descriptions are intentionally slandering you, but you don't have to take them to heart." Lu Yin looked at her. "I wouldn't have cared in the past, but not now. Do you think there's any way to reverse my negative image? I'm not just talking about the Eastern Weaves, but also the entire Outerverse." Aya was troubled. "Your Highness, the Empire Morning Post's influence is limited to Frostwave Weave, and it can't even reach the Great Eastern Alliance, let alone the entire Outerverse. If the Great Eastern Alliance fully supports me, is there any way to expand the media's influence to the entire Outerverse?" Lu Yin asked. Aya shook her head. "It's very difficult. The larger media outlets are all supported by local powers, and they speak on behalf of the local powers. If a foreign media outlet wants to enter the Outerverse, they either have to follow the local powers or they won't be able to survive." "Then it's not possible for me to change my image?" Lu Yin asked. Aya thought about it and then said, "Actually, it's not like there's no other way. With a single word from Your Highness, the entire Great Eastern Alliance will support you. In that case, the larger the Great Eastern Alliance is, the greater its influence will be. The media can only follow the Empire's lead. Otherwise, any news will be sealed." After chatting with Aya for a while, Lu Yin allowed her to leave. The media's responsibility was indeed to publicize the truth, but was that truth really the truth? Lu Yin laughed. If the outside world could not influence him, then he would just temporarily influence the Great Eastern Alliance. He contacted Gavin and had him issue an order to all the media in the Great Eastern Alliance to praise him. He only had 2 words, and that was enough. He did not care about what the outside world thought, but at the very least, the entire Great Eastern Alliance had to be filled with praises for him. Fame was something that could not be seen or touched, but it was much more useful than one could imagine. Ever since old Guda had died, Hai Chi had gone to the Astral River to explore again. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wendy, and he wondered how her injuries had been. He then headed to the 5th princess residence, but he found that Wendy was not there. She had not gone into seclusion, but had instead left with a young man. "Eloped?" "7th bro, your woman eloped with someone else," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin blocked the monkey and used his star energy to outline Ku Wei's face in the void. "Is it him?" The guard from the princess residence hurriedly replied, "Yes. This person requested to see the princess a few days ago, and then the princess left with him. They haven't returned since." "Did they say where they went?" Lu Yin asked with a frown. The guard shook his head. Lu Yin had ordered the Empire to pay attention to Ku Wei's whereabouts. If Wendy Yushan had left with him, then did that mean that he had discovered traces of the Yu bloodline? This made Lu Yin feel uneasy. If the Yu bloodline really did come out, then who would be in charge of the Great Yu Empire? If Undying Yushan was still alive, then would he still be able to act as the royal regent? Not long after, Banjiao contacted Lu Yin and informed him that the 200 androids had been successfully created. Lu Yin arrived at the technology department and saw the 200 androids quietly standing there. Their rune lines were close to the cruiser realm, and he was ecstatic. He immediately assigned these androids to the Imperial Court's 1st Squadron. 200 peak explorers was a terrifying force, and if they were released, it would shock many people. Even Aegis was unable to mobilize so many peak explorers in such a short period of time. Currently, the entire 1st Imperial Squadron was made up of Lu Yin's people. K's, Yu Xianxia, and Xiaohua, and Afan had joined early on, while Li Zimo and Beiqing had joined later on. These people were all gifted, and with the addition of the 200 androids and himself, the first Imperial Squadron's strength completely surpassed that of the other 12 squadrons. Even if Undying Yushan was still alive, unless Lu Yin's strength was too great to resist, Lu Yin would be able to protect himself with his own strength. However, there might be some old monsters in the Yu bloodline. That was the most terrifying part. Beep. A call came in, and Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Aegis revenge was coming soon. He had eradicated more than half of Aegis forces within the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis was unable to cause chaos within the Great Eastern Alliance, so they could only prepare for a direct battle. The news had come from the bespectacled Mistchild. Aegis had released a message to the world of assassins, and they were gathering all of their assassins to prepare for a surprise attack on Xinyu Star. They were going to eliminate the entire upper echelon of the Great Yu Empire. Many weaves in the outerverse had been cut off from the outside world, but even so, Aegis was still able to gather a large number of assassins and mercenaries. In addition, there was also an enlighter like Lord Egret. If Aegis really launched a surprise attack on Xinyu Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin did not doubt that Aegis had the ability to stealthily infiltrate Frostwave Weave. These assassins and mercenaries had all been trained, and they were not people that the Empire's soldiers could discover. Aegis revenge was within Lu Yin's expectations, but he was not worried about Aegis at the moment. Instead, he was worried about Wei Rong. Aegis was powerful, but in reality, they were nothing to be afraid of. Wei Rong was the hidden viper, and if he could hide behind the scenes and dismantle the Lockbreaker Society, then he could use Aegis to dismantle the Great Eastern Alliance as well. Lu Yin did not doubt that Wei Rong had the ability to do so. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Phelan. President Phelan, how are things going with Source Peak Weave? Phelan was in a difficult position on her screen. Source Peak Weave is very far from the Great Eastern Alliance, and there are also several weaves in between. They are not willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin solemnly said, raise the price. President Phelan, I hope that you can help me complete this task. I can guarantee that you will not be mistreated. I already have a rough idea of Deng Pu's whereabouts, and he has true insight. If you can help me pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, I will give you a share of true insight. Phelan's eyes lit up. You know Deng Pu's whereabouts? Lu Yin smiled and nodded. That's right. My people discovered him in the astral wilderness, but unfortunately, he managed to slip away. However, he won't be able to escape, and it won't be long before we capture him. I hope that you can give me a reason to give you true insight by then. He then hung up. He had been investigating Deng Pu's whereabouts all this time, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find any traces of him. However, this did not stop him from tempting Phelan. There was no lockbreaker who did not care about true insight, as it was a lockbreaker's supreme treasure. On Source Peak Planet, Lu Yin was not the only one who had seen the Corpse King being disintegrated by true insight. Phelan had also seen it. She understood how terrifying a sourcebox array was, and true insight was very attractive to her. Lu Yin had never hoped that she would be able to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, as he had only wanted to tie down Wei Rong's energy. Lu Yin's actions were correct, as regardless of the results, Wei Rong's energy had been tied down. Although Phelan had left Wei Xianxia as an escape route and had occasionally given Wei Rong some information, the allure of true insight was too great, and she had been unable to refuse it. She had taken the matter of Source Peak Weave seriously, which had resulted in Wei Rong personally heading to Source Peak Weave to obstruct her. Lu Yin did not know to what extent Source Peak Weave would be able to tie down Wei Rong, but he could not rely on that. What he was truly counting on was his die. Only the die could give him the confidence to deal with Aegis. Seventh bro, why didn't you use the Hall of Honor to suppress Aegis? They actually dared to openly assassinate you. If you die, the Hall of Honor will pursue the matter to the end. Taking revenge for you is the same as slapping the Hall of Honor's face, the monkey said. The Hall of Honor is not a bodyguard. Investigating the cause of death and taking revenge is to protect the Hall of Honor's dignity. The Hall of Honor does not interfere in the disputes between the powers, and as long as Aegis does not kill me, the Hall of Honor will not interfere. Even if we destroy the Great Yu Empire, the Hall of Honor will not interfere. If we want to deal with Aegis, then we'll have to do it ourselves, Luin said. It was not that he did not want to use the Hall of Honor to destroy Aegis, but if he did, then the Hall of Honor would not help him. Even if they did, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules, which would lead to very bad consequences. This was also why the Hall of Honor had never interfered in the disputes between the powers. Otherwise, when he had first established the Great Eastern Alliance, a single word from Elder Lohar would have been enough, and there would have been no need to go through so much trouble. The Hall of Honor had transcended the various great powers and maintained their dignity. If they interfered, then the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Aegis was truly crazy. They clearly knew that Luin had 11 honor points, but they still dared to send Feng Zi to assassinate him. Were they certain that Luin would not die? Or were they so crazy that they did not fear the Hall of Honor? The separation of the innerverse and outerverse had made them too arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to openly provoke the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's expression changed as he thought of another possibility. Luin returned to King Zishan's palace and immediately went into seclusion. Aegis, the Yu bloodline, and the ruins of the Daosource sect, everything required strength. It was true that he wanted to increase his own strength, but he did not have the time to do so. Just like when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, when he had faced the threat of Karthika, he needed to have enough strength to shake everything. After blocking the monkey, Luin took out a few items. The first was his universal armor, which could withstand the attacks of about 300,000 powerhouses. Although some of the attacks could penetrate the armor and injure his body, his physical strength alone was enough to withstand them. The second item was a money bomb, which was the only remaining money bomb that he had. It had already been upgraded to the point where it could instantly kill an enlighter. Combined with progenitor Wushang's hide, it was enough to kill an enlighter. This was his trump card. Unfortunately, Granny Chan had leaked the information, and many people knew about his method of killing enlighters. It would be very difficult to succeed with this method, and the small piece of progenitor Wushang's hide was still suppressing the corpse in the primal zone. The money bomb in his hands was a little too big, and it would easily arouse suspicion. Luin only had these two items that he could rely on. Right, there was also Elder Wu's poison. The rest, such as the Eniatic wings, the pike, the spear, and the Void Thunderbeast's flesh had all been destroyed. It was time to add another batch of items that could threaten an enlighter. Due to the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, the congratulatory gifts from various parties, and the gains from Old Gouda and the destruction of Aegis Base had allowed Luin to obtain several decent items that could be upgraded to the point where they could threaten an enlighter. Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He took a deep breath and placed his cosmic ring to the side. He tapped it, and the die slowly spun until it finally stopped at Enhance. Luin quickly put away his cosmic ring, and the scene in front of him changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. He felt more at ease here, as long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to roll Enhance. As he thought about this, he allowed the die to return to its original state. He tapped it again, and it spun until it finally stopped at Enhance. Luin was delighted, as everything had gone smoothly. The first item was the bracers, which he had obtained from Old Gouda. They were a power vessel, and according to Old Gouda, as long as he wore the bracers, he would be able to increase his arm's strength by twofold. However, it could not exceed the upper limit of a hunter's strength. Luin had tested them out, and they could only increase his strength to the level of a hunter. However, that did not matter. He eagerly placed the bracers on the screen above the die's Enhance and then frantically added star essence. As he watched the bracers level up again and again, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, when the bracers reached a point where Luin felt his heart palpitate, he put them away. The wrist guard had been upgraded 7 times, and it had cost him a total of 20,000 star essence, which was much more than what he had spent on the spear. The spear had been upgraded 13 times, but it had only cost him 27,000 star essence, which was slightly less than what he had spent on the spear. Upgrading the spear 6 times had cost him 26,000 star essence. Different items required different amounts of energy to upgrade them. The Void Thunderbeast's flesh had also consumed a lot, but Luin had not calculated it because it could not be changed. No matter how much energy he consumed, he could only consume it. Thanks. 542104114. Thank you for your support. 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 Now that he had the bracers, he could double his strength, and a single punch would be enough to blow apart a peak hunter. His upper limit should be around 300,000 in Lighter's physical strength. Luin wondered if he could destroy Aiden's thunder shield with a single punch. He was really looking forward to it. With over 50,000 star essence left, Luin took out a box without hesitation. Within the box was a transparent bead that was about the size of a palm. He did not know what this thing was called, but it was also from Old Guda's collection. It was a power vessel. Old Guda did not care much about it, as this bead's function was to absorb an opponent's strength and then reflect it back. Unfortunately, it could only absorb the strength of an explorer at most. To Old Guda, it was useless to him, but it would be a waste to discard it. This was why he had not mentioned it to Luin back then. Fortunately, Luin had noticed this bead when he had people clean up Old Guda's belongings. It was useless to Old Guda, but it was very useful to Luin. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back, which was a wonderful use. He named the bead the rebound bead, which was simple and straightforward, and then he began to rapidly upgrade it. He liked this bead more than the bracers or the pike. If he used it well, he could beat his enemies until they started to doubt themselves. Thus, Luin did not hesitate to upgrade it 11 times, which cost him 35,000 star essence. If he wanted to upgrade it again, he would need another 20,000 star essence. He only had 20,000 left, so he could not upgrade it any further. However, the rebound bead that had been upgraded 11 times should be able to reflect 200,000 in Lighter's attacks. Even if he upgraded it again, he would only be able to absorb 20,000 power levels at most, which would not make much of a difference. Once he had enough money, he could upgrade the rebound bead to the point where it could absorb 300,000 power levels. At that point, he would be able to move unhindered in the Outerverse. Luin decided to leave it at that for now, as there was still one more good item that he needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator. Luin looked at the teardrop bomb in his hand, as this was the item that he urgently needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator teardrop bombs were generally weapons used by ordinary people, and no matter how effective they were useless against cultivators. However, when they had been clearing out an Aegis base, the Allied forces had suffered losses. Aegis base had gone crazy and forcefully upgraded their flash bombs to the point where they could temporarily blind even explorers. A single attack had caused the Allied forces to lose several explorers. This incident had attracted Lu Yin's attention, and he felt that this idea was very good. He then had Banjo use Polarium Essence as the raw material for the Super Flash Accelerator. Teardrop bombs were used to save one's life, and because they were ordinary weapons, they did not require too many star essences. Luin began to improve. Although these flashbangs weren't power vessels and didn't require a lot of star essence to upgrade them, they still needed to be upgraded many times in order to be effective against hunters or even in Lighters. Luin upgraded a single stun grenade 22 times, which cost him a total of 6,000 star essence. From what he could tell, this stun grenade's effects were enough to temporarily blind a peak hunter or even cause him to cry. He only had enough money left to upgrade 2 more stun grenades, which meant that he had upgraded a total of 3 stun grenades. There weren't many tier bombs, but they could play a miraculous role at critical moments. He was out of money again. Luin looked at his cosmic ring, which was now completely empty. At his peak, he had nearly 200,000 star essence, but he had used up more than half of his die's 6 pips. Now, he only had around 2,000 star essence left. He couldn't help but want to collect his debt from the Great Yu Empire, as the Empire still owed him 80,000 star essence. He sighed, as he still had 2 days left in the time-stop space. He rested for a while and silently circulated his Sirius to absorb star energy. In Source Peak Weave, a giant spacecraft floated in outer space. 5 screens appeared in front of Wei Rong, and 5 figures appeared on each of the screens. There were both men and women, and although they were all humans, there were still some subtle differences. These 5 people each represented one of the central weaves, and 5 of the weaves were at the helm of the central weaves. Even with Wei Rong's arrogant attitude, he did not dare to be too impudent in front of these 5 people. The arrogance in his eyes vanished, replaced by humility and indignation. "Are you saying that the Great Eastern Alliance is targeting one of our weaves?" one of them asked in a low voice. Wei Rong nodded and angrily replied, "You should know about Luin. He's always been arrogant and conceited, and he even dared to provoke the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse. Now, he's formed the Great Eastern Alliance with the goal of unifying the Outerverse, and one of our weaves is his next target." Someone sneered. "Unify the Outerverse? What a joke. Even an enormous power like the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse can't do that, let alone Luin. You overestimate him. In the end, he's still a young man who thinks too much." "Hee." Wei Rong replied, "What if he has the support of the Hall of Honor?" The group's expressions changed. "He has the support of the Hall of Honor?" "I'm not sure at the moment, but during the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, this person was taken care of by the Hall of Honor many times. The Hall of Honor's attitude towards him could not be more obvious." "Perhaps unifying the Outerverse is also the Hall of Honor's intention," Wei Rong said. The group fell silent. "So what if it's the Hall of Honor?" Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, the Hall of Honor's strength is not as terrifying as imagined. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance is currently facing Aegis, and the Eastern Weaves are remote. They might not know much about Aegis, but how can we not? "Aegis' strength is extraordinary," someone said. "That's right. We'll see if the Great Eastern Alliance can stop Aegis, but I don't think so. Aegis has Enlighters." Wei Rong did not interrupt and instead quietly listened to their discussion. This was within his expectations, as if alliances were so easy to establish, then the Outerverse 72 weaves would not have been divided for so many years. Wei Rong felt that the Hall of Honor's words in support of Luin were highly credible, and as long as there was even a sliver of credibility, he would plan for the worst. The Central Weaves were not the Eastern Weaves, as Iron Blood Weave's situation was special. The Eastern Weaves were considered relatively remote in the Outerverse, and the majority of the Outerverse powers did not dare to enter the Eastern Weaves for fear of being captured by Iron Blood Weave. As a result, they did not know much about the Eastern Weaves and did not pay attention to the Great Eastern Alliance's situation. Actually, Wei Rong was the same. When he had traveled the entire Outerverse, he had not visited the Eastern Weaves. One reason was because he was apprehensive about Iron Blood Weave, and another reason was that he did not think much of the Eastern Weaves. Many experts had left the Eastern Weaves, either for the Innerverse or the West. The group in front of him was the same. Wei Rong did not expect them to be afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance, as this conversation was just to leave an impression. If the Great Eastern Alliance was destroyed by Aegis, then everything could be discussed. If even Aegis could not deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, then their attitudes towards the Great Eastern Alliance would change, which would be beneficial for Wei Rong to unite with the Central Weaves. The group discussed for a while before ending the call. Wei Rong stood in place and stared into the darkness of outer space. Some people believed that the Eastern Weaves were frogs at the bottom of a well, but in reality, they were the true frogs. He had a feeling that Aegis would not be able to defeat Luin. No one knew what Luin was hiding behind him, and not even the Amethyst Trading Company knew anything about him. Luin was a mystery, and he had hidden too many secrets. "Young master, we've arrived at Ike Planet," someone reminded him. Wei Rong looked at the slowly rotating planet in front of him and adjusted his expression. The Ike clan was one of the strongest clans in Source Peak Weave, and only by roping in the Ike clan would he have a chance of winning over Source Peak Weave. Phelan had been in constant contact with the Ike clan during this time, and Wei Rong knew that she had communicated with Phelan before. He had wanted to threaten her into not taking action against Source Peak Weave, but Phelan's attitude had been rather unyielding this time. He did not know what kind of promise Luin had given Phelan to make her so determined to win over Source Peak Weave, but Wei Rong would not allow Source Peak Weave to be pulled into the Great Eastern Alliance. For this reason, he had personally come to Source Peak Weave, which would only add to his troubles. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a month since Luin had left the Daosaur Sect's ruins. He did not plan on returning so soon. If he ran into one of the 10 Arbiters or Reamlings, then no amount of life-saving treasures would be of any use, and it would be a waste. He would have to wait for a while. He did not know where Wendy had gone with Ku Wei, as there was no news of her at all. However, Hai Chichi would occasionally send him news that she was safe. The situation on Shenwu continent was gradually stabilizing, as Ming Zhaoshu had used his infamous reputation in exchange for a temporary period of peace and stability for Ming Yan. Ming Yan had not let Ming Zhaoshu down, and she had stabilized Shenwu continent. Perhaps the white-haired Ming Yan had also contributed to this, as Shenwu continent was now stable. Lu Yin had originally wanted to send someone to help Ming Yan, but he gave up on that idea after some thought. Ming Yan had not followed him to the Great Yu Empire because she did not want to disappoint Ming Zhaoshu's expectations. If Lu Yin continued to keep an eye on her, then it would only make her feel uncomfortable. During this time, Lu Yin had also been secretly monitoring Lu Ying Zishan, but he discovered that the ball of light had not appeared again. He was still worried about that ball of light, and he did not know where it had come from. No one else had noticed this, and it was also possible that the person who had attacked Lu Ying Zishan was afraid of Lu Yin, which was why they had not appeared again. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind. However, as time went on, it became increasingly impossible for him to monitor Lu Ying Zishan. Lu Ying Zishan was the commander of the Allied armies, and it was impossible for her to remain on Xinyu Star. Now that Lu Ying Zishan had become the commander of the Allied armies, the position of captain of the 13th Imperial Squadron had become vacant. Lu Yin had thought about Lan Wu from the Nine-Stack sect, but he was not satisfied. His ideal captain was at least at the level of Huqing Shan or the Blind Monk. Even if they were not at the level of Aiden and the others, they should not be too far off. Lan Wu was just an ordinary hunter, and she was far from being Huqing Shan's opponent, let alone Aiden and the others. Aegis had been very quiet during this time, so quiet that it was frightening. The quieter it was, the more they were plotting something, which made Lu Yin rather uneasy. The information that the bespectacled mist child had sent to him had made him constantly vigilant against Aegis, but Aegis had a method to conceal their rune lines, which was the source of Lu Yin's greatest unease. If even he could not detect the traces of Aegis assassins, then there was no need to mention anyone else. If one was constantly on guard against assassins, then one's energy would not be able to keep up. Lu Yin wanted to take the initiative to attack, but he could not think of a way to do so. He had also visited the Amethyst Trading Company once, but Xianxia had told him that Aegis' remaining bases in the Great Eastern Alliance had all been removed, and the powers that they had cooperated with were gradually moving away. This made it impossible for him to find a target even if he wanted to. Aegis' complete relocation could only mean that they were preparing for a thunderous attack. This attack would definitely not be comparable to Feng Zi's assassination attempt. After half a month of peace, one day, a piece of news shook the outerverse, and even Lu Yin was shocked. The Mavis Bank had been attacked, and not just one, but more than 100 banks scattered throughout the outerverse. Nearly half of them had been destroyed. This attack had been premeditated for a long time, and its target had been the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin could not believe it when he heard the news. Someone had actually attacked the Mavis Bank so quickly, and it had even been a large-scale attack. Every branch of the Mavis Bank had powerful defenses, and even a hunter might not be able to break through them. However, nearly half of them had been destroyed, which proved that the attackers were terrifyingly strong. Gavin had personally seen a hunter being torn apart by the Mavis Bank's giant tree. Even a normal branch had the power to kill a hunter. Could it be that the Mavis Bank had been attacked by more than 100 hunters? That was impossible. Lu Yin immediately headed to the Amethyst Trading Company to meet with Xianxia. At this moment, she was sitting on a pink sofa and looking at the 3 rings of land in the sky, deep in thought. She was still in a daze when Lu Yin arrived. "I want to buy all the information on the attack on the Mavis Bank," Lu Yin said. Xianxia looked at him. "Chenghui, 5-star essence." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was his first time dealing with the Amethyst Trading Company, and he had to admit that the price was too high. 5-star essence was equivalent to 500,000 star crystals. "Don't look at me like that." The Mavis Bank was immediately sealed after the attack, so no one knows what happened except for us. "It's up to you whether you want it or not," Xianxia said. Lu Yin gave Xianxia 5-star essence, and she tossed him a chip. Lu Yin plugged it into his gadget and studied it carefully. The chip recorded detailed information on the attack on the Mavis Bank, as well as some videos. Most of the attackers were explorers, and there were less than 20 cruisers. There were even fewer hunters. The Mavis Bank that had been attacked had been very strong at first, and almost half of the attackers had been killed in an instant. Just as Luine had expected, it had been the giant tree that had killed all of the attackers. The attackers had not been able to resist at all, and that tree was powerful enough to instantly kill a hunter. But all of a sudden, the tree rapidly withered, and the Mavis Bank's defenses were instantly obliterated. Nearly half of the bank was destroyed, and even if the remaining banks weren't destroyed, they were robbed. Luine carefully read through Amethyst Trading Company's analysis. These attackers definitely came from different powers, and most of them were independent cultivators. They were basically trash. Luine compared the 200 androids that he had brought with him would have been enough to wipe out all of them, but these trash had actually managed to rob the Mavis Bank and even succeed in doing so. It was very strange. The entire process was very strange, especially when the tree guarding the Mavis Bank actually withered. He didn't see anyone destroying the tree. Luine looked at Xianxia in confusion, but before he could say anything, Xianxia said, "Don't ask. The Amethyst Trading Company has already told you everything they know. What you don't know, we don't know either." "Like that big tree?" Luine asked. Xianxia looked at Luine seriously. The Mavis Bank dominates the universe's economy, and no one knows exactly how powerful they are. Any one of their branches has the ability to kill a hunter. This is common knowledge, but now, this common knowledge has been shattered. To be honest, we don't know why either, and we want to know the reason even more than you do. "Who are the attackers?" Luine asked. Xianxia replied, "We've already told you. What we know, we also know. What you don't know, we also don't know. All of our guesses about the attackers are written on that chip." "Someone's behind the scenes?" "That's your guess. You really don't know who the mastermind is?" Luine frowned. Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Don't insult our profession. The Amethyst Trading Company will always remain neutral. If you pay us, we'll tell you everything we know. We won't hide anything, and we won't lie to you about what we don't know." Someone had actually attacked the Mavis Bank, which was something that Luine had never expected. Wei Rong had made a very bad start, and Luine had guessed that the next target would be a colossus that dominated the innerverse and outerverse, but he had never imagined that it would be the Mavis Bank. Among the many colossi, the Mavis Bank was at the top. Even with Jeffrey's Lockbreaker Society, Luine did not think that it could surpass the Mavis Bank. Now, someone had inexplicably attacked the bank, and more importantly, the attack had succeeded. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately contacted Phantom Sting and had him secretly spread the news that the person who had attacked the Mavis Bank was from Aegis, and that Aegis was the mastermind behind all of this. Aegis might be planning to deal a thunderous blow to Luine, so he wanted to see if the Mavis Bank could expose them. Luine did not expect the Mavis Bank to deal with Aegis, and the Mavis Bank was not stupid. They would not believe him just because he asked someone to spread the news. All he wanted was information regarding Aegis. Regardless of whether the Mavis Bank believed him or not, there were too few organizations in the outerverse that had the ability to act against them. Aegis was one of them, and they had been rather active recently. The Mavis Bank would definitely go and verify the information. Aegis was like a venomous snake hidden in the darkness, and Luine hoped that the Mavis Bank would shine a light on them. Even if it was just a little bit, it would at least be enough to disgust Aegis. Of course, he did not hold out too much hope. He was just trying, and it did not matter if he failed. Luine had just wanted to give it a try and disgust Aegis, but the results left him flabbergasted. An executive from the Mavis Bank had directly destroyed one of Aegis' bases, shocking countless people. Tyrannical, unreasonable, these were all words that were used to describe Aegis, but at this moment, all of these words were used to describe the Mavis Bank. Aegis was famous for being tyrannical, but the Mavis Bank was even more tyrannical. It did not matter if Aegis was the mastermind behind all of this, the Mavis Bank had directly destroyed a base, and it had been a relatively important one at that. This had forced the executives of Aegis to step forward and negotiate with the Mavis Bank. The Mavis Bank's actions were simple and crude, just like how Aegis handled other organizations. They were looking down on them, or rather, disregarding them. The Mavis Bank had treated their customers well for countless years, and their service was top-notch. Their reviews had always been good, but who would have thought that the moment they made a move, they would topple countless people's perceptions? The Mavis Bank was like an honest person. They looked easy to bully, but once they resisted, their enemies would not even have the chance to apologize. Aegis was like that as well. After their base was destroyed, they were forced to personally negotiate with the Mavis Bank in order to resolve the misunderstanding. This was the Mavis Bank, a true colossus. It was a terrifying power that Aegis did not even have the courage to go against. Luin had finally seen it for himself. He had only wanted to test Aegis, but he had not expected to find out about the Mavis Bank. This was a true colossus, and even Aegis would have to reason with it. It also depended on whether the Mavis Bank was willing to do so. They were too low-key. Luin looked at his star chart, which showed the locations of thousands of Mavis Bank branches. They were too low-key. Although he had always felt that the Mavis Bank was terrifying, as it would not have been able to dominate the universe's economy otherwise, he had not expected it to be this terrifying. The innerverse and outerverse had been cut off, and Aegis was becoming more and more tyrannical. However, they still did not dare to go against the Mavis Bank. Luin believed that after this test, the mastermind behind the attack on the Mavis Bank would not dare to have any ideas about Aegis for the time being. Could it be Wei Ro? Luin guessed. At that moment, Kay's arrived. Your Highness, the first squad has reported that there are people fighting on a barren planet outside of planet Hydrodink. Their power levels are over 100,000, and they are hunters. Do you know who it is? Luin asked. Kay's replied, no, the scouts don't dare to approach. Luin grunted. Got it. He then left King Zishan's palace and headed towards planet Hydrodink. He was not worried, as Phelan, many lockbreakers, and even Kai Jianxiang were on planet Hydrodink. Only an Enlighter would pose a threat, and the planet's defenses were not much weaker than Xenu stars. Planet Hydrodink and Xenu star were not too far apart, and when Luin arrived at the barren planet, he saw a boundless blade slash down from above. Even though he was in outer space, he could feel the might of a powerful army. This blade was filled with boundless battle intent, and it tore through the void. The planet trembled as the blade descended, and a cold light illuminated the heavens. The spacecraft monitoring the barren planet in the distance was instantly shattered. Luin subconsciously retreated, his expression solemn. This blade was terrifying, and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had the power to cut through everything. Following that, wild star energy surged, and the cold blade actually cracked apart. It did not completely fall, and it eventually shattered into fragments that pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as this was Kai Jianxiang's strength. Someone was actually fighting against Kai Jianxiang, and based on the rune lines, this person was a peak hunter who was only a step away from becoming an Enlighter. When the blade completely dissipated, the rune lines of the attacker rapidly weakened, and it finally stabilized at a power level of around 150,000. Luin took a step forward and soared through the heavens, heading towards the barren planet. A huge crack appeared on the barren planet, and in the distance, turbid gas formed a tornado that connected the sky and the earth. This planet was filled with poisonous gas, and it was not a place where ordinary people could survive. From time to time, huge lightning bolts would streak across the sky. Luin looked over and saw a man carrying a large blade facing Kai Jianxiang. His sturdy muscles were bulging, and a faint halo flowed around him. It was obvious that his body was powerful, and the ground beneath his feet had been completely shattered, but he had condensed it with his star energy. Brother Kai, it's been more than 10 years since we last met, and you're still as strong as ever. Even though I've cultivated the 1,000 army / to its current level, I'm still not your opponent. Ha 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 ha, you're truly the number one of our generation. The man laughed heartily, and then he suddenly looked up and glared at Luin with a sharp gaze. He casually slashed out with his blade. Where did this rascal come from? Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he raised a hand to compress his star energy layer by layer. It then transformed into overlaying stacks and was instantly released. He used the Sky Beast claw to grab at the blade of light, and with a bang, the blade of light shattered and dissipated into specks of light. The man below was astonished. Although he had casually unleashed that attack, it still contained the power of a hunter. Luin was only an explorer, but he had actually been able to block it and even shatter the blade of light. Interesting. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Luin shatter the blade. Brother Z, he's Luin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. The man was surprised. He's Luin? Luin landed and stood between Xianxia and the man. He nodded at Xianxia and then looked at the man. I'm Luin. May I know who you are? Xianxia introduced himself. He's Zirong, the second young master of the Amethyst Company. Luin was astonished, and he carefully sized up Zirong. He had heard of this person before. Zirong was the second young master of the Amethyst Company, and he was not willing to participate in the company's affairs. He only liked to cultivate and fight, and he was a true battle maniac. When Luin had first heard of this person, he had been curious, but he had not paid much attention to him. After all, a battle maniac did not have much influence on the Amethyst Company. Luin had not expected to meet him here. Zirong faced Luin and grinned. So you're Luin. I heard that you have a nickname, the Enlighter's Nemesis. Let me see it. You can use any external item, and I don't mind. He then lowered his blade and spat out blade light that distorted the void. He really was a battle maniac. Luin replied, I'm not here to fight. Brother Z, I've heard a lot about you. Zirong sneered. I don't have a good reputation, so what's there to hear about? You, on the other hand, have killed quite a few Enlighters, and they were all Enlighters from the Innerverse. How powerful. Try my 1,000 army slash. Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy must be crazy. At this moment, Xianxia stepped in front of Luin and spoke rudely to Zirong. Alliance leader Lu is just an explorer, and you're not embarrassed to attack him. You're even older than him. Zirong laughed heartily and sheathed his blade. Age is nothing. The current 10 arbiters have taken turns picking on us old fellows, and I didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Let alone age, the world has changed. Xianxia growled, no matter what, Alliance leader Lu is an explorer, and you're a hunter. This battle is not fair. Lu Yin's brows rose. So they still had to fight? Xianxia turned around and whispered to Luin, Alliance leader Lu, there's something wrong with Zirong's brain. Every time he meets a powerful opponent. Luin nodded and walked past Xianxia to face Zirong. Do you really want to fight? Zirong tightened his grip on his saber. Are you afraid? Alright, I can suppress my power to the explorer realm. Luin shook his head. That would be too boring. That attack of yours seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. I want to take it on. Xianxia's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, don't be careless. Zirong's attack is comparable to an Enlighter's attack, and he swings his blade every day without slacking off. That attack is far more powerful than you can imagine. Birds of a feather flock together. If one did not reach this level, they would never be able to come into contact with certain people. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia, Aiden, or Yan Yan, they were all geniuses who possessed the ability to fight across realms. Luin naturally knew this, as he was looking at rune lines. Once upon a time, almighty Enlighters had seemed unreachable to him. Now that he had stepped into this realm, Enlighters were not that rare anymore, and they had appeared in droves. This was his level, and it could also be said that he had the qualifications to frequently come into contact with Enlighters. Don't worry, I really want to experience the power of this boulder's blade. He did not want to subdue Zirong, but rather, that attack had made him feel something different. What was cultivation? It was perseverance and perseverance. Although he was very powerful and had been invincible as a Lammeter and could even challenge a hunter with his current strength as an explorer, he had always felt that he was missing something. His strength had been built on his die and his luck. The only thing he lacked was perseverance. He did not recite the Stonewall scriptures every day, and he did not constantly circulate his serious art. His battle force had improved by leaps and bounds, and there was no need to mention his domain. Even he himself did not know why it was constantly improving. In short, all of his strength had nothing to do with perseverance. However, Zirong's attack had made him feel an extraordinary perseverance. He wanted to directly experience his own path of cultivation and see how he should go about it. Zirong looked at Luyin in admiration. You're courageous. I've heard that you have a secret technique that can even divert an enlighter's attack. It won't be impossible for you to take my attack head-on. Luyin shook his head. If I use a secret technique, then what's the point of taking your attack? Come on. Zirong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xianxia. No wonder you're willing to protect planet Hydrodink for him. I, Zirong, acknowledge your courage. Xianxia wanted to say that he had not stayed behind because of Luyin, but because of his experience as a lockbreaker. However, he could not bring himself to say it, as Lu Yin's performance had convinced him. Not everyone had the courage to take Zirong's attack head-on, let alone an explorer. Xianxia's gaze towards Luyin changed once again. The rumors from the outside world could not be trusted. As Zirong raised his blade, the layers of phantoms froze and then slowly dissipated. It was clearly not very fast, but it was impossible for Xianxia to discern it with the naked eye. The next moment, a shocking blade light descended, accompanied by an indescribable aura. No matter how powerful this attack was, it would definitely be able to split open the heavens and open up a path for Luyin. This was what Luyin could feel. The moment the blade light descended, Luyin could feel Zirong's spirit. He could feel Zirong's persistence in wielding his blade day and night. He could feel Zirong's willpower, and it made Luyin feel as if he was facing a boulder that could not be worn down by time. He could not win. Luyin subconsciously wanted to put on his universal armor and use the Yu secret art. This had already become a habit, but when he sensed Zirong's willpower, he resisted the urge. The rune lines from the blade light before him did not belong to an enlighter, so Zirong had not used his full strength. However, each of his attacks was serious, and although they were not as powerful as when he had fought against Xianxia, his willpower, spirit, and persistence were still displayed. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his domain erupted, sweeping out in all directions. 8-lined battle force imprint covered his body, and visible shockwaves blasted out in all directions. He raised a hand, and his palm transformed into a claw as an ancient beast's roar rang out. At this moment, he released his comprehension of the sky beast claw with the support of his 8-lined battle force and domain, clawing at the shocking blade light. With a bang, the ground split apart as countless invisible forces tore through the atmosphere and rushed into outer space. The spacecraft that was monitoring the planet shook, and layers of ripples spread out into the distance. Luyin was viciously slammed into the ground by the blade light. Although the sky beast claw had blocked the attack, it still dissipated. In terms of true power, he could fight against a hunter, but that only applied to ordinary hunters. Zirong was a hunter who had the qualifications to challenge an enlighter. Even if he was not a peak hunter, Luyin would not be able to easily withstand a single attack from him. Realms were not the only criteria for determining strength. Xianxia was a peak hunter, but in terms of power, she could not compare to Zirong. Up until now, Luyin had always used the Yu secret art to divert attacks from opponents who were stronger than him. He had never faced Yen Yen, Gemini Ghost, or even the enlighters from before with his true power. Those people were far stronger than him, so there was no shame in that. However, now that he was facing Zirong, he did not want to retreat. Cultivate, and refine one's body. What he cultivated was strength, and what he cultivated was his heart. Without the heart of a powerhouse, he would not be able to reach the peak no matter how strong he was. Zirong only had one attack, but it had opened up Lu Yin's heart that had been sealed away for a long time. He growled and once again used the sky beast claw to meet the attack head-on. He attacked again and again in a futile attempt to destroy the blade light. Xianxia looked at the ground in amazement. There were very few explorers who could survive Zirong's attack and even resist. Even when the 10 arbiters had been explorers, they might not have been able to do as well as this person. Zirong still maintained his posture of slashing downwards as he stared at the ground. Inexplicably, the void froze, and a strange power reverberated, causing both Xianxia and Zirong's hearts to palpitate. Underground, Luyin raised a hand and pointed at his finger. With a bang, the blade light finally shattered, and blood flowed out. Lu Yin's finger had almost been shattered. The effects of finger tap had appeared. If he had not practiced finger tap before, then even if he could have shattered the blade light, he would have lost his finger. Crack! In the distance, the mountain range was split open, and invisible attacks constantly sliced through the ground. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach this area, and the void was filled with blade light. Luin panted heavily, but his lips curled up. He had caught it, and he had managed to catch it. This was the first time he had truly clashed with a Hunter Realm genius. Although his opponent had not used his full strength, neither had Luin. The secret art could have easily diverted the blade light, but Luin had not used it because he wanted to feel Zirong's willpower. Now, he finally felt it, and Luin would not change his mindset in battle. In the future, if he fought against an enemy like Zirong, he would still use the secret art and other external items. However, his cultivation was no longer lost. He had a feeling that he had gained a lot today, and it would have a great impact on his future. It was not an increase in his cultivation, but rather a sublimation of his heart. Clap! Clap! Xianxia looked down at Luin from the ground and clapped. Alliance leader Lu, I, Xianxia, rarely admire anyone. You are one of them. Zirong also walked to the side of the crater and looked down at Luin. I, Zirong, rarely admire anyone either. You are one of them. Luin smiled and simply bandaged his finger. With Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine, his finger would quickly recover. He leaped back to the ground and looked around. Countless rune lines lingered in the void, which meant that the remaining power of Zirong's attack was still present. Luin was a little afraid. If Zirong's attack had been just a little stronger, then it would not have been as simple as an injury to his finger. You didn't use your full strength. Luin smiled at Zirong. Zirong shrugged. I just wanted to see the power of the Outerverse's famous Luin. It's not like I wanted to kill you. Why? Do you want to give me a taste of your own medicine? Luin replied, no need. My attacks are useless against you. His strongest attacks were the Dream Finger and the Skybeast Claw, but those combined attacks had only been able to break through Zirong's blade light. They had not been able to injure Zirong. As for his spiritual force, Lu Yin's spiritual force was indeed very strong, and he estimated that it could rival the 10 Arbiters. However, Zirong's willpower was extremely firm, and it was hard to say if it would be effective. Zirong grinned, as he thought so as well. This guy is really asking for a beating. 7th bro, you too. You almost died, the monkey taunted mercilessly. He was also afraid. Luin looked at Zirong and then at Xianxia. You two know each other? Xianxia nodded. I've met him a few times when I was young, and we can be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Zirong grumbled, that bastard beat our generation into submission. Even the 10 Arbiters back then, no, the 10 Arbiters didn't exist back then. Even the Youth Council members weren't his match. I was just unlucky, as I was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and I was beaten up by him. You're a member of your generation's Youth Council? He's a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Zirong corrected. Do you know Xianxia? Luin asked. Zirong replied, I've heard of it, but I'm one generation older than Xianxia. I'm from the same generation as Xianxia, and Xianxia is from the younger generation. Then why is her power level higher than yours? Zirong's mouth twitched, and he looked away. This guy didn't know how to chat. Xianxia laughed. Xianxia is a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council, and Luin is just a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council. It's just like the difference between Wendy Yushan and the 10 Arbiters. Although it's not that exaggerated, there's still a difference. However, the difference is only in terms of power level. If they really fought, Xianxia might not be his match. Zirong rolled his eyes. Don't talk about the difference in status. Our generation of Youth Council members were all about the same level of strength, unlike now. Any one of the 10 Arbiters can sweep away the previous generations of Youth Council members. Someone like me doesn't even have the qualifications to make one of the 10 Arbiters act. Yes, the times have changed. Even I can't deal with those monsters from the 10 Arbiters, Xianxia sighed. Luin looked at Xianxia curiously. Come to think of it, I've never seen you use your full strength before. You're synonymous with invincibility in this generation. Xianxia waved his hand. I'm about the same as this guy, and there's not much of a difference between us. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Compared to cultivation, I'm more interested in lockbreaking. Zirong snorted. Alliance Master Lu, don't be fooled by this guy. His true strength is enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It's not like he hasn't beaten up an enlighter before. Don't spout nonsense. Xianxia glared at Zirong. Luyin sighed in amazement. Luyin had actually beaten up an enlighter, which meant that Luyin hadn't relied on any external objects. If that was already amazing, then how strong would Luyin be once he broke through to the enlighter realm? Now that he thought about it, this person might be similar to the 10 arbiters, and he might even be a benchmark. If he could fight against Xianxia, then Lu Yin's strength might be close to the 10 arbiters. When he thought about this, Luyin grew excited. Luyin had always been uncertain about the 10 arbiters' strength. During the chaotic battle in the Daosource Sect's ruins, Luyin had either been beaten up or rescued by the 10 arbiters, and he hadn't been able to retaliate against Night King Zhenwu at all. Now that there was a benchmark in front of him, Luyin would look for this benchmark to verify his strength once he grew stronger. Xianxia took out 3 jars of wine from his cosmic ring, which were actually jars. It's been a long time since I've drunk to my heart's content. Cheers. This is a cup? Zirong's eyes widened. Xianxia happily drank a mouthful and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't be ignorant. This is the best wine I've obtained from a planet that had just broken free from slavery. You can't buy it anywhere else. Luyin took a sip, feeling the spiciness choking his throat. It was very refreshing, and there was a soft sweetness to it. It felt like a fire was burning in his stomach, but it quickly cooled down. It was a very contradictory feeling, but it was very comfortable. Good wine. You know your stuff. Xianxia admired Luyin more and more. He would not serve wine to anyone he did not recognize. Zirong took a sip. Not bad, not bad. Where did you get it? Xianxia replied, I'm not telling you. Why not? You're from the Amethyst Trading Company. If I tell you, this wine will be very common. Isn't that even better? You'll be able to drink it more often. Things are precious when they're rare. That has nothing to do with food or drink. He's talking about things. It's the same principle. What a blockhead. He's obviously talented in cultivation, but he likes to lockbreak. He hasn't achieved anything in his entire life. It doesn't matter. Luyin drank another mouthful of wine and watched the two bicker. He actually felt a sense of tranquility. He had only met these two by chance, but they got along very well. Hey, tell me. I don't interfere with trading companies, you know that. Zirong looked at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia glanced at him. I remember that you don't like to drink. Why are you asking for the source so enthusiastically? Why aren't you telling the trading company? Zirong grinned and took a big gulp. Luyin put down the jug. I rarely drink. It feels good. Xianxia smiled. Whenever I'm having trouble lockbreaking, I'll drink a little. Getting drunk will solve 1,000 worries. I don't want to use star energy to resolve them. Luyin looked at Xianxia. Tell me the truth. Why are you so obsessed with lockbreaking? Xianxia looked forward to it. It's a dream. Dream my ass. You just don't want to lose to your brother. Xianxia lowered his voice. That was the case at first, but when I succeeded in lockbreaking for the first time and saw something that had been sealed away by the universe for countless years, I felt like I was fighting with the universe for a treasure. Those who don't lockbreak will never understand this feeling. He then looked at Luyin with bright eyes. I really wish that I had your lockbreaking talent, but, sigh. This person really did like lockbreaking. Luyin didn't know how to comfort him. Lockbreaking talent? Did he have it? He didn't know. He relied on his serious art, his eyes, and his control of star energy. Xianxia wasn't bad at all, but he just couldn't lockbreak well. Who could he blame? What a sin. Luyin looked at Zirong. Why don't you want to interfere with the company's matters? Zirong took a sip of wine. It's too annoying. How can it compare to the joy of cultivation? Xianxia explained, he's just afraid of being annoyed, so he doesn't practice any other techniques. He just focuses on the 1,000 army slash. It's just one slash, but he's been training it for dozens of years. Luin was stunned. It's not because of his willpower? It's because he's lazy, Xianxia mocked mercilessly. Zirong retorted, don't spout nonsense. He definitely has willpower. Otherwise, how could he have persisted for dozens of years? Luin was speechless. He felt like his worldview had been flipped upside down. Everything was inevitable and had a cause and effect. Zirong had been training the 1,000 army slash for dozens of years, and even if he was lazy, he still had great willpower. It was just that this motivation was annoying. Luin had almost worshipped Zirong's willpower, and his blood had turned cold. There were some things that couldn't be said out loud, as they weren't true at all. One could only imagine. Alliance leader Liu, I know why you're here, but I'll tell you clearly that I can't represent the Amethyst Company. I can't help you with your matters with Aegis, Zirong said. Luin wasn't surprised, as he knew that this was inevitable the moment he saw the 1,000 army slash. It's fine. Your sister has helped me quite a bit. Zirong suddenly approached Luin and glared at him. Don't even think about my sister. She's going to marry a scholar in the future. Luin blinked. I'm a scholar. Just because you can read doesn't mean you're a scholar, Zirong said in a low voice. Luin didn't know how to respond. Was he supposed to compose a poem on the spot? It didn't take long for the three of them to finish all 3 jugs of wine. None of them used star energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and it was obvious that they were drunk. Xianxia hugged a jug of wine as he tried to lockbreak, crying and complaining about something. Zirong slashed out again and again with his blade. Luin didn't know if he was drunk or sleepwalking. Luin collapsed to the ground and tried to recall the past, but he couldn't remember anything that had happened 9 years ago. He only had memories of the past 9 years. He had spent a year with Big Sis and the others, and he had lived peacefully on Earth for more than a year. In addition, he had cultivated for nearly 7 years. These were the only memories he had. He was like a rootless duckweed, and Earth could barely be considered his root. The next day, in King Zishan's palace, Luin rubbed his head. He had drunk too much yesterday, but fortunately, he knew how to return. Star energy circulated around his body, clearing his mind and making him feel much more comfortable. He didn't know how those two were doing, but one was frantically lockbreaking while the other was crazily swinging his blade. They wouldn't randomly start fighting, right? Fortunately, he had left first. When he reached the courtyard, Gavin requested an audience with an anxious and excited expression. Good news, Your Highness. Goddess Luo has come to Xinyu Star. Would you like to meet her? Gavin asked excitedly with a strange look in his eyes. Luin was puzzled. Goddess Luo? Who? Gavin was shocked. You don't know Goddess Luo? She's the most popular celebrity in the Outerverse, the Jade Goddess. She's famous throughout half of the Outerverse. Haven't you heard of her? Luin shook his head. What does a celebrity have to do with me? Gavin lowered his voice. Goddess Luo wishes to meet a friend on Xinyu Star. If Your Highness is interested, I can invite her to perform a private dance for Your Highness. With Your Highness' current status in the Outerverse, I believe that Goddess Luo will not refuse. Luin looked at Gavin in astonishment. There was something wrong with the old man's expression. Was he trying to force Luin to take advantage of him? Luin laughed. Is she that beautiful? Even Sir Gavin can't control himself? Gavin smiled. You must be joking, Your Highness. I don't have the fortune to see Goddess Luo's dance alone. Right. He then activated his gadget and a girl appeared on the screen. Please take a look, Your Highness. This is Goddess Luo, the Jade Goddess chosen by the Amethyst Trading Company. Luin looked over and was astonished. He was truly stunned by her beauty. The girl on the screen looked to be in her 20s. Her blonde hair reached her waist, and she was gentle but not dazzling. Her appearance was refined and pure, and she had an indescribable charm. She had a faint smile on her face that made her seem like an angel. Even Luoyin, who had seen beauties like Ming Yan, Bai Shui, and Madame Nailan, felt that Goddess Luo's beauty was rare. She was different from any other beauty he had seen before. This girl had an intoxicating appearance and a healing smile. Her smile seemed to be able to illuminate even the darkest corners. Gavin looked at Luoyin carefully and saw that his eyes were bright. He whispered, "Your Highness, would you like to meet her alone?" Luoyin looked away. "Can I meet her alone?" Gavin replied, "Of course not, but with your Highness's status, I can invite her." He then opened up the other pictures of Goddess Luo. Luoyin had only been looking at her appearance and had been stunned by her beauty. He hadn't paid much attention to her figure, but it had to be said that all beauties had good figures. This Goddess Luo was no different. Her pure appearance did not match her chest. Her breasts were huge. Suddenly, Luoyin barked, "Stop." Gavin paused and looked at the screen. It was still Luo Shen, but this time, it was a picture of her with someone else. Luoyin stared at the corner of the photo, where a silhouette filled him with both disbelief and delight. It was a side profile of a woman, and even though it was only a side profile, it didn't hide her beauty at all. He was instantly captivated. It was Bai Shui. "Where is this Luo Shen?" Luoyin asked anxiously. Gavin smiled, "There's no need to rush, Your Highness. Allow me to arrange it." Luoyin glanced at him sharply, "Speak." Gavin shivered, sensing that something was wrong with Luoyin. "She's at the Amethyst Trading Company. Luo Shen has been the Amethyst Trading Company's Jade Goddess for the past 5 years, and she's also their spokesperson. This time, she'll be performing at Xinyu Star's Amethyst Trading Company to promote the company." Luoyin's body vanished as he headed towards the Amethyst Trading Company. The Amethyst Trading Company was currently packed with people, and Luo Shen was famous throughout the Outerverse. Her beauty had stunned even Luoyin, let alone others. Even women were attracted to her. Due to Luo Shen's arrival, the entire Amethyst Trading Company was in an uproar. Security was raised to the highest possible level, but it still couldn't stop the crazy crowd. Countless people held up pictures of Luo Shen and shouted crazily. Her fans filled every corner, and even the staff of the Amethyst Trading Company looked towards the top floor in anticipation, hoping that Luo Shen would appear so that they could get closer to her. At the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company, in Xianxia's office, Luo Shen was sitting on a pink sofa lazily. "It's so comfortable, Xianxia. You're so relaxed." "I'm so busy." Xianxia sat behind her desk and casually replied, "What's there to be relaxed about? Big bro keeps bothering me. It's so annoying." Luo Shen giggled, "Big bro Zifeng has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. At most, he'll scold you a bit, but he won't do anything to you." Xianxia raised her head. "If he dares, second brother will skin him alive." At this point, Xianxia frowned and looked towards the window. There was a beautiful figure there. Where did second brother go? The figure turned around, her beauty causing the office to brighten up. "I don't know." Luo Shen looked at the beautiful figure in a daze. "Sister Violet's now, Brother Zero always reports to you wherever he goes. Why didn't he report to you this time?" The woman called Violet Snow replied indifferently, "I have nothing to do with him." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Wherever you go, my second brother will follow. You can't even shake him off. Sister Zishue, just give in. When will you call him second sister-in-law?" Hee. Zishue did not respond. She looked outside with a complicated gaze, but she did not let the two girls behind her see it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia frowned. "That's strange. Who is it?" "I already said that we're not receiving guests today." "It's me," Luoyin said. In an instant, at the windowsill, Zishua's body trembled, but no one noticed. Xianxia was shocked. "Luoyin? What are you doing here?" Luo Shen stood up and curiously looked at the door. Luoyin was a name that had spread throughout the Outerverse along with the legends. She had heard of him countless times and had even seen his picture before. He was one of the most powerful people in the Outerverse, and he was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. "May I enter?" Luin asked. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Come in. The door opened, and Luin saw Xianxia first. Then, he saw Luotian sitting on a pink sofa. Seeing her in person gave him a different feeling than seeing her in the picture. Luotian was sitting upright, and Luin was stunned once again. However, he had not come here to look for her. He glanced past her and looked at the windowsill. There was a beautiful figure with her back facing him. Even though they had not seen each other for many years, Luin could not forget her. Bai Shui, the person who had left Earth with him but had been taken away by the Hidden Earth Society. Luin and Bai Shui were not very familiar with each other, nor did they have any emotional entanglements. However, Bai Shui had left Earth with him, and he had always been worried about her. Zhang Dingtian was in the Starfall Sea, and there was no news of Susan or Saruzan. Luin stepped into the office and looked at the windowsill. There, the woman called Zixue turned around and calmly looked at Luin. Luin said, "Long time no see, Bai Shui." The office fell silent for a moment, and then Xianxia said, "Bai Shui? Who are you talking to, Luin?" Luin just stared at her, his appearance unchanged. He suddenly recalled Zhou Shan's description of Bai Shui back on Earth. Her beauty was like the clouds in the sky. Luotian blinked curiously, looking at Luin and then back at the windowsill. Alliance. Leader Lu, you've got the wrong person. My name is Zixue, not Bai Shui, the woman at the windowsill said. Her tone was indifferent, and she gave off an unapproachable feeling. Luin frowned. Zixue? You're not Bai Shui? Zixue indifferently replied, no. Xianxian's eyes flashed, and she said, you've got the wrong person, Luin. She's Zixue, and she's my second brother's fiancée. Luotian's interest was piqued. It can't be, right? Was brother Zirong's fiancée related to this legendary Luin? Was sister Zixue the Bai Shui he was talking about? Had she lost her memories and been rescued by brother Zirong? Countless scenarios flashed through her mind, and she looked at Luin sympathetically. Luin refused to believe that this woman was exactly the same as Bai Shui. Did you lose your memories? Zixue frowned. No, my name is Zixue. It's been my name since I was young. You weren't born on Earth? Luin still didn't believe her. Zixue grew impatient. Alliance leader Lu, I'll say it one last time. My name is Zixue, not Bai Shui. I haven't lost my memories. Luin stared at Zixue's face in disbelief. Xianxia walked out and blocked Lu Yin's path. Luin, I can prove that sister Zixue hasn't lost her memories. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please leave. Luin looked away. How could this be? The two of them looked exactly the same, and their names were both Zixue. So she hadn't lost her memories? Could her memories have been tampered with? It wasn't impossible. He looked at Zixue. Can we talk alone? Xianxia was furious. Luin, you've gone too far. Sister Zixue is my second brother's fiancée. Do you think it's appropriate for you to meet her alone? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and an enormous pressure descended, causing Xianxia to feel suffocated. I'm talking to her. Suddenly, another enormous pressure descended, condensing into a radius of 1 meter that viciously slammed into Luin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he moved to dissolve the pressure. Zirong's figure appeared in front of him, and he was glaring at Luin. Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do? Luin took a deep breath. Sorry, I lost my composure. Zirong stared at Luin, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at Xianxia. What is it? Xianxia explained what had just happened. Zirong was astonished, and he said to Luin, Alliance Master Lu, I can assure you that Violet Snow is Violet Snow, not Bai Shui. You've got the wrong person. Her memories have not been lost, nor have they been tampered with. Luin and Zirong looked at each other for a moment, and then he looked at Zixue and apologized. I think I really did get the wrong person. My apologies, Brother Z. He then left absent-mindedly. Xianxia was indignant. What kind of person is he? I thought he wasn't bad, but he tried to hit on her just because she was pretty. He even tried to use force. Zirong replied, don't spout nonsense. Alliance leader Lu isn't that kind of person. What, are you familiar with him? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Zirong sighed. He's a genius, and I even drank with him yesterday. I'm pretty good at judging people, so he really did get the wrong person. Xianxian, don't mind him. Xianxian snorted. Zirong nodded at Luotian and then walked over to Zixue. Sorry for startling you. Zixue indifferently replied, it's fine. Don't mind him. Alliance leader Lu probably got the wrong person. Zixue was indifferent. It doesn't matter. Zirong looked at Zixue's beautiful face, and his gaze burned. He had liked this girl for many years, and he had been deeply attracted to her ever since he had first met her. Zixue, Xianxian interrupted him before he could finish. Second brother, we're all here. Be careful what you say, and don't disgust us. Zirong turned around and glared at Xianxian, but he didn't say anything else. Hua Qingshan had admitted that the Hidden Earth Society had taken Zhang Dingtian and the others to the Innerverse, which meant that Bai Shui was most likely in the Innerverse. As for Zixue, he had just done some research and found that she had been adopted by the chairman of the Amethyst Company, Zi Tianchuan. She had been in the Outerverse for a few years now, but no one knew anything about her past. Luin still didn't believe that this girl wasn't Bai Shui, and he had to investigate thoroughly. How could there be two people who looked so similar? Right, Luotian and Luosheng. Although they weren't the same person, Bai Shui's title back on Earth was Luosheng, which was very similar to this Luotian title. Zirong had come to Xinyu Star to protect Zixue and Luotian. In just 2 days, the Amethyst firm had finished setting up the stage for Luotian's performance. This was a habit of the Amethyst firm, they would perform on an outdoor stage within the firm. As for publicity, they had already done so a month ago, and many people had come to Xinyu Star for Luotian's performance. Luin didn't disturb Zixue for the next 2 days, as he was researching the Amethyst firm. That night, Luotian's performance began in front of everyone's eyes. Luin sat in the front row, and beside him were a few important figures from the Great Eastern Alliance. Some of the merchants who had worked with the Amethyst firm were seated in the second row. Luotian's name had spread throughout half of the Outerverse. Aside from her appearance, her dance was also the reason why she attracted so much attention. Her dance was so mesmerizing. Luin had originally come to observe Zixue, but as Luotian's dance unfolded, he was drawn in. Luotian turned around and smiled. She had a jade flute, white clothes, and blonde hair. There was only one person on the stage, but her dance was like a celestial melody. Everything around her seemed to disappear as a beam of light illuminated Luotian and Luin. He felt as if only he and Luotian existed in this world, there was no one else. This wasn't a trading firm's stage, but rather a heavenly palace. The pearls spun, the constellations swayed, and the vines of the flowers swayed. Her bright eyes shone through her long white sleeves, revealing a trace of gentleness and shock that reverberated in the depths of one's soul. Luin had never thought that someone's dance could mesmerize him. He wasn't the only one who was mesmerized, everyone was mesmerized by Luotian's dance. There were hundreds of thousands of spectators, but no one made a sound. They were all engrossed in Luotian's dance. At this moment, there was only one ray of light between heaven and earth, and that was Luotian. Everyone felt that only they were looking at Luotian. Seventh bro, something's wrong. The monkey's voice suddenly rang out, and Luin woke up from his stupor. He was shocked to find that the sky was filled with rune lines. He couldn't see anyone, and there was no indication of their power level, but the rune lines filled the sky and covered the entire Amethyst Trading Company. It's poisonous gas, the monkey roared. The rune lines in the sky suddenly descended, about to cover everyone. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched, as the amount of rune lines represented by this poisonous gas surpassed that of a hunter. Even a space-exploring powerhouse would die if they came into contact with this gas, let alone a normal person. He immediately took out a rebound bead and leapt into the air to absorb the poisonous gas. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, leave." Luotian's dance had been interrupted, which made everyone unhappy. However, when they realized that it was Luin who had spoken, they all froze in place. "Everyone, leave immediately." Lu Ying roared once more as he released his domain to search for the person who had released the poison gas. Zirong walked out from the backstage with a solemn expression. In the sky, the poisonous gas was absorbed by the rebound pearl and did not descend. In the corner, a pair of vulture eyes stared at Lu Ying and the rebound pearl in his hand. It can actually absorb my poison. As expected, it's not that easy to deal with. Countless people ran out of the trading company, but there were simply too many people. It was not that easy for hundreds of thousands of people to evacuate. Lu Ying wanted to use his star energy to blast everyone away, but a number of rune lines suddenly erupted outside the store, and a chill descended. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This feeling was coming from Feng Zi. An assassin from Aegis had actually appeared at this time. He put on his universal armor and looked to his right. Boundless rune lines flashed past. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as blood spurted out from the crowd and dyed the ground red. The assassin directly slaughtered the ordinary people. Lu Ying was furious. There's an assassin. With a bang, the Aegis assassins hidden in the crowd were blocked. The 13 Imperial squadrons appeared and cooperated with the Amethyst trading firm to protect the crowd as they evacuated. Zirong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. Aegis, how dare you! At the same time, in outer space, ordinary spacecraft began to transform, revealing their weapons and aiming them at Xenu Star. The Star's attack, SSS, and the Three Rings attacks. Aegis's attack SSSS, Stars's Xenu Star exploded with power, and the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons made their moves. Aiden, Huaqingshan, and Yan Yan stepped into outer space. The entire Xenu Star was in chaos. Aegis had not only mobilized assassins, but also independent cultivators and mercenaries. Not only did they want to deal with Lu Ying, but they also wanted to destroy Xenu Star and let the entire Outerverse know how terrifying they were. STTTSSDS in S's him TSTTSSFs of them. Yes. This person once set a record for slaughtering 100 billion people in the shortest amount of time. He even destroyed an entire region. He's extremely difficult to deal with, Phantom Thorn said gravely. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, as this type of poison was the most terrifying. Just find me a poison master, you don't have to worry about anything else. Understood. Sly Stab disappeared. Lu Ying scanned his surroundings and saw that everything was in chaos. Zirong had also made his move, and Xianxia, Shui, and the rest were backstage. They had also been attacked by the assassins. The 13 Imperial squadrons had already surrounded the trading company, but Lu Ying saw that rune lines were also exploding in the outside world. Xenu Star was in chaos at this moment. Inexplicably, Lu Ying looked up into outer space and saw boundless rune lines appear. It was an enlighter, and he had seen such rune lines before. Lord Egret and Aegis attacks had been swift and fierce, and both assassins and enlighters had attacked at the same time. Lord Egret appeared and pressed down on Xenu Star with a single hand. With Xenu Star's protective barrier, it would be very difficult for it to withstand an enlighter's attack. Aiden gritted his teeth and charged into outer space. Thunder Mountain Technique, Thunder Shield. With a loud bang, Aiden was sent flying by Lord Egret's palm strike and smashed into the ground. He then leapt out once more, as he had once blocked an enlighter realm astral beast in Iron Blood Weave, so he had some experience. Lord Egret was shocked. He had assumed that only Lu Ying would be able to stop him, and he would have to rely on external items. He had never expected that someone else would be able to stop him. Within the trading company, a blade flashed, and 3 assassins were cut in half at the waist. Zirong looked at Lu Ying. Be careful. Lu Ying was still using the rebound pearl to absorb the poisonous gas when black hair wrapped around his feet and bound his ankles. After that, Lu Ying felt powerless, as if his vitality had been sucked away. His face changed. An expert. He reached out and pressed down with his hand, using the skybeast claw to tear apart the hair. Following the strands of hair, Lu Ying looked into the distance and saw a tall figure constantly changing positions. It's Magistrate, ranked 4th on the assassin rankings, Zirong reminded him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Poison Master, Magistrate, Feng Zi, and Aegis had 6 top-tier assassins. They couldn't all be here, right? There was a cry of alarm, and the Amethyst Trading Company's expert who had been protecting Luotian clutched his neck as he fell to the ground. Countless blades descended and stabbed towards Luotian. Luotian's face went pale, and she looked at the sharp blades in despair. Zirong raised a hand and swung his blade, severing all of the blades. "Aegis, how dare you? Are you trying to start a war with the Amethyst Trading Company?" His words were ineffective, as Luin could see rune lines approaching Luotian in the void. It was also poisonous gas. Aegis' goal this time wasn't just to deal with Luin, but also to establish their might. Luotian's influence in the Outerverse was great, and Aegis wanted to kill her on Xenu Star and ruin the Great Yu Empire's reputation as well as that of the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he appeared on the stage and used the rebound pearl to absorb the poisonous gas once more. He then grabbed Luotian and tossed her to Zishui, who was not too far away. Zirong was truly enraged, and he swung his blade once more, killing several more assassins. His strength was unstoppable, but Aegis had sent assassins. No matter how strong Zirong was, it was useless if they couldn't find him. Luin did not expect Zirong to be of much help, as Aegis had its own ways of stalling him. Right now, his only headache was Poison Master. Poison Master would not stop his poison, and Luin was constantly running for his life. Beneath his feet, the long black hair coiled around him once more, attempting to absorb his vitality. Luin tore the hair apart once more, but this time, things did not go as smoothly. There was actually a brand of 8-lined battle force imprinted on the hair. Lu Yin's face changed, and the battle force imprinted long hair pierced out like a spear. In the nick of time, Luin activated his serious art and tilted his head. His long hair pierced through the air, and his strength pierced through the entire trading company. The aftershocks even shot into outer space. Luin felt a lingering fear. If he had not avoided that attack, then even if his universal armor protected him from death, his brain would have been shaken to the point of dizziness. Behind him, the judge appeared, and his long black hair wrapped around Luin from all directions. The black hair was imprinted with 8-lined battle force, and Luin hurriedly retreated. At that moment, an icy chill descended, and Yan Yan appeared as well. The ice transformed into a spear that stabbed towards the judge, and the 5-ringed ice plum blossom froze the long hair and shattered it. The judge glanced at Yan Yan before retreating. His figure vanished, and even his rune lines could not be seen. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yan Yan asked. Luin coldly replied, "Freeze the Amethyst Trading Company. Don't let anyone escape." "Then what about your safety?" "I'm fine. Freeze them immediately." Luin barked. His finger pierced through the neck of an assassin, and he casually tossed the corpse aside. What he feared the most was that the Poison Master would use poison against Xenu Star. That would be the end of him, and nothing could happen to Xenu Star. Yan Yan soared into the sky, his entire body enveloped in a cold aura. Shortly after, the Amethyst Trading Company was sealed in layers of ice. From the outside, it looked like the entire street was covered in ice. Zirong sternly said, "Alliance Master Lu, let Luotian and the others leave first." Luin solemnly replied, "They can't leave for now. Don't worry, I'll protect them." Zirong wanted to say something else, but there was a strange sensation above his head. He raised his blade and slashed down, killing 2 of the assassins. The entire Amethyst Trading Company was filled with the stench of blood. Not only were Luotian and the others trapped, but most of the hundreds of thousands of onlookers were also trapped. Luin had no choice, as he could not allow the Poison Master to leave. If Aegis lost its mind and allowed the Poison Master to attack Xenu Star, then it would not just be the hundreds of thousands of people who would die, but hundreds of millions or even billions. Another advantage of being sealed in ice was that the shockwaves from the battle would not spread out. Otherwise, any random attack from these experts would be enough to overwhelm Xenu Star. Behind Luin, the long black hair imprinted with 8-lined battle force pierced towards him once more. This magistrate seemed to be the main force against Luin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he turned around and tapped out with a finger. The long black hair pierced towards Luin, but Luin used the secret art to redirect it. Lu Yin's finger was about to hit the magistrate, but a smile flashed through the magistrate's cold eyes. They had tried to assassinate Luin, so how could they not have investigated the matter? The magistrate was the main force against Luin because of his speed. Just as the finger was about to hit Luin, the magistrate's body flickered. Even though his finger had frozen the void, he was still moving further and further away from Luin. At that moment, Lu Yin's lips curled up. He bent his finger and formed a fist, using the Day-Night Punch. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques could unleash spiritual force attacks, and Luin estimated that his spiritual force was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters. White and black intertwined with each other in this punch, causing the magistrate's expression to change. His entire body sank into a state of endless spiritual conflict. He spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Luin tapped out with another finger, and this time, he froze the void. The magistrate was unable to dodge, and his heart was pierced through. There was a thump as his entire body crashed into the layer of ice, causing it to crack. The scene of Luin injuring the magistrate shocked Zirong. The magistrate was a peak hunter, but his attack had been redirected. This was the might of a secret technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. But could that punch have been a battle technique from the Day-Night clan? After injuring the magistrate, Luin did not give him any time to catch his breath. He attacked once more. This sort of assassin excelled at preserving their own lives, so Luin had to finish him off immediately. Lu Yin's guess was correct, but he had still underestimated the magistrate. As one of the top assassins on the hitman rankings, his survival techniques were extraordinary. The magistrate had long since buried his hair into the ground, and the moment Luin had injured him, he had used his hair to absorb everyone's vitality. The strands of hair were thin and small, so no one noticed them. Nearly 10,000 of the hundreds of thousands of people present were entangled by the hair and instantly lost their vitality, turning into dried corpses. These were all ordinary people who could not even be considered cultivators, so they could not resist the judge's ability to absorb their vitality. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You dare? The judge was trapped in the ice, and the vitality of nearly 10,000 people was absorbed into his body through the hair. When he saw Lu Yin's palm strike, he raised a hand and met it head-on. There was a loud bang, and the judge was once again sent into the ice. The ice shattered, but Luin was not in a good condition either. He was forced back several steps, and his 30 stacks 100-fold shockwave palm had actually been reflected back, causing his right arm to feel weak. When he looked up, Luin was shocked to see that the judge's body was imprinted with a purplish-red battle force that was accompanied by red streaks. This was 9-lined battle force. The judge had absorbed the vitality of 10,000 people and raised his battle force to 9-lined battle force. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. In front of him, the judge sneered. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Luin. His hair pierced out, and his 9-lined battle force shocked Luin. He activated the secret art and directly changed the direction of the hair's attack. However, the judge had suffered a loss before, so how could he not be prepared? Countless strands of hair imprinted with 9-lined battle force pierced through the void towards Luin. Luin was struck by the countless strands of hair, and his body was sent flying before crashing into the ground. The judge charged forward again, and his hair extended into the void and stabbed towards the ground. Suddenly, the hair's attack changed direction, and a blade of light tore through space. The hair blocked the blade of light, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The judge was continuously pushed back by the blade of light, and with a loud bang, the blade of light shattered. However, Zirong's second blade of light appeared once again, and the judge's gaze turned cold as his figure flickered and disappeared. Zirong's blade of light viciously slashed at the ice, causing it to tremble. It cut through most of the ice, but it was not completely severed. Zirong was shocked, as there was actually someone in the Great Yu Empire who could block his blade of light, and this person was also a hunter. Outside the ice, Yan Yan was also shocked, as this blade had almost broken through his ice. This was a rare powerhouse. Yan Yan thought about it and continued to seal the ice, as he could not allow the battle to spread out. Underground, Luin was panting for breath. If not for his universal armor, then he would have been finished. Luin leapt to his feet and began to search for the judge as soon as he saw the blade slash across the ground. He didn't find the judge, but he saw rune lines approaching Violets Now and Luotian from underground. Zirong seemed to be Facing some kind of threat. His expression was grave, but he didn't discover anything. Luin didn't dare to warn them, as he was afraid that the underground assassin would speed up his attacks. However, he forgot that he was the biggest target of the assassins. As soon as he moved, the underground assassins knew that they were exposed. They did not hesitate to assassinate Luoxin. The blade flashed with a cold light. It was Fengzi. Zirong turned around and shouted, "Stop!" Luoxin watched helplessly as the blade descended upon her. Suddenly, a blue layer of ice appeared in front of her. It was violet snow. The blade slammed into the ice and shattered it, but the ice successfully delayed the blade's attack. Luin arrived just in time to pick up Luoxin and toss her away a second time. He pressed down on the ground with one hand, and there was a loud boom as he unleashed multiple attacks without holding back. The entire ground was shattered, but Fengzi was still nowhere to be seen. Assassins were best at concealment and camouflage, and they also had power vessels that could hide their rune lines. Even Luin felt that it was difficult to deal with them. Aegis had made ample preparations this time, and even with Xianxia's current strength and Zirong's help, they were still caught in a difficult battle. In outer space, Aiden was sent flying once more. He had lost count of how many times he had blocked Lord Egret's attacks, and even his thunder shield was starting to feel exhausted. It was not as easy as when he had blocked the Enlighter Realm astral beast back in Ironblood Weave. Lord Egret was in a rather bad mood. A hunter had blocked his path, and it was as if the hunter couldn't even break through his shield's defenses. Where had this freak from the Great Yu Empire come from? Lord Egret was an Enlighter. Within the Frozen Trading Company, many of the assassins seemed to have realized that they couldn't deal with Luin, especially the judge. He had not held back in that attack, and even a hunter should have died, but Luin was still alive and kicking. His external defenses were too ridiculous, and since they couldn't deal with Luin, they had to use their backup plan. The judge's figure flickered, and he appeared beneath the layer of ice. He growled and imprinted 9-lined battle force into his hair before attacking the layer of ice with all his might. Even if Luin didn't die, they would destroy Xianxia and let the entire Outerverse know the consequences of offending Aegis. The layer of ice continued to crack, and outside, Yan's expression was solemn as he continued to reinforce the layer of ice. The judge's attacks grew stronger and stronger, and suddenly, a shovel appeared beside him and slammed into him while he was completely unprepared. The blind monk had entered. Luin relaxed when he saw the blind monk. If the blind monk could enter, then it meant that the chaos on Xianxia had been quelled. Fortunately, he had left behind the Hunter Realm captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons to guard against Aegis. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to quell the chaos on Xianxia in such a short time, and ordinary cultivators would not have been able to find those assassins. Another blade slashed out, and Zirong appeared beside Violet's Now and Luoxin. His eyes were cold, and his expression was vigilant. Luin scanned his surroundings. Cries of agony filled the trading company, and tens of thousands of people had been killed or injured. There were also many hidden assassins, but the most important ones were the poisoner, the judge, and Fengzi. These assassins would definitely not let him go. An assassin's principle was to flee as far as they could if they missed their target. However, at this moment, the Aegis assassins were determined to establish their dominance, and they had no intention of giving Luin any time to catch his breath. Fengzi appeared again, and Luin turned around and swatted out with his skybeast claw, shattering Fengzi's blade. Cold blades appeared from all directions and enveloped him. Luin was puzzled. The judge's attack had not killed him, so Fengzi should have known about his defensive capabilities. Why had he still attacked? Unless there were other hidden assassins. Just as he thought about this, Lu Yin's mind went blank, and everything in front of him changed. He appeared in a spacecraft in outer space, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. He saw a familiar scene. This was the border of the Astral River. In the distance, the giant ark had yet to arrive, and all sorts of powerful enemies had appeared around him. Big Sis and the others were fighting with all their might, but they had left him alone in the spacecraft. One familiar figure after another fell into a pool of blood in outer space. Some had been torn to pieces, and not even a corpse remained. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as he tried to escape. He was very strong now, and he could fight in lighters. He could help Big Sis and the others, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. His strength had completely disappeared, and he had returned to being a normal person who had never cultivated. He once again experienced the feeling of helplessness and despair. His mind suddenly became clear, and the voice of the Stonewall scriptures echoed in his mind. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Not good, it was an illusion. There were still other top assassins. His vision went blank again, and he returned to the trading company. Everything that had just happened seemed like a second, but in front of him, there were strands of hair imprinted with 9-lined battle force and countless cold blades. There was also an even more terrifying stream of air. 3 attacks descended and viciously struck Lu Yin. The Poison Master, the Judge, and Feng Zi had joined forces to attack Lu Yin under the cover of an illusion. This attack was difficult for even an enlighter to withstand, and Lu Yin was once again blasted into the ground. Zirong saw this, and his expression changed. Lilac Snow saw this, and she clenched her fists. Luoshan, the blind monk, and many others had also seen this. Would Lu Yin still be alive after facing the combined attack of 3 top assassins? At this moment, Phantom Stinger, who had been hiding all this time, finally discovered the Poison Master's tracks. His dagger transformed into a white lotus that flashed past the Poison Master, leaving behind a trail of blood. The Poison Master then disappeared again. Phantom Stinger's piercing cold light also disappeared. He did not know what had happened to the Poison Master, and he did not even know where his attack had landed. The Poison Master was indeed worthy of being the number 2 assassin. He had not been ranked solely based on the number of people he had killed, and his ability to preserve his life was also top-notch. The Judge and Feng Zi did not linger, and they both disappeared at the same time as they chased Lu Yin underground. They did not know what had happened to Lu Yin, and if possible, it would be best to cripple him instead of kill him. After all, death was not the most terrifying punishment. Hurry up and help him! Lilac Snow shouted as she looked at Zirong anxiously. Zirong's eyes flashed, but before he could move, a powerful light flickered from underground. This light had come too suddenly, and it was so bright that it caused ripples in the void. It illuminated the trading company, the entire Xenu star, and even the heavens, which attracted Lord Egret's attention. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from Xenu star into outer space, causing it to tremble and the void to crack. Lord Egret was shocked. What a terrifying attack! If he had been the one to take that attack head-on, it would have been difficult for him to survive. This attack had been enough to break through his defenses. Within the trading company's ice layer, Feng Zi looked at the left side of his body in disbelief. Half of his body was gone, and he had been unable to resist that beam of light. This beam of light had come from underground, from Lu Yin. To the side, the Judge felt his scalp go numb, and his figure flickered as he disappeared. Underground, Lu Yin faced upwards and put down the money bomb. He had used up the last one, but it was a pity. Super Flash Rush, the tear bomb, was indeed effective. If not for the sudden flash of light, then even the money bomb would not have been able to hit Feng Zi. This assassin's ability to dodge was too strong. Killing Feng Zi in one blow had removed a threat. Lu Yin leaped out of the ground once more, and many people were stunned. Even Zirong was astonished. Lu Yin's ability to preserve his life was unparalleled. If Zirong had been the one to take on that combined attack, he would have been in grave danger as well. This person really did have a power. Vessel that could defend against Enlighter's attacks. Was it that universal armor? With this power vessel, Lu Yin was practically invincible. Your Highness, are you all right? Phantom Sting appeared and asked in a low voice. Where's Poisoner? Lu Yin scanned his surroundings, looking for an assassin. I don't know. I injured him, but I don't know how serious his injuries are. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he panted heavily. The one who attacked you just now was the 8th-ranked assassin, Unparalleled Beauty. She has a strange appearance, and she has both a human head and a snake head. She's good at creating illusions, so be careful. Phantom Sting then disappeared. Lu Yin sneered. Aegis was really generous. Just one assassination, and 4 of the top 10 assassins had come. How ruthless, how ruthless. In outer space, Aiden withstood another attack, but his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. Lord Egret did not want to waste any more time with Aiden, so he directly attacked Xianxia. However, Aiden gritted his teeth and withstood the attack. Lord Egret was convinced. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Aiden had long since activated his 9-lined battle force, or else he would not have been able to last so long. "Kill me if you can." Lord Egret's eyes turned cold, and his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and attacked, shattering the space around him. Incomparably violent star energy surged out as if a giant monster was descending from afar. Lord Egret's face turned solemn. Aiden and the others also sensed it, and this violent energy shocked them. What was even more shocking was that this energy did not surpass the limits of a hunter's realm. An absolute powerhouse had descended. Lord Egret was about to speak when a figure in front of him struck out with a palm. The palm had a dark luster and contained an incomparably violent energy. Lord Egret instinctively dodged, but a deep darkness appeared where he had been standing as the void was shattered. The aftershocks rippled out and touched Lord Egret, causing his eyelids to twitch. "What a ferocious palm. You're the Lord Egret who fought with Saul?" A voice rang out from nearby, and Xianxia appeared. Lord Egret stared at Xianxia. "So it's you." Xianxia clenched his right fist. "If not for you, Source Peak Planet might not have ended up in such a miserable state. Today, I'll make you pay the price." 9-lined battle force erupted from his body, and there was an explosion as Xianxia vanished. Lord Egret growled, "Arrogant brat." His body glowed with a white light, and the phantom of a heavenly egret appeared above his head. This was his innate gift, but he had not used it against Aiden. The egret's main purpose was not to attack, but rather to defend. Xianxia pressed down with a palm. Heart-tempering palm. The palm's strength was so violent that even the heavens could not withstand it. Layers of pressure formed as the palm slammed down in all directions. The palm pressed down on Lord Egret's head, but it was blocked by the white light. "Brat, you underestimate me too much. I'm an enlighter with a power level of 260,000, and I once cultivated in the innerverse before returning. I'm not someone who those enlighters in the outerverse can compare to. Flying bird smashing 1,000 mountains." Xianxia was sent flying by the enormous force. Lord Egret's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. One bird after another spread their wings and soared towards Xianxia, Aiden, and Xianxia. This was Lord Egret's true power, and Xianxia made him feel threatened. Xianxia turned his body and broke away from the impact of the flying bird. He looked at Lord Egret and smiled. As Overlord White Egret saw Xianxia smile, he had a bad feeling. In the next moment, there was a stuffy cough and his complexion changed. He quickly fused the starry sky egret phantom into his body, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "What kind of battle technique is this?" Lord Egret looked at Xianxia in shock. His heart had been damaged. Xianxia dodged the flying birds. "The heart-tempering palm comes from ancient times. How many palms can you withstand?" Lord Egret wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I've underestimated you. Unfortunately, you won't be able to defeat me with just this battle technique." Aiden rushed over again, his thunder shield expanding infinitely. The flying birds crashed into the thunder shield one after another, forcing him to retreat continuously. Xianxia leaped over the lightning shield and raised his hands. His arms continued to press down, and countless heart-tempering palms erupted, blasting towards Lord Egret. A bird flew out from Lord Egret's palm towards Xianxia, but it was still blocked by the thunder shield. Strangely, the thunder shield did not block Xianxia's heart-tempering palm. This was a one-way block. Lord Egret could only choose to dodge or block. It was obvious that Lord Egret did not want to take the heart-tempering palm head-on, so he had no choice but to retreat. Xianxia was a berserk spear, while Aiden was a sturdy shield. The combination of spear and shield left Lord Egret helpless. Not long after, Lord Egret disappeared and left. In the distance, Xianxia, who had been watching the battle, stared at the sky in astonishment. Aside from Luin, Xianxia still had a power that could defeat an enlighter. The Great Yu Empire had truly risen. Lord Egret's departure meant that this attack had come to an end. Aiden was free to enter Xianxia and enter the Frozen Trading Company. He was one of the few powerhouses who could change the outcome of a battle. Aegis clearly understood Aiden, as the moment Aiden had entered, the Aegis assassin had already prepared to retreat. Zirong had been careless, and he had relaxed when the Aegis assassin had retreated. However, Lu Ying saw rune lines fill the void and wrap around Luotian. This was not a poisonous gas, but rather an illusion. Unparalleled Beauty had actually used an illusion to attack Luotian. Lu Ying rushed over, grabbed Luotian, and threw her out for the third time. At the same time, he followed the rune lines and saw Unparalleled Beauty. She had actually disguised herself as a corpse whose life force had been absorbed by an infernal judge, and she had been lying not too far away from Luotian and the others. Lu Yin's hand transformed into a claw as the skybeast claw pressed down. Unparalleled Beauty could no longer disguise herself, and she stood up and glared at Lu Ying with cold eyes. At the same time, a giant python emerged from the ground and bit at Lu Ying. The python's body was connected to Unparalleled Beauty, and she had two heads, a human head and a snake head. Lu Ying did not dodge and allowed the python to swallow him. Unparalleled Beauty was shocked, as she had not expected Lu Ying to be swallowed so easily. But the next moment, her expression changed, and she howled in pain. The python's body was corroding from the inside out, she had been poisoned. Lu Ying tore apart the python's body and casually sprinkled the remaining poison from Elder Wu onto Unparalleled Beauty. Unparalleled Beauty's body was corroded by the poison, and she was unable to dodge it. Her body was simultaneously struck by the poison and rapidly corroded. Her howls echoed throughout the trading company. Zirong and the others watched on as Unparalleled Beauty turned into a puddle of blood and disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Another top-tier assassin had died. The remaining Aegis assassins suddenly gathered together under someone's command and attacked the layer of ice. Coupled with the poison gas from the judges and poison masters, the layer of ice was unable to withstand the onslaught for a while, and a hole was created in it. Many of the assassins managed to escape despite Yan Yan's efforts to block them. The moment the poison masters left the layer of ice, they immediately released poison gas that quickly spread out in all directions. Lu Ying grew anxious, and he hurriedly used the rebound pearl to absorb the gas while Aiden and the rest exterminated the remaining assassins in the trading company. After a while, everything returned to normal, and only a mess was left behind. Xenu Star's most bustling street had been completely destroyed. The layer of ice had melted, and the flowing water had diluted the blood as it flowed into the sewers. The remaining 200,000 or so people who had been trapped had managed to escape, and many of them were crying as they rejoiced that they had not died. On the ground, corpses were strewn all over the place. A good performance had turned into such a mess. Lu Ying calmly floated in the sky, surprisingly not enraged or feeling any other emotions. He and Aegis had always been enemies, and nothing should come as a surprise to them. This debt would be repaid one day. Zirong, on the other hand, was furious. Aegis had tried to assassinate the Amethyst Trading Company, destroying it, and even attempting to assassinate Luotian multiple times. This was a slap to the Amethyst Trading Company's face, and Aegis had gone too far. Gavin, Garop, and the rest of the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons had all arrived to placate the citizens. There were also many spacecraft wreckage and cultivator corpses in outer space that needed to be dealt with. Lu Ying ordered that no news of this incident spread. Aegis would definitely spread the news, and they might even secretly record a video. Lu Ying could not stop them, and he could only do his best to minimize the losses. He looked down at the ruins of the Amethyst Trading Company and coincidentally met Lilac Snow's gaze. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. During the chaotic battle, Luotian had been protected by Lan Bing, and Lan Bing was Bai Shue's innate gift. He was certain that this Lilac Snow was Bai Shue, and he decided to descend to talk to her. Lilac Snow saw Lu Ying approach and turned to leave. Lu Ying wanted to chase after her, but Zirong stopped him. Zirong's expression was ugly, but he could not vent his anger on Lu Ying. If not for Lu Ying, Luotian would have already died in that ambush. However, Lu Ying was also the reason for the ambush, so Zirong did not know what to say. Alliance Master Lu, Amethyst Trading Company has never participated in power struggles. This conflict between you and Aegis has led to the destruction of our trading company. How do you plan on compensating us? Lu Ying apologized. I'm sorry, I'll take responsibility. Zirong nodded and did not say anything else. He admired Luin, and it was rare for them to drink so happily together. Luin wanted to look for lilac snow, but Zirong blocked his path. Luin had no choice but to leave. Not too far away, Luotian hurriedly chased after Luin to thank him, but she was stopped by Zirong again. "Brother Zirong, I'd like to thank Alliance Head Lu," the Luotian said in a crisp voice as she looked at Luin. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and a different meaning. She had just been rescued by that man 3 times, and she had also been hugged 3 times. No one had ever hugged her like that before, and it felt so comfortable. "You're not allowed to go, and you're not allowed to have anything to do with him," Zirong refused mercilessly. Luotian felt wronged. "Brother Zirong, he saved me 3 times. Shouldn't I thank him? This ambush was also because of him. It's only right that I protect you." "There's no need for that." Luotian pursed her lips and watched Lu Yan's figure disappear from under Zirong's shoulder. Luin returned to King Zishan's palace and activated his gadget to contact Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan appeared very xianxia Star was ambushed by Aegis, Luin said directly. She was not surprised. "That's Aegis style, so it's not surprising. Didn't your highness already know that Aegis would attack Xianxia Star? But I didn't expect the ambush to be so powerful. 4 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are here, and the rest are at least 100. They're all over Xianxia Star, massacring civilians and creating chaos. There are also mercenaries, independent cultivators, and the Enlighter Lord Egret in outer space. This is no longer an ambush, but a war," Luin said solemnly. She smiled. "Your Highness, you don't seem to be injured. Are you angry? How can I help you?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Tell me about Aegis. I need to know more about their secrets." Her eyes flashed. "Your Highness, the 4 conglomerates do not interfere with each other. That's the rule. You can buy information from Amethyst Trading Company, as that's what they do. Even if they tell you, Aegis won't be able to do anything about it. Aegis will be on guard if I go to Amethyst Trading Company, and they'll definitely try to hide the secrets that Amethyst Trading Company can tell me. It's meaningless, but I hope to learn some things that even Amethyst Trading Company might not know." She shook her head. "I'm sorry to disappoint your highness. If even the Amethyst Trading Company doesn't know, then it's even more impossible for me to know. What I can tell you is limited." "Then tell me what's limited." "Don't worry, I just want to know what's going on. If the information you tell me can help me deal with Aegis, then the organization would have ceased to exist a long time ago." Madame Naylan thought about it and then helplessly said, "All right, your highness, listen carefully." She paused for a moment before continuing seriously. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Outerverse launched a large-scale cleansing operation. No one knows exactly who started it or why, but the target was the entire Outerverse assassin organizations. More than half of the Outerverse assassin organizations were wiped out, and the largest assassin organizations were the most important ones, so they were naturally wiped out as well. However, the leaders of those assassin organizations managed to escape. They were the ones who founded Aegis, and that's the origin of Aegis. Those people were very smart, and they knew that if they allowed the assassin organizations to grow too powerful, they would be surrounded again. Thus, they established a bodyguard company on the surface and trained mercenaries in order to make a fortune out of war. Those people were the founders of Aegis, and they were also the leaders. No one knows exactly how many people there were, but they took turns being frozen. Every 100 years, one of them would be revived and manage the organization for another 100 years before being frozen again. The next person would take over and take over. They were the true managers of Aegis. Those people were very smart, and they didn't turn Aegis into a closed organization. Instead, they recruited members of the board of directors, making them the second highest level of management. Those who were recruited were either from large families or corporations. After so many years, no one knows exactly how many families or corporations have joined Aegis. These people joined because they wanted to borrow Aegis's strength and also to avoid being assassinated by Aegis. Even my Naylan family is part of Aegis' second management. Luin was shocked. Madame Naylan had described the development and structure of a colossal organization to him. Aegis was a gathering of the power of many families and corporations in the outerverse. When the innerverse and outerverse were connected, they did not dare to expose themselves for fear of being attacked by the innerverse. Now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, they could do whatever they wanted because their power had expanded to a certain extent. It was no wonder that so many forces in the Great Eastern Alliance were willing to work for Aegis. The Allied forces had eliminated more than 100 forces, and all of them had joined Aegis Second Management. There are roughly a few thousand people in the second management level of Aegis. They are unable to decide the direction that Aegis will take, but they can influence Aegis in certain ways. For example, they can assassinate a family member, or they can support which side is involved in a war, and so on. Most importantly, Aegis can borrow their strength to accomplish certain things, such as smearing the Great U Empire's name in front of the Great Eastern Alliance or getting certain powers in the Eastern Weaves to unite and resist the Great Eastern Alliance. These are not difficult tasks for Aegis, Madame Naylan explained. That's why, Alliance Master Liu, I've told you before that you should avoid provoking Aegis as much as possible. Provoking Aegis is equivalent to provoking hundreds or even thousands of organizations in the outerverse. After so many years, they've already gotten used to Aegis' existence, and they're used to Aegis doing shady things for them. If you make Aegis your enemy, then those organizations will naturally make you their enemy as well. No wonder Aegis has the ability to worship Lord Egret. They must have a lot of wealth. Madame Naylan smiled faintly. Your Highness, are you tempted? Luine looked at her. Who's the current highest manager of Aegis? Starfox. He was the leader of an assassin organization tens of thousands of years ago, and it's been nearly a century since he was the one who unsealed Aegis. All of the decisions regarding you were made by him, and he's very cunning. Have you interacted with him before? Luine asked. She shook her head. No, we've only exchanged a few words. After all, our Naylan family is also a member of the second management team. If I destroy Aegis, will it be a great loss to your Naylan family? Luine suddenly asked. Madame Naylan smiled. If your Highness can destroy Aegis, then feel free to. Try. My Naylan family can still bear such a small loss. However, I still have to advise your Highness once more. The enemy is in the dark while we're out in the open. If you fight to the death, only the side that's out in the open will suffer losses. Luine nodded and ended the call. Luine did not care about the commotion in the outside world. He was pondering over Madame Naylan's words while waiting for Aegis to contact him. To Aegis, this attack was a show of strength, and they would definitely be eager to contact Luine and force him to submit. The person who would contact him would definitely be the same person from last time. Luine did not have to wait long before an unfamiliar call came through. It was a voice call. Luine accepted the call. Your Excellency Luine, do you like the gift we sent you? The deep voice asked, still as cold as ever. Luine replied indifferently, not bad. Feng Zi and Mei Wuxuang's corpses have some research value. The voice fell silent for a moment. But they're useless, so there's no harm in giving them to your Excellency for research. This is the second time we've contacted you. Have you thought it through? Will you be an enemy or a friend of Aegis? Same question, why do you want North Castle Weave? Luine asked. I won't answer your Excellency's question. I just need your Excellency to answer this one question, are you an enemy or a friend? The cold voice was still arrogant. Luine laughed. Does Aegis want to be my enemy or my friend? It seems that your Excellency still doesn't understand the situation. Xenu Star can withstand the attack, but I wonder if the other planets in the Great U Empire can do the same. Have you heard of the Poison Master's battle records? The cold voice chuckled and then hung up. Luine lowered his hand, his expression gloomy. The Poison Masters had set the record for poisoning 100 billion people to death in the shortest amount of time. They were also the killers who had killed the most people. With this record, even though they had not reached the peak of the Hunter realm and their assassination techniques were not as powerful as the Infernal Judges, they were still ranked second. Aegis was unscrupulous. Since that was the case, there was no need for Luine to follow the rules. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Phantom Sting. Phantom Sting appeared behind Luine. Your Excellency. Contact the old smoker, Luin said. Phantom Sting was shocked. Your Excellency, the old smoker has to pay a high price for his actions. I know, but I have everything he needs. Feel free to contact him, Luin said in a low voice. Phantom Sting nodded and disappeared. No one knew the old smoker's name or background, and no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. The only information that had been leaked was that he had assassinated the Blaze Realm's master and escaped unscathed. He was the #1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list. The Blaze Realm was the leading power of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, one of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones. No one knew how many experts there were in the Blaze Realm or how powerful the Blaze Realm's master was, but one thing was for certain, the Blaze Realm had more than one enlighter. The old smoker had been able to infiltrate the Blaze Realm and assassinate the Blaze Realm's master. Even though he had failed in the end, he had still managed to escape unscathed. This assassination had shaken the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, and it was because of this that the old smoker had become the #1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list, a position that no one had been able to shake for many years. The old smoker's price was not star crystals or star essence, nor was it a weapon, a battle technique, or a power vessel. Instead, it was something that could help him avoid danger, a natural treasure. After his confrontation with Aegis, Luin had looked up the Outerverse assassin list and was especially interested in the old smoker. What the old smoker needed was exactly what Luin had. He could say without exaggeration that no one in the Outerverse was more suitable than him to request the old smoker's help because he had many natural treasures. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was Lu Yin's bottom line, and Aegis had violated it. Luin did not intend to play by the rules, and he wanted the Outerverse #1 assassin to panic once more. Not long after, Phantom Sting appeared. Your Excellency, the old smoker has agreed to help. He wishes to speak with you personally. Luin looked at the screen in front of him. It was pitch black, and faint white smoke would occasionally drift past to form 2 words, target. The second assassin, the poisoner, Luin said. 5 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger. The white smoke formed words again. Alright, but I have to say that the natural treasures I gave you must be used up as soon as possible. They were all obtained from unlocking source boxes, so they cannot be left outside for too long. Otherwise, they will dissipate. The white smoke drifted for a while before forming words again. Alright, but if you go back on your word, you will not be able to live, the old smoker warned Luin. The words then disappeared along with the screen. Luin looked up at the sky. Do you think the old smoker can kill the poisoner? The poisoner killed 100 billion people in the past and caused panic in the Outerverse. Even the Innerverse sent experts after him, but they still couldn't deal with him. Yes, Phantom Sting replied with certainty. Luin smiled. That's good. The old smoker's price was indeed high. It would take at least 100,000 or even 200,000 years for a natural treasure to reach a level where it could avoid danger. No one would sell such a natural treasure, and it would be very difficult to obtain 5 of them. This was probably why no one had asked the old smoker to assassinate the poison master. Of course, the large organizations wouldn't pay such a price for the sake of ordinary people. In their eyes, it didn't matter how many ordinary people died. Luin didn't have much, but he had plenty of natural treasures. If he didn't have enough, Bushtree Planet still had some. However, these natural treasures had to be used up as soon as possible, as they would dissipate after 10 years. He had 22 of these natural treasures in his cosmic ring, enough to hire the old smoker 4 or 5 times. Aegis, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. Have you checked Fengzi's body? Luin suddenly thought of something. Phantom Sting replied, yes, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. What about the power vessel that can avoid detection? This was what Luin was most concerned about. He needed to know what method the Aegis had used to avoid rune lines. Phantom Sting replied, I didn't find it. Luin felt that it was a pity, but he wasn't disappointed. If it was so easy to find, then it wouldn't be one of the top 10 assassins. A few days later, Minister Garop requested an audience. Garop didn't look too well. He had been dealing with the aftermath and hadn't rested much. Your Highness, there are endless rumors in the outside world that the Empire has offended all the assassins in the universe and that the next wave of assassinations will arrive soon. Many people are already planning to leave Xianxia, so I hope that Your Highness can step in to quell the rumors, Garop said hurriedly as he bowed to Luin. I understand. You may leave for now, Luin replied. Garop wanted to say something else, but he did not. It wasn't just the commoners who wanted to know what had happened, even they wanted to know what had happened. This attack was no small matter, and there were no less than 5 hunters on Xianxia. Even an enlighter had attacked. This was no small matter, and most people were terrified because of this. If even they were uneasy, then the commoners were even more uneasy. Luin did not plan on explaining things to Garop, as he was waiting for news from the old smoker. He was also worried that the poisoner would suddenly act and poison countless people to death. That would be a huge matter that would shake the entire universe, but he could not ignore the rumors. Luin thought about it and then left King Zishan's palace to head to planet Hydrodink. The rumors were easier to deal with within the Great Eastern Alliance, but it was more difficult outside of the alliance. Xiaoyao's media outlets had Lu Yin's support, and they were already expanding outside. However, it was difficult for them to accomplish much, and it was even more impossible for them to change the rumors. There was only one person who could help him at the moment, Luotian, who had influence in half of the outerverse. After much difficulty, Zirong finally agreed to meet Luotian. Luotian's eyes lit up when she saw Luin, and she bit her lip. She was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. She even blushed a little. Lu Alliance Leader Lu, you were looking for me? Luin looked at her strangely. Why is your face red? Are you sick? I have some medicine from Shamrock Enterprises. He poured out a pile of medicine. Luotian grew even more nervous. No, there's no need. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Luin smiled. You're welcome. You were attacked because of me, so it's my fault. I apologize. Luotian hurriedly replied, it's all right. You'll experience anything when you're wandering the universe. This is nothing. Wandering? Luin was puzzled. Hero Luo forced a smile. That's right. Artists like us are said to be performing in various places, but we're actually just wandering around. We don't have a fixed place to stay, and we don't have a home. Accidents can happen wherever we go. Hero Luo lowered her head. I'm sorry for saying too much. Luin looked at Luotian's lonely and helpless expression and recalled what Gavin had said to him. She had encountered many similar situations, and the local nobles were not people that artists like her could afford to offend. You're the Jade Goddess, and you have the protection of the Amethyst Firm. You should be doing well. Luotian replied, ever since I became the Jade Goddess, I've become much better. Luin nodded. That's good. If you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. He then gave her his contact details. Luotian's heart warmed, and she looked up and smiled sweetly at Luin. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Her smile was very pure, and it stirred up a strange feeling in Lu Yin's heart. It was as if something had been touched, and he wanted to protect this girl. He hurriedly suppressed these feelings and coughed. Actually, I came here today to ask for your help. Luotian solemnly saved Lu Yin's contact details and then asked curiously, what instructions do you have for me? Luin replied, I want you to announce to the public that the attack on Xianxia wasn't serious. This will help to suppress the rumors. Alright, Luotian agreed readily, and she looked at Luin with bright eyes. Luin felt embarrassed under her gaze. This girl's eyes were very pure and bright, and she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Perhaps only someone like her could perform such a beautiful and pure dance that even he was mesmerized. Your dance was very beautiful, Luin said. Luotian smiled happily, and then her face turned red again. She lowered her head. Thank you. 7th bro, I've fallen in love. I've decided that this girl will be part of my harem. Don't fight with me over her, the ghost monkey cried out excitedly. Luin immediately blocked the monkey, it was too noisy. Right, can you help me make an appointment with Zixue? I'd like to talk to her, Luin said. Luotian nodded, feeling a little down. Alright, please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Ying grunted in acknowledgement. Zirong had been trying to stop him from meeting Zixue, and Lu Ying hoped that Zirong wouldn't stop him this time. Lan Bing was solid evidence, and Zixue was definitely Bai Shui. Not long after, Zixue and Lu Ying met up with Zirong following behind them, his eyes fixed on Lu Ying. Lu Ying felt helpless. He had been a little impulsive during their first meeting. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You're Zixue? Lu Ying looked at the girl who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Zixue looked at him coldly. I've been called Zixue since I was young. Alliance Leader Lu, you've got the wrong person. Then what's with your innate gift? Bai Shui also has an innate gift of blue ice. Zixue frowned. There are many coincidences in the universe. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Now that you've seen it, I look very similar to this Bai Shui you're talking about, and even our innate gifts are the same. This is just a coincidence, and there's no need to explain. Lu Ying looked at her seriously. Is there something you can't tell me? Tell me, and I can handle it with my current abilities. I have the Hall of Honor and Master behind me. There's nothing in the Outerverse that I can't handle. Zixue stood up. Alliance Leader Lu, I've already said everything that needs to be said. I'm not Bai Shui, and I'll say it one last time. I'm not. She then turned and left. Lu Ying didn't chase after her, as Zixue's attitude was firm. He wasn't that familiar with Bai Shui, so there was no point in chasing after her. Zirong sat across from Lu Ying. You can give up now. She really is Zixue, and she's been like this since the moment we met. Lu Ying didn't harp on the matter of Zixue any longer. She wasn't his wife, and he had already confirmed it multiple times. He had already done his best, and there was nothing he could do if she didn't want to admit it. Brother Z, this accident is my responsibility. I wasn't able to protect you, and I formally apologize, Lu Ying said solemnly. Zirong raised a hand. There's no need for that. No one would have thought that Aegis would dare to make a move during Amethyst Company's performance. We won't let this matter rest. We don't care if Hero Luo helps you quell the rumors, but you have to pay for the performance fees and Amethyst Company's losses. Lu Ying smiled. Of course. It's all thanks to Brother Z, or else things would have been even more troublesome. Zirong smiled. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Brother Kai. He was the one who blocked Lord Egret. Where's Brother Kai? Lu Ying asked. Zirong shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps he's at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Lu Ying nodded and chatted with Zirong for a while before leaving. He truly did have to thank Kai Jianqiang, as he had made the right choice in leaving the man behind. Without Kai Jianqiang, this attack wouldn't have ended so quickly. Lord Egret was not an ordinary enlighter, and his power level had reached 260,000. He had also trained in the Innerverse, and his strength surpassed even Karthika, Huahui, and Granny Chan. Kai Jianqiang and Aiden had worked together to chase him away, and they had both contributed greatly. Planet Hydrodink still restricted outsiders from entering, and the Lockbreakers were gradually getting used to living in Frostwave Weave. This was mainly because the Great Eastern Alliance would send them a batch of resources every once in a while. Coupled with Lu Yin's experience as a Lockbreaker, these Lockbreakers were living quite comfortably, and their lives weren't any worse than before. However, these days would soon come to an end, as the Great Eastern Alliance would not provide these resources for free. Back then, Lu Ying had told Phelan that the Great Eastern Alliance would seek the help of Lockbreakers in the future, not just for lockbreaking, but also to explore some strange places and even train cultivators. Lockbreakers had too many uses. The price that they were paying now was just to set up an ambush for the future. Kai Jianqiang was currently at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, which wasn't too far away from Phelan's residence. From the looks of it, he was protecting Jeffrey's box. It wasn't time yet, but there would come a day when Lu Ying would personally open the box. Kai Jianqiang sensed Lu Yin's arrival and walked out to welcome him into his residence. In the distance, Phelan was teaching her disciples. She had at least 10 of them, and Wei Xianxia was one of them. As Phelan taught, her disciples all looked at her with reverence and admiration. To these people, Phelan was the heavens, and she was the most powerful lockbreaker in the entire Outerverse. They dreamed of becoming someone like Phelan one day. They didn't ask to become the society's president, but rather, they hoped to become an assessment mentor. Wei Xianxia also looked at Phelan, but her gaze was no longer as respectful as it had been when she had first met Phelan on Source Peak Planet. Although Phelan's position as president seemed impressive, she couldn't help but recall the conversation between her brother and Luine. According to them, the society's president was just a stupid woman who could be casually used. No matter what, Wei Xianxia could no longer respect Phelan as she had in the past. She couldn't help but think of Luine, the man who had chatted and joked with her brother. He was the man who could decide the fate of the universe with a single word. Even her brother had praised Luine and felt threatened by him. Wei Xianxia had never seen her brother hold anyone in such high regard since she was young, and even those two people hadn't made her brother feel threatened. Luine, that's a strange name, Wei Xianxia thought to herself. The next day, Luo Xin helped quell the rumors about Luine in front of countless media outlets in the Great Eastern Alliance. There were some effects, and many people believed Aegis's words. However, there were also others who were secretly spreading rumors that were unfavorable to the Great Yu Empire. This was the work of Aegis's second management. There were those who didn't care, like the Nayland family, and there were also those who were tied to Aegis for good or ill. These powers were frantically promoting Aegis while belittling the Great Yu Empire. For a moment, two types of rumors were rampant. The rumors that were unfavorable to the Great Yu Empire easily gained the upper hand because many photos had been exposed on Xianxia Star. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed or injured in that battle, and a significant portion of these people had come from other weaves. Furthermore, those who could come to Xianxia Star to watch Luo Xin's performance had to have a high status. The families and connections behind these people all spoke out together, which was quite unfavorable to Luine. Luine couldn't control these people. Under these circumstances, Wei Rong contacted Luine. "Brother Lu, it seems like you've been in a lot of trouble recently." "There's news about you every day," Wei Rong said in a relaxed tone. Luine smiled. "Brother Wei, just enjoy the show. I believe that I'll be able to see a good show soon." Wei Rong laughed. "I don't have anything good to show Brother Lu. You'll be disappointed. Brother Wei, don't tell me that you only want to protect your own territory. With how tyrannical Aegis is, you'll be restricted the moment you leave Armament Weave. If they can do that to me, then they can naturally do the same to Brother Wei. I know that Brother Wei is connected to Aegis, but in the face of benefits, whether or not this connection is reliable is something we'll talk about later," Luine said. Wei Rong laughed. "Brother Lu, are you trying to sow discord?" "That's right. I'm trying to sow discord between Brother Wei and Aegis. I believe that Brother Wei will put on a good show sooner or later, and it won't be too late." Luine smiled confidently. Wei Rong smiled. "Then we'll wait and see. But before that, I hope that Brother Lu will be safe. I'll be counting on Brother Wei's auspicious words." Luine smiled and then ended the call. It had already been a few days, but there had been no news of the Poison Master attacking Frostwave Weave, nor had there been any news of the old smoker assassinating the Poison Master. This made Luine feel rather uneasy. The Poison Master was a huge threat, and it was not easy to find him. Once he was targeted, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Luine had not rested for a few days. That night, he stood in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace and looked into the distance. The sky was covered by the enormous projection of 3 continents, but it still could not hide the bright lights of the capital. The small tavern was still open. The owner should have saved up enough money to open a proper store, but he had not and continued to maintain the tavern. Luine suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold behind him. His eyes trembled as he saw terrifying rune lines extend to the soles of his feet. He had experienced this familiar feeling once before. He Wuxian of the 7 sky gods had come. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had learned about the terror of the 7 sky gods from Ku Wei, and they were the rulers of the Neo-Human Alliance. They were terrifying powerhouses whose strength could not be estimated. Luine did not know why such a ruler had appeared in the Outerverse or why they were looking for a puny explorer like him. However, he could not deny that he was afraid. Anyone who faced such a powerhouse would feel fear. No one was unafraid of death, and Luin was no exception. Mr. Mu had said that the person he had encountered was not He Wuxian himself, but just a strand of his spiritual force. Even so, he had not been able to resist. Fortunately, Mr. Mu had given him a jade stone to protect. "Sir Luin, we meet again." The cold voice was like metal scraping against metal, causing one to shudder. "You're not Blacklist God. It's impossible for him to appear in the outerverse." It looks like Sir Luin understands the 7 sky gods. "I'm Blacklist God, but I'm also not Blacklist God. I'm here to ask if Sir Luin has changed your mind." "As long as Sir Luin agrees, Aegis will immediately be destroyed, and we will allow Sir Luin to easily unify the outerverse." Luin sneered, "I'll say it again. If everyone turns into zombies, so what if I unify the universe? Then, the despair will continue. Sir Luin, I look forward to our next meeting." With that, the gloomy feeling disappeared, and the clamor of the city entered his ears once more. Luin exhaled and looked around, but he couldn't find any rune lines from Black Wuxian. Aegis and Black Wuxian had shown him that rune lines were not omnipotent, and some people could hide. What exactly did the Neo-Human Alliance see in him? Was there really no one else in the outerverse who was more suitable than Luin to unify the outerverse? Luin was puzzled. The current situation was giving him a headache. Aegis, the Yu bloodline, the Neo-Human Alliance, Wei Rong, the Central Weave, and so on. Even if the innerverse and outerverse were separated, the situation was still not that simple. It could only be said that the Astral River had isolated the innerverse's complicated situation while releasing the outerverse. The outerverse had never been simple, and it had only been suppressed by the innerverse. Right, he had no money. Luin thought of a very serious problem. Without money, he would not be able to increase his power, which was not good. He had to find a way to earn money. 10 days quickly passed, and during this time, the rumors in the outside world never stopped, especially in the Central Weave. Countless people said that Luin was afraid of Aegis and that he had not even dared to speak after being attacked by Aegis. Luin had indeed not shown himself, which allowed these rumors to spread. There were even many places within the Great Eastern Alliance that were slandering Luin, and there were even demonstrations in some places that demanded that Luin step down from his position as alliance leader. These demonstrations were quickly suppressed, but this also showed that Lu Yin's reputation within the Great Eastern Alliance had taken a hit. Aegis wanted to use this method to establish its might. As long as Luin did not admit defeat, they would not rest. Lu Yin's unification of the Great Eastern Alliance had allowed his reputation to reach an extremely high level in the outerverse. This kind of person was exactly what Aegis needed, and only by suppressing such a person would they be able to show the outerverse how powerful Aegis was. During this time, the various powers did not make any moves. Even the Amethyst Trading Company did not make any moves, and they quietly observed the situation. Luin had been anxiously waiting for news from the old smoker, as he was afraid that he would receive news that the Poison Master had poisoned the Great Yu Empire's commoners. This continued until that afternoon, when a piece of news quickly spread throughout the outerverse, shocking countless people. The Poison Master had died. The Poison Master was a legend, and even though he was infamous, he had set the record for killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. 100 billion people, a number that caused one's scalp to tingle, had all died at the Poison Master's hands. For this reason, the innerverse and outerverse had specifically searched for the Poison Master to kill him, and even the Hall of Honor had made a move. However, they had not been able to find the Poison Master. The Poison Master might not have been as strong as other assassins when it came to direct combat, but his ability to hide and preserve his life was too high. Although the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the Poison Master had not dared to show his face for several decades. It was only when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated that the Poison Master was reactivated by the Aegis. The Great Yu Empire was where the Poison Master had once again set the record. The Aegis had not been trying to scare Luin, as they had truly intended for the Poison Master to make a move in the Great Yu Empire. They should have done so long ago, but the Poison Master had been targeted by the old smoker. He had used all sorts of methods to escape, but in the end, he had not been able to escape and had died in outer space. The news and photos of the Poison Master's death had shaken the outerverse, and countless people had seen the Poison Master's appearance. He had been a very ordinary short old man, but no one doubted his identity as the person who had killed him had been the #1 assassin, the old smoker. When news of the poison master's death reached Lu Yin's ears, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other assassins, as no matter how powerful they were, they could only kill a limited number of people. The poison master was the most ruthless of them all. Now that the poison master had died, Lu Yin could finally relax. The poison master's death caused countless people to speculate about who had hired the old smoker. The Aegis was furious, and they did everything they could to contact the old smoker. Lu Yin immediately ordered someone to secretly spread the news that he had hired the old smoker. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was rather embarrassing, and Lu Yin did not want to spread the news. However, he had to let others know, so he could only do so in secret. Not long after, the old smoker contacted Lu Yin and asked for some natural treasures. Lu Yin sent the old smoker an address, where he had already placed 12 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. The price for killing the poison master was 5 baht, and the other 5 baht was the price for killing the judge. The remaining 2 were Lu Yin's goodwill. Just like how the various great powers had tried to join the second management of the Aegis in order to avoid being assassinated by the Aegis, Lu Yin also wanted to avoid being assassinated by the old smoker. Lu Yin did not want to be targeted by a fierce person who had dared to assassinate the master of the Blaze Realm. Who knew what methods such a person had? The fact that this person was able to participate in the Outerverse assassin rankings meant that he was not an enlighter. The fact that he had been able to escape from the Blaze Realm meant that he had some mysterious methods. Lu Yin was not confident that he could defend himself against this person, and he could not keep wearing his universal armor. That's enough. The white smoke formed 2 words on the screen. Lu Yin said, "Next target, the judge. The remaining 2 are for you." The white smoke drifted around the screen for a while before forming words. "Are you a member?" Lu Yin blinked and then rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? A member? A member? What's that? The monkey was confused. Lu Yin was confused. What member? The white smoke drifted around the screen. Topping up 10 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger will allow you to enjoy my services. I will issue missions and complete them as quickly as possible. Priority will be given to members. In the world of assassins, if someone places a bounty on a member, I will notify the member and also provide anti-assassination services. If a member is in danger and is within a certain distance, I will act according to my discretion. If the list of benefits dazzled Lu Yin, and so much white smoke formed words that he was stunned. This old smoker had a good head for business, and he even provided membership services. How many members do you have? Lu Yin asked. The white smoke drifted around for a while before finally forming a number. 0. Lu Yin was speechless, as the old smoker didn't even have a single member. It made sense, as not everyone had natural treasures that could help them avoid danger, let alone topping up 10 at once. Any organization with that many natural treasures wouldn't need the protection of an assassin. Speaking of which, this thing suited him well. He didn't have many things, but these natural treasures were the most abundant. Alright, I've topped up. I have 10 left. Lu Yin was very generous, as he felt that there was no need to be so serious when talking to the old smoker. Thank you, boss. The white smoke formed 4 words. Get rid of the judge as soon as possible. Don't worry, it won't be long. The screen disappeared, leaving Lu Yin in a good mood. Assassins weren't as old-fashioned as they seemed, and this old smoker could be of use to him for a long time. The news that Lu Yin had hired the old smoker to assassinate the poison master gradually spread. Many people sought out Lu Yin for confirmation, but Lu Yin neither admitted nor denied it. Aegis contacted the old smoker and told him not to act against their assassins, but the old smoker's reply left Aegis helpless. Assassins were paid to eliminate disasters, and Aegis understood this principle. If possible, they would have liked to recruit or eliminate the old smoker, but they didn't have the ability to do so. Just as Aegis was thinking of a solution, news of the judge's death spread a few days later. A large number of photos of the judge's death appeared on the Outerverse network, and the killer was still the old smoker. The news of the judge's death was even more shocking than the poison master's death. Although poison masters were ranked higher, that was only because they had killed a terrifying number of people. They hadn't been active for many years, so most people didn't know how terrifying poison masters were. However, judges were different. They had always been active in the assassin world and were ranked 4th. They were definitely powerful and had never failed in their assassinations. The deaths of such experts sent chills down the spines of countless people. If even a judge and a poison master could be killed, then how powerful was the old smoker? Could it be that as long as one could hire him, they could kill anyone they wanted to kill? This question sent chills down the spines of many, and even more people asked about the price of hiring the old smoker. When they learned that the price was a natural treasure that could help them avoid danger, they had no choice but to give up. Aegis was furious, and they contacted the old smoker again to ask him to stop, but the old smoker ignored them completely. Countless eyes focused on Luin once more. Had he hired the old smoker? The price of killing 2 top assassins was definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 natural treasures. How many more did he have? How many more times could he hire the old smoker? This was a question that countless people wanted to know, and it was also what Aegis wanted to know the most. Most of the reason why Aegis was able to intimidate the Outerverse was because of the 6 assassins in the top 10. Now, 2 of them had died at Lu Yin's hands, while the other 2 had died at the old smoker's hands. Aegis only had 2 top assassins left, and their threat had decreased significantly. If Lu Yin continued to hire the old smoker to snipe their assassins, they would be in trouble. Even a sea of mercenaries couldn't compare to a single top assassin. Aegis wouldn't allow any more top assassins to die, so they had no choice but to contact Lu Yin. It was still the same person, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. "Your Excellency Lu Yin, you hired the old smoker, right?" a cold voice asked. Lu Yin had heard too many similar voices recently from the world of darkness, and he was already numb to it. "So what if I did? Does your Excellency want to start an all-out war with Aegis?" Lu Yin sneered, "Then let's start a war. The next target might not be an assassin. It might be you or Star Fox. It seems that your Excellency knows a lot about Aegis, but what you know is only the surface. Aegis was able to survive the catastrophe that wiped out the assassins tens of thousands of years ago. We didn't just rely on a few assassins. I hope your Excellency can think clearly. From the moment you dared to threaten me, you'll have to bear the consequences. I, Lu Yin, will not be threatened by anyone. I'm not even afraid of the Day-Night clan, let alone your Aegis. I hope that the security at your headquarters is even tighter than the Blaze Realms. Otherwise, it won't be much of a challenge for that old smoker." After the call ended, the people from Aegis immediately hung up. They were obviously very angry. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. Let's see how long you can last. He contacted Old Smoker once more. His next target was Black Tiger, who was ranked 10th on the assassin ranking and one of Aegis' assassins. Over the next few days, the Great Eastern Alliance was embroiled in a bitter tug-of-war. Due to the deaths of several top assassins, Aegis crazily sent countless assassins and mercenaries to the various weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance to assassinate various important figures and instigate wars. Many of the weaves were thrown into chaos, and the various weaves organizations could only grit their teeth and fight against Aegis. In just a few days, more than 10 organizations that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance had been wiped out. More than 1,000 important figures from the various weaves had died, which caused the entire Great Eastern Alliance to fall into a state of panic. People constantly contacted Xianxia, requesting that Lu Yin send an allied army to deal with the situation. However, against the assassins and mercenaries scattered throughout the Great Eastern Alliance, it was impossible for the allied army to act individually. Aegis hoped to use this method to force Lu Yin to submit. However, a few days later, the picture of Black Tiger being assassinated by Old Smoker spread all over the network. The various weaves of the Outerverse were shaken, and everyone could tell that this was a battle between Lu Yin and Aegis. Now, Aegis only had one top assassin left. Although the Great Eastern Alliance was in chaos and many people were dissatisfied with Lu Yin had accumulated his power for a long time. Furthermore, Aegis did not have any top assassins who could assassinate the important figures of the organization. For the time being, the Great Eastern Alliance would not resist Lu Yin as much as Aegis wanted. Aegis contacted Luine once again, but this time, Luine did not pick up. Every time, Aegis had been the one to contact him, which was too passive. Aegis was more anxious than anyone else. Once the last top assassin died, Aegis would lose all face. Although there were still some Aegis members among the top 10 assassins, Old Smoker only needed to act 2 or 3 more times, or even assassinate Star Fox, and Aegis would have a real headache. The reason why Luine had not hired Old Smoker to assassinate Star Fox was because he was waiting for negotiations. Not long after, Madame Nayland contacted Luine. Luine saw that it was a call from Madame Nayland, and his lips curled up. Aegis had given in. He clicked on the call, and Madame Nayland's alluring face appeared. She looked at Luine strangely and smiled. "Your Highness, I admire you." Luine smiled. "Admire me for what?" Madame Nayland smiled. "After so many years, very few people have been able to make Aegis give in. Even in the Innerverse, there aren't many who can do it. Your Highness, you're one of them." Luine shrugged. "Let's hurt each other and see who gives in first." Madame Nayland solemnly said, "Actually, if Aegis really wants to drag this out, they can afford it. They still have countless training bases in the Central Weaves and the Western and Eastern Weaves, and they train no less than 10,000 assassins and mercenaries every day. Once all of these assassins and mercenaries are sent to the Great Eastern Alliance, it will only take a few months for the Great Eastern Alliance to descend into chaos." Luine nodded. "I believe that, but I also believe that by that time, Aegis will no longer have any so-called first or second management. That's why I want to be a peacemaker and resolve the grudges between the two of you." Madame Nayland smiled. Luine sat down and gestured for her to speak. "Let's talk." Madame Nayland solemnly said, "Aegis means that they will no longer oppose you. As long as you're the Alliance leader, they will not act against the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the weaves that don't belong to the Great Eastern Alliance, it will be a fair competition, and you will no longer hire the Old Smoker to assassinate anyone from Aegis." Luine fell into deep thought. Madame Nayland tried to persuade him. "Your Highness, this is already the best possible outcome. Aegis is one of the 4 major corporations, and they need to maintain their reputation. You can't really expect them to apologize to you in front of the entire universe, right?" Luine coldly replied, "Are we just going to let the assassination on Xianxia Star go? Tens of thousands of people died, and more than half of them were civilians of Xianxia Star. I can't just let this matter rest." Madame Nayland replied, "Aegis can pay compensation and remove all of their secret bases within the Great Eastern Alliance. This is already their stance, and everyone can see it." Luine tapped his fingers on the table. Madame Nayland looked at Luine from within the screen. She had never expected Luine to be able to do this. She had assumed that the Great Eastern Alliance would be at a disadvantage, as Aegis was hidden in the shadows, and their hidden power was too great. The second management level was also involved with countless powers in the universe, and they had abundant funds and influence throughout the Outerverse. However, she had never expected that the Old Smoker would be able to change everything. This was the universe, and absolute experts could often change the course of a war. However, what she could not understand was how Luine had managed to hire the Old Smoker. Even the Nayland family did not have many natural treasures that could help them avoid danger. Over the past few days, the Old Smoker had assassinated 3 of Aegis' top assassins, and he had needed no less than 10 natural treasures. Where had Luine obtained them? Could it be that the rumors were true, and that he had the Hall of Honor backing him? Then why hadn't the Hall of Honor acted directly? Luine tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Madame Nayland. "I have one more condition. If you agree to it, then my grudge with Aegis will be settled." "What is it?" Madame Nayland asked. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. "I want to join the second management level of Aegis." She was shocked. "You want to join Aegis?" Luine smiled. "That's right. I want to join the second management level." She did not understand. "Why do you want to join Aegis?" "Based on the fact that you can hire the Old Smoker, no assassin in the universe can threaten you. There are no benefits in joining Aegis." "Your Highness, Aegis will not give you any dividends." "I know. That's the only condition I have. You can help me ask around, but if they don't agree, then we'll just continue to waste time. At worst, the Great Eastern Alliance will just disband. I, Luine, have plenty of resources to hire the old smoker. I'll definitely be able to eliminate all of those assassins from Aegis, Luine said resolutely. Madame Nayland ended the call and contacted Aegis. Not long after, an unfamiliar call came through. Luine accepted the call and heard the same cold voice. Your Excellency Luine, do you wish to join Aegis? That's right. May I ask why? Most people join the second management level to avoid being assassinated by us. You don't have to worry about that. Luine calmly replied, not only do I want to join the second management level, but I also want to meet Star Fox. I want to be able to influence some of Aegis' decisions. Based on what? The cold voice asked. Luine replied, based on the fact that I can hire the old smoker at any time, based on the fact that I'm the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, and based on the fact that I have the Hall of Honor behind me. The other party was silent for a moment. I'm Star Fox. Luine was not surprised. Then, what's your answer? Your Excellency can join Aegis, and you can also make some suggestions. However, I cannot guarantee that your suggestions will be accepted. If Aegis encounters a problem that we cannot resolve, I hope that your Excellency can help us. Is that possible? Star Fox asked. Luine agreed. No problem. He then ended the call. He had only thought of joining Aegis a few days ago. He could use the old smoker to threaten Aegis, but it was impossible for him to eliminate them. Aegis' hidden influence was too great, and even now, he did not know how many other powers in the Great Eastern Alliance were affected by Aegis. When Wei Rong had attacked Source Peak Planet, he had joined forces with Aegis, and Luine was worried that Wei Rong would gradually influence Aegis or even control it. Since he was not confident that he could eliminate Aegis, this was the only way. At the very least, he had to ensure that Aegis would not help Wei Rong deal with him. If they had to choose between him and Wei Rong, Luine believed that Aegis would rather give up on Wei Rong than become enemies with him. After this tug-of-war, Luine had made the entire universe recognize him. Even Aegis had been forced to leave the Great Eastern Alliance. Countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's methods and ruthlessness, as well as his determination. The countless people who had slandered Luine within the Great Eastern Alliance seemed to have disappeared overnight. Everywhere was filled with people singing his praises, and the various weaves immediately expressed their goodwill, wanting to praise Luine to the heavens. Luine took the opportunity to purge the powers that had always opposed the Great Eastern Alliance, and at the same time, he increased his efforts in consolidating resources. His prestige was at its peak, and no one dared to oppose anything he did. This was especially true after many powers from. It was just a trading company, and while it seemed quite large, it was nothing to Aegis. Luotian wanted to hold another performance on Xinyu Star, but she had not obtained the approval of the upper echelons of Amethyst Trading Company. Her performance plans were very strict, so she could only return to Xinyu Star in the future. Luine sent Zi Rong and the rest off. He was concerned about Zishua's identity, but since she did not want to acknowledge him, there was nothing he could do. Luotian's reluctant gaze made him feel a little strange. Seventh bro, my woman left. The monkey was dejected. Luine was speechless. In Source Peak Weave, in outer space, Wei Rong dismissed everyone and turned on his gadget. Soon after, a cold voice was heard. What's the matter? Are you admitting defeat? Wei Rong asked. The cold voice contained a bone-chilling intent. Be careful with your attitude. Wei Rong sneered. Fully withdrawing from the Great Eastern Alliance? It looks like you're really afraid of Luine. We can't deal with him for now, but it won't be difficult to destroy the Wei family. Wei Rong did not mind. Actually, Luine was only able to hire Old Smoker because of the entire Great Eastern Alliance's support. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the resources to hire Old Smoker? How about this? Let's work together. You provide me with mercenaries, and I'll help you deal with Luine. With just you? Wei Rong replied, of course not. I can form an alliance with a central weave, just like the Great Eastern Alliance. We'll talk about that after you form an alliance. Wei Rong then hung up. Wei Rong exhaled and looked at the sky in amusement. The Great Aegis is actually afraid of being beaten up, Lu Yin, you're ruthless enough. But I'm curious as to who's attacking the Mathis Bank. That's a real big move. After Aegis withdrew from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Eastern Weaves immediately quieted down. Lu Yin found some time to attend a court meeting, but when he looked at the ministers present, he felt a little embarrassed. It had been a long time since he'd attended a court meeting. Lu Yin hoped that he would be able to increase the number of androids in the future. He took some time to visit the Third Ring Continent and saw Xianxia and Xiaohua, and the others training at Yu Academy. Beiqing was nowhere to be seen the whole day. No one knew where he went. Li Zimo had always wanted to challenge Kaze, but Kaze had completely ignored him. Ever since this dire barbarian clan member had been brought to Xenu Star by Lu Yin, he had become extremely well-behaved, to the point that Lu Yin even thought that he had been replaced. He was most concerned about Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei. He still couldn't find them, and he didn't know where they had gone. The bespectacled mist child contacted Lu Yin and sent him a series of words of admiration. This reminded Lu Yin of Top Mist, and he immediately contacted the mist child. "What's up?" Top Mist asked. Lu Yin asked, "Do you know anything about Aegis?" Top Mist was puzzled. "Didn't you reconcile with Aegis?" "I'm curious. Do you know how strong those old assassins from Aegis who have been sealed in ice all this time are?" Lu Yin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. The Poison Master, the Magistrate, and the others were all current assassins, but the old assassins who had founded Aegis were the greatest threat. Those who had been able to survive the disaster that had besieged the assassin world were definitely not ordinary people. Top Mist answered, "I don't know their exact strength, but there are definitely enlighters among them." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Are you sure? Even if a person is sealed in ice, there's a time limit to how long they can remain sealed in ice. Only space-exploring powerhouses can remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years without dying. Hunters can even remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years, and there are even more enlighters. Since they were able to survive the disaster of the assassin world tens of. Aegis is just an amalgamation, and it isn't an inherited power. What's the price for hiring you?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Top Mist fell silent for a moment. "Very expensive." He only said 2 words before hanging up. Lu Yin still wanted to ask about Granny Chan's situation, hoping that he could hire this old man to deal with her. However, the old man didn't seem to want to chat with him. It made sense, as they had once been enemies. Even if they weren't enemies now, they weren't friends either. Lu Yin's peaceful days lasted for more than half a month. It had been more than 2 years since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and many of the Outerverse isolated weaves were gradually recovering. Lu Yin took some time to ask Madame Naylan, and he learned that tyrannical weave would soon be unobstructed again. When that time came, the enlighters that the Naylan family had consecrated would appear, and they would no longer need Lu Yin's protection. Many of the areas in the eastern weaves that had been isolated also gradually recovered. Lu Yin was looking through his star chart when he received a piece of news that caught him off guard. Peach had been captured. Peach was the captain of the 6th Squadron of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons. Even though Lu Yin wanted to replace her, he hadn't done so yet. Peach was still the captain, and she held a lot of authority in her hands. She was a lofty figure in the Eastern Weaves, but someone had actually dared to act against her. At this moment, the blind monk requested an audience. Lu Yin allowed him in. The blind monk saw Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. He anxiously said, "Your Highness, Captain Peach has been captured. Please save her." Lu Yin looked at the blind monk. "I only just found out." "Who captured her?" The blind monk's face turned ugly, and he answered, "The Temple of Tiamo." Lu Yin's expression changed. "The Mordor Weave's Temple of Tiamo?" The blind monk nodded. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This Temple of Tiamo was no ordinary power. The Outerverse was huge, and although its overall strength was not as great as the Innerverse, there were still a few powers that the Innerverse did not want to provoke. These powers were comparable to the 8 Great Flow Zones, and the Temple of Tiamo was one of them. On the surface, there were 3 great powers that the Innerverse feared. They were the Mordor Weave's Temple of Tiamo, the Tyrannical Weave's Myriad City, and the Endless Weave's Dark Phoenix Tribe. Myriad City had gathered a significant portion of the Outerverse wealth, and their slogan was, As long as you have the ability to enter Myriad City will have the ability to make you rich. Even the meetings of the 4 major corporations had to be held in Myriad City. Only this city, which was known as the wealthiest of all, could support the 4 major corporations. It was said that even a beggar in Myriad City would have a fortune as long as you had the ability to sneak in and beg. With so much money, what couldn't one do? This was the foundation of Myriad City, and their weapons were money. As for the Dark Phoenix tribe, they were known as the Fallen Undying Birds and were the mortal enemies of the Innerverse Phoenix family. They had been expelled from the Innerverse and possessed the Black Undying Bird flames. The Phoenix family was a powerful family in the Innerverse, and just because they did not have a good reputation did not mean that they were weak. Even the Day-Night clan rarely provoked them, and there were members of the Phoenix family among the 10 arbiters. The fact that the Phoenix family could become mortal enemies with this family showed just how terrifying the Dark Phoenix tribe was. The Temple of Tiamo was as famous as Myriad City and the Dark Phoenix tribe, which showed just how powerful they were. The most famous power in the Eastern Weaves was the Temple of Tiamo. Unfortunately, the Temple of Tiamo had always been very closed off and did not interact with the outside world. The network only said that the Temple of Tiamo was proficient in using bows and arrows, but no one knew the specifics. Some time ago, when Iron Blood Weave had been summoned, the Mordor Weave, Myriad Veil Weave, Greatwoods Weave, and several other weaves had been isolated, and no one had appeared. Otherwise, they would not have fought so fiercely. Speaking of the Temple of Tiamo, it was the only power in the Eastern Weaves that spanned across 2 weaves. The Temple of Tiamo controlled both Mordor Weave and Myriad Veil Weave. Has the Mordor Weave been restored? Luwine asked. The blind monk answered, 10 days ago, the energy isolation was removed, and the weave has officially been restored. Why did they kidnap Peach? Luwine asked curiously. The blind monk hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If I hadn't looked through your resumes, I would have thought that you were all from Frostwave Weave. Peach was born in Mordor Weave, so is she related to the Temple of Tiamo? You have the best relationship with her, but she's now one of my people. Tell me everything about her, or I won't be able to save her. You should be aware of the Temple of Tiamo's strength, they're not Aegis. The blind monk nodded and said, I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Peach once said that if she disappeared one day, it would be the Temple of Tiamo's doing. Luwine stared at the blind monk. What else? The blind monk met Lu Yin's gaze. I really don't know. I only know that Peach once said that the Temple of Tiamo would not let her off. There's also one more thing, Peach is actually only 22 years old. Luwine was shocked. What did you say? Peach is only 22 years old? The blind monk nodded. Luwine was stunned. He remembered someone saying that Peach was more than 100 years old, and that she had only been able to maintain her youthful appearance because she had eaten some sort of natural treasure. Didn't her resume say that she was more than 100 years old? The blind monk shook his head. His Majesty helped Peach change her appearance. Peach has always pretended to be older than 100 years old, and her body has always been that large in order to avoid being captured by the Temple of Tiamo. I never expected that they would still be able to find her this time. Luwine recalled Peach's every move and realized that he had been too careless. Peach did not seem like someone who was more than 100 years old. She loved snacks, apologized whenever she made a mistake, treated people sincerely, and even treated them as friends. Weren't these the characteristics of a child? He had actually thought that she was more than 100 years old. What a joke. Wait, if Peach was only 22 years old, then that meant that when he had first met her, she had only been around 15. How had she become a cruiser? Luwine looked at the blind monk in disbelief, but the monk seemed to know Lu Yin's doubts and shook his head. I really don't know the specifics. I hope that your highness can save Peach. She has always treated you as a friend. Luwine immediately summoned Aiden and brought the blind monk with him. They then boarded a spacecraft and headed to the Moto Weave. No matter what the reason was, he could not allow Peach to be captured. She was both his subordinate and his friend. In the starry sky, a strangely shaped spaceship that resembled a long arrow was flying towards the east. Within the spaceship, Peach was tied to a pillar with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. In front of her was a young man with a sinister expression who was staring at her coldly. At this moment, Peach was no longer the petite girl that Luine had always seen. Instead, she had transformed into a girl who was 1.6 meters tall, and her appearance had changed quite a bit as well. However, he could still recognize her at a glance. This was her original appearance. Ever since Undying Yushan had brought her to the Great Yu Empire, she had used her star energy to transform her body and maintain the appearance of a little girl. Because he had gotten used to seeing her, even Luine hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Peach, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up and your thoughts have matured. Hand it over so you don't have to suffer," the young man said coldly. Peach spat and glared at the young man. "Xiaozi, don't even think about it. I won't give you the arrow. Just give up." Xiaozi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Peach, leaving a red handprint on her face. "Damned girl, you're still as stubborn as you were back then. Do you really think that someone can save you? The headmaster has been in seclusion for dozens of years, and my master has always been in charge of the Hall of Taimo. If he wants you to live, you can live, but if he wants you to die, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." Peach glared at Xiaozi, her eyes filled with killing intent. Xiaozi sneered. "Right, I almost forgot. You're the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron, and I think you're from the Great Yu Empire. Tell me, if Master sends someone to destroy the Great Yu Empire, won't you feel guilty?" Peach's eyes widened. "That's my business, and it has nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. It was the Great Yu Empire that saved you back then, right? That alone is enough. You should understand the strength of our Taimo Palace, and a tiny Great Yu Empire is nothing to us," Xiaozi threatened. Peach suddenly laughed as she looked mockingly at Xiaozi. "The Hall of Taimo has always been sealed off from the world. You don't even watch the news? Did they really think that they could destroy the Great Yu Empire? What a joke. Check it out yourself, the Great Yu Empire is no longer the Great Yu Empire of a few years ago." Xiaozi arched an eyebrow and looked behind him. One person walked out and activated his gadget. There was an introduction to the Great Yu Empire and the Great Eastern Alliance. Xiaozi was surprised. The Great Eastern Alliance? Luine? An Enlighter assassin? Peach looked at him mockingly. "You'd better let me go. Otherwise, be prepared to face the wrath of the Great Eastern Alliance." Xiaozi watched for a long time with a grim expression. However, he still sneered and looked at Peach. "Little Peach, have you forgotten how the Taimo Hall obtained its current status?" Peach's expression changed, her eyes filled with deep fear. A long time ago, the Temple of Taimo had been threatened by a powerhouse from the Innerverse whose power level exceeded 300,000. That powerhouse did not care about the Outerverse at all, and he had wanted to forcibly occupy the Temple of Taimo. In the end, he had been killed by a single arrow from the Temple of Taimo. It was from then on that the Temple of Taimo had gained an extraordinary status. Even though most of the Innerverse powers did not have any old freaks with power levels over 300,000, the Temple of Taimo had been able to kill such a powerhouse. This was their foundation. Peach knew that the Temple of Taimo had 3 Enlighters and that they had the ability to kill an old freak with a power level over 300,000. That was the true strength of the Temple of Taimo. Xiaozi sneered when he saw Peach's expression change. He grabbed her hair and stared at her. "It'll be fine if that Luine doesn't come, but if he does, my master can just destroy him." "What Great Eastern Alliance? In the eyes of the Temple of Taimo, they're just a bunch of trash." Peach's face paled, and she gradually despaired. The Temple of Taimo could rival the Innerverse's great powers. The Great Yu Empire might be able to withstand 1 or 2 Enlighters, but they could not withstand the Temple of Taimo's foundation, let alone rescue her. In this part of the universe, there was no one who could rescue her from the Temple of Taimo. In the Eastern Weaves, the arrow-shaped spacecraft was the symbol of the Temple of Taimo. No matter where it went, it could go as it pleased, and no one dared to stop it. But today, the Temple of Taimo's sword-shaped spacecraft had been intercepted at the vast Earth sect. Xiaozi was furious. "What's going on?" A disciple from the Temple of Taimo reported, "Senior Brother Song, the vast Earth sect's elder Huaqiao intercepted the spacecraft." He said. "What did he say?" Xiaozisong's tone was cold. The disciple's expression turned ugly. He said that he wants to search the spacecraft. Xianxia slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it. The vast Earth sect sure has guts. How dare they search the Temple of Taimo spacecraft? After saying that, he suddenly looked at Peach and saw the hope in her eyes. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly slapped her again, tearing her mouth open. Damn girl, you'd better pray that the Great Eastern Alliance doesn't cause trouble for the Hall of Taimo, otherwise, I'll ask Master to destroy them. With that, he coldly snorted and walked out. Peach glared at Xianxia's departing figure with a complicated expression. The vast Earth sect could not have intercepted the Temple of Taimo spacecraft for no reason. Had His Highness really taken action? The Temple of Taimo was not Aegis, and they had the resources to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Outside the spacecraft, the vast Earth sect spacecraft was lined up in a row, blocking the arrow-shaped spacecraft. Elder Huaqiao stood in space, looking at the arrow-shaped spacecraft in front of him with fear. The Temple of Taimo was a terrifying power that dominated the Eastern Weaves, and it was one of the top powers in the entire Outerverse. No one had expected that they would be reconnected so quickly. If they had been a step earlier, the Great Eastern Alliance might not have been established so smoothly. Fortunately, this power was isolated from the rest of the world and had not participated in the Outerverse power struggles for countless years. If possible, Huaqiao did not want to provoke this power, but he had received orders from his superiors, so he could only brace himself and stop them. Xianxia walked out of the spacecraft and saw Huaqiao. He sneered, and his body flickered as he appeared in front of Huaqiao. Elder Hua, long time no see. Huaqiao frowned when he saw Xianxia. You are? Temple of Taimo, Elder of Technique Imparting Elder, disciple of Grandmaster Bei, Xianxia. His voice reverberated throughout space, causing the vast Earth sect disciples to feel apprehensive. Huaqiao remembered and solemnly said, so it's Peking Teacher's eldest disciple. We've met once before. Xianxia stared at Huaqiao coldly. Elder Hua, how did my Temple of Taimo offend your vast Earth sect? Why did you stop us? Huaqiao hesitated and then said awkwardly, to be honest, Peach, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 6th Imperial Squadron, has gone missing. Alliance Master Lu suspects that you have taken her away, which is why he stopped you. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Can the Temple of Taimo be blamed for the disappearance of someone from the Great Yu Empire? It seems like the Eastern Weaves have forgotten about our Temple of Taimo after a few years. Do they really think that the Great Eastern Alliance can suppress us? Huaqiao did not answer. He had naturally heard of the legends of the Temple of Taimo. Even an Innerverse powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 had been instantly killed. The Temple of Taimo had a background that surpassed the Outerverse, and it was completely different from Aegis. Xianxia coldly said, get out of the way. I have urgent matters to report back to the Temple of Taimo. If I'm delayed, will your vast Earth sect be able to bear the consequences? Huaqiao apologized, I'm really sorry, but please wait for a moment. Alliance Master Lu will be here shortly. Xianxia was furious. What a joke. My Temple of Taimo has traveled the universe and has never been stopped before. You actually dare to make us wait for that Luin? How bold of you. Huaqiao's expression did not change, and he allowed Xianxia to yell and shout. He did not respond, as he was only responsible for stopping Xianxia's group and handing them over to Luin. If there was any trouble, the Great Yu Empire would naturally take care of it. Of course, he did not intend to conduct the search that he had mentioned earlier, as Xianxia's status did not allow him to do so. Doing so would be equivalent to slapping Bei in the face. Bei was one of the enlighters in the Temple of Taimo, and the vast Earth sect did not want to offend him. Xianxia angrily questioned and tried to force Elder Huaqiao to back off, but the elder remained indifferent. Xianxia even wanted to attack, but in the end, he did not. After all, this was the vast Earth sect, and it was impossible for him to charge through on his own. Fine, I'll wait here and see if your Alliance Master dares to search my Temple of Taimo spacecraft. Think about the consequences. Xianxia then turned around and returned to his spacecraft. Huaqiao sighed, as Luin really was as Lu Yin naturally knew how terrifying the temple of Taiyamo was, which was why he had ordered the vast Dearth sect to intercept Xianxia's group. He wanted to rescue Peach outside of the motor weave. Once they entered the motor weave and entered the temple of Taiyamo's sphere of influence, it would be hard to say what would happen. One day later, Hua Qiao's anxiously waited for Lu Yin's arrival with Aiden and the blind monk. Alliance Master. Hua Qiao bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the arrow-shaped spacecraft that was not too far away, and his eyes narrowed as he saw quite a few rune lines. In order to search for Peach, he had directly enveloped the spacecraft with his domain. Within the spacecraft, Xianxia sensed the domain, and his face turned cold. How dare you spy on my temple of Taiyamo? He then took out a bow from his cosmic ring and fired an arrow in Lu Yin's direction. Xianxia had a power level of 130,000, and he was a hunter. Logically speaking, his attack should not have been very strong, and it was far weaker than an infernal judge or an assassin. However, this arrow shocked Lu Yin, as it did not contain any complicated battle techniques or strange innate gifts. The arrow pierced through the void, and all of Xianxia's attacks were concentrated on the arrow. The number of rune lines in this arrow far exceeded 130,000 combat power. It was at least 180,000 combat power. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the arrow with his thunder shield. There was a thump as the arrow was destroyed, as this attack was not even qualified to make him move. Lu Yin was shocked by the arrow intent within Xianxia's arrow, but the power of the attack was not very high. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, a significant portion of the opponents that Lu Yin had faced had been enlighters, and even the weakest had been a peak hunter. Xianxia's arrow was not worthy of Lu Yin's attention, but the arrow intent was extraordinary. Xianxia had not expected his arrow to be blocked so easily. He walked out of outer space and looked around coldly. He saw Aiden and Lu Yin. During the day that he had been stopped, Xiaozi had read quite a bit about Lu Yin and gained some understanding of him. He had to admit that Lu Yin was a legend, but his personality was a little lawless. Although Xiaozi was arrogant and looked down on the Great Eastern Alliance, he was no fool. When faced with someone who was both lawless and capable, he would restrain his temper. Xiaozi forced out a smile and flew towards Lu Yin. After all, this was the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and it would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Xiaozi was thinking about how he could threaten Lu Yin to not pursue the matter with Peach so that he could smoothly take her away. He thought of many things to say, and he even considered contacting his master and having his master talk to Lu Yin. However, he never expected that what awaited him would be a slap. No, 2 slaps. Lu Yin acted quickly, and just as Xiaozi was about to speak with a smile on his face, Lu Yin slapped him. Xiaozi was stunned, and Elder Hua Qiao and the rest were stunned as well. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. However, this was not the end, as another slap landed on Xiaozi's face, causing both sides of his face to swell up. Xiaozi himself was stunned, as someone had actually dared to hit him like this. Even in the face of the Innerverse's great powers, he would still be able to speak with assurance. However, at this moment, his mind was completely blank. The blind monk looked at Lu Yin in shock. Hadn't His Highness done a lot of research on the Taiyamo Palace? How could he still dare to do this? Aiden's lips curled up, as he liked Lu Yin's temper. Lu Yin moved his wrist and looked at Xiaozi. Does it feel good? Xiaozi sobered up, and his eyes were filled with extreme killing intent and hatred. You're courting death. He attacked Lu Yin, but Aiden grabbed him. Under the effects of his 9-lined battle force, the Taiyamo Palace was very powerful, but that did not mean that their disciples were not afraid of death. Even the Day-Night clan had been beaten into submission by Lu Yin, so there was no need to mention them. Elder Hua Qiao's face paled. Your Highness, what? Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Elder Hua Qiao from speaking, and then he looked at the blind monk. Go, bring Peach out. The blind monk acknowledged and immediately entered the arrow-shaped spaceship. Xianxia glared at Lu Yin. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Great Teacher Academy. I'm a disciple of the Taiyamo Palace. Are you trying to scare me? Lu Yin bent over and looked down at him. Xiaozi's eyes were bloodshot. You're crazy, Lu Yin. How dare you offend my Taiyamo Palace? You're dead. My master won't let you off. Your Great Yu Empire is finished, and so is the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin swung his hand and slapped him again, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Many of the Temple of Tai Mo disciples on the spacecraft glared at him in anger. You kidnapped my people, and now you're threatening me? I'll just assume that you're telling the truth. If I die, you'll die before me. Do you believe me? Xianxia did not dare to speak any further, as he had almost forgotten that the person in front of him was a madman who had even dared to deal with the Day-Night clan. The Innerverse Sun family had also wiped out the Enlighters from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Enlighters from the Dire Barbarian clan. Even the Innerverse powers were not afraid of this person, but this person was lawless and might actually kill him. When he thought about this, Xianxia was terrified. His hatred and resentment were replaced by endless fear. What do you want? Aiden sneered. What a piece of trash. At that moment, the blind monk brought Peach out of the spacecraft. Luin looked at Peach with a strange expression. She was no longer a little girl, but rather a young lady. This was her original appearance. She had always maintained her appearance as a little girl in order to avoid being tracked down by the Tai Mo Palace. Peach looked at Luin with an aggrieved expression, and then she burst into tears. Luin was stunned, and he watched as Peach hugged him and cried like a child. He did not know what to do, as this was a young lady. This girl had probably gotten used to maintaining her innocence, and she could not change it. Luin hurriedly comforted her, and it took a while for her to calm down. Tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Your Highness, you shouldn't have come. Luin was speechless. You're already crying, and you're still talking about this? If I didn't come, who would avenge you? Peach's tears turned into a smile, and the two handprints on her face were especially obvious. The blind monk handed over some medicine. Peach rubbed it over her face, and the handprints quickly disappeared. She looked past Luin and angrily glared at Xianxia. Luin pulled her over. An eye for an eye. Hit me. Xianxia looked up. Didn't you already hit me? That's because I didn't like you. This is revenge, Luin said. He then turned to Peach and said, hit me however you want. Don't hold back. Peach bit her lip, and two crisp slaps rang out as Xianxia was slapped twice more. Huaqiao's heart trembled, but there was nothing he could do about it. Whatever, he had already hit Xianxia. A few slaps did not make any difference. Both sides of Xianxia's face were swollen, and he glared at Luin in anger and fear before glaring at Peach. Aiden slapped him once more. What are you looking at? Xianxia sullenly lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Luin glanced at Xianxia and then returned to the spacecraft with Peach. It was just the two of them now. All right, tell me. What happened? Peach looked at Luin with an aggrieved expression. Can you not tell me? No. Luin glared at her. Peach lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. Luin helplessly replied, if you don't tell me, how can I help you? You've been in the Great Yu Empire for so many years, and they still haven't given up. They won't give up in the future either. We'll go up against the Hall of Tai Mo one day. You don't want me to die without even knowing how, right? We're friends. Peach pursed her lips, and her body transformed back into the petite and adorable Peach. It's still more comfortable like this. I'm used to it. Luin laughed and took out a bag of snacks from his cosmic ring. Peach's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly accepted it with a sweet smile. Thank you. Luin shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to maintain this innocence forever. This girl had gotten used to it. After taking a bite of the snacks, Peach looked up at the sky and slowly said, according to ancient legends, the ancestors created the Hall of Tai Mo because they obtained 3 arrows from the heavens. Each arrow contains unfathomable power, and the Hall of Tai Mo's arrow intent is derived from these 3 arrows. It evolved into a divine archery battle technique that seeks to break through all techniques with a single arrow. For countless years, the Hall of Tai Mo has been researching these 3 arrows without communicating with the outside world, and their strength has been growing steadily. These 3 arrows have always been guarded by the descendants of the 3 ancestors who created the Hall of Tai Mo. Today, one is in the hands of Headmaster Gong Ling, one is in the hands of Elder Bay, and the last one. She paused and looked at Luine. I have it. Luine was shocked. You have an arrow? Peach nodded. My master is the descendant of this arrow, so it was naturally passed down to me. It's a pity that our lineage has declined. Master Bay has been coveting our arrow for a long time, and he's doing everything he can to obtain it. If not for His Majesty, Undying Yushan, I would have died 10 years ago. Luine understood. It was no wonder why the Hall of Taimo had not given up on it. If it had been him, he would not have given up on it either. Peach looked at Luine with a complicated expression. Your Highness, I am extremely grateful that you've come to save me. Our friendship has not been in vain, but it ends here. The Hall of Taimo's foundation is too deep, and you don't understand it. Go back. This is an internal struggle of the Hall of Taimo, and it has nothing to do with you. Luine asked, is your strength related to that arrow? Peach nodded. I don't know why, but that arrow suddenly pushed my strength to the cruiser realm. However, that's all. My strength hasn't improved much over the past few years. What will happen to you if you return to the Hall of Taimo? Peach munched on her snacks and swung her legs. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to complain when the headmaster comes out of seclusion. If I'm unlucky, then there's nothing I can do. Your headmaster is in seclusion? Yes, he's been in seclusion for decades. I haven't even seen him. Can he guarantee your safety once he leaves seclusion? Peach nodded. Master said that the headmaster is fair. If he wanted to steal our arrow, he would have done so long ago. Master Bay wouldn't even have a chance. It's because the headmaster is in seclusion that he dares to make a move. Master told me to endure until the headmaster comes out. Luine smiled bitterly. As long as he's in seclusion, forget a few decades, even a few centuries might be possible. If he can't endure it, then wake him up. Peach was shocked. Wake him up? Luine placed a hand on her head. You're mine, and I won't let anything happen to you. Let's go to the Hall of Taimo together. Peach's mouth fell open, and then she was overjoyed. Really? You're willing to accompany me to the Hall of Taimo? Luine smiled. Of course. You're the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Peach cheered, but then she became conflicted. No, it's too dangerous. The Hall of Taimo once instantly killed an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. It's too dangerous for your highness to go. Many things are dangerous. Flying through the heavens can cause one to be wiped out by the stars. This is the fate of cultivators. Don't worry, I'm confident, Luine said. If things really did not work out, then he still had Mr. Mu. He wasn't even afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, so why would he be afraid of the Hall of Taimo? He would not watch Peach die, not only because they were friends, but also because no one would want to rely on him in the future if he did not care about her. Whether it was out of friendship or other considerations, he had to save Peach as much as possible. The Hall of Taimo would not give up on that arrow, and if Peach was willing to give it up, then she would not have to suffer. In that case, he could only go to the Hall of Taimo to face it. Xianxia had not expected Luine to actually dare to go to the Hall of Taimo, and he was delighted. But then, he was slapped again, this time by the blind monk. Xianxia had the best relationship with Peach, and he had wanted to slap Luine for a long time. However, he had not been able to find a reason to do so until now. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and viciously glanced at Luine and the others. Just wait, as long as they reached the Hall of Taimo, he would make these people suffer. Luine was not in a hurry to go to Taimo Temple. Since he was already in the Vast Earth Weave, he naturally had to pay a visit to the Vast Earth Sect. The first time he had heard of the Vast Earth Sect was because of Mengyu. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Vast Earth Sect was actually the Desolate Palm. Back then, he had been shocked by the Desolate Palm and thought that it could directly absorb vitality. The outside world had also heard that a single palm strike could cause all living creatures within a certain range to wither. However, as his cultivation deepened, he gradually felt that this was impossible. How could vitality be absorbed so easily? The Desolate Palm did not absorb vitality, but instead, accelerated the consumption of water in a living creature's body. Of course, even if it did not absorb vitality, its power could not be underestimated. The Vast Earth sect was the dominant power in the vast Earth weave, and it was established on a continent with dozens of planets floating in space. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Yin's arrival shook the Vast Earth sect, and everyone from sect master Meng Tianlong to the lowest disciples all welcomed him. Lu Yin could feel the Vast Earth sect's respect. Although the Vast Earth sect had caused him quite a bit of trouble in the past, they had not betrayed him ever since he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Vast Earth sect had withstood the threat and had not embarrassed him. Lu Yin's impression of the Vast Earth sect was quite good. The only thing he had noticed was that Meng Tianlong often stayed outside the Vast Earth sect's elder Meng Qing's seclusion room, waiting for him to emerge. Lu Yin was very concerned about this, as Meng Qing was an enlighter who had not appeared since his seclusion. Although his appearance would not affect the overall situation, and he would not be able to force the Vast Earth sect to leave the Great Eastern Alliance, he would still be able to restrict Lu Yin to a certain extent. This was the main reason why Lu Yin had come to the Vast Earth sect. He wanted to see Meng Qing's situation. The results made his heart sink, as he saw Meng Qing's rune lines. The others could not see them, and only Lu Yin could see them. Although those suppressed rune lines had not erupted, they were definitely the rune lines of an enlighter. Meng Qing was still alive. "Alliance Master Lu, let me show you around," Meng Tianlong said politely. This was the first time that he had met this youth, and they had only contacted each other through communications. He had never felt the shock of meeting Lu Yin in person. No wonder he could make Aegis submit and not fear the Hall of Taimo. Lu Yin smiled and nodded as he followed Meng Tianlong around the Vast Earth sect. During this time, they happened to see the Vast Earth sect's disciple recruitment trial. Millions of elite cultivators from all over the Vast Earth weave had emerged from their own planets to participate in the Vast Earth sect's trial, all for the sake of joining the Vast Earth sect. Lu Yin had gone through Astral 10's entrance exam, and his identity was that of a trial taker, not a spectator. He had watched from the perspective of a spectator as millions of youths fought to the death for a spot, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. These youths were the elites of their home planets and had high hopes for them. The more outstanding ones had reached the Sentinel realm and could even fly, just like the 7 sages of Earth who were called Realm of Sky powerhouses. They were gods in the eyes of ordinary people, but that was only the beginning of cultivation. In the eyes of the Great Yu Empire, they were nothing more than roaming soldiers and cannon fodder. There were a few who cultivated using formcast models and had decent aptitudes that had attracted the praise of some of the seniors in the Vast Earth sect. However, when placed in the perspective of Vast Earth Weave, they were very ordinary. Vast Earth Weave was also very ordinary when placed in the perspective of the Outerverse, and when placed in the perspective of the entire universe, the Outerverse was even more ordinary. This was not a difference in cultivation, but rather a difference in level. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin did not even know how he had gotten to this point. He had only been cultivating for 7 years. This was also why he was regarded as a legend. These brats are too ignorant and their cultivation is too shallow. They've embarrassed themselves in front of the alliance leader, Meng Tianlong said. Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw the disciples fighting to the death. Indeed, these people were indeed ignorant and thought that the Vast Earth sect was the heavens of the universe. But wasn't he the same? Most people in this universe were frogs in a well, and they did not know that they were in the fusion of 5 collapsed mainlands. There was still a 6th mainland outside, and there was also the astral wilderness. There was also a boundless and powerful civilization that might even suppress the human civilization. When he had gone to the erudite flow zone's border, he had seen the scene of a higher civilization looking down on a lower civilization. Was he sure that they were a higher civilization? Was there a pair of eyes above his head that were constantly observing him? When he thought of this, the arrogance in Lu Yin's eyes disappeared. To look down on others, one had to first stand at the top, and he was far from standing at the top. Sect leader Meng, can I go to Taima Temple with you? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Meng Tianlong was shocked. The alliance leader wants me to go? Lu Yin nodded and looked at Meng Tianlong. I'm paying an official visit as the Vast Earth sect's sect leader. Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position, as he did not want to go. This was originally a conflict between Lu Yin and Taima Temple, and if he went, it would be the same as dragging the vast earth sect into it. Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Ying continued, "Sect leader Meng, the Great Eastern Alliance is paying an official visit to Taima Temple. As one of their allies, it is only right for you to go along. If I go alone, I will not be able to keep up appearances, and people will mock my Great Eastern Alliance for not being united." Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position. Alliance leader, Taima Temple is not like the other powers, and they are not easy to get along with. Lu Ying smiled. "Do you think they would dare to make a move against you or me? We're paying a visit in the name of the Great Eastern Alliance. Even when two armies are at war, envoys cannot be killed, let alone Taima Temple, which spans across two weaves. It's settled then. We'll immediately set off for Moto Weave." He did not give Meng Tianlong a chance to retort and simply turned to leave. Moto Weave was located southwest of Vast Earth Weave, and it was separated by an asteroid belt and an uninhabited area that was not part of the weave. After passing through that uninhabited area, one would officially arrive at Moto Weave. Taima Temple was isolated from the rest of the world and rarely interacted with the outside world. Disciples from Taima Temple were stationed at the border of Moto Weave, and no one was allowed to enter without the Taima Temple's permission. Xiaozi Song was a living signboard, and the moment he showed up, the spacecraft smoothly entered Moto Weave. Lu Ying had previously not been sure why Taima Temple did not interact with the other powers, but after hearing Peach's words, he could somewhat guess the reason. With those 3 arrows, they did not need to learn any battle techniques from the outside world, and they had their own set of techniques. Furthermore, they were probably afraid that those 3 arrows would be exposed and attract the attention of the Universe's great powers. No matter how strong Taima Temple was, they could at most rival the Dire. He had experienced this feeling before in the Tempest Flow Zone, in the space of the Golden Ocean, in the Starfall Sea, and in the Sea King's Dome. Although the rune lines hidden within Taima Temple were not as numerous as the rune lines at the Sea King's Dome, which he could not even look at, it still caused his eyes to hurt. These rune lines were not something that could be covered by someone with a power level of 300,000, they definitely exceeded 500,000. Only a powerhouse with a power level above an emissary could possess such a terrifying amount of rune lines, or even more. It was no wonder why Taima Temple could instantly kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 with a single arrow. Lu Ying solemnly looked at the distant mountain that towered into the heavens, and he felt a sense of reverence. Peach stood beside Lu Ying with a complicated look in her eyes. "I was born here, and I almost died here." Lu Ying looked at Peach and saw the nostalgia in her eyes, as well as a bit of fear. He placed a hand on her head. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Peach looked at Lu Ying. "Your Highness, if there's any danger, just leave on your own. Don't worry about me, got it?" Lu Ying laughed. "Got it. Don't worry." Peach grunted in acknowledgement. Behind them, Xiaozi Song, who was still tied to a pillar, smiled proudly. Once they reached Taima Temple, he would make these people suffer a fate worse than death. There was a loud smack as a crisp slap landed on Xiaozi Song's face. Xiaozi Song was furious, and he glared at the blind monk in front of him. This bastard had slapped him multiple times along the way, more than everyone else combined. Xiaozi Song was determined to make this bastard pay the price. "Stop laughing so disgustingly," Peach threatened Xiaozi Song as she turned around to glare at him. Xiaozi Song snorted and lowered his head. His eyes flickered as he tried to think of a way to kill this group of people. The spacecraft landed at the foot of Taima Temple's mountain, and before the group could even exit, they were surrounded by numerous disciples. Countless arrows were aimed at the spacecraft, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Although most of these disciples were sentinels, there were quite a few melders and even limiters. There were also a few explorers, but Lu Ying was more concerned about the hunter rune lines hidden in the distance. There was more than one of them, which was the true danger. The blind monk grabbed Xiaozi Song by the neck and walked out of the spacecraft. Many of the Taima Temple disciples were furious. Lu Ying led Meng Tianlong, Aiden, and Peach out. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly, and he took a few steps forward. Sect leader Meng Tianlong of the Vast Earth sect has come to visit sect leader Gong Ling of Taima Temple. Please report this. The surrounding disciples revealed murderous looks as a youth walked out. He looked quite similar to Xiaozi Song, and his face was gloomy as he stared at Meng Tianlong. Sect leader Mang, your vast earth sect sure has guts. Do you want to start a war with Taima Temple? Let go of my brother. Mang Tianlong smiled. You must be one of the Golden Arrow disciples of Taima Temple, Xiaoziyu. Although I'm from the vast earth sect, I've heard of your great name. You once traveled to the Innerverse to challenge the top 100 rankings. You're a young genius. Xiaoziyu's expression softened when he heard Mang Tianlong's praise, but his tone remained cold. Since sect leader Mang has heard of me, then you should know that I'm a disciple of Master Bei. Currently, all of Taima Temple's affairs are handled by my master, Master Bei. What are you trying to do by kidnapping my brother? Mang Tianlong helplessly replied, Your brother kidnapped someone from the Great Eastern Alliance and blackmailed us. My vast earth sect wanted to stop him, but we were humiliated by him. We had no choice but to resort to this. Please report to sect leader Gong that Mang Tianlong has come to visit, and if he has offended you in any way, my vast earth sect will naturally. I will report this to master, so please release my brother first. Mang Tianlong looked at Luyin. Luyin walked out and glanced at Xiaoziyu before looking in the direction of Taima Hall. He suddenly shouted, Great Eastern Alliance Leader, Luyin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance Leader, Luyin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance Leader, Luyin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. A deafening echo echoed throughout Taima Hall, causing countless disciples to look towards the foot of the mountain. Xiaoziyu was furious. Shut up. How dare you disturb the headmaster's seclusion? Disciples, kill this person without mercy. As soon as he spoke, all of the Taima Hall disciples drew their bows and fired a volley of arrows at Luyin. There was no room for negotiation. Luyin did not move, and Aiden appeared in front of him. His thunder shield enlarged and blocked many of the arrows, especially the hunter's arrows that had been shot from the shadows. Your Highness, there's an expert, Aiden said. Aiden was referring to the two hidden hunters, but Luyin looked up at the sky wherein lighter rune lines had appeared. Master Bei had arrived. And in lighter strength was enough to crush everything. Although Master Bei's star energy was not as violent as Kai Jianxiang's, it still possessed a supreme pressure that was accompanied by a sharp aura. A giant arrow appeared in the sky and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. The arrow was so large that it was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it pressed down on the crowd. Xiaoziyu was terrified and hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin's expression changed. This Master Bei did not even care about Xiaoziyu's life and directly attacked. Did he not want Peach's arrow anymore? Xiaoziyu watched the arrow descend and shouted in fear, Run! Run! Mang Tianlong's face paled. The Taima Hall was indeed not easy to get along with. They had not even seen the headmaster before being attacked, and an enlighter had even attacked. Aiden growled as 9-lined battle force imprinted itself on his body. He leapt up and used his thunder shield to attack the giant arrow. With a boom, a heavy pressure descended, and the ground at the foot of the mountain caved in. Everyone felt an immense pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe, and Peach almost fainted from the impact. Above them, Aiden roared as his thunder shield continued to fall, unable to withstand the arrows. Countless disciples of the Temple of Timo were both shocked and excited, as Bei had made his move. Just the arrows formed from star energy were already so terrifying that they could sweep through everything. Although Beifeng's power level was about the same as Lord Egret's, the difference between their strengths was like heaven and earth. At the same level of power level, Beifeng was definitely not weaker than a powerhouse from one of the Innerverse's great powers. Aiden's thunder shield cracked open, and he could not hold on any longer. At most, he could block the attacks of ordinary enlighters from the outer verse, but it was already strenuous for him to face Lord Egret, let alone Master Bei. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took out a loudspeaker from his cosmic ring. Then, he took out another loudspeaker and assembled them one by one. This was something that he had borrowed from Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia had used this thing to request for reinforcements from the Tower of Resonating Light. Although the request had not been successful, Lu Yin had seen how useful it could be, and he had brought it along with him this time. When he saw that Aiden was stubbornly resisting, Lu Yin had Mang Tianlong and the blind monk attack together while he shouted into the megaphone, Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin, requests an audience with Sect Master Gong Ling. This shout startled many, as it was too loud. Even with Lu Yin's current strength, it caused ripples to appear in the void that swept through the entire temple of Tiamo. Everyone could hear it. In the sky, the arrows suddenly revealed their sharpness, and the thunder shield cracked open. Meng Tianlong and the blind monk attacked together, but they were suppressed at the same time. Bei was furious, and he wanted to finish everyone off. Lu Yin shouted again, and this time, many people from the temple of Tiamo jumped in fright. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out as Aiden and the other 2 were smashed into the ground. In the sky, the arrow suddenly shrank and shot towards Lu Yin. Peach's face went pale. Be careful, Your Highness. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he donned his universal armor. A gauntlet appeared on his right arm, and he clenched his fist. Battle force imprinted on it, and 3 grains of Fate's End moved around. He raised his head and retracted his right arm as he stared at the arrows. In the distance, countless disciples of the temple of Tiamo watched in astonishment. This person couldn't be thinking of taking Bei's arrow head-on, right? Was he crazy? He was just an explorer. As he watched the arrows descend, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he punched out. The gauntlet glowed, and layers of ripples shook the void. The void then collapsed as an enormous force broke free from everyone's line of sight and slammed into the arrows. Lu Yin had upgraded the gauntlet 7 times, and it could now withstand the physical strength of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. His physical strength had already surpassed that of a peak hunter, and with the gauntlet's double support, his physical strength had surpassed that of a hunter and reached the level of an enlighter. His punch, coupled with his universal armor, shattered the arrows under everyone's incredulous gazes. The entire ground sank, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had been suppressing this punch for a long time, and he had wanted to use it when Xinyu Star had been ambushed by the assassins. However, its destructive power had been too great, and a single punch had wiped out both the assassins and Xinyu Star. At this moment, Lu Yin had finally unleashed his full strength. His violent strength was enough to cause a planet to collapse, but it could not cause too much damage to this place. After all, this was the temple of Tiamo. Dust filled the air as everyone stared in shock. That explorer had actually shattered Master Bei's arrow with a single punch. It was too inconceivable. Aiden and the others were shocked as well, as Lu Yin's explosive physical strength was too abnormal. How could an explorer withstand such strength? His physical body should not have been able to withstand it. Xiao Ziyu and the others did not know how to describe what had just happened. Lu Yin was like a berserk beast. Up in the sky, Master Bei was astonished, but then an even more terrifying killing intent condensed. This kid could not be left alive, and he was about to attack when a youth flew over from the distance. He faced Master Bei and respectfully said, "The sect leader requests the elder's presence." Master Bei's eyes flashed. "The sect leader has come out of seclusion?" The youth replied, "Yes, he just came out." Master Bei angrily replied, "It must be that group of people down there who disturbed his cultivation. Once I've dealt with them, I'll go to the main hall to meet with him." The youth replied, "The sect leader has also invited them to the main hall." "Elder, please go ahead." Master Bei was unwilling to give up, and he glanced at Lu Yin and the others. His gaze lingered on Peach for a moment before he helplessly said, "All right, I'll go now." He then disappeared. The youth watched Master Bei leave with a look of disdain before descending. When the dust settled, Lu Yin flew out of the underground crater and clenched his right fist. Although he had blocked that arrow, his body had not been able to withstand the power of the double explosion, and his muscles had been torn apart. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Peach hurriedly ran over and asked with concern. Lu Yin shook his head and looked up at the sky. Master Bei's rune lines had disappeared, and in their place was a young explorer. Aiden and the others gathered around. The youth descended from the sky and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "You must be the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, Lu Yin." "I'm Gong Cho." Lu Yin nodded, as this name sounded familiar. Gong Cho greeted Lu Yin and then looked at Peach with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, little Peach. I've caused you to suffer." Peach stared blankly at Gong Cho with a complicated expression. She did not feel the hatred that she had felt for Xiaoziyu, but she also did not feel close to him. Gongqiu sighed and looked at Peach. Father has been in seclusion for decades. Back then, I went to the Innerverse to travel and was unable to protect you. I'm sorry. Peach lowered her head and did not reply. Luin looked at Gongqiu. You know Peach? Gongqiu nodded. A family friend. I even carried her when she was born. Xiaoziyu should be a family friend as well, right? Luin asked. Gongqiu nodded. Master Bei is a scheming person, and his methods are vicious. It's our fault that we were unable to protect little Peach. But don't worry, Father has already left seclusion, and he will not allow Master Bei to run amok. He then looked at Peach. Come with me to see Father. He hasn't seen you yet. Peach's eyes reddened, and she silently nodded. Luin suddenly recalled that Gongqiu was ranked 74th on the top 100 rankings. It was no wonder why this name sounded so familiar. This person was the son of Gong Ling, the head of the Taimo Palace, and a true powerhouse. There were only a few people in the Outerverse younger generation who could enter the top 100 rankings, and the most dazzling of them all was undoubtedly Moore, a counselor from West San Dios who had been born in the Outerverse. It was said that his birth had been accompanied by the deaths of billions of people, and he was an inauspicious person. After him was Puyu, who was ranked 13th, and then there was Tyler Phineas of the Dark Phoenix clan, who was ranked 14th. These three people were placed together, and Gongqiu had also entered the top 100 rankings. Everyone, please follow me. Father is waiting for you in the main hall, Gongqiu said courteously. Luin nodded, and the group followed Gongqiu to the main hall. As for Xiaoziyu, he was still being held captive by the blind monk. Gongqiu did not care about him since he was a witness. At this moment, Master Bei appeared in the main hall of the Taimo Palace. He immediately saw someone with his back to him and looking at a painting hanging in the main hall. There were 3 arrows on the painting, and although they looked ordinary, they were the ones that had created the current Taimo Palace. Master Bei entered the main hall and approached the person. Senior, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. The person turned around. It was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and bright eyes. He looked very kind, and he even had a smile on his face. This was Gong Ling, the head of the Taimo Palace. I wanted to continue slacking off, but I was woken up. Hee. Master Bei replied, my apologies, Senior, for disturbing your seclusion. Gong Ling waved a hand. It's fine. Sit, Junior. Master Bei nodded and sat to Gong Ling's side. Gong Ling sighed. You've been in seclusion for decades. The outside world must have changed a lot. Master Bei told Gong Ling about the Innerverse and Outerverse separation, as well as many other things. The only thing he did not mention was Peach. Gong Ling was rather emotional when he heard everything. I never thought that the situation in the universe would change so quickly. Right, the brat who woke me up said that he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. What's up with this Great Eastern Alliance? Master Bei's tone was gloomy as he answered, speaking of the Great Eastern Alliance, there's only one person, Luin. He's a legend. He established the Great Eastern Alliance in a vain attempt to unify the Eastern Weaves, and he's created endless massacres and incited disputes between the various great powers. He's even made an enemy of the 4 major corporations. He's extremely ambitious, and his methods are ruthless. After listening to Master Bei's words, Gong Ling sighed in amazement. There's actually such a powerful youth. I really want to meet him. No wonder he had the guts to barge into our Taima Palace. Master Bei's eyes flickered. Ever since this kid established the Great Eastern Alliance, more than 1 million people have died in vain. This scourge should be eliminated. Gong Ling smiled and took a sip of tea, but he did not respond. Instead, he asked, right, I heard from Gong Cho that there's only one little Peach left. Where's she? How's she doing? Master Bei laughed dryly. She'll be here soon. Senior brother, you'll be able to meet her soon. Gong Ling sighed. She went into seclusion for a few decades, and by the time she came out, her old friend was already gone. Little Peach, hee. She really does sound like a good name. The Taima Palace was a rather simple sect. Aside from the space station outside the mountain gate that could receive spacecraft, everyone else had to walk through the mountain gate, and there wasn't even a teleportation device. Fortunately, the group was fast, or else a normal person would not have been able to reach the main palace in 10 years. Brother Gong, what's that place? Luyin pointed to a place as they made their way to the main palace. Gong Cho replied, that's Arrow Mountain. Our weapons are bows and arrows, and we've been searching for rare treasures to create arrows for countless years. We store them in Arrow Mountain, and disciples with contributions can go there to exchange for them. Your Highness, the arrows in Arrow Mountain are all made from rare treasures, and even the worst ones are more precious than the arrows we normally see. They're worth a lot, Peach whispered to Luyin. Luyin nodded. He had noticed the Arrow Mountain not because of the arrows, but because of the abnormally boundless rune lines there. The reason why the Taima Palace had such a terrifying number of rune lines was mostly due to the Arrow Mountain. Could it have been drawn out by the arrows? That was impossible. No matter how precious a weapon was, it could not have such a large number of rune lines. Peach had only mastered one arrow, and it had been passed down from ancient times. Luyin had never seen such a terrifying number of rune lines on her body before. The Arrow Mountain is heavily guarded, right? Luyin casually asked. Gong Cho smiled. There aren't any guards. There's only an ancestor who oversees the mountain all year round. Ancestor? Is he also an enlighter? Luyin was curious. Gong Cho smiled. Perhaps. We rarely get to see him. Rumor has it that when the Temple of Tai Mo killed an Innerverse powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 with a single arrow, it must have been this ancestor, right? Meng Tianlong asked. Gong Cho nodded. That's right. The Patriarch rarely makes a move, but as long as he does, there's no trouble that he can't solve. This sentence was very arrogant, but no one could refute it. Everyone knew how powerful a powerhouse with a combat power of 300,000 and above was. Just now, Master Bei had almost suffocated them, let alone the elites with 300,000 combat power. The one that left the deepest impression on Luyin was Northgate Taisui, and the other was an elder from the Yu family of the Seven Courts. As for the Sea King, Mr. Mu, He Wuxian, and the others, Luyin had no idea how strong they were. A power level of 500,000. He wondered when he would be able to reach that level. Soon, the group arrived at the Tai Mo Temple's main hall. The main hall was grand and imposing, but Luyin was not that surprised, as he had seen the Sea King's dome before. The rune lines within the hall were boundless, and there were 2 enlighter rune lines. One belonged to Master Bei, who had just taken action, while the other belonged to Gong Ling, the head of the Tai Mo Temple. In the Outerverse, any organization with an enlighter would be able to move unhindered. Frostwave Weave, North Castle Weave, and many other weaves did not even have a single enlighter. However, the Tai Mo Temple had 3 enlighters and an unfathomable ancestor. This was the foundation of a great organization that the Innerverse feared. This time, Luyin was paying a visit as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, along with Meng Tianlong, the vast Earth Sect's sect master, so it was more formal. However, the moment they stepped into the main hall, Gong Ling ignored them and only stared at Peach. Peach also saw Gong Ling, and her eyes reddened. Gong Ling's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin's group, and he looked at Peach with an apologetic gaze. He reached out and stroked her hair. I've made you suffer, child. Peach felt wronged, but she did not cry like she had in front of Lu Yin. However, her expression made others feel even more sorry for her. Gong Ling looked at Gong Cho and sternly asked, who were the disciples that tried to kill Peach? Have you found out who they were? Gong Cho solemnly replied, I've already found out, but Master Gong Cho did not allow us to touch them. Gong Ling looked at Master Bei with a cold gaze. Master Bei stood up and said, there might have been a misunderstanding back then. I understand those disciples, and they are not evil by nature. Maybe Gong Ling raised a hand to interrupt Master Bei and stared at Gong Cho. Regardless of the reason, capture all those who tried to harm Peach and throw them to Arrow Mountain as slaves. Everything belonging to Peach's bloodline will be returned to their rightful owners, and anything that is lacking will be compensated by their seniors. Yes, sir, Gong Cho replied. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. He was an enlighter, but he had been forcefully interrupted. Furthermore, the sir's words were clearly meant for him to hear. "Sir, how should we deal with Xianxia?" Gong Cho asked. Master Bei looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling's gaze turned cold. "Throw him to Arrow Mountain as a slave for 10 years. No one is allowed to plead on his behalf." "Yes." Xianxia's face turned ashen, and he looked at Master Bei for help. Being a slave at Arrow Mountain was not life-threatening, but with such an experience, how would he be able to convince the others in the future? How would he be able to compete for the position of sect master in the future? Master Bei really wanted to plead for leniency, but when he saw Gong Ling's icy glare, he decided not to say anything. Lu Yin watched the master of Tama Palace display his might, but his expression remained calm. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly. He was still the vast Earth sect master, but he had been ignored. "Little Peach, are you all right? Come, let Uncle Master take a look." Gong Ling coaxed Peach, his tone gentle and apologetic. Peach shook her head. "I'm fine. This disciple has always been living in the Great Yu Empire, and it was all thanks to your highness that I was saved." Only then did Gong Ling notice Lu Yin and the others. He looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "Are you the one who woke me up?" Lu Yin respectfully replied, "I had no choice but to disturb Senior's seclusion. I hope that Senior will forgive me." Gong Ling smiled. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. You're very smart, and you're very bold. No wonder you were able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Even Sect Master Meng has been roped in by you." He then looked towards Meng Tianlong. Meng Tianlong forced a smile. "Long time no see, Master Gong." Gong Ling nodded. "You've grown up in the blink of an eye. I even drank with your grandfather in the past." Meng Tianlong choked on his words. How was he supposed to respond? His grandfather's generation had been brought up. Lu Yin looked at Meng Tianlong sympathetically. This vast Earth sect master had not had much of a presence since the beginning. Not only had he been ignored by the Tama Palace, but he had also been treated as a junior in front of the sect master. It was no wonder that he had been willing to follow along. "Everyone, please take a seat." Gong Ling invited everyone to take a seat. Master Bei said, "Senior brother, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Gong Ling grunted and did not ask him to stay. Before Master Bei left, he looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. They were guests from afar, but Gong Ling did not seem to care about them. Perhaps he did not even place Lu Yin and Meng Tianlong in his eyes, as he only cared about talking to Peach. Peach was very honest, and she told him everything about her life in the Great Yu Empire over the past few years. The two of them talked for more than half an hour. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he simply watched them talk. Finally, Gong Ling shifted his attention back to Lu Yin and Meng Tianlong. "Alliance Master Lu, Sect Master Meng, I'm sorry for the neglect," Gong Ling said with a smile. Meng Tianlong hurriedly said a few polite words. Gong Ling looked at Lu Yin. "Little Peach has caused trouble for the Great Yu Empire over the past few years, and she has also saved our lives. My Tama Palace will definitely repay her generously. You can go to the Arrow Mountain and pick 5 arrows to take with you." Lu Yin's brows rose. "Only 5? 7th bro, this old man is too stingy. 5 arrows? You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master," the monkey said. After Lu Yin left, Aiden's expression turned ugly. "They had been. I'm ashamed to accept it." Gong Ling smiled. "Very straightforward. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact my Tama Palace. We'll definitely help if we can." Lu Yin was delighted. "Thank you, Headmaster Gong." The group chatted for a long time, but it was mainly Gong Ling who dragged Peach along to chat. Lu Yin was bored, so he asked Gong Cho to show him around the Tama Palace. Meng Tianlong hurriedly followed along, and Gong Ling did not mind. That night, Lu Yin's group stayed at the Tama Palace, and no one came looking for trouble. Elsewhere, Gong Cho gave Gong Ling a detailed explanation of the Great Eastern Alliance, as Gong Ling would not listen to Bei Bei's instigation. However, there were many places in the Outerverse that had mixed opinions about Lu Yin. Gong Ling looked at the various news articles online and found them rather interesting. The four major corporations have always been in hiding, and the separation of the innerverse and outerverse has caused Aegis's ambitions to grow. They've become more and more tyrannical, and they'll suffer losses sooner or later. However, I never expected that they would be defeated by this junior. Although Aegis hasn't been around for long, they still have a strong foundation. They also have the second management level's huge network, but they still lost. This junior has some ability, Gong Ling sighed as he looked at the screen in front of him. The screen showed a picture of the attack on Xinyu Star. Gong Cho said, Luin was able to challenge the experts on the top 100 rankings when he was just a Lemeter. He once defeated Zhe Lin from the Divine Grade Hall at Planet P, and he's unequaled among Lemeters. After breaking through to the Explorer realm, he can even join the Hunters without any external items. He has the power to rival the top of the top 100 rankings. He's a genius, and if he uses external items, he can even join the Enlighters. Gong Ling sighed. He's not just a genius. He's a true freak, and he's only been cultivating for 7 years. Gong Cho was ashamed. Compared to him, everyone else pales in comparison. Gong Ling smiled. If it was just his cultivation talent, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, this kid has an ambition that ordinary cultivators cannot imagine, and he also has methods that match his ambition. This is what's most noteworthy. The establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance is enough to show that this kid has extraordinary courage, and his future is limitless. Does father think highly of him? Gong Cho asked. Gong Ling fell into deep thought and did not answer. The next day, Luin was summoned by Gong Ling alone. Alliance Master Lu, I was negligent yesterday, Gong Ling said politely. Luin replied respectfully, Senior, what are you saying? Gong Ling sized him up. Alliance Leader Lu, you're not even 30 this year, right? Luin nodded. Young and promising. When I was Alliance Head Lu's age, I still wanted to compete for the top 100 rankings, but I couldn't. Alliance Head Lu, you've already achieved so much. Give Alliance Head Lu another 10 years, and perhaps the entire Eastern Weave will belong to you. Gong Ling smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, you flatter me. Actually, I don't have much ability. It's mainly because of the help of my friends and the threats from the outside world that we're in our current situation. Gong Ling was curious. External threats? Alliance Master Lu, are you talking about the Astral Beast domain? Luin looked at Gong Ling. I wonder if Sect Master has heard of the Sixth Mainland? Gong Ling's expression changed, and he blurted out, how did you know? I'm more curious as to how the headmaster found out. The Sixth Mainland secret had long since been covered up by the Hall of Honor, and even many powers in the Innerverse did not know about it. Luin had only asked Gong Ling to test the waters. After all, the number of rune lines that the Temple of Tai Mo had concealed was terrifying. Even if Gong Ling did not know about it, Luin could have. The ancient books of my Hall of Tai Mo have recorded the Sixth Mainland. After all, our sect has been around for a long time, and we know some secrets about the ancient war. But Alliance Lord Lu, you're so young. How did you learn about the existence of the Sixth Mainland? Gong Ling asked. Luin smiled and said, the Hall of Honor. Gong Ling frowned. So you're saying that the rumors outside aren't false? Alliance Master Lu has long since obtained the Hall of Honor's support. The Sixth Mainland is a threat, and everyone knows about the war in Ironblood Weave. Elder Lohar once said that the Astral Beast domain was forced to retreat because of the Sixth Mainland's attack. However, the Astral Beast domain alone might not be able to stop the Sixth Mainland, which is why the Outerverse needs to consolidate its strength. The scattered Outerverse is too weak. Gong Ling agreed. The Outerverse isn't that bad, but it's just too scattered. Luin looked at Gong Ling. Since Senior agrees with this junior's idea, why don't you join the Great Eastern Alliance and prepare to resist future threats? The other weaves might not be aware of the Sixth Mainland's threat, but Senior should be very clear about it. You should know that the scattered Outerverse will not be able to stop the Sixth Mainland. Gong Ling smiled. The Sixth Mainland's threat is just your side of the story. I can't possibly throw away the traditions of the Hall of Tai Mo just because of a few words from you. Senior, are you talking about a close tradition? Luin asked. Gong Ling smiled. Alliance leader Lu saved Little Peach, and the Hall of Taimo is very grateful. The 5 arrows are a gift from the Hall of Taimo, and I, Gong Ling, have a gift of my own. Luin was unwilling to give up. He could use force against the other weaves, but he did not have the ability to do so against the Hall of Taimo. This was especially true when Gong Ling even knew about the 6th mainland, which made Luin feel even more uncertain. The Hall of Taimo might be hiding more than what they were seeing. Senior, the Hall of Taimo has an extremely high reputation in the Outerverse. Once we join the Great Eastern Alliance, we will definitely be able to bring in a bunch of other powers who are watching from the sidelines. Alliance leader Lu controls the Great Yu Empire. If I asked you to merge the Great Yu Empire and the entire Great Eastern Alliance into the Hall of Taimo to resist the 6th mainland's attack, would Alliance leader Lu agree without hesitation? Gong Ling asked with a smile. Luin was taken aback, but he then resolutely replied, if we were truly faced with a desperate situation and had to do so, then I would not hesitate. That's right. You also said that we would have to face a desperate situation. The Outerverse is currently peaceful, so how could there be a desperate situation? I know about the 6th mainland, but the others in the Hall of Taimo do not. How do you want me to convince them to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Besides, even if they did join the Great Eastern Alliance, what benefits would they bring to the Hall of Taimo? What the Hall of Taimo needs can be obtained from the Moto Weave and Myriad Veil Weave. There is no need for the other weaves to support them, Gong Ling explained. Luin fell silent. Gong Ling smiled, but he did not say anything. He sipped his tea and looked at Luin with interest. This kid actually wanted to rope in the Hall of Taimo with just a few words? He was too naive. However, this kid even knew about the 6th mainland's secrets. The Hall of Honor really thought highly of him. Unfortunately, the weaves that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance had only done so because of Lu Yin's threats. The Hall of Taimo was not something that Luin could threaten. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and even the Hall of Honor could not threaten the Hall of Taimo. Luin tapped the tea table with a single finger and looked up at Gong Ling Sr. The most important thing for the Hall of Taimo is the bow and arrow, right? Gong Ling nodded. That's right. My Hall of Taimo originally occupied Myriad Veil Weave because it produced many minerals that the Moto Weave does not have. It's very suitable for forging bows. Lu Yin's lips curled up. If this junior can forge bows that are even better than the Hall of Taimo's, and in batches at that, would Senior be willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance and cooperate with this junior? Gong Ling was shocked. Better bows than my Hall of Taimo's? Alliance Master Lu, you're underestimating my Hall of Taimo too much. That's right, since you haven't been to Arrow Mountain, I'll agree to give you 5 arrows. I'll take you to pick them out now. He then stood up. Luin asked, Senior, are you afraid? Gong Ling laughed. Alliance Master Lu, my Hall of Taimo's bow and arrow forging history is even longer than the Great Yu Empire's founding history. I'm saving you some face and don't want to embarrass you, so please don't pester me any further. How about this? Let's use the 5 arrows that Senior gave me as a wager. If this junior can improve those 5 arrows by another grade, then that should be enough to prove my abilities, right? Luin asked. Gong Ling sighed. Since Alliance Master Lu is so persistent, then fine. Out of respect for Little Peach, I'll give you 20 weaves. If your Great Eastern Alliance can gather 20 weaves, then my Hall of Taimo will join. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Really? Gong Ling nodded and smiled. Of course. It looks like Alliance Master Lu is very confident. Let me remind you that the entire Eastern weaves don't even have 20 weaves. Luin knew that he had to subtract the Moto Weave and Myriad Veil Weave, which meant that he would have to make a move on one of the weaves. No matter what, this is an opportunity. Senior, let's agree on 20 weaves, Luin said firmly. Gong Ling nodded. All right. Although it was 20 weaves, from Lu Yin's perspective, the most important thing for the Hall of Taimo was the bow. If he could really forge a bow that was even more powerful than the Hall of Taimo's, then he would definitely be able to change the Hall of Taimo's opinion of him. The Arrow Mountain was the core area of the entire Hall of Taimo, and it occupied a considerable area. Numerous long arrows were embedded in the dark red soil and emitted a sharp aura. From time to time, illusory arrows would streak across the sky, but no one knew where they came from. Under Gong Chao's lead, Luyin brought Peach, Aiden, the blind monk, and Meng Tianlong to the Arrow Mountain. When he saw the rune lines that filled the sky, he was amazed. The Hall of Taimo truly lived up to its name. Every arrow here had been forged using rare ores and various other rare treasures. Even a normal person would be shocked if they could shoot an arrow here. No one noticed that when they approached the Arrow Mountain, all of the arrows on the mountain trembled imperceptibly, and a pair of turbid eyes opened in the depths of the darkness. Aiden sighed when he saw the Arrow Mountain. There's actually a power in the Outerverse that can forge so many powerful arrows. Amazing. Meng Tianlong's eyes were filled with apprehension. This was the Hall of Taimo. If the disciples who had surrounded them had all been armed with arrows from this place, then they would have been in deep trouble. Some of the arrows even had unique effects. Gong Cho was pleased with himself. When it came to arrows, the Hall of Taimo would not submit to anyone, and the Arrow Mountain was their pride. Peach looked at the Arrow Mountain with nostalgia, and then she tugged at Luyin and whispered, "Let's go inside." The periphery isn't that good. Luyin nodded and led Peach inside. Gong Chao's mouth twitched, as he felt like a daughter who had been married off was like spilled water. On the Arrow Mountain, every arrow was separated by at least 1,000 meters, and some were even separated by thousands or tens of thousands of meters. From Lu Yin's point of view, some of the rune lines emanated by the arrows were directed towards the sky, while others were directed in all directions. There were even some arrows that were directed towards the ground. Luyin did not choose his arrows blindly, but rather based on the number of rune lines. Right now, he was conflicted about one thing: if he chose an arrow that was too good, would the Hall of Taimo be unhappy? There was a whoosh, and not too far away, an arrow trembled. A phantom image tore through the void, and the entire arrow vanished along with it. This arrow chooses its own master, Gong Cho said. Luyin was shocked. It's that advanced? Gong Cho smiled. Everyone in the Hall of Taimo knows how to forge, and that process is also the time to comprehend arrow intent. Cultivation is passed down from generation to generation, and some arrows are fused with certain arrow intents. Those who comprehend the same arrow intent can easily choose their own master. Luyin understood. This meant that when a master created an arrow and left it at the Arrow Mountain, a disciple would arrive and comprehend an arrow intent similar to the one who had created it and would choose its own master. This meant that the disciple would also be able to choose the arrow that was most suitable for them. This was the difference in their foundations. There were so many arrows on the Arrow Mountain, and they represented the generations of disciples of the Hall of Taimo. The group continued to walk deeper into the Arrow Mountain, and along the way, they encountered quite a few disciples wandering around. They seemed to be searching for the arrows that they wanted, and they also saw quite a few people in ragged clothes walking around numbly. These people were the slaves of the Arrow Mountain, and they were waiting to be summoned by the person who had forged the arrows so that they could help. "Brother Gong, what if a disciple accidentally obtains a powerful arrow?" Luyin asked. Gong Cho replied, "That depends on whether or not they have the ability to obtain it." Coincidentally, a disciple from the Hall of Taimo screamed in the distance. His hands were charred, and it was obvious that they had been burned. In front of him was an arrow that was completely red, and the temperature was so high that it seemed to distort the void. Peach's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, that arrow is not bad." Luyin curiously walked over. The disciple was unwilling to give up, and when he saw Lu Yin's group walking over, he thought that they were going to snatch it from him. He grabbed the arrow without hesitation, but this time, not only did his hands lose, but even his hair was burned off by the high temperature. Peach laughed. The disciple snorted and stood up, looking at Luyin provocatively as if he wanted to see him make a fool out of himself. Gong Cho smiled and shook his head. With Lu Yin's strength, he could easily pick up the arrow. Suddenly, the fiery red arrow trembled and flew into the distance, landing in someone's hand. Everyone looked over and was surprised to see that it was someone familiar. It was Xiaoziyu. He looked at Lu Yin's group proudly and casually played with the arrow in his hand. "My apologies, everyone, but the divine arrow chose its owner first." Gong Cho did not reply. Peach was furious. "Lucky bastard." Xiaoziyu sneered. I heard that the sect master allowed you to pick 5 arrows. I advise you to pick them at the foot of the mountain, or you might not be able to take them away. You dare threaten us? Peach was furious. Gongqiu stepped forward and sternly said, "Watch your attitude, Xiaoziyu. These are the sect master's honored guests." Xiaoziyu sneered and continued to play with the arrow as he looked at Luyin in a provocative manner. Luyin had not been interested in that arrow, and he had only come to take a look out of curiosity. There were so many arrows in Arrow Mountain, and that arrow was not even worth mentioning. He looked deeper into Arrow Mountain and slowly walked forward. Xiaoziyu followed him, still playing with the arrow in his hand. He was prepared to mock Luyin if he picked a bad one. These people had caused his brother to be sent to Arrow Mountain as a slave, and even if he could not take revenge, he had to find a way to vent his anger. Not only that, but he had also sent a group of disciples over to watch Luyin make a fool of himself. Only people like them who had played with bows and arrows all year round would know how to choose. The arrows that looked more powerful might not actually be that good. Even if they could not deal with this person, they would at least disgust him to death. "That guy is so annoying," Peach said hatefully. She had been hunted down by Xiao Zisong in the past, and now it was this Xiaoziyu. Gongqiu was helpless. He's the disciple of Master Gongqiu, and his faction has a very high position in Taima Palace. Of course, Luyin knew that one of the 3 arrows was in Master Bei's hands. Not only was his position high, but it was also unshakable. The group walked towards the depths of Arrow Mountain without anyone noticing. A pair of eyes stared at the group before finally landing on Luyin with a puzzled expression. Luyin paused and looked around. He had felt a chill run down his spine, and he had experienced this feeling more than once. It was the feeling of being watched by a super powerhouse. Could it be that ancestor Arrow Mountain? Luyin looked around seriously. That ancestor Arrow Mountain's rune lines filled Arrow Mountain, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. "You're just putting on an act. Do you really think you can pick a good arrow?" Xiaoziyu sneered at Luyin. The disciples behind him cheered. Peach's face turned red. Gongqiu frowned. These people were really annoying. Luyin looked at Xiaoziyu. "Are you saying that I can't pick a good arrow?" "Nonsense." Xiaoziyu sneered. Luyin smiled. "All of the arrows on Arrow Mountain came from your Taimo Palace, and they were all forged by you. Tell me, which one is worse?" Xiaoziyu was rendered speechless by her words. Did he dare to say which one was worse? Wouldn't that offend Luyin? Peach shouted, "That's right. Tell me which one is worse." Gongqiu looked on in amusement, as Xiaoziyu was reaping what he sowed. Xiaoziyu sneered, "Brat, you have a sharp tongue. The headmaster gave you 5 arrows. Let's see what you can pick." Luyin looked up at the sky and sighed. "Your headmaster gave me 5 arrows out of gratitude for taking care of Peach. I didn't plan on picking them since taking care of Peach is my duty. But since you've said so, I'll have to pick one. Perhaps I can pick a good one." Xiaoziyu sneered, and a tall girl behind him sneered, "You think you can do it? Don't be all talk and no action." "That's right. Pick one and try." The disciples cheered, and many more came over. Peach tugged at Luyin's sleeve. "Your Highness, do you know how to pick? How about I ask the headmaster for help?" Luyin patted Peach's head and then casually walked over to a boulder. There was a seemingly ordinary arrow stuck in it, and it was completely different from the other arrows that had even caused abnormal phenomena. It looked like a scrap of material. Luyin squatted down and easily picked up the arrow. "I'll take this." When he saw Luyin pick up the arrow, Xiaoziyu laughed loudly, and the disciples behind him also roared with laughter as they mocked Luyin. Peach stomped her foot anxiously. Aiden and the other 2 were very calm, as they understood Luyin well. How could they allow these people to laugh at them? Gongqiu was puzzled, as he could not see anything special about the arrow. This person was truly unfathomable. Luyin smiled and twirled the arrow in his hand. He looked at Xiaoziyu with a teasing smile. "Do you believe that even if I sold all of you, you still wouldn't be worth the price of this arrow?" Xiaoziyu laughed. As expected of the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. "Your words are so magnanimous. You must have trained your ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse from those weaves that you oppressed. Meng Tianlong's face immediately sank. Shut up, vile creature, he shouted, causing the sky to tremble. Everyone looked up and saw that Master Bei had appeared at some point. His face was gloomy as he stared at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. Boulder arrow. It's indestructible and can withstand a power level of 300,000. It's one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. Master Bei's words shocked everyone, including Aiden and the others. They had not expected Lu Yin to obtain one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. They knew that Lu Yin would not allow himself to be mocked, but this counterattack was too fierce. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. How was this possible? He had entered and exited Arrow Mountain many times, and he had seen this arrow many times. He had never thought that it would be one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. The disciples from Taimo Palace were similarly stunned, and they all looked at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand with heated gazes. Peach was overjoyed and skipped over to Lu Yin. She took the boulder arrow and exclaimed, "This is one of the best arrows? Is this for real? That old guy couldn't have seen it wrongly, right?" Master Bei did not care about Peach's rudeness, and he stared at Lu Yin. "Junior, how did you find it?" He did not believe that Lu Yin had such a deep understanding of arrows that he could find the boulder arrow with just a glance. It must have been Headmaster Gong Ling who had told him. Lu Yin shrugged and pointed at Xiao Ziyu. "He told me." Master Bei glared at Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. When did I tell you? Don't spout nonsense, you'll kill me." To Taimo Palace, arrows were more important than anything else, and the arrows on Arrow Mountain were even more so. They were equivalent to the inherited techniques of various great families. Now that the best arrow had been taken by an outsider, Xiao Ziyu was dead meat. Even if he was Master Bei's disciple, no one would be able to save him. Master Bei stared at Lu Yin again. He naturally did not believe that his disciple had told this person. His disciple was not crazy, and if he had known the value of this boulder arrow, he would have taken it away long ago. Lu Yin said, "I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but I was angered by you and randomly picked one. I was pretty lucky and picked the best one." Xiao Ziyu's face twitched. Master Bei narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiao Ziyu coldly. "You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at ruining things." There was no need to guess, Xiao Ziyu knew that he was in big trouble. He had only wanted to mock Lu Yin, but who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually take the boulder arrow? He was doomed. Lu Yin put away the boulder arrow and looked around. How infuriating. You think I don't know anything about archery? Fine, I'll take this seriously. He then walked deeper into Arrow Mountain, and the rest hurriedly followed. Xiao Ziyu's eyes were vicious, he had just been lucky. Master Bei did not leave, and his gaze remained on Lu Yin. He wanted to see just how many good arrows Headmaster Gong Ling had told Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked around leisurely, but after a short while, he stopped and looked to his right. There was an arrow that had frozen the void, and it seemed to be very good. Many people could feel the cold aura emanating from it. This arrow was imbued with cold energy. Lu Yin walked over. Xiao Ziyu's eyes narrowed, and he gave a look to someone behind him. That person rushed over and pressed a hand on the cold arrow before Lu Yin could. That person had clearly used an ice-related battle technique, and he successfully took the arrow away. Xiao Ziyu was pleased with himself. Master Bei's expression improved significantly. Peach was furious. "Your Highness, why are you walking so slowly?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Peach pointed at Xiao Ziyu. "Those people took the arrow away." "It's annoying." Lu Yin asked, "What arrow?" "Oh, you mean the arrow that emitted cold energy? What does it have to do with me? I didn't even plan on taking that arrow." He then walked over to where the arrow had been and squatted down with a bright smile on his face. In the sky, Master Bei's eyes narrowed. "Junior, don't move." Lu Yin did not listen to him, and he grabbed the shadow. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. The arrow had clearly been taken away, but the shadow was still there. What was going on? Unless it wasn't a shadow, but rather an arrow. Their guess was correct, as Lu Yin grabbed the black shadow arrow and caused it to distort. The world went dark, and everyone was temporarily blinded. Then, they felt as if they had been sucked into a spatial black hole, as if they had been swallowed. The blindness only lasted for a moment, and when they opened their eyes again, they were stunned to see the distorted arrow in Lu Yin's hand. Even an idiot would know that this was no ordinary arrow. Lu Yin sneered, "You're still trying to run? Show me your true form." The shadow arrow in his hand suddenly split into two, one black and one white. Two identical arrows appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoziyu was stunned. What the hell was this? In the sky, Master Bei suddenly reached out to grab Lu Yin. "Junior, put down the arrow." Suddenly, another force appeared and pushed Master Bei back. Gong Ling's sect master appeared with a gloomy expression. Master Bei anxiously asked, "Senior brother, why did you stop me?" Gong Ling stared at Master Bei. "I promised to give him 5 arrows for him to choose from. Since he's already chosen, he can't go back on his word. Do you want my Taimo Hall to become a joke?" But Master Bei was unwilling to accept this. Gong Ling looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, good move. Everyone has underestimated you." Lu Yin put away the black and white arrows in his hands and looked at Gong Ling. "Senior, what do you mean? I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but your sect's disciples looked down on me. As the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, I had no choice but to choose seriously. Of course, I was also lucky." Gong Ling glanced at Xiaoziyu. "Watch your mouth." Xiaoziyu wanted to cry, as he had simply wanted to ridicule Lu Yin. Clear arrow, lightless arrow. 10,000 years ago, a sect master forged them from a void black hole. Clear arrow has a devouring ability, and lightless arrow can cause the world to lose its color. Alliance Master Lu being able to find them is admirable, Gong Ling said slowly, his tone full of praise. Gong Cho looked at Lu Yin in shock. What ability did this person have to be able to do this? Picking arrows wasn't like fighting, so how was this possible? Lu Yin humbly replied, "It was just luck. I still have to thank your sect's disciples for their encouragement." Xiaoziyu's face twitched, and he looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. "Please don't talk about me anymore. Please don't bring me into every sentence." Peach excitedly pulled Lu Yin deeper into the mountain. Master Bei's expression turned ugly, and he looked at Gong Ling Sr., "Even my Taimo Hall doesn't have many of these arrows. If you give them to an outsider, I'd like to see how you'll explain this to the ancestor." Gong Ling calmly replied, "The ancestor is also watching. There's no need to explain." Master Bei snorted and chased after Lu Yin. He wanted to see what Lu Yin had obtained from the last 2 arrows. Since Lu Yin had been able to pick these arrows, it was unlikely that Gong Ling had told him about it. Unless Lu Yin was Gong Ling's illegitimate son, there was no way Gong Ling would have given him 3 arrows. As for luck, that was even more impossible. Master Bei wanted to see how Lu Yin had chosen these arrows. Lu Yin was pleased. Choose? Was that even necessary? The rune lines were clearly there, but these people could not see them. Sometimes, life was as lonely as snow. There were no soulmates. Peach was very proud. She held her head high like a victorious peacock. Lu Yin did not stop and continued walking deeper into the mountain. He had long since seen an arrow in the distance that was releasing rune lines without any concealment. Even the other cultivators would be able to see this power, but that arrow still existed, which piqued his curiosity. Looking at the direction Lu Yin was heading, Gong Ling and Master Bei exchanged glances. Was he planning to take the arrow? Gong Cho seemed to have thought of something as well, and he looked at Lu Yin. When he saw the confident expression on Lu Yin's face, his heart sank. Perhaps it was because of those 3 arrows, but Gong Cho had a feeling that Lu Yin would be able to take that arrow away. "Ah, I remember now. There's a battle arrow up ahead." Peach suddenly cried out in alarm, her eyes filled with excitement. Lu Yin and the others were curious. "Battle arrows?" Peach nodded. "That's right. Master once said that the arrow contained the power of a predecessor. It was forged by a certain elder of the Taimo temple who had cultivated his battle force to an extremely high level in the Innerverse. That arrow was infused with battle force after it was forged, and it even had 9 lines. It's very powerful. It's a pity that no one has been able to take it away after so many years. It seems like it can only be taken away by an expert who cultivates battle force. Luin looked at Gong Chou. Gong Chou nodded. Indeed, it's impossible to take it away without 9 lines of battle force. Once that arrow is shot out, it has at least 9 lines of battle force, and it's one of the rare divine arrows. Every year, there are disciples who try to take it, but none of them succeed. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Aiden. Aiden understood, but his expression did not change. 9 lines? Luin could not reach that level, but Aiden had. What a coincidence. In the sky, Master Bei's face sank. Senior, one of them has 9 lines of battle force. Gong Ling was shocked. Who? Master Bei pointed at Aiden. When Aiden had attacked Lu Yin's group, he had been blocked by his Thunder Shield's 9 lines battle force. Aiden had left a deep impression on him, as not everyone could withstand the power of an enlighter. Moreover, Aiden was not an ordinary enlighter. Gong Ling's face turned ugly. Was this brat going to take away all 4 arrows? At that moment, Master Bei spoke up, his voice echoing through the sky. You are not allowed to use others to pick up the arrows. Otherwise, it's considered cheating, and you will be expelled from the mountain of arrows. Luin looked up. This was directed at him, but it did not matter. It would be good to watch. Not long after, the group arrived at a spacious wasteland. There was not a single blade of grass growing within a radius of 10,000 meters, and there were no other arrows in sight. There was only a single, ancient-looking arrow stuck into the ground in the center of the wasteland, and it emitted an oppressive aura. Aiden looked at Luin. Luin slowly walked forward and had the others wait in place. Everyone stared at him. Xiao Ziyu sneered. This bastard thinks that it's so easy to take away the arrow? It's impossible to do so without 9 lines of battle force. As Luin approached the arrow, he felt the pressure grow stronger. When he was less than a meter away from the arrow, he saw that there were purplish-red veins on the arrow's body. Occasionally, a red stripe would flash across the arrow, which was the sign of 9 lines of battle force. Sure enough, there had been traces of 9 lines of battle force left behind. Some people could attach their power to other people or objects, such as Night King Zhenwu and the Sea King. Power vessels were left behind by such people, and this arrow could be considered one of them. 8 lines of battle force suddenly appeared around Lu Yin's body, shocking the disciples of the Temple of Taimo. He then grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it out. The arrow did not budge, and the 9 lines of battle force was about to collapse Lu Yin's 8 lines of battle force. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. In terms of strength, he naturally did not fear 9 lines of battle force, and his overall strength was not necessarily that of Aiden's. At the very least, he could withstand an attack from 9 lines of battle force. However, he could only use his battle force to retrieve the arrow, and he could not use the secret art. Hold on. Luin suddenly had an idea. Right, why not? Back in the ruins of the Daosor sect, he had barged into the battlefield between the 10 arbiters and the Riemlings, and he had used the secret art to snatch the jade stone that contained the progenitor's inheritance. The secret art was an expert when it came to snatching things. Luin straightened his back, and outside, the disciples of the Temple of Taimo relaxed. They had not expected this person to have 8 lines of battle force. Was he crazy? How did he cultivate? Fortunately, 8 lines of battle force was still not enough to take away the arrow. In the history of the Temple of Taimo, there had been powerhouses with 8 lines of battle force. Gong Ling and Master Bei looked at each other and rejoiced. If the arrow had been taken away as well, then the Temple of Taimo would have lost some face. After all, the arrow was very famous, and all of the disciples of the Temple of Taimo knew about it. However, their thoughts were too simple. Luin turned around and smiled at Gong Ling and Master Bei. He then waved his hand, causing the arrow to disappear and reappear in his hand. This was the secret art. It could even transfer the strength of an enlighter. This secret technique had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, and it had been created specifically for progenitors. How could a mere arrow with 9 lines of battle force block the secret art? Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Gong Ling's face turned solemn. Secret technique. Master Bei's eyes burned with passion. This was a secret technique. If he could grasp it, then even Gong Ling would not be his opponent. It was a pity that this brat had actually grasped it. Everyone in the Outerverse knew that Lu Yin possessed a secret technique, so there was no need for him to hide it. Cheating. You're cheating. Xiao Ziyu shouted as he criticized Lu Yin. Behind him, many of the disciples who had followed him also angrily criticized Lu Yin. Peach could not take it anymore, and she started arguing with those people. Lu Yin pondered as he sized up the arrow. Even though it had been pulled out, it was still not obedient and had tried to use its 9-lined battle force to suppress him. Unfortunately, his physical strength was more than enough to make up for the lack of battle force. Enough. Stop arguing. Gong Ling shouted and glared at Xiao Ziyu. Retrieving an arrow from Arrow Mountain is based on one's own ability. As long as you don't let others do it, then you're not cheating. Xiao Ziyu did not dare to say anything else. Master Bei was indignant, and he whispered, "Senior brother, this kid took away 4 divine arrows, which is a huge loss to our Taiyamo Hall." Gong Ling calmly replied, "If Peach had died outside, we wouldn't have lost these 4 arrows, but that one." Master Bei's eyes flashed, as he understood Gong Ling's meaning. Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for your generous gift, senior. You obtained it with your own ability, so it has nothing to do with me," Gong Ling said. He then sighed. After so many years, there are still many arrows in Arrow Mountain, but there are less than 10 that can be considered divine arrows. You've already taken 4, so there's only 1 left. Hurry up and choose. Lu Yin put away the arrow, feeling some admiration for Gong Ling's leader. To the Taiyamo Hall, these divine arrows were treasures that had been passed down through generations, but he had actually allowed Lu Yin to take one away. That showed how generous he was. These arrows should have been forged by the strongest powerhouses of the Taiyamo Hall, and they were very valuable. Lu Yin did not know how to shoot arrows, so it would be useless to take them away. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he thought about it. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void, causing the sky beast claw to unleash a beastly roar that seemed to transcend time itself. Many of the Taiyamo Hall's disciples trembled as they watched Lu Yin's right hand grab an arrow from the void. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? How did he grab this arrow? Lu Yin looked at his right hand and saw a faintly discernible arrow. He had actually noticed this arrow the moment he had entered Arrow Mountain, and he had been wandering around the mountain, jumping up and down. He had just happened to pass by, and he had casually grabbed it. Speaking of which, this arrow had the ability to turn invisible. Gong Ling's expression changed when he saw the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. This is a flying owl arrow created by the 5th generation sect master. It was forged from a mysterious or from outer space, and it can kill without being seen. It's indestructible. Xiao Ziyu really wanted to cry. There were nearly 10 divine arrows in Arrow Mountain, but this guy had taken half of them all by himself. How was he supposed to live? Most importantly, this guy had said that he had angered him. Xiao Ziyu was done for. Everyone in the Taiyamo Hall would be furious if they found out about this. Xiao Ziyu's fate would be 10,000 times worse than his brother's. Peach and the rest looked at the flying owl arrow in shock. This was the first time they had seen an arrow that could turn invisible. Most importantly, it was indestructible and had the characteristics of a boulder's arrow. "No, you can't take it away. Junior, put down the flying owl arrow." Grandmaster Bei grew anxious, and he landed on the ground and stared at Lu Yin. Up in the sky, Gong Ling was in a difficult position. This kid had basically taken away half of the divine arrows from Arrow Mountain, which made it difficult for him to explain himself to the sect. This was especially true for the flying owl arrow, which was worth more than the other 4 divine arrows. It could be considered the most valuable arrow in Arrow Mountain. "Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Uncle Leader, His Highness personally chose these arrows, and he didn't cheat. You're the one who promised him, so you won't go back on your word, right?" Peach asked Gong Ling in a soft voice. Master Bei growled, "These divine arrows have their own spirits, so how can they be left untouched? It would be fine if you were good at archery, but none of you are. Giving these divine arrows to you would be a waste." Gong Ling was put in a difficult position. Meng Tianlong looked at Luyin enviously. 5 divine arrows were too valuable, and any one of them could pose a threat to an enlighter if used well. This was the foundation of the Temple of Tiamo, and Meng Tianlong believed that the Temple of Tiamo would never place their best divine arrows in their mountain of arrows. There had to be more hidden treasures, as this sect was too powerful. Peach ran over to Gong Ling and tugged at his sleeve. "Uncle Leader, you promised me." At this moment, a few more elders from the Temple of Tiamo appeared. They had all learned of the situation and surrounded Luyin, not intending to let him take the divine arrows. Aiden and the blind monk stood beside Luyin and whispered, "What should we do, Your Highness?" Luyin smiled and looked at Gong Ling. "Senior leader, Master Bei is right. I don't know any archery techniques, so it would be a waste to keep them." Gong Ling's eyes lit up, and the people from the Temple of Tiamo sighed in relief. This brat was tactful. "However, you promised me 5 arrows. If you go back on your word, it won't be good for the Temple of Tiamo's reputation if word gets out." Gong Ling's eyes flashed, but before he could speak, an elder beside him barked, "What do you want? Just say it." Luyin toyed with the owl arrow. "Simple. Of the 5 arrows, I'll keep 2 and return the other 3 to the Temple of Tiamo. Of course, I also hope that the Temple of Tiamo will compensate me." The elder replied, "Leave all 5 arrows behind." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Elder, are you joking with me?" The elder raised his brows. He was an elder of the Temple of Tiamo, but someone actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was about to scold Luyin, but Gong Ling stopped him. "Alright, leave the owl arrow, battle arrow, and boulder arrow behind. You can take the clear arrow and lightless arrow. For each arrow, the Temple of Tiamo will compensate you with 10,000 star essence." Since the sect master had spoken, the surrounding elders didn't dare to speak up, and they all stared at Luyin threateningly. Luyin shook his head. "I want to take the owl arrow and the battle arrow. As for the 3 arrows, I'm actually really short on money." Gong Ling frowned. "Junior, think carefully. No one has ever dared to say no to my Hall of Tiamo ever since it was established." "No." Luyin replied with a single word, angering Peking teacher so much that his face turned red. Gong Ling shook his head and laughed. "Alright, leave behind the clear arrow, lightless arrow, and boulder arrow. The Temple of Tiamo will compensate you with 60,000 star essence." Luyin was delighted. He hadn't planned on taking the 3 arrows with him since the owl arrow and the battle arrow were the best. "Thank you, senior." They had money again. Although it wasn't much, it still allowed Luyin to see the Temple of Tiamo's foundation. They were just an outerverse sect, but they had been able to take out 60,000 star essence without batting an eyelid. From Master Bei's expression, it seemed like he didn't mind at all. This confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that the Temple of Tiamo was rich, very rich, and they couldn't be viewed as an outerverse sect. After the selection of arrows ended, Xiao Ziyu was very unlucky. No one knew what punishment he had received, but it was as if his father had died. Just as the group was about to leave Arrow Mountain, all of the arrows in the mountain trembled. Gong Ling and the others looked in a certain direction in surprise. The ancestor had awakened. The Temple of Tiamo's Arrow Mountain ancestor was a legend who had once killed an innerverse powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. In the outerverse, where even enlighters were rare, the appearance of such a powerhouse was extremely shocking. Even the innerverse knew of the Arrow Mountain ancestor's name. Many great powers would seal their powerhouses in ice so that they could awaken at critical moments, and the Arrow Mountain ancestor was no exception. It was rumored that the Arrow Mountain ancestor had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and had always been sealed in ice. Many disciples of the Temple of Tiamo would spend their entire lives without being able to see the Arrow Mountain ancestor. But now, the Arrow Mountain ancestor had awakened. All of the Temple of Tiamo's disciples bowed, including Gong Ling, Master Bei, and the others. Luyin stared at the rune lines that covered the sky in shock. These rune lines surpassed Elder Lohar's, and Luyin could not even begin to fathom this. This was too terrifying, and it might even be comparable to Northgate Taisui. Just as he was thinking about this, the void in front of him split open, and a withered hand reached out to take him and Peach away. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Meng Tianlong's scalp went numb. This was too terrifying. The temple of Tai Mo actually had such a monster. When the hand had reached out, he had not even been able to move. Aiden and the blind monk were the same, and their faces changed as they looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling replied, "The ancestor is summoning us. Don't worry." Aiden's gaze turned solemn. The Outerverse had actually given birth to such a powerhouse. The universe was boundless, and some places were truly unfathomable. Master Bei was stunned. The Arrow Mountain ancestor had ignored him and Gong Ling, and he had only taken the two juniors away. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yin's vision went dark, and he could not move at all. His entire body had been grabbed by the withered hand, and he could not even retrieve anything from his cosmic ring, let alone retaliate. At this moment, he was like an ant, just like when he had faced Northgate Taisui. This feeling of helplessness lasted for less than 2 seconds before light returned to his vision. The glaring sunlight forced him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Beside him, Peach held onto him tightly, feeling a little afraid. Lu Yin looked around and saw that they were in a very ordinary valley with decent scenery and flowing water. Not too far away, an old man with his hands behind his back and a hunched back was looking at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin did not dare to be negligent, and he hurriedly pulled Peach forward. "Junior Lu Yin greets Senior." Peach quickly bowed. "Peach greets the ancestor." The old man beamed and nodded. He glanced at Lu Yin and then at Peach, his eyes flashing. "Little girl, are you this generation's protector?" Peach pursed her lips and grunted. "Yes, my name is Peach. Ancestor, you can call me Little Peach." The old man laughed. "What a cute little girl. I've seen many protectors before, but I've never seen a little girl like you. Where's your master?" Peach was sorrowful. "Master died 10 years ago." The old man sighed. "Everything is fate. Little girl, don't be sad." Peach grunted in acknowledgement, appearing very obedient. At this point, the old man looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been looking at him the entire time, not understanding why the old man had brought him here. Peach was a member of the Temple of Tai Mo, and she had also kept one of the 3 arrows from the temple's founding. It was normal for her to meet the sex ancestor, and Lu Yin was just an outsider. "Kid, I can sense a powerful arrow intent from your body. It's somewhat familiar." The old man's turbid eyes suddenly became incomparably deep as he slowly spoke. Lu Yin was confused. "Senior, I've never learned any archery battle techniques." The old man had a strange look in his eyes, and he circled Lu Yin a few times before making a buzzing sound. "That's right. It's a powerful arrow intent, and it's very similar to the 3 arrows from our temple of Tai Mo." Lu Yin was shocked. Was this old man crazy? How could he possibly have arrow intent? Could it be that he had spent too much time with Peach? Peach was confused. "Ancestor, His Highness has never learned archery, so how could he possibly have arrow intent?" The old man replied, "He doesn't necessarily have to learn it. It's possible for him to be contaminated by an expert who has cultivated such arrow intent. The arrow intent on this kid's body is extremely thin, and it's still dissipating. This means that he has unintentionally been contaminated by it." Lu Yin was confused. He had been contaminated by it? 7th Bro, the Daosor sect's ruins, Night King Jinwu, the monkey cried out. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he recalled that Night King Jinwu had shot an arrow during the final moments of his battle with Wu Taibai in the Daosor sect's ruins. He had even been confident that he could kill Wu Taibai. Lu Yin had been inside the furnace at that time, and the power contained within that arrow had swept through the entire furnace. He had definitely been contaminated by the arrow then. Besides that moment, Lu Yin had not come into contact with any archery experts that were too powerful. According to this old man, the arrow intent on Lu Yin's body was very similar to their 3 arrows, which meant that Night King Jinwu's archery technique was very likely related to the arrows that the Temple of Tai Mo had obtained when it was first established. Right, he had mentioned that Wu Taibai had died to the 6th Mainland's battle technique. Did that archery technique originate from the 6th Mainland? The old man kept looking at Lu Yin. "Do you remember now?" Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Yes, I did encounter an archery expert, but we only exchanged blows once. We didn't fight for too long." The old man nodded. "I know. Otherwise, the arrow intent on your body would have been enough to make Arrow Mountain tremble. When I return, I'll definitely look for the person who fought with me and help the Temple of Tiamo find the arrow intent, Luine said. The old man shook his head. Everything has its own destiny, so there's no need to force it. Although the arrow intents are similar, they can't be the same. After all, it's been too long. There's no need to force it. The ancestor just wants to take a closer look. The old man then beamed at Peach and waved his hand. The scene in front of Luine changed again, and he went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on Arrow Mountain, where he had been just moments ago. Everyone looked at him in surprise and envy. He coughed. The ancestor really likes Peach and asked her to stay behind to talk to him. Perhaps he was lonely, so he said that he would give her some things and teach her some battle techniques. He's really kind. The disciples of the Temple of Tiamo were in an uproar, and they were all discussing something enviously. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. That brat wouldn't tell on him, right? 2 days later, Peach cheered as she watched the Temple of Tiamo gradually disappear into the distance. I can finally go home. That's great. Luine laughed. Actually, Gongling did not want to let Peach go. After all, she was tasked with protecting the ancient arrow, and it would be troublesome if she lost it. However, Peach had successfully intimidated Gongling with the words of the ancestor of Arrow Mountain. Gongling could only watch as she left, but he had also sent a Hunter Realm disciple and a few dozen Lemeters to protect her. Peach was vexed, as these people followed her everywhere she went. Luine, on the other hand, was happy, as another expert had joined them. As long as Peach remained in the Great Yu Empire, the Temple of Tiamo would be her backup. Your Highness, this is for you. Peach looked around and then secretly passed a cosmic ring to Luine with a solemn expression. Luine accepted it. What is it? Uncle Master gave it to me, and there's also Teacher Bei's compensation, as well as what the Hall of Tiamo owes me over the years. It's all here, and I'll give it to you, Peach said. Luine hurriedly refused. What a joke. Although he lacked money, he would not steal from a child. Peach might not be much younger than him, but her appearance was too deceiving. Furthermore, this girl was used to maintaining her innocence, and she could not change it. She was just like a child. Luine would feel embarrassed if he took her things. I still have a lot more. You've already returned everything from my bloodline to me. Your Highness, just take it as a token of my gratitude, Peach insisted, insisting that Luine accept it. Luine refused, as it was too embarrassing. How about this? I'll give this to you. Peach removed a pocket-sized carving of an arrow from around her neck. Master carved this to tease me. It's a gift to you. You can't not accept it, or else we won't be friends, she said firmly. Luine nodded. All right, I'll take it. He then placed it in his cosmic ring. Are you satisfied now? Peach smiled brilliantly and then walked away. Not too far away, a few disciples from the Hall of Tiamo glared at Luine as if he were a swindler. Seventh bro, how embarrassing. You even want a little girl's things, the monkey mocked. Luine was deep in thought, and he ignored the monkey as he was thinking about something else. Back at the Hall of Tiamo, Luine had asked Peach how she had been rescued, and she had said that she had been taken away by Undying Yushan. Master Bei had placed great importance on that arrow, and it was impossible for him not to personally take action. Even under such circumstances, Undying Yushan had still been able to take her away without the Hall of Tiamo being able to find any trace of them. This gave Luine a new understanding of Undying Yushan's abilities. Luine suddenly thought of the blind monk and the others. Peach had a background, but what about the blind monk? What did you say? You're the prince of the largest tribe in Grand Forest Weave? Luine stared at the blind monk in shock. This man's image did not match that of a prince at all. The blind monk was very calm. During the war between the tribes, this subordinate accidentally wandered off and was rescued by His Majesty. A few years later, this subordinate's tribe won, and my family found me. However, this subordinate wanted to stay in the Great Yu Empire for a while, so I did not return, and have been delayed until now. Luine understood. Is your tribe? Is very powerful? The blind monk pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm in charge of a force." Lu Yin was shocked. "Can you convince Grand Forest Weave to join the Great Eastern Alliance?" "I can give it a try." "It should work," the blind monk replied straightforwardly and confidently. He was a prince. "Why didn't you say so before?" The blind monk. Lu Yin guessed that it was probably because he had saved Peach that this fellow had sincerely submitted to him. Otherwise, he would still be hiding his identity. What had Undying Yushan been trying to do? None of these captains had simple backgrounds. Could it be that he really wanted to unify the Eastern Weaves at that time? It was not impossible. The Greatsword dynasty had already sensed his ambition, which showed that he had not restrained his ambition at all. Many of Lu Yin's achievements should be attributed to Undying Yushan. The possibility is very high. The old man thought that it was too long ago to connect the two, but Knight King Zhenwu's archery technique came from the Sixth Mainland, so it should have been obtained in the Daosor Sect's ruins. Aren't the Daosor Sect's ruins synonymous with ancient times? The monkey analyzed. Lu Yin agreed. If that's the case, then we definitely can't let the Hall of Taimo know about Knight King Zhenwu. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. No, we should let them know. The monkey cackled. Are you trying to tempt the Hall of Taimo into making a move against Knight King Zhenwu? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not impossible. The Hall of Taimo only obtained 3 arrows back then. If Knight King Zhenwu obtained the complete inheritance, what do you think the Hall of Taimo would do? Of course, they'd think of a way to snatch it. That's right, but we still need to plan things out properly. Otherwise, not only will we fail to instigate them, but they might even join forces. That would be disgusting, Lu Yin muttered. As they passed by the vast Earth sect, Meng Tianlong disembarked. This trip to the Hall of Taimo had given him a huge shock. First, he had fought against the Enlighter Master Bei, and then he had witnessed Arrow Mountain's background. Finally, he had even felt the heavenly might of Arrow Mountain's ancestor. Meng Tianlong had come to realize that his vast Earth sect was not on the same level as the Hall of Taimo. What made him feel the most helpless was that the Hall of Taimo sect master, Gong Ling, admired Lu Yin greatly. Furthermore, there was also the matter of that little girl. It was very likely that the Hall of Taimo would collude with Lu Yin, and if they really joined forces, then the entire Eastern Weave would be Lu Yin's. He no longer went to Elder Meng's seclusion grounds, as it would be useless. Lu Yin wasn't even afraid of the Hall of Taimo, so he definitely wouldn't care about the vast Earth sect's elders. What he needed to do now was to borrow the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance to strengthen his vast Earth sect. It seems like Meng Tianlong has been frightened. Aiden laughed. Lu Yin smiled. In the universe, a sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years can usually develop to the level that the vast Earth sect has. If they want to advance any further, they need to produce an enlighter. The Hall of Taimo is an even more ancient power, and the foundation of that power is not something that Meng Tianlong can imagine. Is Gong Ling really willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Aiden was curious. Lu Yin nodded. 20 weaves. The Great Eastern Alliance currently has 9 weaves, and even if we include all of the Eastern weaves, it still won't be enough. It seems like His Highness has made up his mind, Aiden commented before turning to leave. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to activate his gadget. He looked at the star chart, and his gaze locked onto one of the Eastern weaves, Armament Weave. Wei Rong should have taken care of Source Peak Weave by now, and with his abilities, he should be able to do so. However, Lu Yin did not know what Wei Rong's next step was. The Great Eastern Alliance definitely had a weave, but where would Wei Rong start? Back then, Mafioso Planet's secret had been a great help to the Great Eastern Alliance, as well as Lu Yin's battle achievements and methods. Wei Rong would definitely use other methods, and he would definitely make use of Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance's existence was a huge threat to the Central Weaves, and Lu Yin's existence could very well have helped Wei Rong promote the Central Weaves Alliance. They had just left Vast Earth Weave when an alarm sounded from their spacecraft. Your Highness, there are interstellar pirates. Peach shouted excitedly as she stared into space. Lu Yin was stunned. Interstellar pirates? Robbing them? That was crazy. Their spacecraft was an Aurora. Right, When they were heading towards Taima Temple, Lu Yin had erased the Great Yu Empire's insignia from the spacecraft to prevent any accidents from happening. Even so, very few pirates dared to rob an Aurora, as owning an Aurora was a sign of wealth and status. Furthermore, an Aurora's defenses might not be something that pirates could break through, which was strange. In the distance, broken spacecraft lined up in a row, blocking Lu Yin's path back to Frostwave Weave. All sorts of weapons were used to block their path. On one of the broken spacecraft, many people had gathered together and were arguing. Hurry up and let them through. That's a radiant Great Aurora, and it can withstand a cruiser's attack. With our current strength, we can't break through its defenses, and we might even provoke a powerful enemy. There's no other way. We're already at the end of our rope. If we don't rob them, we'll starve to death, someone else shouted. We can't go anywhere right now. Our spacecraft can't fly at all, and there aren't any planets nearby that we can land on. Even if we want to die, we don't have any enemies. We can only rob them and hope that we're lucky enough to scare them off, a ruffian-looking man with stubble on his face helplessly said. Just as the pirates were discussing this, an enormous pressure descended upon them, pressing them all to the ground. The pressure of the star energy made it difficult for them to even breathe. The pirates despaired, as this pressure was the same as a hunter kicking an iron plate. Even the powerful enemies that had chased them into a corner were only cruisers, but they had actually run into a hunter. The blind monk walked out of the void, grabbed two people, and tore through the void to leave. With a thump, the two pirates in front of Lu Yin fell to the ground in a sorry state. The blind monk walked over to Lu Yin's side and stood there quietly. The two pirates looked at each other and then looked up in fear. They immediately saw Lu Yin, the blind monk, and the curious Peach standing next to him. I am sorry, my lord. We were blind to have disturbed you, my lord. We were blind, the ruffian pirate begged for mercy in a panic. Lu Yin looked at him, and the more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. His eyes lit up. Little Eight? The ruffian-looking pirate was stunned. Little Eight. What a distant yet familiar name. Back when he had first embarked on the path of piracy, he had only robbed 5 people before he had run into a lunatic who had insisted that he lead the way to rob other pirates. In the end, they had parted ways at the pirate port. Little Eight was the name that person had given him. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze, but then he became ecstatic. Boss, is that you? It really is you. Little Eight, Little Eight. Little Eight. Little Eight. Lu Yin looked at the ruffian-looking pirate who was hugging his leg and kicked him away. Didn't you say that you didn't want to be a pirate anymore? How did you become a pirate? Again? Little Eight's face was filled with grief. Boss, you don't know how hard Little Eight's life has been. Back when we parted ways at the pirate port, we were robbed. Those bastards betrayed us and told the other pirates about our whereabouts, causing us to be sold off to black-hearted merchants to do manual labor. If it weren't for our good luck, you wouldn't have been able to meet Little Eight. Boss, take me in, boss. He hugged Lu Yin's leg tightly once more. Peach and the others were shocked. Boss? Pirate? The other pirate was stunned. Little Eight? Wasn't he called Little Seven? Little Seven, do you know this lord? The other pirate asked. Little Eight turned around and snarled, my name is Little Eight. Remember, Little Eight. Lu Yin kicked Little Eight away again. Alright, what's wrong with you guys? Why is your spacecraft so broken? Little Eight cried, Boss, you don't know how miserable we are. We were doing well in Dark Mistweave, and we would occasionally rob others. Our methods were more refined, but recently, we offended someone, and all the pirates in Dark Mistweave are being hunted down. It just so happens that the ones who are after us are also pirates. Apparently, they came from the west and chased us away. Boss, Little Eight is suffering. Lu Yin was interested. Pirates from the west are after you? Little Eight nodded and told Lu Yin everything that had happened during this period of time. Lu Yin listened for a long time before he raised a hand to interrupt Little Eight. How are you so sure that they came from the west? Before Little Eight could speak, another pirate hurriedly answered, because one of them is from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Lu Yin's expression changed. Little Eight turned around and glared fiercely at the pirate. He then tried to curry favor with Luin. "Boss, we pirates are quite knowledgeable. Some of our brothers have traveled extensively and have met all sorts of people. There are experts from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect who are hunting us down. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect is from the Saint Lesser Weave, which is the West. Boss, you have to uphold justice for us. If the West dares to bully us, then where will your face go? Back in the day, you also dominated the pirate world. Back then, you were also a pirate." "Shut up," Luin barked as he stared at Little 8. "Are you sure that those people are pirates?" Little 8 nodded. "I'm absolutely sure. Some of them even met up with some of my brothers at Sheephead Harbor." The Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Luin fell into deep thought. This sword sect reminded him of Wei Rong, and he had been wondering how Wei Rong would act against him. Could that guy be thinking of becoming a pirate? It was not impossible. Although pirates were crude and seemed useless, there were times when they could be quite useful. Furthermore, pirates were well informed and had their own methods of communication. If Wei Rong wanted to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance as a pirate, the Great Eastern Alliance might not be able to detect it. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps that expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect was just a coincidence. Little 8 hugged Lu Yin's thigh tightly. It seemed like he did not intend to let go, as he had suffered too much during this period. Luin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, and pirates like him had seen the news. Little 8 had wanted to join Luin for a long time, but he had not been able to find him. With his status, he might have been destroyed as soon as he entered the Frostwave Weave, let alone the Great Yu Empire. He was also afraid that Luin would not want others to know about his dark past and would kill him. Now that he had coincidentally run into Luin, he had no choice but to hug him. "Did you just say Sheephead Harbor?" Luin asked. Little 8 replied, "That's where we pirates gather. By the way, boss, do you want to go take a look? Boss Thousand Eyes has been holding a meeting at Sheephead Harbor because of those damned bastards' invasion of Dark Mistweave's pirate world. He wants to deal with this matter." "Alright, then we'll head to Sheephead Harbor." "Lead the way," Luin said. He needed to get a clear picture of what had happened in the pirate world. If Wei Rong had truly made a move against the Great Eastern Alliance from the pirate world, then it would be impossible for them to guard against him. Luin grew even more vigilant. If Wei Rong was truly planning to make a move on the pirate world, then this person was even more sinister than Luin had imagined. Who would have thought that this person would begin to lay down hidden chess pieces before even contacting a central weave? Luin could only say that Wei Rong's vision was too far-sighted, and he would not be limited to one region or region. This sort of person was the most difficult to deal with. Sheephead Harbor was located in the western part of Dark Mistweave. Most people did not know about it, nor could they find it. It was a place that only pirates knew about, and it was rumored that an astral beast skull had formed after its death. Sheephead Port indeed did not have any land, but it was filled with dense white bones, and the area was very large. When Peach learned that they were going to Sheephead Harbor, her face was filled with excitement. Luin, on the other hand, was interested in Xianxia. Boss Xianxia is one of the few people in the Outerverse who can contact the Pirate King. He claims to be the Pirate King's representative in the Outerverse, and he greatly admires the Pirate King. His Xianxia pirates are also one of the largest pirate groups in the Outerverse. Little 8 introduced. The Pirate King? Luin pondered this. Speaking of which, he was also a small pirate, and he would never be able to shake off this identity. Right, boss, we'll definitely have to pass through Dark Mistweave to get to Sheephead Port. Those pirates who are chasing after us will definitely recognize our spacecraft, Little 8 said worriedly. Luin calmly replied, "Why do you think I'm bringing along your broken spacecraft?" Little 8 was quick-witted. The person in front of him was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, so what was there to be afraid of? He immediately began to flatter, "Boss is wise." Traveling through outer space was not something that one could do as they pleased. Many powers would seal off their own regions and inspect all entrances and exits. The Great Yu Empire was one such example. However, Dark Mistweave did not have such rules. This place was filled with the dark side of the Outerverse, and even the pirate port from the past could be justified. Furthermore, it was so close to the Astral River, so there was no need to mention any spacecraft. Of course, there were many pirates here as well. One had to be prepared to be robbed at any time in Dark Mistweave, and they had to be prepared to be caught in the crossfire of battle. Not long after they arrived in Dark Mistweave, the group was surrounded. Little 8 stared angrily at outer space. "Boss, it's them. They're pirates from the west." Luin moved his finger, and the blind monk and Peach acted. They were afraid that something would happen to Peach, and the people from Taima Palace also acted. The pirates were quickly defeated, and they even killed a cruiser from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. "We wanted to keep him alive, but he committed suicide," the blind monk said. Luin looked at the corpse of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect expert and casually tossed it away. Continue on to Sheephead Port. Sheephead Port was a dark place, and there were no stars around it that gave off any light. It was like a white bone floating in outer space. Today, Sheephead Port was very lively. In a few days, it would be the day of the gathering that Xianxia had announced. Pirates from the Eastern Weaves and the Western Weaves would be arriving one after another. Everyone here was a pirate, and in the eyes of outsiders, they were scum. Only the interior of Sheephead Port had a hint of light, and all of the spacecraft were parked randomly. There was no space station, and the pirates did not dare park their spacecraft where everyone could find them. Under the guidance of Little 8 and a few other pirates, Luin disguised himself and entered with Peach and Aiden, who wanted to watch the show. There was no soil in Sheephead Port, but this bone was just too big. Could it really be the skull of some astral beast? If it was, then only the ancient centipede's body could compare in size. The universe was vast, and it had given birth to countless things that humans could not even imagine. Luin sometimes admired his ancestors, as if they had not established this astral domain, humans would not have been able to survive safely. Any astral beast could easily devour countless people. "Boss, that's the black market, that's the casino, that's the exchange, and that's..." Little 8 kept introducing the area, as he was very familiar with it. Luin was puzzled. "Do you come here often?" Little 8 replied, "I came here a few times with the previous pirate leaders, but they're all dead." The group walked along the wide bone, and there were many strangely shaped houses built on top of it. It was a sinister scene that made one panic. Many pirates walked past with their heads lowered, and very few spoke. Everyone here looked like evil spirits, and most of them were in disguise. There were also a few who were curiously looking around like Lu Yin's group. It seemed like this was their first time here. Luin released his domain, which covered an increasing area. He was not worried that someone would discover his domain, as this was a pirate colony, and there should be very few who comprehended domains. If someone could discover his domain, then that person would be enough to pique his interest. Along the way, Little 8 introduced Luin to many of the famous pirate groups in the Outerverse, including a few in the Eastern Weaves. These pirate groups were spread throughout the Outerverse, and although they did not seem very strong and were often surrounded, they were still quite powerful once they joined forces. Luin recalled the time when many pirates had surrounded and attacked the powers that supported Puyo, which had caused quite a stir in the Outerverse. In all of Sheephead Port, the largest number of rune lines was only a hunter, and there were only one or two of them. With the strength of Lu Yin's subordinates, they could easily destroy the entire port. Luin did not reject the dark powers, as he was already a member of the second management level of Aegis. After staying at Sheephead Port for a few days, more pirate groups arrived one after another, and 2 more hunters joined them. Peach was especially interested in the black market, as the people there were all deliberately dressed up strangely to make them look disgusting. Peach's greatest joy was not buying things, but rather observing these people. Sometimes, the people who were deliberately dressed up to sell things would become flustered when Peach looked at them, as if they were her enemies. She was very interested in these people. What made these people feel the most helpless was that Peach was always followed by a few disciples from Taima Palace, and they all looked like they were not to be trifled with. Luin also walked around the black market, but he did not buy anything. These pirates were not mainstream and could not compare to the pirates of the Innerverse. The items they sold looked ancient, but most of them were deliberately made to look old. There were also some items that were quite good for ordinary cultivators, but they were completely useless to Luin. "Boss, the gathering is about to start. We have to think of a way to get an entry token, or else we won't be able to see Boss Qianyan, Little 8 said. What entry token? Luin asked. There are so many pirates gathered here, and there are at least 800 if not 1,000. Only a very small number of pirate groups are qualified to discuss matters with Boss Qianyan, and there are also some pirate groups that can watch. Most of the other pirate groups are not qualified to participate, so they can only wait for further notice. Luin nodded and raised his hand, causing a very simple skull to appear. Is this it? Little 8 was shocked. Boss, how did you get it? Luin smiled. He had a domain and the secret art, so there was nothing that he could not obtain. This is an entry token that allows you to sit down and discuss matters with Boss Qianyan. Boss, you're amazing. Little 8 cheered. He was just pretending, as the person in front of him was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could wipe out the entire Sheephead port. It had to be said that although Little 8's flattery was very explicit and unrefined, it was very pleasant to listen to. 2 more days passed, and it was finally time for the gathering. Hundreds of thousands of pirates had gathered at Sheephead Port. The meeting location was at Sheep's Horn Port, and Lu Yin's group had already arrived. This time, they were dressed even more like pirates than before. This was especially true for Peach, who had been observing the black market for the past few days. This time, she was dressed exactly like the people in the black market. She looked like a short old witch, and to be honest, her yellow teeth were disgusting to look at. The pirates were not particular, and they were all seated at a very ordinary, rectangular, tattered table. Only the pirate leader with the skull token could sit at the table, while the other pirate leaders could only watch from afar. Both of his legs were propped up on the table, and a black cloth covered one of his eyes. He held a dagger in one hand, and his hands were full of gold rings as he ate some fruit. The strangely dressed Peach and Aiden were standing behind him, and Little 8 was massaging his shoulders. The hunter from the temple of Timo, Gongku, was looking straight ahead, and he seemed to be the most normal person in the room. Other than him, there were already several pirate leaders sitting around the table. They all looked ferocious and wary of each other. Some of them were familiar with each other and greeted each other. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome pirate? Be careful, or our one-eyed pirate crew will wipe you out. Peach glared at the pirates in front of her and threatened them ferociously. There was a muscular man sitting across from Luin, but he was one-legged. When he heard Peach's threat, his expression changed, and he glared at Luin ferociously. If you still dare to look, you'll be poisoned to death. Peach threatened again. The people on the other side were furious, but Peach's appearance was quite bewitching. They could tell at a glance that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was obvious that she had something to do with poison. However, Luin was depressed. One-eyed pirates? He covered one eye and called himself the One-Eyed Pirate Crew. This name was too embarrassing. Besides, didn't they already come up with a name? They were called the Seventh Brother Pirate Crew. Forget it. Since they had already called it that, they couldn't change it. The one-legged muscleman looked at Luin with a fake smile. One-eyed pirates? Brother, where did you get rich? Why haven't I heard of it? That's because you're ill-informed. Your eardrums are all muscles, Peach mocked. The one-legged muscleman frowned and stared at Luin. Brother, don't tell me you're from the West. I've always been in the Moto Weave, and I've only recently connected to the outside world. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. The surrounding pirate groups fell silent upon hearing Lu Yin's words and looked at him in shock. Mordor Weave? Brother, you dare to rob in the Hall of Timo's territory? The one-legged muscular man did not believe it. Behind him, Peach pushed Gongku forward. Use this action to prove that you robbed the Hall of Timo. Gongku was taken aback, and he was very reluctant. However, under Peach's fierce gaze, he retrieved a bow from his cosmic ring, which was engraved with the insignia of the Hall of Timo. Suddenly, the surrounding pirates sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Yin's group with both admiration and bewilderment. This was a group that didn't care about their own lives, and they even dared to rob the temple of Timo. Brother, I admire you, the one-legged muscular man hurriedly said. Peach was pleased with herself. Luin waved a hand. It's nothing. Next time, we'll rob Xenu Star. The people around him were speechless, and they all looked at him as if he was an idiot. No one believed him. Robbing Xianxia? What a joke. Even Aegis was terrified. Those assassins were much more ruthless than them. The one-legged muscular man felt that this one-eyed pirate group was very unreliable. They might have some strength, but they were also a little simple-minded. He did not want to get involved with them. It was the same for the others. Luin had successfully intimidated this group of people, but he was also worried that he would reveal too much and scare them to death. Little 8 pinched Luin even more enthusiastically. Boss was indeed the boss. His aura was awesome, and Little 8 had never been so impressive before. More and more pirate groups arrived, and from time to time, there would be discussions among the pirate groups. Their gazes would sweep over Lu Yin's group, but no one spoke to them. Pirates were very good at preserving their lives, and no one wanted to get involved with a group that even Xianxia and the Temple of Tiamo wanted to rob. Not long after, Little 8 whispered, "Boss, Xianxia is here." Luin looked at the door, and the others followed suit. A middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He wore a black felt hat, and the thick dark circles under his eyes made it seem like he was wearing smoky makeup. He had a mouthful of large golden teeth, and he wore a mess of rings on his hands. He wore slippers, and the most shocking thing was that he even had a cosmic ring on his toe that made a soft sound as he walked. His walking posture was also very strange. How should one describe it? It was a little effeminate. His eyes swept over everyone as soon as he entered, and everyone felt as if his gaze had stopped on them, but it also felt like it had not. This person was Xianxia, one of the Outerverse's most powerful pirates. He worshipped the Pirate King and did things both righteously and evilly. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would never kill the innocent. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would steal from a child. In short, he was a very contradictory person. The reason why he was called Xianxia was because, according to Little 8, he had spies all over the Outerverse. Sometimes, even the Amethyst Trading Company would look for him to verify information. He was a very powerful character. Xianxia smiled brilliantly, and his golden teeth glistened under the light. "Dear brothers and sisters, we meet again. I'm very happy to be alive to see all of you again." Many of the pirates looked at Xianxia solemnly. Even without the Pirate King's support, this person was still enough to strike fear into the hearts of all pirates. Xianxia walked step by step to the head of the long, tattered table and smiled at the crowd again. What followed was half an hour of boring chatter about the various weaves pirate market. Some pirates even asked for information, but they were all misled by Xianxia's jesting. Luin watched Xianxia the entire time. This person was one of the few hunters in Sheephead Harbor, and he was also one of the most powerful. Although his rune lines could not compare to Aiden's, they surpassed Xianxia's and the blind monk's rune lines. In the entire Great Yu Empire, Xianxia could be ranked in the top 5. This was just what Luin saw on the surface. Luin believed that Xianxia's ability to survive until now was definitely impressive, and he was not any worse than a top assassin. "Boss Xianxia, you should know the reason why we invited you to hold this meeting. The pirates from the Western Weaves have invaded our Eastern Weaves, and many of our brothers have been forced into a corner. Boss Xianxia, please help us," one of the pirate leaders said impatiently. The other pirate leaders all echoed his words. Xianxia smiled. "Are there any pirate groups from the Western Weaves?" Everyone looked at each other. "No, those people are too arrogant. They didn't even dare to show up when Boss Xianxia held a meeting. They didn't have the guts to do so in the past." Xianxia felt a headache coming on, and he rubbed his head. "Have you all thought about why they didn't dare to do so in the past? They're also wantonly slaughtering the Eastern Weaves pirates. Have you all thought about it? More importantly, where did they get the strength to do so?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This group of criminals couldn't even be shown in public. Xianxia continued, "This matter involves a lot of things, and it's not something that we can participate in. I, Xianxia, would like to advise all of you to avoid it if you can. It's best if you don't force yourself, or else I won't be able to do anything." "Could it be that even Boss Xianxia can't suppress those bastards from the Western Weaves?" the one-legged muscleman asked unwillingly. Xianxia spread his hands and blew at his hair. Congratulations, you're right. I can't suppress them. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, and it was quite noisy. Boss Xianxia, can you tell us your guess? Telling our brothers to retreat without saying anything is very difficult. You don't want our brothers to die, right? Luin spoke up and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was conflicted. The other pirate leaders at the table also spoke up, asking Xianxia to say something. Xianxia helplessly replied, I don't dare. Everyone was confused. If he doesn't dare, then I'll do it. A voice rang out from outside, and a group of people pushed aside the pirates who were blocking the way and walked in. The leader was an old man with a face full of pockmarks, and behind him was a group of people who looked like pirates. There were about a dozen men and women, and they walked over to the table. There was a thump, and the one-legged muscleman shouted, Pockmarks, you still dare to come here? You slaughtered my Bardweave's pirates. How should we settle this debt? Ugly old woman, you slaughtered my Worryweave's pirates and broke the rules. It's time to settle this debt. Many pirates stood up and shouted angrily, and the surrounding pirates all surrounded the group, glaring at them with murderous intent. The Pockmarks old man sneered. Take another step forward, and I'll kill you. What arrogance! One of the pirate leaders stepped forward and grabbed at Pockmarks. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and the pirate leader clutched at his neck in pain as fresh blood flowed down his neck and dripped onto the ground. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked on in shock. That pirate leader had been a cruiser, but he had been killed by someone else. The attacker had to be a hunter. There were very few hunters among the pirates. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was the Ghost Shadow Sword sect again. Was this sword sect working together with Wei Rong and under his orders, or was it just this sword sect that had interfered with the pirate world? The former was most likely the case, as the various weaves looked down on pirates. Only someone like Wei Rong was adept at using the various powers, and even pirates had some value in his eyes. Pockmark stepped on the dead pirate leader's body and scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants revenge? The surrounding pirates fell silent. A hunter's attacks were like ghosts, and they were not people they could afford to provoke. Even if there were hunters present, they were still extremely fearful of this expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Pockmarks, this is Sheephead Harbor. It's not a place where you can show off, Xianxia spoke up as he twirled a simple pistol between his fingers. Pockmarks smiled. Boss Xianxia, you're well informed and have a wide network. Everyone has always respected you, and the higher-ups have asked me to pass on a message to you. If we work together, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Xianxia laughed. Forget it. I'm just a small pirate, and I don't have much ambition. I just said that since you're playing around like this, then we can only retreat. In any case, I'm planning to retreat. Pockmark sneered. You can retreat, but you have to hand over your information network. The depths of Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and his thick, dark circles shrank. Pockmarks, I, Xianxia, have been able to survive until now. I've been surrounded by various weaves, and I'm fine. Does the person behind you really think that they can force me? Boss Xianxia, just tell us who's behind Pockmarks. We've all lived our lives on the edge, and we've long since had enough. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll go all out. It's better than being chased away like dogs, the one-legged muscleman shouted. The surrounding pirates howled, and the hunter directly reached out to grab Pockmarks. Pockmarks was terrified, and he hurriedly retreated. Space was suddenly sliced apart as a black blade slashed towards the hunter realm pirate. At the same time, a petite figure appeared from behind Pockmarked. Her hands danced as star energy transformed into strange flowers that bloomed on the hunter realm pirate's body. The hunter was simultaneously attacked by two powerhouses, and his body flickered as he tried to dodge. However, the star energy flowers exploded at the same time, and although they did not have any destructive power, the hunter spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had been injured, but the black blade had already descended upon him. This was a well-coordinated killing intent, and even a hunter could not block it. Xianxia took action and raised his gun to fire a shot. The bullet just happened to hit the black blade's edge, causing it to deviate and save the hunter realm pirate. The black blade disappeared, and a moment later, screams rang out as the surrounding pirates were slaughtered. Xianxia's eyes darted around as he stood in place and quietly scanned his surroundings. The petite hunter continued to attack the hunter realm pirate. Her attacks seemed gentle, like blooming flowers, but the hunter realm pirate found it difficult to resist. Luin frowned. The umbral butterfly tribe and the ghost shadow sword sect. There was no mistaking it. Wei Rong must have taken action, as only he had the ability to unite these two weaves' powers. Suddenly, the black blade tore through the void and swept towards Qianyan. Qianyan had not moved, and he had allowed the pirates to be slaughtered. Blood flowed out like a river, and now, it was finally his turn. The black blade swept past, but Qianyan still did not move. However, the blade pierced through his body and killed the one-legged muscleman who had been hiding behind him. The muscleman was very shrewd, and he had instigated the other pirates to attack while he hid himself. However, he still could not escape death. Xianyan's abnormal behavior surprised the ghost shadow sword sex experts, and the blade continued to slash out. Slash after slash pierced through the void and headed for outer space. Sheephead Harbor instantly panicked, and countless pirates fled. However, it was not that easy for them to escape. The Western Weaves pirates had already surrounded Sheephead Harbor, and there were also experts from the Umbral Butterfly tribe and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Today, they had thought that the Eastern Weaves pirates would band together to demand an explanation, but instead, they had been caught like turtles in a jar. If nothing unexpected happened, none of these pirates would be able to leave alive. Pockmarked was excited, but the pirate leaders behind him were even more excited. Although they now had a new master, their authority had greatly increased. Pockmarked licked his lips as he listened to the pirates' screams. Did these idiots really think that they could contend against a certain group of people? A single word from those people could wipe them all out. They did not know how to adapt to circumstances. Eh? What's up with those people? Pockmarked saw an eyesore, and the group of 5 quietly watched. They did not try to block the attack, but they did not try to escape either. That shorty in particular, what was with that excited look in his eyes? Was he also from their side? As he thought about it, Pockmarked hooked his finger at the leader, beckoning for him to come over. Luin raised his brows. Was that old man trying to seduce him? Your Highness, he's seducing you. Peach was excited. 7th bro, there's an old man who's trying to seduce you. The monkey laughed strangely. Luin looked at Pockmarked. What's up? Pockmarked was taken aback. This person's expression was completely different from his surroundings. It was as if he had left this space. The contempt in his eyes was especially blatant, as if he was watching a show. Pockmarked was infuriated, and he waved his hand for the pirates behind him to join in the slaughter, focusing their attacks on Lu Yin's group. Luin did not move, but Peach excitedly rushed out. Now that she had resolved the Hall of Taimo's internal conflict, she had begun to let loose a little. Everyone else had been slaughtered, killed, and sunk into despair, but she was laughing happily as she wandered around the battlefield, leaving behind afterimages. This was Flash, and in theory, there was no upper limit to its speed. Luin had guessed that this was an inheritance from the Yu bloodline, and with his physical body, his speed could tear through the void. This was not the void from the beginning, but rather the current void after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Peach's joyous laughter shocked Pockmarked Z and made him furious. She was looking down on him. In the next moment, he attacked. Pockmarked Z was also a hunter, but he had just broken through. He was old and did not want to fight, but Peach was truly detestable, especially with her mouth full of yellow teeth. She was truly disgusting. Peach was not afraid of Pockmarked Z, but Gongku was displeased. A mere pirate had actually dared to attack the young master of the Hall of Taimo. Gongku thought about it and knocked an arrow. An indescribable force shot into space, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, whether it was Pockmarked Z, Qianyan, or the experts from the Phantom Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe, they all looked at Gongku in shock. This power was too terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Gongku's power level was only around 130,000, which was far from Aiden, Yen Yen, and the others. However, the power of this archery technique could not be underestimated. This arrow was enough to make a peak hunter vigilant, and aside from Xianxia, no one else could block it. The bowstring trembled, and Gong Ke did not do anything. Pockmarked Z's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his heart. He slowly collapsed to the ground, dead. That arrow had been shot, but almost no one had seen it. This was the battle technique of the Hall of Timo, an archery technique that had been passed down since ancient times and had been comprehended from those 3 arrows. Gong Ke was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Xianxia carefully retreated a few steps. All of the pirates were frightened. That black blade did not appear again, and the petite hunter from the umbral butterfly tribe did not attack again. Instead, she slowly retreated, clearly afraid of Gong Ke. If I'm not wrong, that's the Hall of Timo's archery technique. Xianxia flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his golden teeth. His smile was full of flattery. When the 3 words Hall of Timo were mentioned, all of the pirates retreated. Many of them looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. Hadn't they robbed the Hall of Timo before? Had they robbed them of their battle technique as well? Were they stupid? No, they were from the Hall of Timo. The hunter from the umbral butterfly tribe did not hesitate to flee. Catch her! Peach shouted. Gong Ke raised his bow and fired another arrow. This time, many people saw that Gong Ke had not fired a real arrow, but rather an arrow formed from star energy. The arrow pierced through the void, leaving the hunter with no way to avoid it. She could only take it head-on. Blood blossomed from the hunter's back. Gong Ke's arrow had pierced through her, and her body crashed into a pile of white bones. On the other side, Lu Yin flicked his finger and sent a figure flying out from a corner. A black blade flashed as countless attacks rained down on the figure. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the attacks with his thunder shield. He then charged forward and punched out. There was a thump as Aiden's fist collided with the black blade, causing it to crack apart. Aiden's punch tore through the void and sent a figure flying out of the void, crashing into the ground. 2 hunters were instantly heavily injured, but Gong Ke and Aiden had only been able to attack once. The difference between the umbral butterfly tribe and the Hall of Timo was too great, and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and Aiden were similarly far apart. In the entire Ghost Shadow Sword sect, only the Gemini ghosts were qualified to exchange blows with Aiden. All of the pirates stared blankly, as this was a completely one-sided battle. Where did these people come from? Were they really from the Hall of Timo? They were so terrifying. Little 8 raised his head with a smug look on his face. A bunch of ants deserved to end up like this in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. Little 8 licked his lips and bent down to massage Lu Yin's shoulders. Lu Yin naturally sat down at the main seat at the long table and waved his hand to disperse the other pirates, leaving behind Xianxia and a few other hunters. I really want to know what exactly you know. Lu Yin placed his legs on the table and looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia smiled, and his golden teeth dazzled everyone once again. I don't know, not at all. Right, I'm planning to withdraw from the pirate world. If this brother wants my information network, that's easy. I'll give it to you. Lu Yin was amused, and he pointed at pockmarked man's corpse. Who's behind him? Xianxia immediately shook his head. I don't know. Aiden calmly walked behind Xianxia and looked at him. Xianxia's lips curled up, and he looked at Lu Yin with a fawning expression. Brother, why do you need fugitives like us to be cannon fodder in a battle between big shots like you? We're just pirates who want to make a living. If you don't want us to stay in the surrounding weaves, then we'll just leave. We definitely won't cause any trouble for you. Why? Do you know who I am? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia sighed. I don't, but I know this brother behind you. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the newly appointed captain of the Great Yu Empire's 4th Imperial Squadron, Aiden. He's one of the few hunters who can fight against an enlighter. You can only have one identity to have him as a follower, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and removed the black cloth from his face, revealing his true appearance. Smart. You know Aiden, so Xianxia's nickname is not for nothing. You also know who's behind the Ghost Shadow Sword sect? Xianxia sighed. It should be Armament Weaves Wei Rong. He's been very active in the Central Weaves recently, and he has a close relationship with the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe. There's even a rumor that he's about to marry the Umbral Butterfly tribe's young matriarch, Angie. Wei Rong used pirates to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance. That was the right move, but unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. Guess what I want to do? Lu Ying grinned at Xianxia. Xianxia blinked and smiled fawningly. Actually, I have a dream. Once I've saved up enough money, I'll go home and become a landlord. Sure, armament weave it is. I'll give you a piece of land, Lu Ying said straightforwardly. Xianxia was speechless, and he begged, Alliance Master Lu, you're all top figures in the Outerverse, and a single word from you can influence countless people. Why do you need to care about pirates like us? Lu Ying tapped his finger on the table. Everyone has their own uses, and I don't know how to use them. I just didn't think of it. Now that I've thought of it, I'm just lacking a suitable person to help me. I think you're not bad. Xianxia replied, I won't get involved in your affairs, or else I'll easily die. If you don't agree, then you'll die right now, Lu Ying said casually. Xianxia laughed. Alliance Master Lu, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I, Xianxia, want to leave, no one can stop me. At worst, I'll just be a fugitive in the universe, but it's still better than being a sacrificial lamb for you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Try it. If you can escape, then I'll consider you amazing. Xianxia stared at Lu Ying, as if trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Ying stared back at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Little Mina swallowed his saliva. Looking at the great pirate leader that he once revered bowing to him, he felt a sense of exaltation. Although he was only a small pirate, who asked him to follow the right person. After a while, Xianxia became dejected and begged again, Alliance Master Lu, I'll give you all of my information network, alright? Wei Rong just wants my information network. Lu Ying waved a hand. Everyone, leave. Everyone felt that this was strange, but they did not hesitate and left one by one. Lu Ying blocked the sound barrier and looked at Xianxia. Do you admire the Pirate King a lot? Xianxia nodded. The Pirate King is the idol of all pirates. It's not just me, but many other pirates revere him. We pirates are looked down upon by others, but he forcibly supported the pirates. If not for the Pirate King, then our survival would have been much more difficult. He then glanced at Lu Ying in dissatisfaction. If the Innerverse and Outerverse weren't separated, then Wei Rong wouldn't have dared to force me like this. Lu Ying stared at Xianxia. Do you know who the Pirate King is? Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he shook his head, I don't know. Then how are you going to contact him? Before Xianxia could say anything, Lu Ying said, I contacted him through Spectre. Xianxia's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Ying in disbelief. You know Spectre? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stood up. Spectre, Big Chong, Brother Unclean, and Big Sis. Third brother Gue Ma, Cripple, Xianxia also called out two names. They were all from Big Sis mercenary group, and they had all fled the Outerverse with him. Now, they had all returned to the Cosmic Sea. Xianxia was shocked, who are you? How do you know someone from Leon's Armada? Lu Ying smiled. Because I'm from Leon's Armada. Xianxia's mouth fell open, and he felt as if his entire outlook on life had been toppled. The person in front of him was the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master and the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent. He was someone who walked at the peak of power. And could not be any brighter. He had once performed meritorious deeds in Iron Blood Weave, saved the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and even forced an assassin's organization to submit to him. This sort of person should be upright and selfless, someone who would first feel sorrow before joy, and someone who was brimming with sunshine. But what was going on here? Was this guy a pirate? Xianxia hadn't even lost his composure when Wei Rong had cleared out the pirates in the Eastern Weaves, but now that Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, he had lost his composure. Lu Ying wasn't worried that Xianxia would expose his identity. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, even if they did believe him, there was no way to prove it. Thirdly, he had only said that he was a member of Leon's Armada, not that he was a pirate. Although Leon's Armada was created by Pirate King Heizage Leon, it was not a pirate on the surface. Instead, it was one of the 4 tyrants of Universe Ocean, and even the Hall of Honor recognized it. Even if everyone knew that Heizage Leon was the Pirate King, no one could do anything to him. He was one of the 4 tyrants, the supreme master of Universe Ocean. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, then Luin would have been worried about the negative repercussions of his identity being exposed. But now, it did not matter. He had always lacked an intelligence system. Borrowing the Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence system was not a long-term solution, and the price he would have to pay was high. Xianyan's greatest value was his intelligence system. Testing such a person with an indifferent identity was worth it, and if this person was really loyal to the Pirate King, then he would be very loyal to him. "Are you really a member of Leon's armada?" Xianyan asked again. Luin smiled. "Of course." "Then do you know Big Sister's secret?" Xianyan asked. Luin was shocked. "You even know Big Sis's secret?" "Impossible. She wouldn't tell anyone except us." Xianyan nodded. "I really don't know." "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. You can only help me right now. If I'm a member of Leon's armada, then helping me is the same as helping the Pirate King. If I'm not, then when the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected in the future, you can contact Leon's armada to get rid of me. Let alone the Great Eastern Alliance, even if they unite the entire Outerverse and the Pirate King takes action, I still won't be able to stop him." "You should be clear about this," Luin said. Xianyan thought about it and realized that Luin was right. Most importantly, he had no other way out. "What do you want me to do?" "Fight against Wei Rong, but don't expose your connection to me. Kill everyone who saw us attack tonight. Leave no one alive, including that Hunter Realm pirate," Luin said coldly. He was not a soft-hearted person, and these people were pirates, so they were not good people either. Xianyan did not hesitate. "Getting rid of them is easy, but what can I use to fight against Wei Rong? It's impossible for pirates to fight against a weave's power. You can only resort to guerrilla warfare. Just don't let the Western Weave's pirates easily infiltrate. When the time is right, I'll give you the power to counterattack. I'll also inform the commander of the Allied forces to help you as much as possible without exposing ourselves. However, I hope that you don't need the Allied forces' help, as there's a risk of being exposed," Luin said. Xianyan was helpless. "How could today's matter be resolved without your help?" "Wei Rong will definitely investigate this thoroughly." Luin looked at Xianyan in amusement. "I don't believe that Uncle Reuben can't even deal with a hunter from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect or the Umbral Butterfly tribe. I believe in you. You can handle this well." Luin then prepared to leave, but before he left behind 5 ultra flashes. "These things are very useful, and they can save your life if you use them well. In the future, your intelligence network will be directly connected to King Zishan's palace, and I'll have the 2nd Imperial Squadron communicate with you." He then left. "Where's my reward?" Xianyan shouted. "I'll leave you a piece of land in Armament Weave." Luin waved a hand and then left Sheephead Harbor with Aiden and the others. Whether or not Xianyan could use him would depend on whether or not he was willing to hand over his intelligence network. However, even if he did, Luin would not completely trust him. Trust required time, and Luin had yet to fully trust the bespectacled Mistchild. Luin left Little 8 with Xianyan, as the fellow was too much of a hooligan. Leaving him in the pirate group would be a good idea, as he could also help Luin monitor these pirates. As for whether or not Little 8 was willing to stay, that was not Lu Yin's concern. Right now, he was heading to Bushtree Planet. Bushtree Planet was in the Wuri Weave, which was close to the Dark Mist Weave and not too far from Sheephead Harbor. The natural treasures that Luin had obtained from Bushtree Planet had all been given to the old smoker, and he urgently needed to upgrade another batch. There were many natural treasures on Bushtree Planet, and Luin had spent nearly 10,000 star essence to upgrade 100 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger. This was enough to hire the old smoker dozens of times, and Luin naturally had his own uses as well. Bushtree Planet was like a treasure trove to him, and he repeatedly emphasized that it should be protected well before returning to the Great Yu Empire with Peach and the others. During this trip to the Temple of Tai-Mo, Luin had witnessed the greatest power in the Outerverse, and this power even surpassed Elder Lohar's. There were also two other powers that were on par with the Temple of Timo, the Dark Phoenix tribe and Xianxia. The Outerverse was not as simple as it seemed. Wei Rong had infiltrated the Great Eastern Alliance with the pirates, which made Luin feel a sense of urgency. Wei Rong had made a move now, which showed that he had great foresight. Luin also needed to take action. Relying on the pirates alone was not enough, and Wei Rong had set his sights on them. Luin needed to think of something else. Less than 2 days after returning to King Zishan's palace, Beiqing requested an audience. Luin had only treated Beiqing as a hostage and forced him to fully support Ming Yan. He did not make any special arrangements for Beiqing, and he was just like Yu Xianxia and Xiaohua and the others. This time, Beiqing requested an audience in hopes that Luin would allow him to join one of the other squadrons of the 13 imperial squadrons. The first squadron was completely made up of Lu Yin's personal guards, and they did not need to do anything. Yu Xianxia and the others were so bored that they had gone to Train Yu Academy. Luin had not spoken much with Beiqing when Gavin requested an audience with a depressed expression. "Your Highness, the items that you handed over previously were not easy to sell," Gavin said bitterly. Luin was puzzled. "What items?" "The items that were taken from your palace's storehouse," Gavin replied. Luin recalled that Zhao Ran had not been easy to organize, and he had been short on money. Thus, he had given Gavin some of the items that he did not need and had asked him to think of ways to sell them for money or natural treasures. Even now, he had not been able to sell them. "No one wants to buy them?" Luin frowned. Gavin smiled bitterly. "The robbery at the Mavis Bank has spread to other banks, including the ones established by the Great Yu Empire. Many people only want to save their resources, and no one dares to spend them recklessly. Your items are mostly antiques and paintings, and they would naturally sell well in peacetime. But now, no one wants to buy them. Is it because no one wants to buy them, or is it because you don't know how to sell them?" Luin asked unhappily. Gavin smiled awkwardly. It was not that he did not know how to sell them, but rather that he did not have the face to do so. The items that Luin had given him had been sold in the blink of an eye, and the only people who had the money to buy them were the same people. If someone else bought back the items that they had given away, that would be too embarrassing. It would be the same as telling everyone that King Zishan was short on money, and he was too embarrassed to sell them. As for Shamrock Enterprises, they really did not sell natural treasures. To Luin, those items were a pity to throw them away, and they were useless to him. There was no way for him to sell them for money, and he could not even make good use of them. "Your Highness, I have a way to help you sell them," Beiqing suddenly spoke. Up with an excited expression. Luin and Gavin both looked at him, and Gavin was puzzled. Wasn't this person a hostage from the Shenwu continent? "What is it?" Luin asked. Beiqing explained, "Set up an auction house and sell them with high-quality goods alongside substandard ones. Your Highness should have some natural treasures that can help you avoid danger, and you can take out a few of them. You cannot sell them individually, but rather in combination. For example, a natural treasure can be paired with a painting or calligraphy piece. No one will complain about having too many natural treasures, and those who want to buy them can line up all the way to other weaves. Buying a few paintings or calligraphy pieces for the sake of natural treasures is nothing, and it won't cost much anyway." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that he would often be able to obtain things that he did not need, such as the things he had obtained in the Hall of Insight or old Buddha's relics. There were many things that were useless to him here, and this method could help him get rid of them. "Nonsense, Your Highness is the royal regent. How can you set up an auction house?" Gavin reprimanded. Luin raised a hand and looked at Beiqing with a smile. "I'll set up an auction house in your name, and I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, you'll be responsible for dealing with things that I don't need." Beiqing was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." He had nothing better to do, and having something to do would help him kill time as well as provide him with a path to advancement. He had heard many legends about the royal regent, and he knew that the man loved money. As long as he managed the auction house well and earned money for the royal regent, he would definitely have a bright future. Luin had Gavin hand over the inventory to Beiqing so that Gavin could fully support Beiqing in setting up an auction house. At the same time, Luin made a list of his own treasures, and it would not be a problem to sell them off along with the inventory. The main thing was that the first item to be auctioned had to be the absolute best in order for it to be a hit. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yin listed 10 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. Ever since the old smoker had assassinated many of Aegis' top assassins and forced them to admit defeat, his conditions for employment had spread. Natural treasures could be used for more than just cultivation or healing. The old smoker was the #1 assassin in the Outerverse, and anyone who hired him would be able to dictate the fate of others. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Countless wealthy tycoons trembled in fear, but at the same time, they were eager to hire the old smoker. As a result, the price of natural treasures that could avoid danger continued to rise. Originally, heaven and earth treasures of that level were already quite expensive. Depending on their different functions, they could be sold at outrageous prices. At this moment, the price was even more outrageous. In addition, pharmaceutical giants like Shamrock Enterprises had always been collecting heaven and earth treasures, so no matter how high the price was, heaven and earth treasures were still in demand but not in the market. Countless people were eager to get even one. Even if they couldn't hire the old smoker, they could at least save their lives at a critical moment. If worst came to worst, they could just keep the treasure and sell it to Shamrock Enterprises. Many people were speculating about natural treasures in the outside world. At this time, the auction house was selling 10 natural treasures that could avoid danger at once, which was enough to shock the various weaves. With Lu Yin's strength, he wasn't afraid of being targeted. In fact, he was eager for people to cause trouble for him. However, just listing natural treasures was too monotonous. After thinking about it, Lu Yin listed the Ink Jade Lake Spring Water, which was a lock-breaking tool that was stored in the Hall of Insight. He only had 25 drops, and selling 5 drops would be enough to attract many lockbreakers, as lockbreakers were all wealthy people. He then listed a bottle of Elder Wu's poison, which was enough to threaten an enlighter. He wanted to use this bottle of poison to tell the various weaves in the Outerverse that this auction house would sell and accept anything. It didn't matter if it was something honorable or something shady. He wanted to turn this auction house into a money-making vault. When Lu Yin passed the list to Beiqing, he was stunned. "Your Highness, are there really 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger?" Gavin was shocked. "So many?" Lu Yin nodded. "Publicize them according to the list." Beiqing asked, "Can this poison be sold? Can it really threaten an enlighter?" "The auction house's name will be the Great Continent Auction House, and these items will be enough to make it famous. I'll have Xiaoya and the others cooperate with you in publicizing the items and selling them as soon as possible. Only when you're famous enough will others send their items to you for auction. Keep an eye on all the items being auctioned, and we can buy whatever we need," Lu Yin said. Gavin hesitated. "Your Highness, can't things like poisons be sold in secret? That would damage the Empire's image." Lu Yin casually replied, "Just change the name. It's easy to change it to a life-saving item." Gwen stopped talking. Beiqing left in high spirits. The establishment of the auction house was very simple. With Lu Yin's support, Beiqing directly set up the auction house in the most bustling area of Xinyu Star. However, it had only been 2 days, and the main purpose of the auction house was to promote the event. Beiqing had already met with Sister Ye. With Lu Yin's support, Sister Ye had already become one of the top reporters in the Empire, and she was powerful enough to influence the Great Eastern Alliance's media. Thus, it would not be difficult for her to spread Beiqing's auction list. As expected, the entire Great Eastern Alliance was shaken when the auction list was sent out. Soon after, the news spread out at an extremely fast speed. Soon, even the neighboring territories and the Central Territories knew about it. The influence of heaven and earth treasures was too great. Lu Yin did not even expect them to have such a great influence. In addition, Sister Ye had people secretly hyping them up. It was foreseeable that the price of these heaven and earth treasures would definitely double. The name of the Continental Auction House quickly spread throughout the various major territories, and it was still spreading even further. The first auction would be held a month from now, as Beiqing needed enough time to gather all the wealthy people on Xinyu Star. Actually, an online auction was not a bad idea, but establishing an auction house was not as simple as just making money. He needed the auction house to attract more people. The Continental Auction House's communication system exploded with calls, as countless people tried to contact them to purchase the items they needed in advance. However, they were all rejected by Beijing. Right now, it was a seller's market, and there was no need to be afraid that people would not buy what they wanted. If they wanted to buy something, they could only come to Xianxia. Beijing's attitude made many people grit their teeth, but they did not dare to do anything. This was Xianxia, and even Aegis had given in to Luin. Even an enlighter would not dare to make a move, let alone these people. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan looked at the auction list with an ugly expression. Only the Hall of Insight had a stockpile of Lake Elysium's spring water, so this Continental Auction House definitely belonged to Luin. He was the one who had stolen some of the Hall of Insight's stockpile. To a lockbreaker, the importance of a lockbreaking tool was self-evident. Even Phelan hoped to obtain Lake Elysium's spring water, let alone the other lockbreakers. There was the sound of hurried footsteps as Master Kai walked over. "President, the Lake Elysium spring water must belong to our lockbreaker society." Phelan replied, "I know. Let's wait for the auction to begin." In terms of resources, although the Hall of Insight has been stolen, that's only a portion of it. There are still some resources left. Master Kai's expression turned ugly. "I've already contacted the Continental Auction House, but the owner, Beijing, actually refused to sell it. He's not giving us any face at all." Phelan was helpless. "The owner behind that auction house is Luin." Master Kai was shocked. "Luin? How could it be him? No wonder he's so arrogant. He even has 10 natural treasures." Not only did they want Lake Elysium's spring water, but they also wanted natural treasures as well as life-saving medicines that could threaten enlighters. In Armament Weave, Yifeng looked at the auction list and immediately contacted Wei Rong. He wanted to purchase some resources, but Wei Rong refused. They also had Lake Elysium's spring water, and Luin had only obtained a small portion of it, so there was no need to compete. As for natural treasures, Wei Rong was not confident that he could compete with Shamrock Enterprises, so it would be a waste to go there. In the land of darkness, a cold voice muttered to itself, "There are actually 10 natural treasures. Fortunately, we didn't fight to the death with Luin back then. Otherwise, that old smoker would have become our nightmare. No matter what, we have to get these natural treasures as well as that bottle of life-saving medicine. It can actually threaten an enlighter, so this Luin definitely has someone supporting him." "Who is it? Could it be the Hall of Honor?" In outer space, aboard a giant spacecraft, Dino was calculating his expenses. He was lucky to be in charge of Frostwave Weave on behalf of Endless Borders, which was the heart of the Great Eastern Alliance. He needed to improve his business and suppress others, or else he might be replaced. At this moment, his gadget buzzed. Dino looked over, and his expression changed. "Captain Yankee, what is it?" "Have you looked at the Continental Auction House's list?" a low voice asked. Dino hurriedly replied, "Yes, I've looked at it. At least buy me 3 natural treasures and a drop of Lake Elysium spring water. Also, do your best to buy that bottle of life-saving medicine." Beads of sweat dripped down Dino's forehead. "This? Captain Yankee, I don't have that much money right now. I'll ask the headquarters to transfer it to you, Mr. Dino. You should be aware of the hardships and dangers that our development team faces. These things are all life-saving treasures that are extremely important to us." Dino hurriedly replied, I know. Rest assured, Captain Yankee. I'll do my best." After the call ended, Dino's expression turned bitter. He was well aware of how big of an impact this auction would have, and countless eyes would be watching. Although Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations, there were still behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and Aurora Spacecraft Corporation above them. How could they compete? With so little money, it was going to be troublesome. He contacted the Continental Auction House and tried to purchase them in advance, but he was mercilessly rejected. He was not angry, though, as this Continental Auction House was obviously Lu Yin's property. If there was really no other way, then he would look for Luin. On Shamrock Enterprises' green planet, Shenfu was leisurely rocking back and forth in his recliner when his secretary, Xiao Qin, walked over and handed him a list. Shenfu was shocked when he saw the list. 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger? What's the origin of this continental auction house? According to our investigations, the owner, Bei Qing, is from the Shenwu continent and is a member of the Great Yu Empire's first squadron, Xiaoqin coldly replied. Shenfu replied, isn't the first squadron Lu Yin's private army? It looks like Lu Yin has found a good place with quite a few natural treasures that have been growing for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps it's the ruins of some ancient sect. Do your best to find out more. As for this auction, Shamrock Enterprises will definitely participate. This is a matter of face, so you can represent me and buy them all. Xiaoqin frowned. The Continental Auction House has done a good job of advertising this time. All the weaves know about it, and the prices might be inflated. Shenfu laughed. Shamrock Enterprises isn't afraid of money. Go. Yes, Mr. Shen. Countless people stared at the list of items, calculating how much they would need to buy them all. Lu Yin didn't care too much about it. Based on the changes in the market, the prices of these items would definitely be inflated, but they wouldn't be too outrageous. Every item had a price limit, and those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all smart people. If the prices were too outrageous, they would definitely stop and try to buy them from him. The prices on the auction house were just a reference for future transactions. However, Lu Yin wouldn't release too many natural treasures, as that would cause the market to go haywire. He believed that Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and the other major powers definitely had plenty of natural treasures that could avoid danger, but they would never reveal them. This was their foundation. He had no choice, he was short on money. Many people had contacted him during this time, and even the old smoker had taken the initiative to contact him once to ask if he wanted to upgrade his membership. Lu Yin was left speechless, but he really did upgrade his membership and gave the old smoker 10 more natural treasures. He didn't lack them anyway. But why did the old smoker need so many natural treasures? Lu Yin was very curious. Time passed quickly, and there was still half a month before the auction. The auction house was completely sealed off, and the imperial court's first squad of guards aroused the curiosity of many. During this time, Xinyu Star was bustling with activity. All sorts of rich people from other weaves had arrived, and the busiest streets of Xinyu Star were packed to the brim. The Mavis Bank and other major banks were urgently transporting money to Xinyu Star to prevent too many people from withdrawing their money. The Amethyst Company's reconstruction was accelerated, and it was almost complete. The silhouettes of rich people were everywhere. Many people visited King Zishan's palace, but they were all turned away by K's. It had to be said that the dire barbarian clan's ferocious appearance was very useful, and many people were intimidated by K's status as a member of the dire barbarian clan. Thank you for your support. The fourth update will be posted at 2 p.m. Please donate and support. The dire barbarian clan was one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse Spirit Seal Flow Zone. They were tyrannical and unreasonable, but they had actually been used as gatekeepers. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, there would definitely be a good show to watch. In many people's eyes, Lu Yin was the happiest when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. He had become one of the most untouchable people in the Outerverse, but once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would be the first to bear the brunt, and the Innerverse's great powers would easily crush him. They did not know that the Innerverse was on the verge of collapse. Lu Yin was often worried that the Sixth Mainland's progenitors would act and wipe out the Innerverse's great powers. 4 months had passed since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins, and he planned to return after this auction. He hoped that he would not be as unlucky as he had been the last time. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin received Bei Qing. After a short chat, Bei Qing walked out with a depressed expression. Lu Yin's head hurt. Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders, and many other famous powers were all looking for him to purchase natural treasures. Even Aegis had approached him, as well as Madame Naylan. 10 natural treasures were definitely not enough to go around, and these people were certain that he still had some in stock. It was not easy for him to refuse, as he had gained 100 natural treasures during his trip to Bushtree Planet, and he could not just give them all away. After thinking about it, he sorted out his cosmic ring. Most of the items were normal, but there were also some that were not. For example, the stinky fruit-like item that he had obtained during his previous lock-breaking session. If it could become a sourcebox, it meant that it was not trash, and it was even a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. However, Luin did not know what it was used for. It couldn't be eaten, right? He had asked many people, but no one knew what it was used for. He wanted to throw it away, but he could not bear to do so since it was something he had obtained during his lockbreaking session. Helpless, he put it away and then took out a transparent crystal bottle. His expression turned serious, as this bottle contained Death 91's life poison, which he had obtained from the Neo-Human Alliance. This thing had killed Ming Xiaoxiu and nearly killed Ming Yan as well. Every time he looked at this bottle, Luin would feel a chill run down his spine. The Neo-Human Alliance's darkness made him shiver. Metal pieces, jade, progenitor. Wushang's hide, scarlet eyes, and Yao Gu's bank card, true insight, and so on. There were too many good things in his cosmic ring. At that moment, Luin took out a small blood-red bell the size of a thumb. It Lu Yin's bells Lu Yin's, and he had felt it once against. The bell ring 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 shook trembles. Luin wasn't the only one who heard it, the entire Xinyu star, and even the entire Frostwave Weave, could hear it. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. It was as if they could see the shadow of the heavens raising its hand and pressing down on them, and a bone-deep fear arose. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all immersed in the heavenly might. Aiden, Yen Yen, Phantom Sting, and everyone else in Frostwave Weave felt the same way. Even Lord Egret, who had just entered Frostwave Weave, felt a chill run down his spine. He was so terrified that he didn't even look back. Luin was stunned for a moment, but soon regained his senses. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What was going on? Where did that unparalleled pressure come from? Could it be? He looked at the blood-red bell in his hand. That was the sound of a bell. He stared at the blood-red bell in shock, and his face paled. This bell sound had actually made him feel as if he was facing the heaven's might. Could it be that someone had left behind some power? At that moment, he did not know that the bell's sound had not only made him feel that way, but that everyone in Frostwave Weave had also experienced the heaven's might. Luin slowly put down the bell. "Monkey, have you seen this before?" he asked. "Seventh bro, this thing isn't good. That feeling is too scary. I've only experienced this feeling when I faced Imperial Tutor Skymender." "It's a little scary," the monkey said dryly. "Where did it come from? Why do you always have such strange things? Even your futon." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his gadget beeped, giving him a fright. It was Elder Lohar. He tapped on his screen, and Elder Lohar's image appeared on it. Elder Lohar seemed to be in a good mood, and he was all smiles. Just as he was about to speak to Luin, his gaze suddenly froze as he stared at the blood-red bell on the table behind Luin. His pupils violently contracted, and he was filled with disbelief. His mouth was slightly agape, as if the sky had collapsed. His eyes were filled with fear, respect, admiration, and all sorts of other complex emotions. At this moment, Luin saw countless emotions in Elder Lohar's eyes, and all of them happened in an instant. Elder Lohar's face paled, and he pointed at Luin. "You. How did you get that?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked back. Without hesitation, he said, "Someone gave it to me." "Who?" "That lord." "No, who gave it to you?" Elder Lohar asked anxiously. At that moment, Kaze reported that Aiden had requested an audience. Luin ignored him and looked at Elder Lohar strangely. "Elder, you know about this? How did you get it?" Elder Lohar's eyes went wide. Luin thought about it and recalled the scene that he had seen when the bell had rung. "I don't know either. There was one time when the heavens were mighty, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. A voice told me that it had been gifted to me, and when I woke up, I had it in my arms." Elder Lohar's pupils shrank and dilated, and he stared at Luin in disbelief as if he were looking at a god. When he saw Elder Lohar's expression, Luin knew that what he had said might have caused the man to question life itself. This bell definitely had an origin, and this origin was something that even Elder Lohar could not accept. Luin waited quietly, occasionally glancing at Elder Lohar's eyes as he tried to figure out something. At that moment, Case came to report again. Your Highness, Captain Aiden urgently requests an audience. Luin waved a hand to dismiss him, as he had more urgent matters to attend to. Elder Lohar sighed. No, Alliance Master Lu, I came to tell you that there are no movements in the technocracy for the time being, so there's no need to worry. Luin nodded and grunted, but he continued to stare at Elder Lohar. The way he addressed Luin had changed. This old man was suddenly very respectful towards Luin. It seemed that Luin had guessed correctly, as this blood-colored bell was related to some important person. Dice 1 Point had stolen something incredible. I still have matters to attend to, so. That's all for now. Right, if you need any help, just contact me, Elder Lohar said. He then looked at the blood-colored bell in awe once again, but his gaze was strange and filled with doubt. Luin suddenly said, Elder, Xianxia was attacked, and I'm sure that you know about it. I was just thinking that it would be better if Xianxia had an enlighter to oversee it. Elder Lohar did not hesitate. Alright, I'll send an enlighter to oversee it for you. Luin was shocked, as the old man had agreed so readily. He had only been testing the waters. Elder, do you know the origins of this bell? Luin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Luin with a complicated expression. That voice didn't tell you? Luin shook his head. Elder Lohar laughed. That's right. If you knew, then you wouldn't have. He then changed his tone and said, Alright, I still have matters to attend to. That's all for now. The enlighter will arrive at Xianxia as soon as possible. Luin looked at the blood-colored bell and fell into deep thought. What exactly was that thing? How could it scare an expert from the Hall of Honor whose power level was over 300,000? At this moment, Aiden barged in with Case behind him. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I couldn't stop him. Case shouted in panic. Luin waved for Case to leave and then looked at Aiden curiously. His impression of Aiden was that he was calm and never panicked. Even when facing an Enlighter Realm astral beast in Iron Blood Weave, Aiden had never lost his composure. What's the matter? Luin asked. Aiden's face was solemn, and there was even a trace of incomprehensible panic in the depths of his eyes. There's trouble, Glory. Just as he spoke, Aiden's gaze was attracted to the blood-colored bell, and his reaction was the same as Elder Lohar's. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than Elder Lohar's. He pointed at the bell in disbelief. That. Why is that thing here? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You recognize it? Aiden stared at the blood-colored bell and walked over step by step. He stopped when he was less than 2 meters away from the bell and gulped. This feeling. There's no mistake. This is it. He then looked at Luin and widened his eyes. Your Highness, did you shake it just now? Lu Yin's heart trembled. No way. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who had experienced that feeling? How do you know? Aiden smiled bitterly. I'm here because of this. It's not just me, the entire Great U Empire, no, the entire Frostwave Weave, and even the other weaves could feel it. It's that heavenly might. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Aiden asked solemnly, how did your Highness obtain it? Luin repeated what he had told Elder Lohar, and Aiden stared at Luin in disbelief. How is that possible? How could that person give you that bell? He wouldn't even give it to his own son. That shouldn't be possible, Aiden muttered to himself and then looked at Luin with a probing gaze. Your Highness, tell me the truth. Were you really born in the Outerverse? Luin lowered his voice. Tell me. What exactly is it? Aiden glanced at the blood-colored bell again and said, Hall of Honor, Interstellar Arbitration, Chief Inquisitor's Warrant. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his brain heated up. He instantly understood why Elder Lohar and Aiden had reacted the same way. No wonder the heavenly might had shaken the entire weave. The Hall of Honor was the overlord of the entire human domain, and it had the power to rule over everything. Below it were the Interstellar Arbitration, the Lockbreaker Society, the 10 Arbiters Council, and so on. Any organization that had the power to decide certain matters in the universe was under the Hall of Honor. The most terrifying organization was the Interstellar Arbitration, as it was the enforcer of the Hall of Honor. It was the Hall of Honor's sword, and it had the power to rule over everything. No matter who it was, as long as they were judged by the interstellar arbitration, there would be no escape. The Hall of Honor was the most terrifying law enforcement force in the entire universe. Even the Innerverse Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, Cosmic Sea's Four Tyrants, Starfall Sea's Sea King's Dome, and Greyweed Continent did not dare to provoke the Hall of Honor. Chapter 5, Thank you all for your support, please give me a tip. The Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor was one of humanity's strongest powerhouses, and he was a mysterious figure. Generally speaking, even if a huge organization like the Day-Night Clan was put on trial, there was no need for the head inquisitors to act. 3 of them were enough, which showed how powerful the head inquisitors were. They were above all living beings and could even be called gods. Many people had guessed that the head inquisitors had power levels that exceeded 1,000,000. They were extremely terrifying figures who could control everything. Luin looked at the blood-colored bell and felt a chill run down his spine. He had actually unintentionally stolen the head inquisitor's command token. Elder Lohar was a powerhouse that was very difficult for Luin to resist. Ancestor Arrow Mountain from Taima Temple, Northgate Taisway from the Innerverse, and an elder from the Yu family from the 7 Courts. These people could crush Luin like an ant, but in the eyes of the head inquisitors, these people were just ants. It was no wonder why Elder Lohar's attitude had changed so drastically. Luin knew that he had told a huge lie, and this lie might have caused him to be doomed. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, once this lie was exposed, he would be doomed as well. No one would be able to save him. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, this lie would be exposed, and even Heizage Leon would not be able to protect him. He regretted it now, and he should not have lied. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the lie would be exposed. But if he did not lie, how could he explain this bell? How could he have obtained the head inquisitor's item? How could he say that it was a lie? Elder Lohar might have sent an enlighter here to verify the authenticity of the bell, but Aiden had said that the entire weave had experienced the heavenly might, so there was no way to hide it. No, this lie had to be carried out, and it could not be exposed. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. Since he could not cover it up, then he would fight to the end. Who knew when the Innerverse and Outerverse would be connected? At least for now, he did not want to die. Furthermore, this lie would be of great help to him right now. Lu Yin's lips went dry as he looked at the blood-colored bell. 1 point of the die was enough to steal anything, and it had even stolen the head inquisitor's item. Next time, would it steal the items of the 6th Mainland's progenitors as well? If so, he would have to thank the heavens. The Human Domain's Hall of Honor's Interstellar Arbitration's Inquisitor's Warrant. 7th Bro, I'll tell you right now that we're dead. Luin picked up the blood-red bell and solemnly put it away. He then looked at Aiden. Are you sure this is the referee's warrant? Aiden had a complicated look in his eyes as he solemnly said, when I was roaming the Neoverse, I felt this kind of heavenly might once. It's definitely the head inquisitor's command. He then looked at Luin. Your Highness, what is your relationship with the head inquisitor? Why would he give it to you? I don't know. Luin played dumb. Aiden didn't ask any more questions. Everyone was curious as to how Luin had obtained so many foreign objects, as well as all those natural treasures. Aiden felt that he had guessed correctly, and it must have been given to him by the Hall of Honor. This person in front of him was backed by the Hall of Honor, which meant that he had an extraordinary status. Because of the mainland's auction house, Xenu Star had attracted the attention of countless influential people. Under these circumstances, the Amethyst firm's reconstruction sped up, and it was finally completed a few days later. When the firm reopened for business, it was packed to the brim on the first day, and the flow of people never stopped. On the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company, Xianxia was leisurely curled up on a pink sofa, playing games on her personal terminal. With a ding, a notification came. Xianxia opened it to take a look and suddenly stood up. Dang Pu had appeared. At the same time, Zifeng sent out a communication request. Xianxia's lips twitched as she opened it, and when she saw Zifeng on the screen, she casually asked, "What's up, bro?" Zifeng coughed and looked at Xianxia seriously. "How's the rebuilding of the company coming along?" Xianxia was shocked. "When did you become the chairman? Why didn't you receive any notice? You should have told me earlier, and I would have." Sent you the rebuilding report. Zifang was unhappy with Xianxian's sarcastic tone. He wanted to scold her, but after thinking about it, he held himself back and patiently said, Xianxian, I know that I was too strict with you in the past. I apologize. Xianxian looked at Zifang strangely, her expression wary. Zifang continued, the compensation for Aegis attack on Xinyu Star has arrived. It will all be given to you, and it's enough to rebuild a few hundred branches. That matter ends here, and the board of directors does not intend to pursue the matter. Oh, I don't mind. Zifang stared at her. Right, did you receive the report? Xianxian nodded. Dang Pu's whereabouts? Zifang's eyes blazed. Dang Pu has true insight, and you should know its value. Don't sell this information to anyone. Our amethyst company wants Dang Pu. Xianxian was confused. We don't know how to lockbreak, so why would we want true insight? With true insight, we can easily recruit powerful lockbreakers, and we can even work with Saul. He's an expert who can rival an enlighter. Xianxian thought about it. Alright, I won't sell it. Zifang smiled in satisfaction. That's good. He then exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Xianxian walked over to the window and looked at the crowd and the distant King Zishan palace. You won't sell it? How is that possible? You're too naive if you think that I won't cause trouble for you with just a few words. At the same time, Luyin also received news of Dang Pu's appearance from Qianyan. Although Qianyan's information network could not compare to Amethyst Company's, it was lacking only in terms of scope. In terms of accuracy, he was no less accurate than Amethyst Company's, especially in the Umbral realm, where he was everywhere. Dang Pu's information had been intercepted by Qianyan's information network and transferred to the 2nd Squadron, which then transferred it to Luyin. Luyin was excited, as Dang Pu had finally appeared. He immediately ordered Yan Yan and Phantom Sting to capture Dang Pu. At this time, Xianxian invited Luyin to visit Amethyst Company. After all, he was one of the shareholders, and he should have been invited to the company's reconstruction. But why would a mere company need him to visit? Luyin guessed that this might have something to do with Dang Pu, as Amethyst Company would be able to obtain any information that Qianyan could. Soon enough, Luyin appeared at the highest floor of Amethyst Company and looked down. As expected of one of the 4 major corporations, a single company can drive the economy of an entire street. Xianxian smiled. Alliance leader Lu, you're exaggerating. This street is not something that Amethyst Company can drive. Mavis Bank, Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Endless Borders, the Nayland family, and so on. This street contains almost all of the most famous family companies in the Outerverse, and Amethyst Company is just one of them. Xianxian was right. This most prosperous street on Xinyu Star was very famous, and those who could do business here were at least financial groups that had crossed weaves. Even the wealthiest financial groups in the Great Yu Empire had moved away, as they no longer had the qualifications to survive here. Those who could do business here were all famous figures in their own circles, and any one of them could influence the economy of a region or even multiple regions. This was also why Aegis attack had caused such a huge impact. Anyone who died here would not be easy to deal with. If not for Lu Yin's request, the mainland's auction house would not have had a place on this street. This was one of the most prosperous streets in the Great Eastern Alliance. Miss Xianxian, you didn't invite me here just to see the rebuilding of the company, right? Luyin asked as he smiled at Xianxian. Xianxian took a sip of her fruit juice and licked her red lips. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Luyin. Alliance leader Lu, you're a lockbreaker, right? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right. I'm a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. No, I forgot. Ever since the lockbreaker competition, I've been promoted to 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Then, Alliance leader Lu must be very interested in true insight? Xianxian smiled as she looked at Luyin. She hoped to see him lose his composure, as true insight was enough to make any lockbreaker lose their composure. Xianxian had guessed correctly, as true insight could indeed make Luyin lose his composure. Unfortunately, Luyin had already lost his composure, so she did not see it. What do you mean by that, Miss Xianxian? Does your amethyst company have true insight? Luin asked, even though he already knew the answer. Xianxia raised her head and proudly said, we don't, but Dangpu does. It just so happens that I know Dangpu's whereabouts. Does Alliance Leader Lu want to know? She looked at Luin proudly like a peacock. I don't want to, Luin replied bluntly. Xianxia's proud expression did not fade, and she thought that she had misheard him. What did you say? Say it again. I said I don't want to. Xianxia was confused, as the script was not right. You don't want true insight? Luin was helpless. Of course I do, but I can't have it. I know Dangpu's whereabouts, so he has true insight, Xianxia repeated. Luin shrugged. Forget it. If he has it, then so be it. Let others fight for it. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want Saul to go crazy and cause trouble for me. He then waved at Xianxia. If Miss Xianxia has nothing else to say, then I'll take my leave. I'm quite busy. He then vanished. Xianxia was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. What kind of person was this? He didn't even want true insight, but he was afraid of Saul? Impossible, as he wasn't even afraid of Aegis. How could he be afraid of Saul? What had gone wrong? Xianxia could not figure it out. The more she could not figure it out, the more curious she became. No, I have to know the reason. She then chased after Luin to King Zishan's palace. She refused to believe it, as it was too abnormal. Based on the Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence network's analysis of Lu Yin's personality, this person should not have reacted this way. There was definitely a problem. Could it be that someone else in the trading company had sold this information to him? Spaceships were not the only means of transportation in the universe. There were also some strange means of transportation in some places. For example, in a weave in the west, there was a region that was extremely cold, and the dark sky was covered in layers of ice. This was a strange phenomenon. Although the temperature was low, countless people visited this region every year, so such a phenomenon was extremely rare. In this region, there was an icy track that extended westward, and there was an ice cart on the track. Most tourists rode this ice cart for sightseeing. The ice cart was sky blue and made of solid ice. Its speed was not much slower than a spaceship's, and it whistled through the air towards the west. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. Cyrus the Mountain Breeze Lan Qiang Ian Yi. A few words missing. Link Ultimate Twilight Misty Rain Rin Xiao Ping Xing Royal Canon DCF Heavenly Slayer still had the support of many brothers. Windborn gave his thanks. Windborn could not guarantee that he would update frequently because he was working, but he could guarantee that he would never stop updating. He would update at least twice a day. Dangpu had appeared inside the ice carriage, and after unintentionally revealing his true appearance, he had been photographed by an ordinary person. How could Dangpu have known that he had been photographed by an ordinary person who did not know who Dangpu was? After uploading the photo onto the network, it had been recognized by the network, and Dangpu's whereabouts had been exposed. At this moment, Dangpu still did not know that his whereabouts had been exposed. He had disguised himself as a sickly youth and was lying on the ice carriage. He had announced that he did not have much time left and that he wanted to tour the ice carriage one last time. No one would have thought that this sickly youth would be the celebrity who had shaken the outerverse. Dangpu's heart burned with passion as he looked out the window at the frozen starry sky. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, he had slipped away when Phelan had appeared to testify against Saul. He had felt that the situation was not right, and as expected, Saul had been expelled from the society. Source Peak Planet had been on the brink of collapse, and the Lockbreaker Society had even moved to Frostwave Weave. Luin had rejoiced over his quick-wittedness countless times, and now, after hiding for so long, the time was finally right. The energy that had isolated Tyrannical Weave was about to disappear, and when that time came, Myriad City would appear. That would be his destination, and he would sell true insight there so that he could cultivate without any worries. Only the wealthiest city in the world would be able to sell true insight for what it was worth. Although Luin was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and desired true insight, he knew that he could not research it in peace since he would be discovered one day. Thus, he had decided to sell true insight. Soon. When he reached Tyrannical Weave, it would not be long before Myriad City appeared. He was thinking about how to sell Myriad City and who to sell it to. Just as he was lost in thought, a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire sat down beside him and smiled at him. Dang Pu pretended to smile weakly, but the next moment, his expression changed as someone grabbed his arm. It was the middle-aged man who had grabbed him. Dang Pu stared at the man, and his heart sank. This person's star energy was boundless, and he was definitely a hunter. His identity had been exposed. Dang Pu, I've been looking for you for a long time, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Beads of sweat dripped from Dang Pu's forehead as he nervously replied, I don't understand what you're saying. The middle-aged man laughed. There's no need to pretend anymore. Just come with me. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. As long as you sell true insight to us, we'll ensure your safety. Of course, you can also join us. I'm from the Amethyst Company. Dang Pu's face turned pale. One of the 4 major corporations, things were going to be troublesome. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's neck jerked backwards as a white light flashed in front of him. A series of attacks were launched at him, and he could only let go of Dang Pu's hand as he continuously retreated. This was a Hunter Realm assassin, so it had to be Aegis. At this stage, there were very few intelligence organizations that could obtain Dang Pu's whereabouts, and Aegis was one of them. The assassin forced the middle-aged man to retreat, but he didn't give up. His blade flashed, and the ice cart swayed as it was cut in half. The middle-aged man was furious. Aegis, do you really want to start a war? As he spoke, the power of a hunter erupted from his body, and howls of despair rang out from within the ice cart. Dang Pu smashed through the window and escaped towards outer space, but another assassin appeared in front of him and attacked him. Fortunately, Dang Pu wasn't weak. He was a cruiser and a lockbreaker, so several assassins who weren't even hunters were no match for him. Inside the ice cart, Zifang's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and 2 more hunters appeared behind him. For the sake of capturing Dang Pu, Zifang had put in a lot of effort. He had mobilized 3 hunters at once, and if he failed in the end, he would definitely be punished. The Amethyst Company had never fought for supremacy through force, but Zifang had broken that tradition. One hunter dealt with the Aegis assassin while the other grabbed at Dang Pu. Suddenly, countless mercenaries appeared all around them and attacked Dang Pu and the Amethyst Company's experts. A section of the ice cart was smashed to pieces. Stop, a woman shouted from afar. Ice crystal essence. As soon as she spoke, ice crystals spread out from the void and quickly swept out in all directions, trying to freeze everyone. Zifang's eyes narrowed. It was actually her, Big Sis Leng, who was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings. Shouldn't she be an Ironblood Weave? With a bang, the ice crystal essence failed to seal the crowd. The hunter from the Amethyst Company shattered the ice with a single punch, and a powerful fist wind whistled through the air towards Big Sis Leng. Her gaze was icy, and she raised her hand. Layers of ice crystals spread out and froze the fist wind. She then transformed it into an ice spear that shot towards the hunter. The hunter was shocked, as he felt that he couldn't resist Big Sis Leng. Although she was a cruiser, her strength was terrifying. He had no choice but to give up on Dang Pu and focus on Big Sis Leng. Big Sis Leng was a cruiser with a power level of 80,000 and ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings. She was strong enough to challenge hunters, and even a peak hunter like Kong Shi wasn't confident of defeating her, let alone these hunters. Within the Iron Blood system, her ranking was even higher than Kong Shi's. It wasn't that Kong Shi was inferior to her. First of all, Big Sis Leng had spent more time in Ironblood Weave than Kong Shi. Second of all, she fought rather crazily, as if she didn't care about her own life. Once Big Sis Leng tangled with someone, unless they could crush her, it would be difficult to escape. Zifang's face was gloomy as he stared at Dang Pu. Dang Pu was being attacked by countless mercenaries, but he was dodging them with ease. These mercenaries had come with the intent to kill, which infuriated Zifang. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted. This place was already very cold, and Big Sis Leng had made a move to lower the temperature. This time, the temperature dropped even more, and it was also very cold. An extreme chill enveloped everyone. The first to suffer were the mercenaries, followed by the hidden assassins. Zifang's face paled, as an expert had arrived. Big Sislung was shocked, as this chill surpassed even hers. With a whoosh, the void froze. Yan Yan had made his move. Deng Pu's entire body was cold, and he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the mercenaries and assassins were frozen to escape. However, Slythorn's dagger flickered in the dark, and it slashed across Deng Pu's legs, seriously injuring him. Then, Slythorn's gaze turned cold, and two swords stabbed out of his abdomen. At some point in time, two black figures had appeared behind him. They were Gemini Gue, the strongest experts of the Phantom Sword sect. Slythorn's body shattered into ice crystals upon contact. He had sensed that something was wrong with his innate gift, so he had used it to escape. If he had been a step slower, he would have died. Gemini Gue's appearance made Deng Pu even more terrified, and he endured the pain from his leg as he fled. Zifang gritted his teeth when he saw this. How many people knew about Deng Pu's whereabouts? Gemini Gue's appearance meant that the Phantom Sword sect knew about that assassin's innate gift. If Zifang was not wrong, then that assassin should be Mafioso Planet's Hunter Mistchild, who was currently ranked 7th. According to their intelligence reports, this person might already be working under Luin, and with the addition of Aegis people, it would be very difficult for them to succeed. Yan Yan made a move to resist Gemini Gue, but Gemini Gue was strong enough to fight against an Enlighter. Even Fiendly had been severely injured by Gemini Gue's Twin Heart Ghost Sword. Although Yan Yan was very strong, it would be very difficult for him to resist Gemini Gue. He was not good at defense, and it would have been better if Aiden had been in his place. Suddenly, a figure appeared in outer space. His sharp gaze swept down as he shouted, "Evil disciple!" Everyone looked up in shock. Saul had actually appeared. When he saw Saul, Deng Pu was the most terrified. His face was completely drained of blood, and he slowly knelt down. Master. Saul grabbed Deng Pu. "Evil disciple, hand over true insight." "Retreat." Phantom Sting's voice rang out. Yan Yan did not hesitate to retreat. Gemini Gue disappeared into the void and then reappeared to attack Saul. Saul roared as he faced off against Gemini Gue. Deng Pu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly fled. Phantom Sting and Yan Yan wanted to capture him, but in outer space, Saul's star energy suddenly descended and enveloped everyone. Deng Pu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he retrieved his lock-breaking tool and put it on. He endured the pain from his leg and charged out of Saul's star energy suppression. Even the hunters present could not escape, only Deng Pu could because he was a lockbreaker. Saul saw that Deng Pu had fled, but he did not chase after him. He had his own backup plan. Deng Pu fled towards the west, but before long, a figure blocked his path with a sinister gaze. "Long time no see, Deng Pu." Deng Pu's face changed, and he hurriedly changed direction. The figure tore through the void and blocked Deng Pu's path. "What, you still want to escape? Come with me to see Saul." This figure was Mr. June. He was the backup plan that Saul had used to capture Deng Pu. Ever since the battle on Source Peak Planet, not only had Phelan become smarter, but Saul had also learned his lesson. He knew that he should always hold back, and this lesson had finally come in handy. Mr. June frowned when he saw the despair and confusion in Deng Pu's eyes. He suddenly thought of something and grabbed Deng Pu, only to discover that this person was just an ordinary cruiser. He wasn't even a lockbreaker, but he had a lock-breaking tool in his hand. "Who are you?" Mr. June barked with a sinister expression. The person bitterly replied, "I'm just a substitute for that person. He's already escaped." Mr. June was furious. "Where is he?" The person shook his head. "I'm just a substitute. How could that person tell me where he is?" Mr. June slapped the person to death and then picked up his lock-breaking tool before heading towards the ice cart. He had made a mistake. Deng Pu had been too cunning, and he had actually arranged for a substitute. No, this substitute might not have been arranged in advance, but rather had been following Deng Pu the entire time in order to die in his place. On Xenu Star, Luin put down his gadget with a calm expression. In the end, Deng Pu had still managed to escape. As expected of someone who had managed to escape from Source Peak Planet. Many powers had made their move, including Sol and the Gemini ghosts, but Dang Pu had still managed to escape. He was indeed cunning. However, Lu Yin had never expected that so many people would know of Dang Pu's whereabouts. It would be more difficult to capture him in the future, and after this battle, Dang Pu probably wouldn't dare to appear again in the near future. "Your Highness, Lord Gavin requests an audience," Kay said. "Let him in." Gavin quickly saw Lu Yin and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Highness." "Lord Gavin, is something the matter?" Lu Yin asked. Gavin replied, "Your Highness, Tyrannical Weave might be reopened soon. The Nayland family has already moved to the west, and I would like to know what arrangements Your Highness has for the Nayland family." Lu Yin was stunned. "Tyrannical Weave is reopening?" "Yes," Gavin replied. Lu Yin opened his star chart and looked in the direction of the ice carriage. He then looked to the west where Tyrannical Weave was. Could Dang Pu be heading to Tyrannical Weave? Dang Pu had true insight with him, and the entire Outerverse was after him. He did not have the ability to protect himself, nor did he have the resources to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. True insight was currently useless to him, and if Lu Yin were in Dang Pu's shoes, he would definitely sell true insight in exchange for cultivation resources. At the very least, he would be able to protect himself. Selling true insight would also divert attention so that he would not be targeted. And the best place to sell true insight was Myriad City. "When will Tyrannical Weave be restored?" Lu Yin asked. Gavin replied, "Within half a month to a month." Lu Yin thought about it. There were still 10 days before the auction, and he would still have time to head to Myriad City after the auction. However, if he could figure out Dang Pu's goal, then Sol, Wei Rong, and the others would definitely be able to as well. He could not afford to waste any time. Lu Yin then said to Gavin, "Let the Nayland family make their own arrangements. If they want to withdraw from some of the collaborations, then don't force them." Gavin acknowledged. "Also, cooperate with Beiqing and deal with the auction." Lu Yin dismissed Gavin and then had Yen Yan and Phantom Sting head to Tyrannical Weave. Lu Yin then contacted Elder Lohar to ask about the Hall of Honors and lighter guarding Xinyu Star. "Don't worry, I've already sent Ok. He's my disciple," Elder Lohar said. Lu Yin said, "Elder, Myriad City is about to be restored, and I need to make a trip there. I'm unable to welcome Senior Ok, so please forgive me." Elder Lohar was puzzled. "Why are you going to Myriad City?" Lu Yin did not hide anything and told the Elder about Dang Pu. There was no need to hide such a thing, as the Hall of Honor would definitely find out. Elder Lohar sighed. The importance of true insight is not inferior to that of a secret technique, and the value of the complete true insight might even surpass that of a secret technique. To lockbreakers like you, any page of true insight is a supreme treasure, and I can understand that. You can go now, and I'll inform Ok. "Thank you, Elder." Lu Yin relaxed. With Ok around, Xinyu Star would be safe. At least until the Hall of Honor exposed Lu Yin's lies, they would do their best to protect him. Although the Hall of Honor's influence in the Outerverse at present, the Outerverse domain, the Outerverse, many years of influence still remained. After the Ice Car battle, the news of Dang Pu's victory had spread out. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan was excitedly pacing back and forth. True insight was too important to lockbreakers, and it also held a symbolic meaning. She absolutely could not allow true insight to fall into the hands of outsiders. Otherwise, once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, their responsibilities would be too great. However, they definitely wouldn't be able to snatch it back by themselves. Phelan did not plan on asking Lu Yin for help, as that person would not give true insight to her even if he obtained it. After thinking about it, she sought out Kai Jianqiang. If there was anyone in the Lockbreaker Society who could take back true insight, it would be Kai Jianqiang, who had once been invincible among his peers. Kai Jianqiang did not hesitate and immediately agreed to head west to search for Dang Pu. Before he left, he even informed Lu Yin that he would take care of the Lockbreaker Society. He had met Lu Yin a few times, and he admired this person. Lu Yin's opinion of him was completely different from the outside world's. This was especially true when Lu Yin had forcefully withstood Zi Rong's attack and then had a drink with him. Lu Yin felt a headache coming when he received Kai Jianqiang's message. This person was known to be invincible among his peers. Although they were from different eras, Luin had no idea how strong this person was. However, he was certain that this person had the strength to defeat ordinary enlighters. Since Kai Jianqiang was also participating in the fight for true insight, Lu Yin's chances of obtaining it had greatly decreased. Fortunately, the others were the same, and Lu Yin's relationship with Kai Jianqiang was quite good. Even if Kai Jianqiang managed to steal true insight, Lu Yin would still be able to obtain it. When Phelan found out that Kai Jianqiang had specifically notified Lu Yin, her expression became very interesting. She saw Kai Jianqiang's relieved expression, and she wanted to tell him that Lu Yin might actually be his greatest enemy. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. Elsewhere, Wei Rong contacted the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, Endless Borders, Aegis, and the Umbral Butterfly tribe. He wanted them all to join forces and fight for true insight. Endless Borders rarely participated in power struggles, but they were also tempted when it came to true insight. Just like when they had attacked Source Peak Planet, they agreed to work together. Aegis's strength had been greatly reduced after fighting against Lu Yin, but they also agreed to work together. The Umbral Butterfly tribe was basically tied to Wei Rong. Only the Ghost Shadow Sword sect was somewhat hesitant. But in the end, they still agreed to work together. Wei Rong had used Kai Jianqiang as a threat, and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect's Gemini ghosts were not confident that they could deal with Kai Jianqiang. Wei Rong gazed deeply into outer space and muttered to himself, "True insight, Myriad City." Shamrock Enterprises was spread throughout the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, and the highest-ranking person was the president, Yu Mu, who had the authority to manage all of the Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse. Under him were Western Frontiers President, Offman, and Eastern Frontiers President, Shen Fu. When news of True Insight spread, Offman was notified by Yu Mu, and he immediately left his planet and headed towards Tyrannical Weave. He was an enlighter, after all. At Aurora Corporation, a personal spacecraft was flying towards Tyrannical Weave at an unimaginable speed. This was a cosmic-grade Aurora, and no one in the entire Outerverse possessed one. The highest grade Aurora that Lu Yin had ever ridden was only a black hole grade 1. On a bustling planet, money drifted down, but no one picked it up. This was one of the largest branches of the Mavis Bank, and the people who frequented this place were either rich or respectable. They did not care about the cosmic dollars that had fallen to the ground, as they were nothing more than scrap paper. A woman with delicate features dressed in green walked out and stretched. "It's been a while since I've exercised. True insight? I can finally take it out and take a look. Those old fogies from the Lockbreaker Society are too stingy. It's a good thing that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated." With that, she vanished. The spot where she had been standing had always been occupied, but it was as if no one had seen her. True insight was like the Day-Night Clan's inheritance stone. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, no one would have dared to try and obtain it for fear of attracting the attention of those terrifying lockbreakers from the Innerverse or even the Neoverse. But now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the various great powers no longer had any misgivings. They all wanted to take a look at the contents of True Insight and see what was so special about this tome that could rival a secret technique. Lu Yin also left Xinyu Star and headed towards the Tyrannical Weave. He had no idea that the people fighting for True Insight were not the same group of people that he had imagined, but rather the Mavis Bank, the Aurora, and the other major powers. If he had known, he might not have competed for it, as the foundations of these powerful organizations were too terrifying. He had seen the Temple of Tai Mo, and no matter how powerful it was still just an Outerverse organization. Countless people looked towards Tyrannical Weave and Myriad City, waiting for True Insight to appear. At the same time, countless people also looked towards Xinyu Star and the mainland's auction house. The auction was about to begin. The auction house had sent out the auction list a month in advance, and it had caused quite a stir. It had attracted countless influential people to gather on Xinyu Star, and it had even increased Xinyu Star's economy. During this time, people had contacted Beijing from time to time, hoping to auction off some items. As a result, the number of items that needed to be auctioned had tripled. Beijing was very happy, as being famous was indeed different. He had succeeded before the auction had even begun, and the items that His Highness had provided were even more shocking. At this moment, the usefulness of the auction house was revealed, as someone had actually auctioned off pyrolite. Luin had been shocked when he had heard the news. Pyrolite had been targeted by the various great powers of the Innerverse the moment it had been discovered. Even though the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, and other powers had still sent people to explore the astral wilderness. After the war in Iron Blood Weave had ended, Elder Lohar had clearly stated that pyrolite must be controlled. Anyone who dared to touch it would die, and very little pyrolite had leaked out. Aegis was vainly trying to occupy Northcastle Weave, and Luin had guessed that it was because of pyrolite. If not for the fact that he did not have direct evidence, he would have reported this matter to Elder Lohar long ago. There would not have been a need to fight with Aegis, but now that someone was auctioning off pyrolite. This was a blatant provocation to the Hall of Honor. Luin had Bei Qing investigate the auctioneer's identity, and after contacting Elder Lohar, he did not alert the other party. Instead, he auctioned off the item as per normal. Elder Lohar also wanted to know if the other party had obtained the pyrolite by chance or if they had a stable channel. Luin could only think of two words: framing someone else. It did not matter how the other party had obtained the pyrolite or who the enemy was. Luin looked at the screen in front of him. The auction was about to begin. The mainland auction house's style was very high, and there were no auctioneers. All of the auction items were displayed on a screen with their uses, prices, and so on. Those who participated in the auction would enter from underground, and after taking their seats would rise into the sky and reach the auction house's main hall. These were just ordinary seats, as there were even more advanced private rooms that required verification of one's status to enter. People continued to arrive at the main hall, and guests also entered the private rooms. Luin looked at the situation in each of the private rooms. Xianxia had arrived, and so had the people from Shamrock Enterprises. There was also Dino from Endless Borders, as well as people from the Nayland family. Most of the people who could enter the private rooms were people like Xianxia. As for the corporations that could move unhindered through several weaves, they could only sit in the main hall. Naturally, there were people who wanted to cause trouble, but they were quickly suppressed. After learning of the identities of the people in the private rooms, no one dared to say anything. Those who could enter the private rooms were all disciples of great powers that could move unhindered through the outerverse. Bei Qing was very satisfied with the publicity. The private rooms were already full, and the main hall was almost full as well. However, there were still many people who could not enter, and he had no other choice. The auction house was located in the most expensive location in the entire Great Eastern Alliance, and every inch of land here was worth more than gold. Thus, it could not accommodate many people. With the appearance of the first item, the atmosphere reached a climax. This was because the first item was a natural treasure that could help one avoid danger, as well as a painting by a master from 10,000 years ago. Luin smiled when he saw the people on the screen arguing until their faces turned red. This was the right thing to do, as he still had many things that he did not need to sell. The mainland auction house would be the channel to deal with these things in the future. The auction proceeded smoothly, and the competition was fierce. Luin was not worried about his safety. Meanwhile, he arrived at the location of the ice cart. The ice cart had already stopped operating, and a large section in the middle had been damaged and was being repaired. Luin released his domain. Some people believed in darkness under the light, and he wondered if Dang Pu was one of those people. Not long after, Luin deactivated his domain in disappointment. Dang Pu was not one of those people. He saw quite a few cultivators searching the area for useful information, and he also saw a familiar face, Lung Jia. She had sensed Lu Yin's domain and immediately came over. She was in a bad mood, as the ice cart had been destroyed during the battle to capture Dang Pu. The ice cart had been a place for her to comprehend her state of mind, and if not for that, she would not have stopped the various factions from fighting. Luin, you're late. Lung Jia approached Luin with a cold expression. Luin smiled. I was just passing by. How are you? I heard that Saul and the Ghost Shadow Sword Sect's twin ghosts have appeared. Lung Jia's tone was icy. So what? That person still managed to escape. I heard that you've also made a move. Do you also want to obtain true insight? Luin was curious. Leng Jiao looked around and replied, I just didn't want the ice cart to be damaged. Lu Ying glanced at the ice cart that was being repaired. That's a pity. He then prepared to leave. Wait, Leng Jia suddenly spoke up. She saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression and said, I heard that you're an Enlighter realm assassin. Lu Yin helplessly replied, that's because I relied on external items. Have you fought with Kongsher before? Leng Jia asked. No, I was just testing her. Leng Jia's gaze turned cold. She said that I'm not your opponent. Lu Yin was astonished, as that was not what Kongsher had said. Leng Jia said, let's fight and see if I'm your opponent. Lu Yin shook his head. Bullying women is not my style. Leng Jia's gaze turned cold. Don't you want to be in the top 10? It doesn't matter. It's not up to you to decide. Leng Jia released a cold aura that caused layers of ice crystals to bloom and freeze the void around Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Leng Jia was 10th on the top 100 rankings and was an expert who surpassed countless people in her generation. Even a peak hunter like Kongsher, who had been a member of the previous council, was not confident that she could beat her. Although Kongsher's strength was at the peak of the hunter realm, she definitely could not compare to Zirong's well-tempered blade. Her strength was comparable to Big Sis Leng's, and Big Sis Leng had the strength to contend against a peak hunter. Lu Yin had come into contact with quite a few peak hunters, such as Saul, Gemini Ghoul, Aiden, Kai Jianxiang, and Kongsher. They were all at this level, but there was a huge difference between them. As for Cool Sis, she was the most monstrous cruiser genius that Lu Yin had ever come into contact with. Ice Crystal Essence. With a low shout, Lu Yin's body gradually froze. Although this chill could not compare to Yan Yan's, it still caused his limbs to go numb, and the number of rune lines in his body was close to that of Kongsher's. Cold Sis was the first genius in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings that Lu Yin had faced head-on. He was inexplicably excited, and his domain suddenly erupted as his aura swept out. He raised a hand and struck out with overlaying stacks, causing the cold air in front of Cold Sis to condense into a layer of ice that blocked his attack. There was a thump as Lu Yin's palm landed on the layer of ice, causing the void to distort as a cold wind swept out in all directions. The cultivators who were repairing the ice carts were shocked and quickly fled. There was a crack as the layer of ice cracked open. Cold Sisling's expression changed as the surrounding cold air condensed into a giant ice crystal that smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin growled as his 8-lined battle force appeared. There was a boom as the layer of ice shattered. He broke through the ice and arrived in front of Cold Sisling. He raised a hand and his palm transformed into a claw as a beast's roar echoed through the void. Cold Sisling closed her eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them again. Her pupils turned white as an indescribable feeling spread throughout her body. In an instant, the sky beast claw froze and then shattered. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated, as the current Cold Sisling caused his heart to palpitate. The sky beast claw's power was second only to the dream finger, but it had been frozen and shattered just like that. Her rune lines had actually increased to the point that they were comparable to Aiden's. How was this possible? This woman actually had the strength to challenge an Enlighter? Didn't that mean that she had surpassed Kongsher? Pfft. Cold Sisling spat out a mouthful of blood that congealed in midair as her white pupils continuously changed. Seventh bro, this woman's going all out, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin's face turned solemn. This woman's true strength was comparable to Kongsher's at most, but at this moment, she had unleashed her full power. She must have used some battle technique that she could not withstand. Icefield Heart Sutra. Cold Sisling shouted as her hair fluttered in the wind. This was an ultimate technique that she had planned to use to challenge Song Mu and even Hai Dashao. Lu Yin was giving her too much pressure, especially with his 8-lined battle force, which was invulnerable. His force field also made it difficult for her to breathe, and his star energy did not have an advantage either. If she did not use this ultimate technique, then she would not be able to win. This person was worthy of her putting her life on the line. Cracks in the void spread out and then froze over. A strange diagram mysteriously appeared behind Cold Sisling, and at that moment, the fates and within Lu Yin's body actually trembled. Cold Sisling's rune lines had reached the same level as Aiden's, and her frigid aura was also pressing down on Yan Yan. This reminded Lu Yin of Yan Yan's iceburst flame, and he did not wait any longer. He raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The void froze, and with a bang, the illusory image of the icefield shattered. Cold Sislung retreated more than 10 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale, and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. That one finger had actually broken through her ultimate technique. Lu Yin's finger hurt, but fortunately, it had not been injured because he had been cultivating finger tap. The victor has been decided, Lu Yin said calmly. The frigid aura in the void gradually dissipated. Cold Sislung helplessly closed her eyes, but when she opened them again, they had returned to normal. I lost. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. A cruiser with such power. No wonder people say that this generation's youths are terrifying. Xianxia said that she wasn't confident that she could defeat you, and it looks like she was right. Are you praising yourself? Cold Sislung asked as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm still lacking in many ways. Just because I can defeat you doesn't mean that I can defeat the others. The 9 people ranked above you probably all have hidden techniques. If Cold Sislung had such power, then what about the other 9 people on the top 100 rankings? What about the top 5? What about the top 3? Even the top 1? Lu Yin suspected that even Kai Jianxiang might not be able to defeat the top 3 powerhouses. The 10 arbiters were even more terrifying. Knight King Zhenwu's suppression of Lu Yin in the Daosor sect's ruins was enough to explain everything, and when they had fought for the progenitor's inheritance, they had all held back. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have felt as simple as an enlighter's strength. Could it be that the 10 arbiters were all as strong as Elder Lohar? That would be too terrifying. Lu Yin understood why Xianxia was so sad and had placed all her hopes on him. She had hoped that he would be able to defeat Knight King Zhenwu, as this generation's youths had truly surpassed their generation. Cold Sislung's ultimate technique was something that even Zirong would have to use all of his strength to deal with. What about your secret technique? Cold Sislung asked. Lu Yin smiled, as he did not need a secret technique to deal with her. Cold Sislung's gaze dimmed. You're just an explorer, and you've already reached this level after cultivating for less than 10 years. Perhaps you really can compare to the 10 arbiters. I'm leaving, Lu Yin said, unwilling to say more. The 10 arbiters' foundations were too deep, and it was not something that he and Cold Sislung could guess. You're going west? Cold Sislung asked. Lu Yin nodded. Can you take me with you? Cold Sislung asked. Lu Yin was surprised. You're going west? Where? Wanqiancheng, Cold Sislung replied. Lu Yin made an inviting gesture, and Cold Sislung thanked him before boarding the spacecraft. The spacecraft was huge, and it was also a radiant-grade Aurora, which was Lu Yin's personal vehicle. Cold Sislung returned to her room to recuperate from her injuries while Lu Yin returned to his lounge. At this moment, the auction was still ongoing. The prices of the natural treasures were indeed very high, and 6 of them had already been auctioned off. The average transaction price was 3,000 star essence. It should be known that 1,000 star essence was enough to hire Phantom Sting for a year. Phantom Sting was a Hunter Realm assassin, which showed just how expensive these natural treasures were. Lu Yin felt his heart ache when he saw the prices. Old Smoker had obtained nearly 30 natural treasures from him, and 20 of them had been reserved for membership and could be used directly in the future. Even so, Old Smoker had still used up more than 10 natural treasures, which was equivalent to 40,000 star essence. Old Smoker was too greedy. At this moment, a transparent bottle appeared on the auction house's screen with an introduction next to it. This was Elder Wu's poison, which was also known as a life-saving item. The number of rune lines in this bottle was enough to threaten an enlighter, and anyone who obtained it would gain an additional trump card. No one doubted the reputation of the auction house, as everyone knew that this was Lu Yin's business. If Lu Yin lied about this matter, then no one would dare to work with him in the future. As the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, he could not use his reputation to scam others. Elder Wu's poison started at 3,000 star essence. There were very few organizations in the Outerverse that possessed star essence, and even if they did, they would store them away. However, the auction rules stated that all transactions had to be settled in star essence. Because of this auction, the Mavis Bank welcomed another wave of transactions, which caused the bank's manager to complain bitterly. There were very few items in the Outerverse that could threaten an enlighter. Even the entire Frostwave weave did not have an enlighter, and most of the Outerverse 72 weaves did not have an enlighter either. This showed just how precious this bottle of poison was. Whoever possessed it could intimidate an entire weave or even the surrounding weaves. As a result, the price continued to rise. But from Lu Yin's perspective, the only ones who could afford it were the large organizations. For example, the people from the Mavis Bank expressionlessly increased the price, and each time, they increased the price by more than 100 star essence. Which stunned everyone else. Competing with the Mavis Bank was the Aurora Spacecraft Company, and they also increased the price by more than 100 star essence. As these two giants competed with each other, everyone else lost interest. In the end, Elder Wu's poison was sold for 6,000 star essence, and the winner was someone from Shamrock Enterprises. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. These large organizations were really rich, and they could casually bid a few thousand star essence without batting an eye. He had been too benevolent, and he had been embarrassed when Madame Nailin had lent him money. To these super wealthy organizations, a few thousand, no, even tens of thousands of star essence was not that important. Lu Yin's worldview had been too low. Lu Yin thought back to the time when he had spent more than 10,000 star essence on the Sea King's medallion at the Sea King's dome. Lulu had spent quite a bit as well, and even if the other candidates had spent less, they would have spent more than 100,000 star essence in total. This amount of money was nothing in the Sea King's dome. This was the foundation of a large organization. The four major corporations dominated the Outerverse, and their wealth was probably beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Shamrock Enterprises had even more, and there was also the Mavis Bank, which controlled the universe's economy. They had so much money that Lu Yin did not even know. His horizons had to be broadened, and he had to continue broadening them. At that moment, Pyrolite appeared on the screen. At first, many people were confused, as not many people knew about Pyrolite. Only those in the private rooms were stunned, and even the Mavis Bank staff were stunned. Xianxia was stunned. Is Lu Yin crazy? He dares to sell something like that? Isn't he afraid that the Hall of Honor will cause trouble for him? Suddenly, Xianxia recalled that Lu Yin's backer seemed to be the Hall of Honor. She had been skeptical before, but now she was certain. If the Hall of Honor did not cause trouble for him, then it had to be the Hall of Honor behind him. Xianxia was not the only one with such thoughts. In another private room, an ordinary-looking man sighed in relief. He had already bought a natural treasure on behalf of Aegis, but the competition had been too fierce, so he had only been able to buy one. Now that he saw the Pyrolite being auctioned off, the man had the same thoughts as Xianxia, and he guessed that Lu Yin's backer was the Hall of Honor. Although Lu Yin had caused Aegis to suffer a great loss, Aegis was actually quite grateful to him. They had wanted to occupy North Castle Weave for the Pyrolite, but after fighting to the death with Lu Yin, they had discovered that the Hall of Honor's control over Pyrolite was abnormally strict. Many of their powers had already been destroyed, and they were glad that they had not touched this minefield. At the same time, they were also afraid of the Hall of Honor's hidden power in the Outerverse. Lu Yin had the Hall of Honor behind him, and it was fortunate that they had not continued to fight to the death. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have been the unlucky one. The Pyrolite auction did not go smoothly, and no one dared to buy it. In the end, Beiqing hired someone to buy it for 100 star essence more than the starting price. Because of the Pyrolite auction, Lu Yin seemed even more mysterious and his background even more terrifying. At the same time, there was also a group of people secretly eyeing the continent's auction house. This place even dared to auction Pyrolite, so what else wouldn't they dare to sell? Immediately, many people began to plan to sell some things that couldn't see the light of day. The Pyrolite auction had only been a catalyst, and Lu Yin was not in a hurry to find out what the results would be. He had already instructed Beiqing to send someone to follow the person who had sold the Pyrolite. It would be fine if they had stumbled upon the Pyrolite by chance, but if they had the means to obtain the Pyrolite, then that would be a violation of the Hall of Honor's taboo and would have to be erased. The auction lasted for 2 days, and after that, Lu Yin smiled happily when he saw the numbers that Beiqing had tabulated. There were more than 50,000 star essence, and the 10 natural treasures had been sold for 30,000 star essence. Coupled with Elder Wu's poison, the 5 drops of spring water from the exquisite lake, the collection from King Zishan's palace, and the commission he had taken from the auction, Lu Yin had made a small fortune in an instant. Lu Yin originally had 52,000 star essence on him, and now, he had more than 100,000 star essence after including what he'd gained from this auction. He suddenly felt a sense of security. 100,000 star essence was enough for Lu Yin to squander for the time being, but it was far from enough if he wanted to use his die to increase his strength by 3 pips. If he rolled another 6 pips, then he would be in trouble, and he would probably lose everything in one go. He had to continue working hard to earn more money. Lu Yin's spacecraft arrived outside of Tyrannical Weave while feeling the sense of security that money brought him. This was not Lu Yin's first time seeing the boundless energy in front of him, and the astral river was especially spectacular. Once the energy dissipated, Tyrannical Weave would be reconnected to the outside world. The energy had been isolated from Myriad City for more than 2 years, and it had finally reappeared. The various habitable planets outside of Tyrannical Weave were already filled with people. Lu Yin parted ways with Ling Jia and then met up with Yan Yan. After asking around, he found out that these people were all waiting for Tyrannical Weave to be reconnected. More accurately, they were waiting for Myriad City. Myriad City had gathered a considerable amount of wealth in the outerverse, especially star crystals. Myriad City had been isolated, and dozens of weaves had been affected. The amount of star crystals had decreased, and this affected not only merchants, but also cultivators. Without star crystals, it would be too slow to absorb star energy from the void, and it would also take a long time to develop it. Countless people were waiting for Myriad City to reopen. Lu Yin also found out that the richest branch of the Mavis Bank in the outerverse was located in Myriad City. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky. From time to time, a large number of rune lines would pass by. These people were not just merchants, there was a considerable number of experts among them. They were probably here to capture Deng Pu, especially when he saw Saul's rune lines. That old man was obsessed with true insight, and once he obtained it and became an enlighter, there would be very few people in the outerverse who could stop him. Lu Yin shuddered when he thought about the terrifying sourcebox array formed by the 4 trees on Source Peak Planet. He could not let Saul obtain it, nor could he let any other perceptive intermediate lockbreaker obtain it. "Where's Phantom Sting?" Lu Yin asked. Yan Yan indifferently replied, "He's looking for Deng Pu." "Tell him to stop looking," Lu Yin said. The area outside Tyrannical Weave was bustling with activity. There were merchants, cultivators, and experts from various powers who were searching for Deng Pu. There were even assassins and mercenaries hidden in the shadows. If Deng Pu was not stupid, then he would not reveal himself so soon. He had been able to hide for so long, and he was also a lockbreaker, which meant that Phantom Sting could not find him. Otherwise, Aegis would have found him long ago. 2 days later, news spread throughout Tyrannical Weave that Deng Pu had escaped. The source of the news was unclear, and it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Rumors spread everywhere that Deng Pu was afraid of being captured, which was why he had not dared to come to Tyrannical Weave. Some said that Deng Pu had fled north, while others said that he had fled east. There were even some who said that Deng Pu had not come to the west, but had instead gone east. In short, many rumors appeared at the same time. Lu Yin believed that Deng Pu had sent people to deliberately spread the news so that he could protect himself in the chaos. However, this method was indeed effective, and in just a few days, the various powers had spread their search for Deng Pu in all directions. Lu Yin did not leave, as whether or not he could capture Deng Pu would depend on his luck. Right now, he just wanted to see the legendary Myriad City. This city was as famous as Taima Temple and the Dark Phoenix clan, and it was one of the 3 great powers in the outerverse that no one dared to provoke. It was also one of the wealthiest places in the outerverse. Lu Yin had always placed great importance on money, as he had always been short of it. A few more days passed, and the energy barrier that separated Tyrannical Weave from Tyrannical Weave was very thin, and the scene on the other side could be vaguely seen. Not only were there people outside Tyrannical Weave, but there were also countless people inside Tyrannical Weave who were eagerly waiting to leave. When Tyrannical Weave had been isolated, it had coincidentally coincided with a meeting between the 4 major corporations, And there had also been countless other large and small corporations that had entered Tyrannical Weave in search of business opportunities. This isolation had trapped quite a few wealthy people in the Outerverse, including that enlighter from the Nayland family. As the energy barrier grew thinner and thinner, everyone became excited, as Myriad City was about to appear. In outer space, Luin calmly watched from within his spacecraft. As the scene on the other side became clear, countless spacecraft flew into Tyrannical Weave, and at the same time, countless spacecraft left. He had never seen so many spacecraft in outer space before. Outer space was too vast, and there was a limit to how far a person could see with their naked eye. Generally speaking, if two spacecraft were heading towards each other, the chances of them being able to see each other were extremely low. Their flight paths had been planned, and the distance between them had already exceeded what the naked eye could see. It was very rare to see so many spacecraft flying back and forth. Luin did not know where Xianxia had gone, as she had not entered Tyrannical Weave with him. Yan Yan and Phantom Sting stood by Lu Yin's side as the spacecraft entered Tyrannical Weave and headed towards Myriad City. At this moment, the news in the Outerverse was about to explode. All of them were reports of Tyrannical Weave's appearance, as Myriad City's influence on the Outerverse was too great. Myriad City was located slightly west of the center of Tyrannical Weave, and it would take another 7 hours to reach it. During this time, Luin had read up on Myriad City and gained a better understanding of the place. This was a city where everyone was greedy for money, and anyone who wanted to enter Myriad City had to pay an entrance tax of 10,000 star crystals. This was just the entrance tax, but it could also be seen as a barrier to keep the poor outside. Not everyone had 10,000 star crystals. During Earth's trial, the students of the Great U Empire had been lucky to have even a few star crystals, let alone one. 10,000 star crystals was a sky-high price for them, and this was just the entrance tax for Myriad City. Not only that, but there was also a time limit to entering Myriad City. If you paid 1 star crystal per day, then you would have to pay more than 300 star crystals per year. If you could afford the entrance tax, then it was not a high price, but there were too many people entering Myriad City, and everyone had to pay. In a single day, Myriad City's income would be unimaginable. Myriad City's food, lodging, and transportation all required money. If one wanted to settle down, then it would be troublesome, but as long as one had money, it could be solved. In short, there was nothing in Myriad City that could not be solved with money. Even if one wanted to meet someone for business, as long as they could afford it, the city lord would make an appointment on their behalf. This was Myriad City, a city where anything could be done with money. Myriad City had another unique feature: one had to prove one's wealth to enter. This was because there were some places where those who did not meet the requirements were prohibited from entering, such as high-class restaurants, academies, entertainment venues, and so on. Many places required a certain level of qualification, and there was a clear distinction between classes. It was to the point where everyone had to pay a price to do business, and it was easy to determine whether or not one had money, just by looking at one's qualifications. It was similar to how some businessmen had to buy a luxurious spacecraft. Fighting was not allowed in Myriad City, and if anyone was discovered, they would be compensated and expelled. This was the bare minimum that ensured the safety of everyone in the city. Although it was an open city, Myriad City was one of the safest places in the Outerverse. The ruler of the city was the Xiong family, a family with the surname Xiong, who controlled the wealthiest city in the Outerverse. After seeing the Hall of Tymo, Luin had thought that he wouldn't be too surprised by Myriad City, but when he saw it for himself, he was still shocked. The number of rune lines in Myriad City was enormous, and this city truly had a foundation that could rival the Hall of Tymo. Myriad City wasn't built on a planet, but rather a city that floated in outer space. It was surrounded by burning stars and numerous satellites. From a distance, it looked like a squarish continent, and the closer one got to it, the larger it became. The entire area was equivalent to 10 Xenu stars spread out, and it looked like a colossus that was crawling in space. Countless spacecraft lined up to enter Myriad City, and all of them stopped at the satellites that Myriad City had created. Then, they boarded the spacecraft and entered the city. Lu Yin's group was no exception. The entrance tax was paid the moment they boarded the spacecraft, and the verification process was also carried out on the spacecraft. Verifying one's wealth was simple. They just had to report their wealth and let the people of Myriad City check it. If they reported too little, their qualifications would be lower, and they would lose out. Myriad City wouldn't force them. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had taken a public transport spacecraft. Everyone had their own compartment, and with his domain, he was able to see everything around him. Your Highness, we can actually contact Myriad City's City Lord's office and directly enter, Yen said. Many disciples from large organizations had entered the city this way, and they had special privileges everywhere. It was impossible to be fair. Did even enlighters have to take this kind of spacecraft? Myriad City wasn't stupid. Lu Yin laughed. It doesn't matter. Let's just experience it. This is the richest city in the Outerverse. Within his domain, Lu Yin watched as the others were verified. The process was simple, and the result of the verification was a pattern that was imprinted on one's wrist. It was said that as long as one left Myriad City's vicinity, the pattern would disappear. However, the pattern would reappear, and if one wanted to change it, they would need to be verified again. When it was Lu Yin's turn, he was verified by a cute girl. Lu Yin smiled. 50,000 star essence. The girl was stunned and then dazed. I'm sorry, how much did you say? She felt like she had misheard. 50,000 star essence? Impossible. Those people were VIPs who could enter through special channels. They wouldn't take this kind of spacecraft. Lu Yin repeated the number and then handed over his cosmic ring and a drop of blood to the girl. She checked the items and then respectfully returned them to Lu Yin. She then solemnly took out a seal that looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. Sir, your verification is a jade seal. What's the difference? He asked. The girl was very nervous, and she looked at Lu Yin with a feverish gaze. She revealed a charming smile. Our Million City certification is split into 5 grades, from the lowest to the highest: white, blue, gold, jade, and finally Million Cities. You have the 2nd grade, the Jade Seal, and you can directly enter the City Lord's Manor. You can enter any public place in Million Cities without any obstructions. She gently stamped Lu Yin's wrist and even ran her finger across his palm in a seductive manner. Lu Yin smiled, but he didn't say anything else. The girl was disappointed, and she gave Yen and Phantom Sting a blue seal before walking away. Not long after, Lu Yin looked down at Myriad City from high up in the sky, his eyes filled with admiration. The style of this city was simple and unadorned, but there were many high-tech buildings. It was a combination of modern and ancient styles, and there were many landmark buildings. Lu Yin saw the Mavis Bank, and it was extremely eye-catching. The tycoon's aura was undisguised. Stepping into Myriad City, one could see countless shops at a glance. The wide streets were packed with people, and many flying saucer-shaped vehicles, which were built based on the principle of hovering cars, were shuttling back and forth. Lu Yin flagged down one and got in with Yen and Phantom Sting. They immediately set their destination to a nearby restaurant. The Mavis Bank is too tyrannical. They're not even letting people withdraw money. What right do they have? They're a bank. Lu Yin's group of 3 ate in the restaurant while listening to the discussions around them. It's all because of that bitch Xianxia. She's working with all the merchants in Myriad City to suppress the flow of star crystals and star essence. She's only accepting the goods and not giving out money, which has caused the prices of the goods to fall even further. It's almost doubled from 2 years ago. What's that bitch trying to do? It's simple. Myriad City has been sealed off, and the resources have decreased. Purchasing power has increased greatly, and the prices of goods have fallen. Xianxia is encouraging all the merchants and tycoons to use their current purchasing power to replenish the goods. Then, after a period of time, she'll release the star crystals and other resources and raise the prices of the goods. She'll be able to profit from the difference. It's said that Xianxia has already signed contracts with all the large merchants and tycoons. She'll take 1% of the price difference this time. She's sucking our blood. That bitch. Because of her, we've lost half of our profits. As he listened to the discussions around him, Lu Yin was shocked. Was there such a thing? Earning the price difference was definitely not as simple as what the people outside were saying. It involved economic schemes, market analysis, and so on. However, it was certain that these people would earn less, and the money they lost would flow into the hands of the merchants and tycoons that were sealed off in Myriad City. This was equivalent to them earning an additional sum of money, and 1% of that money would belong to Xianxia. How much money was that? The daily value of transactions in Myriad City was extremely exaggerated. Although it was only 1%, it was still more than all of Lu Yin's assets. Xianxia. Lu Yin engraved this name into his mind. Everyone around him was discussing her. At that moment, his gadget beeped. Tyrannical Weave's communications had been restored. Wang Wen's voice sounded. Chess piece bro, you've reached Myriad City, right? How did you know I was coming to Myriad City? Lu Yin asked. Huh. What are you mortals thinking? How could I not know? Deng Pu has shown up, so he'll definitely go to Myriad City to sell true insight. How could you not interfere? Wang Wen was pleased with himself. Lu Yin smiled. Speak. Why are you looking for me? Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you to be careful of a woman. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Who? Xianxia. Lu Yin's brows rose. Ever since he had entered Myriad City, he had heard this name repeatedly. Even Wang Wen knew her. You know her? Wang Wen chuckled. In the entire Outerverse, there are only 2 people who can catch my eye and have the qualifications to compete with me in terms of intelligence, Wei Rong and Xianxia. I'm in the east, Wei Rong is in the middle, and Xianxia is in the west. How should I put it? No one knows what this woman is thinking. She might plot against you at any time, and you won't even know how you died. She's that powerful? Lu Yin was astonished. Wang Wen lazily replied, you'll have to be careful if you run into her. She can deduce the development of a situation based on the minute details. She can deduce thousands of possibilities with just a single action. She's very troublesome, and I don't want you to be finished before I even leave Ironblood Weave. Good luck. Lu Yin told Wang Wen about how Xianxia had plotted against the merchants. Wang Wen laughed. That's her style, but it's just a small trick. If she really wants to scheme against someone, no one will know. She's probably just trying to disgust these people. It's considered a bad taste, so don't get targeted by her. Right, I have to remind you that this woman is a bit strange. Wang Wen then hung up. Lu Yin rubbed his forehead, as he was most afraid of running into smart people like this. He wasn't afraid of powerful opponents, but he was afraid of smart ones. As long as there wasn't an absolute difference in strength, brains were more difficult to deal with than strength. He needed to gain a deeper understanding of Myriad City, and it was time to pay a visit to the enlighter that the Nalan family was serving. If he recalled correctly, her name was Villa Master Lien. Ruina Dragon Pavilion was the largest brothel in Myriad City, and it was also one of the largest money spongers in the city. It occupied a large area, and its business was booming all year round. The women inside were proficient in all kinds of musical instruments and were good at acting as various people, which was the legendary uniform. Unlike other brothels, Ruina Dragon Pavilion's layout was elegant, and it was divided into many individual courtyards with small bridges and flowing water. Any man who came to Myriad City hoped to be able to roam freely in Ruina Dragon Pavilion, but it was too expensive. Even if they could afford the entrance tax, they might not be able to spend their money here. Ruina Dragon Pavilion was like a giant garden that covered many courtyards. As Myriad City was connected to the Outerverse, countless people poured in, and a group of them entered Ruina Dragon Pavilion. One of the courtyards in Ruina Dragon Pavilion was filled with laughter and melodious zither music. More than 10 beautiful women were being chased around by a thin, blindfolded man, who occasionally cried out in surprise. A cute girl entered the courtyard, accustomed to the scene in front of her. Young master, quite a few important people have arrived in the city. The figure that was chasing the women suddenly rushed over and hugged the cute girl. The girl's face flushed red as she asked, "Why, young master, do you want to take a look?" The person laughed strangely, and it was a woman's voice, but it was a little gender neutral. "Read it for me. Which important people have arrived?" The girl pressed down on the man's hands to prevent him from doing anything funny. She hurriedly said, "Shamrock Enterprises Western Frontiers President, Mr. Aufman. Aurora Spacecraft's Flame Engineer, Councilman Moore from San Dios, Seniors Hugh Phineas and Tyler Phineas from the Phineas family. Wei Rong from Armament Wee's Wei family. The Great Eastern Alliance's leader, Luin. Right, Endless Borders also has many spacecraft parked outside the Weave. Wei Rong? That sinister fellow is here as well? The person pulled off the cloth covering her eyes, revealing a very delicate and beautiful face. She was clearly a woman with short hair and dressed in men's clothes. However, she had applied lipstick, which made her look strangely beautiful. She was clearly a woman, but she liked to tease other women and even enjoyed doing so. She was Xianxia from Wanqing City. Why, young master, can you let me go? The cute girl's face was flushed red. Xianxia had touched the most sensitive parts of her body, making her feel very uncomfortable but also very comfortable. It was a very contradictory situation. Xianxia laughed strangely and kissed the girl. Little Nan, you're becoming more and more voluptuous under my care. Not too long ago, your father even said that he would marry you off. Let me tell you, that's impossible. You're mine for the rest of your life, hee hee. Little Nan lowered her head, feeling very shy. Xianxia waved her hand and dismissed the women from the rusty fragrance pavilion. She then turned on the screen and saw that all of the people that little Nan had just mentioned were on it. Wan Qianqing naturally could not have obtained so much information in such a short amount of time. All of this information had been purchased through the Amethyst Trading Company. They were the company's top VIPs and were very rich. Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora, the Phineas family, and even Wei Rong. Something's not right. What are they doing here? Xianxia asked. Little Mel whispered, the Lockbreaker Society's Source Peak planet was attacked, and True Insight fell into the hands of a lockbreaker called Dang Pu. They're here to capture Dang Pu. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and she immediately looked into the recent happenings. After a while, she retracted her gaze. True insight is a good thing, but it's a pity that whoever obtains it is unlucky. Young master, can't we get it either? Xiaonan's eyes widened as she asked curiously. Her bright eyes contained a trace of grievance and helplessness, which was very attractive. Xianxia kissed her again. No. The Innerverse and Outerverse will connect sooner or later, and the Lockbreaker Society is no ordinary organization. Jeffrey is very difficult to deal with, and once the Lockbreaker Society of the Neoverse interferes, even we will have to give in. Thus, even if we obtain it, we can only sell it. That's a pity. It must be very valuable if it can attract so many people, Xiaonan lamented. Xianxia laughed. What's so pitiful about it? Lockbreakers who aren't boundless advanced lockbreakers can't comprehend it at all. It's useless even if we have it, so let's just let these people bite each other. She paused for a moment and then stroked Xiaonan's body while muttering to herself, they've all come to Myriad City. We can't just let them fight in the city. Even if we can deal with them all, we'll have offended too many people, so it's not worth it. We need to think of a way. Young master, even people from the Mavis Bank are here. Xiaonan exclaimed. At this moment, another name appeared on the screen, Moonlight Mavis. She was from the Mavis Bank. Xianxia's expression changed. She could not allow these people to cause trouble in the city. Her gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped at Wei Rong's name. She frowned. With this guy around, it was impossible for the city to not be in chaos. This guy killed without spilling blood and was very sinister. There was another name below Wei Rong's name, Great Eastern Alliance leader Luin. When she had been investigating the matter of Source Peak Planet, Lu Yin's name had appeared, and Wei Rong had also appeared. If she had guessed correctly, then that matter was most likely related to Wei Rong. She understood Wei Rong too well, but in the end, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had moved to Frostwave Weave, which was where Luin was located. Either these two fellows were working together, or Wei Rong had been intercepted by someone else. The possibility of them working together was not high. The existence of the Great Eastern Alliance was a serious threat to Armament Weave, so the two of them should be enemies. Being able to intercept Hu Weirong was not a simple person. Xianxia looked up Lu Yin's past achievements once again, and the more she read, the more astonished she became. This person had only cultivated for 7 years, but after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, he had killed Enlighters, established the Great Eastern Alliance, and forced Aegis to submit to him. Everything he had done so far indicated that this person was not simple at all. Xianxia was instantly interested in Luin, especially since this person had been to Iron Blood Weave and had caused a huge commotion. It was rumored that the end of the war in Iron Blood Weave was related to this person, so he must have met that idiot, Wang Wen. Luin was acquainted with Wang Wen, and he had also met Wei Rong. He might even have caused Wei Rong to suffer. "Keep an eye out for this Luin," Xianxia ordered. Xiaonan hurriedly acknowledged the order and left. "Hold on." Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Her beautiful face became even more enchanting. "Inform father that we're holding a Jasper banquet." Xiaonan was astonished. "Yes, young master." The Nalan family had many businesses in Wanqian City, and they even had a large manor within the city. Dilla Mistress Lian lived within Wanqian City. Luin had originally thought that he would be able to determine her location through her rune lines, but he had been too naive. At this moment, there were 5 enlighters within Wanqian City, and one of them had rune lines that were comparable to Elder Lohar's. Even if that person's power level did not reach 300,000, he was very close. A powerhouse of this level made Lu Yin's heart sink. With such a powerhouse around, even Kai Jianxiang seemed to be easy to deal with. As the sky darkened, Lu Yin brought Yan Yan to Villa Mistress Lian's residence to pay a visit as a good friend of the Nalan family. Madame Nalan should have already greeted him. Soon enough, Lu Yin was brought in by a servant while Yan Yan waited outside. 10,000 years ago, there had been a villa in the Outerverse called Water Lotus Villa. It had flourished for a period of time and had enlighters. It was one of the Weave's leading powers, but for some unknown reason, it had been destroyed overnight. In the end, only the injured and frozen Villa Mistress had managed to escape. Villa Mistress Lian had been released from her position by the Nalan family, and she had been employed by them ever since. Villa Mistress Lian had long since heard of Lu Yin's visit, and she was very curious about this youth who had risen from nothing but now stood at the peak of power. She had seen many geniuses, but none of them could compare to Lu Yin. Junior Lu Yin greets Villa Mistress Lian. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. This old woman's rune lines surpassed Lord Egret's, and according to Lu Yin's estimations, her power level was close to 300,000. She was one of the people with the most rune lines in Wanqian City. Villa Mistress Lian's face was weathered, but her gaze remained calm as she sized Lu Yin up. She nodded. "Fu Xue contacted me and said that you would come visit. You came quite quickly." Madame Nalan's real name was Lu Fu Xue, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten that she had such a beautiful name. Lu Yin smiled. "I didn't dare to keep Senior waiting." Villa Mistress Lian smiled. "Tyrannical Weave is isolated, and the Nalan family doesn't have my help. It's all thanks to you, Alliance Leader Lu. Senior, you can just call me Little Seven." Lu Yin hurriedly tried to improve their relationship. Villa Mistress Lian did not refuse. "Little Seven? You're ranked 7th in your family?" "I just like the number 7. It has nothing to do with my family." Lu Yin smiled. Villa Mistress Lian nodded. "Why have you come looking for me?" Lu Yin replied, "I won't hide it from Senior. I want to find Dang Pu." Villa Mistress Lian laughed. "I know about this. Everyone wants to obtain true insight, but Fu Xue did not ask me to find Dang Pu. You should know why. Myriad City is still the Cheong family's territory, and it's not good for Senior to completely investigate it," Lu Yin said. "It's good that you know. The Cheong family has controlled Myriad City for many years, and countless experts have coveted this place over the years, but none of them have succeeded. Even the Innerverse's great powers have threatened the Cheong family, but none of them succeeded. This place hides a power that even the envoys fear, so I'm kindly reminding you not to cause trouble in Myriad City. If you can obtain true insight, then fight for it, but if you can't, then forget it. There are some things that can't be obtained." Villa Mistress Lian seemed to recall something. She seemed to recall something. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "I've learned my lesson. Actually, I don't have much hope of obtaining true insight, but I'm very curious about Myriad City. Please enlighten me." "What do you want to know?" Villa Mistress Lian asked. Lu Yin thought about it. I want to know about the Qiong family and the families that can influence Myriad City. Dilla Mistress Lian looked up at the sky, which was growing darker. Aside from the Qiong family, the only other family that can influence Myriad City is the Zhu family. Anyone can settle down in Myriad City as long as they have the money, and they can even move their ancestral grounds here. However, after so many years, only the Qiong family and the Zhu family have remained. The rest are either powers like the Mavis Bank. Myriad City is like a place where anyone can fight for it. Money is the only weapon, and the Qiong family is the only family that doesn't need money to completely control Myriad City. The current head of the Qiong family, Xianxia, is also an enlighter and cannot be provoked. The Zhu family also has an enlighter ancestor. Luyin was puzzled. If we're talking about money, then aren't there many powers in the Innerverse capable of settling down in Myriad City? Dilla Mistress Lian laughed. Who would be willing to live under someone else's roof unless they can control Myriad City? If they don't see any hope of controlling Myriad City, then they won't waste their energy here. At the end of the day, this is just a place to make money. It's not a paradise that can give birth to powerhouses. Luyin and Dilla Mistress Lian chatted for a short while before leaving. Dilla Mistress Lian had stayed in Myriad City for 2 years and was very familiar with the place. She had also given Luyin an understanding of Myriad City, as well as why the Qiong family could not be provoked and how mysterious the Zhu family was. Luyin was especially interested in the Zhu family. The Zhu family's ancestor, Zhu Taizhu, had a rather unique name. Even after becoming an enlighter, he had not changed his name, which made Luyin admire the Zhu family's ancestor. Luyin had just left Villa Mistress Lian's manor when a middle-aged man stood not too far away and bowed to Luyin. He respectfully said, "City Lord Qiong invites Alliance Head Lu to attend the Qiongling banquet tomorrow night. I hope that Alliance Head Lu will attend." He then handed over an invitation card with both hands. Luyin accepted it. "Many thanks." The middle-aged man bowed again and then turned to leave. Luyin opened the invitation. There weren't many words on it, and just as the middle-aged man had said, it was signed, Qiong Shanhai. Qiongling banquet? Luyin put the invitation away and looked around. Finally, he brought Yen to the quaint riverside restaurant. There were mountains and rivers in Myriad City, as well as a large river that flowed through it. This restaurant was close to the riverside, and although it wasn't considered luxurious, it was one of the most famous places in Myriad City. This restaurant had hosted many important figures, and many scholars and poets had left behind their works of calligraphy. It was even rumored that the Day-Night clan's patriarch, Night King Di Jiang, had visited this place before. Not just anyone could enter the riverside restaurant. If one wanted to eat inside, they had to be at least gold in their certification, which was a symbol of status. Yan's certification was only at blue, so he couldn't enter. Luyin had him go to a restaurant next to the riverside restaurant. Jade's certification allowed Luyin to be warmly welcomed by the riverside restaurant, and they had specially arranged for him to sit at a table closest to the riverside on the 3rd floor. The riverside restaurant had 5 floors in total. It wasn't very tall, but it had a rich history behind it. Looking at the surging river and drinking wine was truly a unique experience. Those who could enter this restaurant were all wealthy people. Luyin scanned his surroundings and listened to the discussions of the people around him. This was a place where he could obtain a lot of useful information. The Qiongling banquet is about to start again. Do you know who's invited this time? You'll be shocked to death if I tell you. A man's voice was rather loud nearby, and he proudly swept his gaze over the men and women at the same table. He continued, "My uncle is on duty at the city lord's mansion, and he was the one who told me. This Qiongling banquet is one of the grandest in history, and there are 6 enlighters. They're the city lord, Qiong Shanhai, Shamrock Enterprises Western Frontier CEO, Offman, Aurora Enterprises Flame Engineer, Nayland Family's Manor Head Lien, Dark Phoenix Clan's Hugh Phineas, and Mavis Bank Shuihua Mavis." After hearing the man's introduction, a woman exclaimed, "Even the Mavis Bank sent people here? I heard that they're here for True Insight. A lockbreaker called Dang Pu wants to sell True Insight in Myriad City, so these people are here for that," the man beside her said. "The city lord is holding the Jasper Forest banquet to warn these people not to act within the city. Otherwise, with so many powerhouses here, it's enough to destroy Myriad City. I remember that there were Innerverse experts who came to Myriad City to cause trouble, but the city lord always held the Jasper Forest banquet and resolved the crisis. I hope that this time will be no exception. The woman was worried. I never thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would be in such dire straits. Even true insight is being coveted by others. When the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, even if true insight was lost, who would dare to openly snatch it? The world has changed. I heard that the Eastern Weaves have been suppressed by a brat called Luine. He's just an explorer, someone sneered. It's all because of the Hall of Honor's support. That Luine has 11 honor points, so no one dares to kill him. If they do, they'll be hunted down by the Hall of Honor. You can't say that. The Hall of Honor isn't a nanny. Even if they don't kill him, they'll definitely find a way to trap him. This person must have had the means and ability to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Furthermore, the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, and the Hall of Honor's influence has been greatly reduced. That's right. Even Aegis has admitted defeat. Aegis is afraid of the old smoker, and this Luine is just lucky. Just wait and see, the Central Weaves won't let him off. The main character of this Jasper Forest banquet won't be him, but rather those Enlighters. I hope that there won't be a huge battle. Luine smiled as he drank his wine. In a corner, someone else was similarly discussing the matter. The Lockbreaker Society was attacked, and I heard that the Mathis Bank was attacked as well. The Outerverse is becoming more and more chaotic. Our Myriad City is still safer. How long can you stay in Myriad City? You'll have to leave in the end. No matter how good this place is, it's not home. Sigh. Luine heard all the discussions around him. These people all had a certain amount of money and status, but they were all worried that the universe would descend into chaos. What about the ordinary people? What about the ordinary cultivators? The Outerverse was already showing signs of chaos, and Luine was one himself and Wei Rong was one as well. Just as Luine thought of Wei Rong appeared outside Riverside Restaurant and coincidentally locked eyes with Luine. Wei Rong had not expected to run into Luine here. This Riverside Restaurant frequently advertised that it had once hosted the Day-Night Clan's patriarch, Night King Di Jiang. Everyone knew of Lu Yin's relationship with the Day-Night Clan, but he had still come. Wei Rong quickly ascended to the third floor and naturally sat down with Luine. Next to him was the Umbral Butterfly Tribe's young matriarch, Angie. Brother Lu, you're quite carefree. Aren't you afraid that someone else will beat you to it? Wei Rong said with a smile. Luine smiled and poured a glass of wine for Wei Rong and Angie. It doesn't matter. If it's mine, it won't run away. If it's not mine, it won't come. Well said. A toast to Brother Lu. Wei Rong raised his wine cup. Luine also raised his glass and toasted Wei Rong. The last time they had met on Xenu Star, the two of them had gotten along very well. Even though they were enemies, they had chatted more freely than friends. Both of them were smart people, and they spoke tactfully as they probed each other without feeling awkward. Both of them were trying to find out each other's weaknesses and information. Brother Lu's battle with Aegis is truly admirable, Wei Rong said. Luine smiled. If it had been Brother Wei, it might have been easier to resolve the situation. I have to thank Brother Wei for not giving me any trouble. I wanted to as well, but I was too far away. Aegis is becoming more and more tyrannical, and they even dared to openly assassinate Brother Lu. They don't even care about the Hall of Honor. I don't have the ability to interfere with their actions, Wei Rong said with a sigh. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Actually, I find it very strange as well. Aegis dared to openly assassinate me. Did they think that I wouldn't die and simply wanted to give me a warning? Or did they have the guidance of an expert to test the Hall of Honor? Luine had already considered this possibility before he had started an all-out war with Aegis. Back then, he had suspected that it was Wei Rong who had wanted to use Aegis to test how powerful the Hall of Honor was in the Outerverse. However, he had quickly dismissed this possibility. No matter how powerful the Hall of Honor was, everyone knew about Elder Lohar's existence. If Aegis did not have a powerhouse who could match Elder Lohar, then they would not dare to casually test the Hall of Honor. Aegis was not stupid. Even if Wei Rong wanted to test the Hall of Honor, Aegis would not allow him to do as he pleased. Thus, Luin had always kept this speculation to himself. He had always believed that Aegis had assassinated him to ensure that he would not die. After all, he was someone who had killed an enlighter before. Secondly, it had also been a warning. After all, as long as Luin did not die, the Hall of Honor would not interfere. Now that he had met Wei Rong, Luin did not know why, but he had suddenly voiced this thought that had been buried deep in his heart. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. "Brother Lu, you don't suspect that I sent Aegis to assassinate you, right?" "Of course not. Brother Wei, you are not that reckless. You only attacked Source Peak Planet because President Jeffrey was not around. Even if Brother Wei wanted to ignite a spark of resistance against these behemoths in the Outerverse, you would not choose the Hall of Honor." "The Hall of Honor would only be your last choice," Luin said. Wei Rong nodded. "That's right. The Hall of Honor controls the human domain, and their background is unfathomable. Elder Lohar's existence is only on the surface, and it's very likely that there are even more terrifying powerhouses hidden there. Unless the Astral Beast domain really invaded the Outerverse back then, or if an unstoppable powerhouse appeared, such a background would not appear. I have no plans to test the Hall of Honor for the time being, as I'm not that stupid." "Then, does Brother Wei think that my guess is plausible?" Luin looked at Wei Rong and asked. He had not asked anyone else this question, and only Wei Rong and a few others were qualified to answer it. Wei Rong was puzzled. "Brother Lu has already become a member of Aegis Second Management, so you must have negotiated with Star Fox before. Did you ask him? Does Brother Wei think that Star Fox will tell you?" Luin laughed. Wei Rong raised his cup and stared at the wine in it before looking at the surging river. "The situation in the Outerverse is like a river, and it cannot be reversed. What we see is only on the surface. If it is as Brother Lu has guessed, and someone is using Aegis to test the Hall of Honor, then that person is definitely not someone that we can match up against." Luin fell into deep thought as he thought about Ku Wei. The Seven Quartz Ku family definitely had people in the Outerverse, and he also thought about He Wuxian. The three Dark Hands were enemies with the Hall of Honor, so it was reasonable for them to test the Hall of Honor. However, this was just a guess, and it was possible that Aegis had only sent a warning back then. "Right, Brother Lu, I have a question that I would like to ask." Wei Rong put down his cup and looked at Luin. "Will the Temple of Tiamo join the Great Eastern Alliance?" Angie's expression changed, and she stared at Luin. The Temple of Tiamo was one of the three great powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked. If they joined the Great Eastern Alliance, then they would have to rope in Myriad City and the Dark Phoenix tribe to contend against them. Luin was vexed. "It'll be difficult, but it's not impossible. As long as the Great Eastern Alliance covers 20 weaves, the Temple of Tiamo will join." Wei Rong sighed. Brother Lu was actually able to convince the Temple of Tiamo. "I'm impressed. It's a pity that the Eastern Weaves don't even have 20 weaves in total, and I still have to think of a way to deal with the Central Weaves. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Brother Wei to be merciful." Luin smiled. Wei Rong laughed. "That's impossible. I definitely won't let Brother Lu succeed. Otherwise, the entire Outerverse will be under Brother Lu's control. Then we'll wait and see." "I'm very confident." Luin smiled. "I'm also very confident, haha." Wei Rong laughed. "Since Brother Wei is so confident, then it looks like the Central Weaves Alliance is going smoothly?" Luin smiled. "It's rather troublesome, as those old fogies don't understand you at all. I can only do my best to smear Brother Lu's reputation so that they'll be on guard. It'll still take some time to form an alliance." "That's normal. Otherwise, someone would have formed an alliance long ago. Brother Wei, you still have to work hard. Of course, I won't let you have it so easy." Luin smiled. Wei Rong raised his cup. "If Brother Lu wants to completely control the Great Eastern Alliance, then I won't let you have it so easy." Cheers. Cheers. Angie stared at the two speechlessly. What was the meaning of this? Were they going to reveal each other's secrets so openly? They weren't hiding anything at all? They were opposing each other with equal harshness, but they seemed like good friends. Angie could not understand this strange behavior. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the two of them be infiltrating each other, obtaining information from each other, sabotaging each other, and ridiculing each other? Why were these two acting so strange? Everyone, get out. I'm going to book the entire place today. An arrogant voice rang out, and everyone looked downstairs. A group of youths had rushed in, causing the restaurant's owner to come out and bow as he spoke. Wei Rong was astonished. It's actually him, Zhu San, the successor of the Zhu family. Lu Yin looked over, as the Zhu family was in existence second only to the Qiong family in Myriad City. He had heard of Zhu San's name before, and it was said that Zhu San was an arrogant person. However, he was not too bad, and he had not done anything outrageous. Master San, there are a lot of customers today. So it's not easy to book the entire place. Can you please do us a favor and book a private room? The restaurant owner kept apologizing. Zhu San raised his head. Sure, but I want that private room. The restaurant owner's expression changed. That. Zhu San's eyes widened. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated for more than 2 years, and you still want to curry favor with the Day-Night clan? That private room is a must. The restaurant owner sighed. Alright, please come in, Master San. Just as Zhu San was about to enter, 2 people walked past him and headed straight for the second floor. Zhu San was furious, and so were the youths behind him. How dare they walk in front of them? Stop right there, you two. The 2 people in front of him turned to face Zhu San. They were both men. One of them had slender eyes and snow-white skin. He was a handsome middle-aged man, while the other had an ordinary appearance and a gloomy expression. He was a youth. Didn't you two see me? How dare you walk in front of me? You must be tired of living. Zhu San shouted angrily. The gloomy youth frowned. Nope. Beside him, the handsome middle-aged man smiled. Sorry for the offense, little brother. Please go ahead. Zhu San was displeased. It's not up to you to decide whether I walk or not. Are you walking or not? The gloomy youth asked impatiently. Zhu San shrieked, I'm not impatient, but you're just a chicken and a stray dog. Brothers, it looks like there are quite a few blind people who have snuck into Myriad City. Beat them up. The youths behind him swung tables and chairs at the 2 men. The middle-aged man was helpless. The young man took a step forward, and all of the tables and chairs were sent flying back by him. Most of the youths were only melders, and none of them looked like they had ever fought before. Thus, it was easy for them to be knocked around. Only Zhu San managed to avoid the tables and chairs, and he looked at the young man with apprehension. Just you wait. I'll remember you. Be careful. He then ran off without caring about anyone else. The restaurant owner smiled bitterly, but he was not surprised. Zhu San was the most troublesome person in Xianxia. Fortunately, this person would not really take revenge on his family, and he would at most say a few harsh words. The restaurant owner turned to the 2 youths and said, Don't mind him. Master San was just saying that. He won't really do anything. Please come in. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder and led him to the second floor. Halfway there, he sensed something and looked up at the 3rd floor, where he saw Lu Yin and Wei Rong. The middle-aged man was surprised, but he nodded and smiled politely. The young man beside him also saw Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed with apprehension. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Wei Rong was astonished. More, a councilman from West San Dios. I didn't expect him to be here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does Moore also want to fight for true insight? Wei Rong shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. He's not strong enough to fight for it. The councilman from West San Dios had once been a great figure, but after the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, West San Dios's influence was now close to 0. After all, they were all youths who did not have the support of the inner verse. Unless they were like Puyu, who had the support of Darkstar Gorge, they would just be forgotten. Wendy Yushan was like that, and so was Lu Xiaoga. Now, no one was talking about them. Lu Yin did not care about Moore, he was more concerned about Zhu San. The others did not notice, but Lu Yin had noticed something different. The scene of Zhu San dodging Moore's attack kept replaying in his mind. At first glance, it did not look like anything special, but Zhu San's dodging had been slightly faster than Moore's counterattack. If not for the rune lines, Lu Ying would not have noticed. In that instant, Zhu San's rune lines had been a little abnormal. It had looked like a simple dodging action, but the rune lines had suddenly exploded. Zhu San avoided Mo Er's counterattack with her combat skills, and Mo Er, or rather, everyone present did not notice. He had assumed that Zhu San was just a hedonistic son of a wealthy family, but Zhu San's battle technique was not simple. Zhu San had been able to predict the direction of Moore's counterattack, which was not something an ordinary person could do. The Zhu family was able to survive in Myriad City, and even Manor Lord Lian couldn't understand them. The Zhu family was indeed not simple. After more than 2 hours, Wei Rong bid farewell. "Brother Lu, the Jasper Forest banquet is tomorrow night. I'll see you then." Lu Ying smiled. "See you at the Chonglin banquet." Wei Rong left with Angie. Just as he reached the staircase, he seemed to have thought of something. "Right, does Brother Lu know the person who was with Mo Er earlier?" Lu Ying shook his head. "Brother Wei, you know him?" "His name is Star Fox," Wei Rong said with a smile. He then waved his hand and left. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately released his domain. However, he discovered that Star Fox and more had already left. It was a pity that he had wanted to meet Star Fox for a long time, but Wei Rong had not told him earlier. Wei Rong had only told him now to disgust him, and Lu Ying was indeed disgusted. There were many experts gathered in Myriad City, and they were the ones who had been invited to the Jasper Forest banquet. The next evening, Lu Ying brought Yan to Jasper Forest, which was northwest of Myriad City. This was where the Jasper Forest banquet would be held. The so-called Jasper Forest banquet was actually a banquet hosted by the city lord. It was used to ensure that many uncontrollable experts knew their place and were not allowed to cause trouble within the city. If they gave face, they would be given a banquet. If they didn't, they would be given a warning. This was what the Cheong family had done for countless years. The Jasper Forest banquet was very famous in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even Night King Di Jiang had participated in the Jasper Forest banquet. Of course, this was only a rumor, and no one could verify it. When Lu Ying arrived, he was welcomed by Xianxia. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her, and he had to admit that even though he had been prepared for this, he was still shocked. Xianxia was an extremely beautiful tomboy, and she even wore lipstick. When Xianxia saw Lu Ying, her eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically hugged him. "Alliance Leader Lu, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to Myriad City." "I'm Xianxia." Lu Ying laughed dryly. "So it's Miss Xianxia." Xianxia slapped Lu Yin's shoulder. "Don't call me that. Call me Brother Qiong or Brother Qiong." Lu Ying coughed. "Brother Qiong, it's been a while." Xianxia smiled. "Please come in, Alliance Leader Lu. I hope you'll have a good time tonight." She then leaned over and whispered, "If Alliance Leader Lu doesn't feel that this place is enough, I'm willing to take Brother Lu on a tour of the Rustled Fragrance Pavilion. We'll arrange everything. How about it? Are you interested?" Lu Ying had heard of the Rustled Fragrance Pavilion before, and he hurriedly declined. Xianxia laughed. "Brother Lu, there's no need to be so reserved. We're all brothers here. Please come in." Lu Ying nodded, and he strangely entered the Jasper Forest. Yan was waiting outside. The Jasper Forest was quiet and secluded, and Lu Ying was led by a servant to the center of a lake beneath a waterfall. A banquet table had been neatly arranged there, just like an ancient banquet. Everyone had their own table, and the banquet was arranged in a circle. There were already quite a few people seated here, and they were all dressed in luxurious robes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people, and almost all of them were space-exploring powerhouses. It was a pity that Lu Ying did not recognize a single one of them. The universe was too vast, and Myriad Cities was located in the tyrannical weave, which was very far away from the eastern weaves. They had almost no interactions with each other, and they mostly interacted with the great powers of the western weaves. In the past, Lu Ying would have paid close attention to these powers, but now, he did not need to interact with them on his own. If he interacted with them in the future, it would be with the leaders of these powers, and these people were just representatives. The Jasper Forest banquet's main guests were the enlighters who had come to compete for true insight, and these people were just there to serve as background. Luine was one of the first to arrive. Not long after, the middle-aged man from Riverside House arrived and sat down beside Luine. Luine looked at him. "Star Fox?" The man smiled at Luine. "Alliance leader Lu, it's been a while. We've interacted many times, but this is the first time I've seen Star Fox in person. It's beyond my expectations." Luine smiled. Star Fox was astonished. "May I ask what Alliance leader Lu's impression of Star Fox is?" "At least his voice isn't so gentle," Luine replied. Star Fox laughed. "That's a simulated voice. I'm an assassin, so I have to be careful of being discovered." Luine nodded. "I have a question, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing to answer it." Star Fox made an inviting gesture. "Alliance leader Lu is also a member of Aegis, so feel free to ask." Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. "When your majesty sent Fengzi to assassinate me, did you really want to kill me?" This was a question that Luine had kept to himself before, as he had not planned to ask about it since it was impossible for him to get an answer. However, he had subconsciously blurted it out after meeting Wei Rong. Now that he was facing Star Fox, he decided to test the waters. Star Fox's expression did not change, and he smiled. "That was just a warning. Alliance leader Lu was able to participate in the Enlighters battle, so how could a mere Fengzi assassinate you? What if I really died?" Luine stared into Star Fox's eyes. Star Fox's expression remained calm. "Then Aegis will sacrifice a group of people to follow Alliance leader Lu." Luine knew what Star Fox meant. If he died, the Hall of Honor would definitely investigate, and Aegis would definitely be involved. There would definitely be sacrifices, but Luine did not believe that the Hall of Honor would be willing to eliminate Aegis for his sake. However, the price that Aegis would have to pay would definitely be great. Luine did not know if Star Fox was telling the truth, but he hoped that it was the case. Otherwise, if someone really did use Aegis to probe the Hall of Honor, then things would become serious. The stability of the Hall of Honor also represented the stability of the human domain. If something happened to the Hall of Honor, then the Outerverse would be thrown into complete chaos. Luine did not wish for the Outerverse to become too chaotic right now, as he still needed the Hall of Honor's support. By the way, Alliance leader Lu, we're no longer enemies. Will the Great Eastern Alliance welcome Aegis to enter? Star Fox asked with a smile. Luine replied, "Of course, anytime." "Thank you," Star Fox said. Luine asked, "Where do you plan to enter?" "We haven't thought about it yet. The powers that we worked with before have more or less suffered some losses, and we also need to rebuild our base. It will take a long time for us to enter the Great Eastern Alliance again, so we hope that Alliance leader Lu can help us when the time comes." Luine smiled, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, a middle-aged man entered the Jasper Forest. Xianxia stood beside him with a respectful expression, which was completely different from when she had received Luine. Luine looked over and was puzzled by the middle-aged man's identity, as he was an enlighter. Star Fox replied, "That's Aufman, the president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse Western Frontier. He's also an enlighter." Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus, and people like Aufman were the true main characters of the Jasper Forest banquet. In comparison, even Star Fox paled in comparison. Wei Rong's desire to dismantle these colossi was not without reason, as no one liked having a group of people constantly pressing down on them. Shamrock Enterprises did not reveal much about themselves, but once they were touched, the consequences would be terrifying. Even Star Fox looked at Aufman with a fearful gaze. Aufman's seat was not too far from Lu Yin's group, and he had also seen Lu Yin and Star Fox. He did not express anything, and he was very arrogant and reserved. Lu Yin did not plan on getting close to Aufman either. Compared to Aufman, he was more interested in chatting with the president of the Eastern Frontier, Shen Fu, since they were closer. At this moment, Star Fox's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he looked towards the Jasper Forest's entrance. A woman wearing a jade-green robe had appeared. She was beautiful and had a refreshing aura, but her expression was cold. Xianxia hurriedly went forward to greet her, and she was even more. enthusiastic and respectful than when she had greeted Alfman. Is she from the Mavis Bank? Luine asked, as she was dressed exactly like Lulu. Star Fox replied, Moonlight Mavis, one of the Outerverse guardians of the Mavis Bank. She's a very unreasonable woman. Luine looked at him in astonishment. When the Mavis Bank was attacked, was she the one who caused trouble for Aegis? Star Fox fell silent. It seemed like it was her. Moonlight Mavis did not have many rune lines, but the people of the Mavis family could not be measured by common sense. Even Offman stood up when Moonlight Mavis appeared. Luine, Star Fox, and the others also stood up to show their respect for the Mavis family. Moonlight Mavis calmly sat down and closed her eyes. She did not respond. Luine raised a brow. He had interacted with the Mavis family quite often, and this Moonlight Mavis was quite cold. Following this, more and more people arrived, and the commotion around them grew louder. Luine and Star Fox did not interact with each other anymore. Xianxia personally welcomed another person in. It was a short old man who was less than a meter tall and wore thick glasses. Strangely, he held a screwdriver in his hand, which made him look like a mechanic. This person's attire did not match the rest of the people present. If Xianxia had not let him in, everyone would have thought that he was a plumber. Aurora Corporation's chief engineer in the Outerverse. His name is unknown, but everyone calls him the Flame Engineer, Star Fox said. Luine raised a brow. Another enlighter from the Aurora Corporation. This attire was quite suitable for his job. The Flame Engineer sat down and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He placed the screwdriver on the table and looked around. Good wine, ha 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 ha. Across from him, Offman said, Flame Engineer, I heard that you came in a cosmic aurora. Do you have any more? I want to buy some. The Flame Engineer exhaled heavily. Not for sale. Offman frowned. The price is negotiable. This old man is only in charge of repairs, not selling. You should find someone else, the Flame Engineer said. Offman remained calm, as he did not seem to mind. Manor Lord Lien arrived, and Xianxia led her in. Luine hurriedly greeted her. Manor Lord Lien smiled at Luine and sat down not too far away from Moonlight Mavis. More and more enlighters arrived, and the chatter around them gradually died down. Not everyone dared to joke around in front of these big shots. Wei Rong arrived and brought Angie to sit not too far away from Luine. He was very humble and kept a low profile. Xianxia then led two more people in, which surprised many. They were from the Dark Phoenix clan. The Outerverse three great powers could not be provoked, and two of them had been gathered here. The Temple of Tai Mo had never interacted with the outside world, otherwise, they might have been able to gather all three powers here. The Dark Phoenix clan had sent an enlighter named Hugh Phineas and a youth named Tyler Phineas. Luine had heard of Tyler Phineas before, and he was ranked 14th on the top 100 rankings. He was an absolute expert of the younger generation and was second only to Mor and Puyo. In the Innerverse, Luine had interacted with the Dark Phoenix tribe before, and he had also heard of the enmity between the Dark Phoenix tribe and the Phoenix tribe. The fact that the Dark Phoenix tribe was able to make an enemy out of the Phoenix tribe showed just how powerful the Dark Phoenix tribe was. After all, the Phoenix tribe had produced one of the 10 arbiters, and not even the Day-Night clan dared to provoke them. You're that Luine? A frivolous voice sounded in her ear. Luine turned around and saw someone sitting in the empty seat beside him. It was Zhu San. He hadn't expected it to be him. Are you Zhu San from the Zhu family? Luine asked. Zhu San was pleased. Looks like you've heard of me. Luine smiled. We met yesterday at Riverfront Tower. Zhu San's expression turned ugly at the mention of this, and he snorted. I had a stomachache at that time, or else I wouldn't have let that brat off so easily. He then looked past Luine and coincidentally met Star Fox's gaze. His expression changed. Why are you here as well? Star Fox smiled. Young Master Zhu, I've offended you yesterday. Zhu San gritted his teeth. Pretty boy. Star Fox was taken aback and stopped talking. This brat's words were really unpleasant, and he wasn't the one who had beaten him up. Luine found it funny and asked Zhu San, what was the battle technique that brother Zhu San used yesterday called? I'm very curious. Zhu San blinked. Battle technique? What battle technique? Did I use it? Ha 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 ha, I'm a genius, and I can use any battle technique I want. I can play with it however I want. There's no name for it. Luine smiled and didn't ask any more questions. When a silver light descended from the night sky, everyone was present. Xianxia stood gracefully in the center, and although she was a tomboy, her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Soon after, Xianxia, the city lord of Myriad City, appeared. Welcome to Myriad City. Xianxia greets all of you. Everyone stood up and returned the greeting. Xianxia smiled. Myriad City is located in tyrannical weave, and despite the vicissitudes of time, it still hasn't fallen. It's all because of everyone's support and tolerance. Myriad City has its own rules, and the Qiong family asks that everyone refrain from using force in Myriad City. If there are any conflicts, they can be resolved at the Qiongling banquet tonight. After the banquet, I hope that everyone will give me some face. Please accept my thanks. I believe that everyone has heard of the Qiongling banquet. Before the banquet officially begins, there will be a small auction, and the proceeds from the auction will be used to develop Myriad City. This will be considered everyone's contribution to the city, and I thank everyone here. He then waved at Xianxia and walked to an empty seat, where he sat down with Yuehua Mavis and the other enlighters. Xianxia walked to the center of the room and politely said something to everyone around her. Zhu San looked on with infatuation, and his saliva almost flowed out of his mouth. Luine was astonished. Does Brother Zhu like her? Zhu San muttered, no. Then why are you? Before Luine could finish, Zhu San continued, it's infatuation. Seventh bro, this guy is disgusting, the monkey said. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. Zhu San's tastes were really heavy, and very few people liked someone like Xianxia. Speaking of which, did Xianxia like men? Rumor had it that he often flirted with women and even brought them back to the Qiong family's residence. Zhu San wiped his mouth. You guys don't understand Xianxia. I grew up with her, and we're childhood sweethearts. I know her too well. She's the most beautiful and kindest woman in the universe. Beautiful, she was indeed quite beautiful. Even if she dressed up like a tomboy, it still couldn't hide her pretty face, but she was kind. She's kind? Zhu San nodded and stared blankly at Xianxia. Very kind. You guys don't understand. Xianxia doesn't want people to become slaves to money, so she does everything she can to keep other people's money in her own pocket. She doesn't want people to be blinded by money. She doesn't want to let some heartless people get their way, so she brings many girls back to the city lord's residence to educate them, often overnight. She wants me to understand that if I want to fight, I have to learn how to be beaten first. Luine silently looked at Xianxia, that Zhu San had gone crazy. Suddenly, Zhu San glared at Luine. You won't steal Xianxia from me after telling you so much, right? Luine shook his head. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Zhu San nodded in satisfaction, his expression saying that Luine was very tactful. Let's welcome the first item of the auction, the fire fungus. Xiaonan walked out with a box in her hands. She opened the box, and the fiery red plant flew into the sky, but it was pulled back by an invisible force. It's actually a natural treasure that can avoid danger, someone cried out in surprise. Luine was surprised, as he hadn't expected such a natural treasure to be auctioned here. Xianxia smiled. This Hu Ling has been with my Qiong family for many years, and we'll be looking for a fated person tonight. The starting price is 1-star essence. Everyone, please make your bids. As soon as she finished speaking, someone made a bid, and it was 3,000-star essence. The average price of 10 natural treasures auctioned off in the mainland's auction house is 3,000-star essence. However, those natural treasures can only survive for less than a year, so I'll pay 4,000-star essence for this one, someone in the distance said. 4,500, 4,800. 6,000. Star Fox made a bid. Natural treasures that could avoid danger were being hyped up, and it had a lot to do with Aegis. He glanced at Luine and decided to buy it. Luine didn't bid, as everyone knew that he had quite a few of these natural treasures. Xianxia beamed at Luine. Mr. Star Fox has bid 6,000. Are there any other bids? If not, then this Huo Ling belongs to Mr. Starfox. 7,000, Aufman made a bid. Although the price was higher than the Huo Ling itself, any natural treasure was a money-making tool for Shamrock Enterprises. It was only 7,000 star essence, and they could definitely earn it back. Starfox watched Aufman make a bid, but he didn't bid. The four major corporations of the Outerverse couldn't compare to a colossus like Shamrock Enterprises. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, they still didn't want to clash head-on. Lu Ying grew envious, as it could actually be sold for 7,000 star essence, which was double the transaction price at the mainland's auction house. Even if there wasn't a time limit, the mainland's auction house could sell natural treasures for 4,000 star essence at most, and it wouldn't even sell for 5,000 star essence at most. There were so many rich people here, and the mainland's auction house should open a branch in Myriad City. The next item to be auctioned is a cultivation technique, the induction technique. Xianxia tapped on the screen to reveal an introduction to the induction technique. This cultivation technique would allow a cultivator to absorb star energy 5 times faster than an ordinary cultivator. 5 times the absorption speed was already quite good. Before Lu Ying had obtained the serious art from Mr. Mu, he had only been able to absorb 9 times the energy. The starting bid for the induction technique is 1 star essence. The bidding starts now. The induction technique immediately caused quite a few people to fight over it. Even though the powers that were able to attend the Chonglin banquet all had their own powerful techniques and battle techniques, and they couldn't absorb star energy as slowly as normal cultivators, no one refused the chance to obtain an additional induction technique. The ones who fought over the induction technique were mostly rich people like Zhu San. In the end, Zhu San bought the induction technique for 8,000 star essence. Lu Yin's eyes grew even redder. The technique that he had sold to the Nalan family, the Jade Flow technique, which could help one comprehend a domain, had only been worth about 100 star essence. Even if its value couldn't compare to this induction technique, it shouldn't be that far off. As expected, if he wanted to sell something, he should have come to Myriad City, where he could sell it for a price that far exceeded the item's actual value. Dang Pu had risked his life to come to Myriad City for a reason. Xier, this is for you. Zhu San shamelessly ran over to Xianxia, wanting to give her the induction technique. Xianxia smiled and very naturally kicked Zhu San away. She used a lot of force, and it was painful to watch. That kick was bold and unrestrained, and it did not seem like a girl's move at all. It surprised Aufman and the others, and even Moonlight Mavis looked at Xianxia. Cough, cough. Xier, don't be rude, Qiang Shanhai reprimanded. Xianxia smiled as she apologized. As for Zhu San, she straightened her clothes naturally, as if she was used to this. Lu Ying admired her for being so thick-skinned. The next item is an ancient healing pill from 50,000 years ago. The starting bid is 1 star essence, so everyone can start bidding, Xianxia said. 1,000. Aufman was the first to speak, as Shamrock Enterprises needed all sorts of pills for research. 2,000. Lu Ying spoke up, as the more healing pills there were, the better. Aufman glanced at Lu Ying and spoke up. Normally, no one would compete, so this was the first time he had paid attention to Lu Ying. 3,000. 4,000, Lu Ying answered. Aufman frowned, but he did not continue bidding. They obtained countless pills every day, and it would be a long time before they could research them. They did not lack this one. Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Ying. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Ying smiled. Shamrock Enterprises Western Frontier President, Mr. Aufman. I've heard a lot about you. Aufman smiled indifferently and did not speak further. Xianxia had someone present the pill to Lu Ying. The next item is a lock-breaking tool, white sand. The Qiang family's auction items were all very precious, and the starting bid was meaningless. The lock-breaking tool, white sand, was purchased by Wei Rong for 3,000 essence. The next item was the horn of the celestial ice phoenix, which could emit a tricolored light that could neutralize battle techniques. The monkey made a fuss and demanded that Lu Ying buy it, but in the end, it was purchased by the flame engineer for 6,000 essence, as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. I wonder if anyone is interested in this item. Xianxia clapped her hands, and a box of spiritual threads was brought up. Everyone was shocked, as it was a source box. Xianxia did not have anyone open the box, and instead, she tapped on a screen. A source box with blazing flames appeared on the screen, and its high temperature burned the void. By the time this source box was discovered, it had already been mostly unlocked. All you need to do is gently touch it, and the source box contains an ancient flame seed. We don't know how powerful this flame is, but just the heat it exudes is enough to incinerate the void. A powerhouse who cultivates a fire-type battle technique can try using it, Xianxia explained. Everyone stared at the screen of light. It actually contained an ancient fire seed. The first thing they thought of was the fire domain. The fire domain's inherited battle skill, the karmic flame sword, was released using the karmic flame. This secret was not known by others, but many people present knew. Even though the ancient flame seed within this source box could not reach the level of tribulation fire, it would still be of great help to those who cultivated fire-type battle techniques. At this moment, no one was more excited than Luin. He wanted to obtain a powerful flame more than anyone else, and he could burn natural treasures to absorb star energy and rapidly increase his strength. Even though the natural treasures on Bushtree Planet did not contain much star energy, he still needed to find a flame. This was a shortcut. Before Xianxia could offer a price, the flame engineer was the first to speak. 10,000. Quite a number of people who wanted to bid were shocked. The first bid was 10,000. As expected of the chief engineer of the Aurora spacecraft company. 15,000, Alfman said, looking like he wanted to join in as well. Star Fox made a bid. 20,000, 30,000, Villa Mistress Lien said, 40,000, Huafinius said. 45,000, 50,000. 80,000, Luin said, raising the bid to the highest possible level. Everyone was stunned. Alfman's eyes flashed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The flame engineer was stunned. Kid, do you have that much money? Dilla Mistress Lien looked at Luin in astonishment. 80,000 star essence was not a small sum, and even if she was bidding on behalf of the Nayland family head, she would still need to obtain approval. Luin smiled. There's no need for Senior to worry. It's just 80,000. This Junior can still afford it. The mainland's auction house earns tens of thousands of star essence in a single auction. It's not difficult for Alliance Master Lu to pay 80,000, Wei Rong said with a smile. Qiong Shanhai looked at Luin seriously. This person was the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master? He really was young. Luin was very nervous. He only had 50,000 star essence on him, and another 50,000 was on Xinyu Star. 80,000 was the limit that he could afford. If these people continued to compete, then he would not be able to obtain the source box. To these giants, was 80,000 really just a little more than that? Not at all. The organizations behind Alfman, the Flame Engineer, Dilla Mistress Lien, and Huafinius could easily fork out 100,000 to 200,000 star essence. Yuehua Mavis, in particular, could probably easily fork out 1,000,000 star essence. This was why Luin was panicking. Fortunately, no one else was competing with him. These great organizations had unfathomable backgrounds, and this strange flame was not that precious to them. Otherwise, the Cheong family would not have put it up for auction. They had better things. When Cheong Shir announced that the source box belonged to Luin, he relaxed, but at the same time, he felt his heart ache. He had already spent 84,000 star essence in this auction, and he was out of money again. However, this flame was something that could only be found by chance, so he had to buy it. Nothing was more important than increasing his strength. The next item up for auction is called the Cloud Boots. Everyone might have heard of them, Cheong Shir said with a smile. The flame engineer was stunned. One of the ancient cloud sets? Cheong Shir smiled and nodded. That's right. The cloud set? Luin was puzzled. Beside him, Star Fox explained, the cloud set is a set of equipment that was discovered in the ruins of an ancient sect. It includes weapons, armor, and so on. According to the sect's records, even if an ordinary person wears it, they can protect themselves from powerhouses with a power level of 300,000. It's a very precious item, but unfortunately, it has been lost for a long time. Luin understood. It was no wonder why it was so famous. It could defend against attacks from powerhouses with a power level of 300,000. Wasn't it the same as his universal armor? To most cultivators, a power level of 300,000 was already the limit. Obtaining the cloud set meant that they could protect themselves in any situation. Quite a few people started to compete with each other, and most of them were the young scions of wealthy families, as they were the only ones who needed such an item. In the end, the cloud boots were purchased by Zhu San for 50,000 star essence. After that, the same scene repeated itself. Xianxia kicked him off the auction, but she left the cloud boots behind, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Yin admired Zhu San, as it had not been easy for him to survive until now. The next item is a little special. It's not an actual item, but a promise. It's the Star Sibyl Sect's right to divine, Xianxia said. Everyone's expressions changed. The Star Sibyl Sect's right to divine? Yuehua Mavis opened her eyes and looked at Jasper Mountain Sea in astonishment. The Flame Engineer and Alfman were both shocked as well. The Star Sibyl sect was the most mysterious sect in the human domain. It might not be considered powerful, but even ordinary people had heard of it. Star Sibyl was renowned throughout the world, and any top genius of the younger generation had seen it before, including the 10 arbiters. The changes in the universe and the top 100 rankings were all related to the Star Sibyl sect. Even when the Sea King had stolen Pyrolite, it had been divined by the Star Sibyl sect. This sect was known to be able to see the past and see the future. Everyone wanted to know their own future, so everyone wanted to seek divination from the Star Sibyl sect. However, there were very few who could actually enter the sect and obtain the right to divine. The Cheong family was even willing to sell this. Even if the innerverse and outerverse were separated, there would be a day when it would be restored. The Star Sibyl sect's right to divine could be passed down, so why would they sell it? 100,000, Yuehua Mavis said. Everyone was shocked. The highest price of the day had appeared, and the first bid was 100,000. Everyone looked at Yuehua Mavis with complicated expressions. To her, money was just a number. Since Yuehua Mavis had spoken, no one else dared to compete with the Mavis family. Xianxia smiled and transferred the right to divine to Yuehua Mavis. With that, the Jasper Forest Banquets auction came to an end, and the banquet officially began. Sumptuous and fragrant dishes were served one after another, each of which was difficult to find in the outside world. Even though Lu Yin and Madame Nailin had eaten extravagant dishes before, they were still stunned by the dishes here. This was because these dishes actually contained rune lines. The ingredients used were all creatures or plants that had rune lines, and they were all extremely beautiful. The Zhu family was second only to the Cheong family in Wanwan City. Although they had a small population, they had always stood tall in Wanwan City. The Zhu family occupied a mountain, and their family's garden spanned thousands of kilometers. When the Jasper Forest banquet began, a man requested an audience with the head of the Zhu family under the moonlight. He introduced himself as Dang Pu. You're Dang Pu? Zhu Jia, the head of the Zhu family, was seated in the living room of the Zhu family. He looked at the obviously panicked man and asked in a low voice. The man's heart trembled, and he bent over in panic. No, I'm not. Are you messing with me? Zhu Jia's gaze was stern. The man became even more panicked. Yes, it's that Dang Pu who asked me to seek an audience with you. He said that he wants to sell you something. Zhu Jia's eyes flashed. What is it? The man was terrified. He said that you know what it is. Zhu Jia looked at the man. What's the price? 2 million star essence. Transfer it to 10 Mavis bank accounts, the man said in a trembling voice as his entire body trembled. He had never seen 2 million star crystals in his entire life, let alone 2 million star essence. Such a price was enough to make him panic. However, Zhu Jia was very calm. Alright, my Zhu family will buy his item. Go and tell Dang Pu not to mess with me. Otherwise, my Zhu family will let him know what it means to have no escape. Yes, this lowly one understands. The silver moonlight illuminated Wanwan City, making it appear very beautiful. It was like a pearl sparkling in the darkness of the universe. Within Wanwan City, Kai Jianqian had been searching for Dang Pu all this time, but he had not been able to find him. Countless people traveled through the night in search of Dang Pu. But who would have thought that Dang Pu had already started doing business with the Zhu family? 2 million star essence was not a high price. Compared to a priceless treasure like true insight, such a supreme treasure would not have a price. However, Dang Pu could only ask for so much. He was afraid that the Zhu family would act against him if he asked for more. Saul also arrived at Wanwan City, but he did not attend the Jasper Forest banquet, even though he had been invited. He only wanted to find Dang Pu and personally slaughter that traitorous disciple. His hatred for Dang Pu could no longer be controlled, and it even surpassed that of the people who had ambushed Source Peak Planet. Gemini Ghost also arrived at Wanwan City, but he also did not attend the Jasper Forest banquet. That night, Wanwan City seemed especially gloomy. Before the Jasper Forest banquet began, Xianxia's words were not just for show. The Jasper Forest banquet was both a welcoming banquet and a place for everyone to resolve their conflicts. Resolve grudges at the Jasper Forest banquet, and don't use force in Myriad City. I'm sure everyone has heard of this saying before. Then, I'll host a banquet where everyone can fight to their heart's content under the waterfall. After the banquet, I hope that no one will use force in Myriad City and give me some face, Xianxia said. Everyone ate and drank as they looked at each other. They had all mentally prepared themselves before coming here, and they had not planned to do anything in Myriad City. The Cheung family had given them face by hosting a banquet, so everyone had to give them face as well. Very few people actually dueled under the waterfall during the Jasper Forest banquet, but this time was an exception. Tyler Phineas stood up and looked at Luin. I heard that you defeated Puyo. Let's fight. Everyone was interested, as the most famous people of the younger generation were those on the top 100 rankings. Ever since Luin had become famous in the Innerverse and Outerverse, he had constantly stepped on the experts on the top 100 rankings. This was also why Sister Lung had challenged him, and Tyler Phineas wanted to challenge him as well. Everyone looked over. Xianxia looked at Luin with interest. This person was the nemesis of Enlighters, but he relied on external items to do so. What was his true strength like? They were all very curious. The group of Enlighters looked over as well. Only a few of the younger generation were worthy of their attention, and the most famous of them all was Luin. He was the nemesis of Enlighters, and this title really annoyed them. Luin looked at Tyler Phineas. Sorry, but I don't think there's any reason for me to fight you. He had already defeated Sister Lung, and even though the news had not spread, he was no longer interested in someone at Tyler's level. He had his own reputation, and he did not need to use Tyler's name to make himself famous. Only the top 10 of the top 100 rankings could benefit him from a battle, but Tyler obviously could not do that. You don't dare? Tyler sneered. Rumors say that you use external items whenever you fight, and that your actions are despicable. Sure enough, when you face a true powerhouse, you will only cower. Lu Yin's face sank. Seventh bro, this guy isn't friendly. Beat him to death, the monkey said. To the side, Zhu San looked at Luin in shock. You only use external items to fight? How disgusting. I'm so rich, but I don't use any external items. If I can't beat you, then I can't beat you. Star Fox smiled. To be honest, most of the outside world's understanding of Lu Yin's battles were based on external items, but they did not take into account who he was fighting against. He was just an explorer, while his opponents were all at least hunters, and there was no lack of enlighters as well. If Luin was able to rely on external items to contend against those people, then the reputation he had built up was definitely not bad. However, there was no need for him to explain. Taylor, don't force him. Some people can do anything to become famous, but when faced with a real challenge, they shrink back. It's very normal. Hugh Phineas laughed. Quite a few people looked at Luin. Some looked at him with disdain, some didn't understand, and there were also some who rejoiced in his misfortune. This was especially true of the youths. Everyone was so young, so how had Luin been able to participate in the Enlighters battle and even obtain such a title? Now, he had finally revealed his true colors. Wei Rong glanced at Hugh Phineas with disdain. These people always thought that they could look down on others just because they were from a powerful clan and were Enlighters. In the future, these people would cry. Times had changed, and the old fogies would be eliminated one by one. These youths were the ones who were walking on the right path. Luin stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Since you want to fight, fine. He then looked at Taylor with a sharp gaze. But don't cry later. Taylor was furious. What arrogance! He then leaped up and rushed towards the waterfall, clearly impatient. Lu Yin's feet tapped lightly, and his figure disappeared. He was so fast that Star Fox and many other hunters could not even see his trajectory. Many of the Enlighters were astonished. What incredible speed! Just this speed alone was not something that an ordinary hunter could catch up to. Yuehua Mavis looked at Luin with interest. The Mavis family had long since instructed them to invest in this young man. He should be proud that he had attracted the Mavis family's attention. It should be known that even the top 10 experts on the top 100 rankings might not be able to attract the Mavis family's attention. Xianxia looked at Luin in shock. Ever since Myriad City had been unsealed, he had heard a lot about this young man. He had been like a rising comet that could not be stopped. He had unified the Eastern Weaves, and his growth was unstoppable. Xianxia had always been curious about this person. Whether it was his battle prowess, temperament, or methods, this person was extremely outstanding. However, in Xianxia's eyes, this person still had not reached a certain height. The so-called Great Eastern Alliance was nothing to Xianxia. If he wanted to, his Myriad City could easily destroy this so-called Great Eastern Alliance. However, this young man was enough to make him take him seriously. Hugh Phineas frowned, as that speed was not simple. This person had been able to become famous throughout the universe and had once been an unequaled leader, not just because of external items. Otherwise, when it came to external items, the Day-Night clan's powers all had more than Hugh Phineas. When he thought of this, he looked at Taylor and had a bad premonition. My two brothers are the most outstanding experts in the universe. This time, we're only here to exchange pointers. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to receive pointers from our seniors. Please don't hurt our friendship, Xianxia said loudly. Under the waterfall, Taylor raised his head and faced Luin. Before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, he had heard too many legends about this person in front of him. He had been the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, an unequaled leader, and the son-in-law of the Starfall Sea. It was as if the entire universe revolved around this person, which made Taylor very unhappy. When the Dark Phoenix clan's power had been unsealed, Taylor had heard more legends about this person. This time, the rumors were even more exaggerated, and even the title of Enlighter's nemesis had been coined. Taylor had only been unhappy at first and had not thought much of it. However, when he learned that Puyu had been killed by this person, his thoughts changed. Puyu was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, while Taylor was ranked 14th. Rumors had it that Puyu had died at Lu Yin's hands, which meant that this person was stronger than Taylor. Furthermore, this person was only an explorer. Ever since this news had spread to the Dark Phoenix clan, Taylor had been ridiculed by countless people. He had once been a genius of the Dark Phoenix clan, and he had represented the Dark Phoenix clan in their competition with the Innerverse Phoenix clan. Now, however, all of his glory had been stolen by this person, which made Taylor extremely loathe him. His new grudges and old grudges made him challenge this person immediately. He had to defeat this person and let the entire universe know that this person was a liar who had used external forces to gain fame. I'll let everyone know that you're just a liar, a despicable person. Taylor sneered. Black flames ignited around his body and distorted the void. These were the Dark Phoenix clan's black flames, and they gradually transformed into a black phoenix that soared into the sky. Its wings flapped as it tore through the void. Many of the spectators gasped in surprise. These were the Black Phoenix's flames, and just releasing them was enough to burn the void. They had the destructive power of a hunter, and Taylor was only a cruiser. These flames were extremely powerful, and it was no wonder that they could rival the Innerverse Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix clan was one of the three great powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked, and they were extremely powerful. Taylor was pleased with himself, and the Black Phoenix flames around his body erupted as 3 black feathers appeared. Aufman was shocked. Rumor has it that the flames of the Dark Phoenix clan's powerhouses can give birth to feathers, just like the Phoenix clan's golden feathers. The more feathers there are, the stronger the flames. To be able to give birth to 3 feathers, you truly live up to your reputation as a genius of the Dark Phoenix clan and an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. Hugh Phineas humbly replied, "It's still not enough. I still need to temper myself." "Indeed, you do need to temper yourself," Yue Mavis spoke up. This was the first thing she had said since she had appeared, and it caused Hugh Phineas's expression to turn ugly. He was just being modest, and this woman was clearly mocking him. He really did not dare to retort. Luine remained calm in the face of Taylor's flames. "Are you done with your performance?" Killing intent flashed in Taylor's eyes. "You'll regret saying that for the rest of your life." He then pressed down with both hands, and the black flames covered the sky as they blasted towards Luine. The waterfall rapidly evaporated, and the void cracked apart. One had to admit that the number of rune lines represented by Taylor's flames was very high, and it was comparable to that of an elite hunter. He was ranked 14th on the top 100 rankings, and he lived up to his reputation as an expert who could challenge those above his realm. Unfortunately, it was still far from enough. Luine slowly raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. A bestial roar echoed through the void as the skybeast claw descended, tearing apart the black phoenix and slamming into Taylor's body. Taylor was ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the lake while the black phoenix was split in two and burned in the void. The crowd fell silent as they stared at Luine in shock. One move to defeat the 14th on the top 100 rankings. This can't be real. Luine pulled his hand back. The skybeast claw's power was second only to the dream finger, and it had often not been effective against his previous opponents. That was because his opponents had been too powerful, and he had only been able to injure them with the dream finger. But in reality, the skybeast claw was enough to force an expert of the same generation, even someone like Xianxia, who was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings. Xianxia had been able to freeze and shatter the skybeast claw because she had wanted to challenge Haidasha's ultimate technique. That technique could injure both the enemy and the user, and its power was comparable to Aiden's. In other words, that technique could even shock enlighters and surpass a hunter's power level. Even Xianxia had needed to use her ultimate technique to break through the skybeast claw, let alone Taylor. The top 10 of the top 100 rankings were on a completely different level from the rest, and the difference between Taylor and Xianxia was too great. A single move of the skybeast claw was enough to instantly kill someone. This was Lu Yin's current strength, and only the top 10 of the top 100 rankings could match him. And that was under the condition that he did not use any secret techniques. Hugh Phineas suddenly stood up and stared at the scene in disbelief. How was this possible? Taylor had not even been able to withstand a single move from his opponent. Even if the rumors were true, this person was only comparable to Taylor at most, and he should not have been defeated so easily. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he looked at Luine in admiration. This was an absolute genius. Dilla Mistress Lian smiled, as her family head was right. This kid's potential was limitless. Yue Mavis looked at Luine seriously, as his value in her heart had risen once again. It was time to increase her investment in him. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the banquet, sweeping past everyone before finally stopping on Hugh Phineas' face. "Don't worry, he's not dead, but he's probably crying." Hugh Phineas was furious. "Junior, you're spouting nonsense." Luine sneered. With his current strength and status, he did not need to be courteous to anyone. He had even dared to provoke the Day-Night clan, let alone the Dark Phoenix clan. "I've fought with someone from the Phoenix family before. Their phoenix is golden, and it's prettier than black." Everyone was stunned, as this was a provocation. Hugh Phineas's eyes went wide. The Dark Phoenix clan could not tolerate people saying that they were inferior to the Phoenix family. Suddenly, a storm of enlighter star energy swept towards Luine. Luine waved a hand, and the void trembled to disperse the energy. His body merely trembled, but his eyes remained cold and arrogant. He had completed 2 cycles, and the amount of star energy he possessed had already surpassed that of a peak hunter. An enlighter star energy suppression would not be able to injure him. Each cycle required about 200 times more star energy than a normal person. Even if he absorbed 100 times more star energy than a normal person, he would still need 20 years to complete a cycle. It was ridiculous, almost to the point of despair. However, this also meant that he would not be suppressed by star energy. Even an enlighter would find it difficult to suppress him with star energy, as he had too much star energy. Everyone was shocked. This person even dared to fight against an enlighter? No way. However, when they thought about this person's title, it did not seem like it was unacceptable. Hugh Phineas's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was about to attack when Moonlight Mavis spoke up. After beating up the young, the old one should come out. How embarrassing. Xiao was about to retort when Tyler charged out from the bottom of the lake, panting heavily. His clothes were in tatters, and he cut a sorry figure. There was even a bloody claw mark on his chest. He glared at Luin viciously. Just like Xiao, he could not believe that he had been defeated in just one move. Luin smirked at him. Do you want to cry? Tyler's eyes were bloodshot, and his resentment overflowed. He had been crushed in this sort of situation, and if word got out, his reputation would be ruined. With a whoosh, the black phoenix reappeared, and its 3 feathers transformed into a black stream of air that entered Tyler's body. Everyone was excited, and they were about to go all out. As the 3 feathers disappeared, the black flames on Taylor's body surged even higher, and the void distorted like boiling water. I'll make you regret ever being born. He then charged at Luin and pressed down with both hands. The black undying bird soared into the sky and shot towards Luin with endless black flames. It was still the sky beast claw, but this time, 7-lined battle force appeared on his palm. With an ancient beast roar, the sky beast claw tore through the black undying bird for the second time and pressed down on Taylor. Taylor was in despair. Why was it still like this? It was yet another move, and it was the same move again, leaving him completely defenseless. Stop! Hugh Phineas roared. Black flames spread through the air. This was Hugh Phineas' power. And the black flames blocked the sky beast claw, preventing Taylor from being hit. Taylor's gaze was sinister as he pulled out a materialized black feather from his cosmic ring and started burning it. Die! The feather transformed into flames that enveloped him, and its cry shook the entire myriad cities. Taylor's black phoenix spread its wings and burst forth with a power that was infinitely close to a peak hunter's. Despicable. He raised his battle force to 8 lines and swung his sky beast claw downwards. Hugh Phineas' black flames were still there, and he was still standing in front of Taylor. However, Taylor's black undying bird bypassed Hugh Phineas' flames and charged towards Luin. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. This was too despicable. Moonlight Mavis' gaze turned cold, and she gently moved her fingers, causing an indescribable power to sweep towards Hugh Phineas' black flames. At the same time, Manor Mistress Lien and the Flame Engineer acted at the same time, dispersing both Hugh Phineas and Taylor's flames. Naturally, Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw was also dispelled. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. This was clearly a battle between peers, but a dignified enlighter had actually acted so shamelessly. Not only had he interfered, but Taylor had even used a power vessel. This was despicable to a certain extent. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Taylor and then at Hugh. So this is the Dark Phoenix clan's method. I've experienced it myself. Hugh Phineas snorted. Junior, there's a price to pay for your arrogance. Taylor glared at Luin. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he smiled. Remember what I said, I'll make you cry. Taylor sneered, not caring at all. Xianxia stood up to mediate. Everyone was dissatisfied with the Dark Phoenix clan's methods, but no one dared to offend the Dark Phoenix clan because of this. Only Moonlight Mavis had called them despicable, which infuriated Hugh Phineas, and he glared at Luin coldly once more. Luin returned to his seat, and the monkey kept muttering, "Seventh bro, kill them. You'll kill them sooner or later." Zhu looked at Luin in admiration. Bro, you're amazing. From start to finish, you only used 3 moves, no, 3 claws, and that bird couldn't even retaliate. Impressive. Luin smiled, as it had all been a farce. Fortunately, he hadn't been injured, but he would remember the Dark Phoenix clan. Wei Rong had been watching the show from start to finish, and he looked at Luin with interest before looking at Taylor. His eyes flickered, and his lips curled up in an indescribable arc. Although the battle had been disrupted, everyone had still witnessed Lu Yin's strength. Suddenly, everyone looked at him in a different light, especially the younger girls, who looked at him with admiration. Angie sighed. This Lu Yin's aura is too strong. Among the younger generation, probably only the top 10 on the top 100 rankings can match him. Only the top 3 can suppress him. Wei Rong smiled. Some people can't stand to see others at their peak. The stronger one's aura, the more enemies they will have. This is an unchanging truth. Angie nodded. She did not like people like Lu Yin who were too aggressive. She preferred people like Wei Rong who were strategizing. Xianxia found Lu Yin and drank with him in a forthright manner. She kept insisting that Lu Yin call her brother Qiong, which made Lu Yin even more tired than fighting. He had no idea how to deal with such a woman, and no one had taught him anything. He was very willing to get closer to Xianxia for no other reason than the fact that she was rich. Brother Qiong, are you interested in the Great Eastern Alliance? I can invest in it, and I'll give you a discount. Lu Yin was very enthusiastic. Xianxia clinked glasses with Lu Yin. Brother, I never invest in businesses. I only like investors. Lu Yin was confused. What did she mean? Xianxia leaned close to Lu Yin's ear and blew into it. I'll invest in you. Tell me how much you want. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia's red lips, which were only a few centimeters away from him. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, along with the unique fragrance of a woman. For a moment, he felt like he was being teased by a man. Zhu San could not take it anymore, and he squeezed himself between the two of them. He glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Brother, you can't bully your friend's wife. Xianxia rolled her eyes and walked away. Lu Yin was confused. We're friends? Zhu San threw a cosmic ring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a look and saw that there were actually 20,000 star essence inside. Zhu San was too generous. He looked at Zhu San with a burning gaze and solemnly said, Friend. If you're a friend, then don't have any ideas about Xianxia. She's mine, Zhu San whispered. Don't worry, she'll always be yours, Lu Yin immediately assured him. Zhu San was satisfied and returned to his seat. Friend, do you want to invest? The Great Eastern Alliance welcomes you. Lu Yin thought of something and asked Zhu San. Zhu San pursed his lips. We'll talk about it when I get my allowance next month. Lu Yin was astonished. This was a truly rich person. What Lu Yin had just received was just his allowance. Lu Yin could not understand what was going on. It seemed that he had always been living in the world of the poor. At this moment, Xianxia spoke up. Thank you for giving my Qiong family face. My Qiong family has stood tall in Myriad City for countless years, and we like to make friends. The Qiong family will return all the star essence that everyone has paid for the items that were auctioned just now. For those who did not manage to purchase anything, my Qiong family will naturally give you a small gift. He then waved his hand, and everyone who had not managed to purchase anything received a gift. Lu Yin was stunned. This was too rich. The 8 items that had been auctioned just now had totaled nearly 210,000 star essence. How could they just give them away like that? Just to make friends? Lu Yin really was poor. However, Lu Yin immediately became happy. He had spent more than 80,000 star essence, and now, he was returning the full amount. This meant that he had obtained more than 80,000 star essence from participating in the Jasper Forest banquet. Right, there was also the 20,000 that Zhu San had given him. This was Myriad City, the wealthiest city in the Outerverse. It was said that as long as one could enter, they would be able to strike it rich. Lu Yin could deeply feel the aura of a tycoon. Right, there's one more thing. Xianxia looked around, especially at the many youths present. He then smiled and said, My daughter, Shi is already an adult, and it's time for her to choose a husband. Everyone knows that Xianxia only has one daughter, and that is Shi Wan Qianqing also only has one successor, so she will not be married off. My Qiong family can only recruit a son-in-law. If anyone has any suitable candidates, please recommend them. I would be very grateful to you. The others looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. The Qiong family's selection of a son-in-law was not simple. Xianxia was the only successor of the Qiang family, and whoever became the son-in-law would have their status completely changed. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at Wei Rong, who coincidentally met his gaze, and they smiled at each other. The two were not worried that the other party would marry into the Qiang family. Although they had not met much, they understood each other very well. Wei Rong and Wei Rong were not people who would marry into the Qiang family. What they were worried about was that if someone managed to climb up the Qiang family's power, the power structure of the universe would change. The Temple of Tiamo, Wanqianqing, and the Dark Phoenix clan were the three great powers of the outerverse that could not be provoked. To Lu Yin and Wei Rong, Wanqianqing's influence far surpassed that of the Temple of Tiamo and the Dark Phoenix clan. War was a battle of money, and it was a battle of attrition. Whoever Wanqianqing supported would have a greater chance of winning. Wei Rong had come here to look for Dang Pu, but ever since he had arrived at Myriad City, he had not looked for Dang Pu. In his eyes, true insight was not worth as much as Myriad City. Lu Yin felt the same way, as Wanqianqing was too important. Xianxia's choice of son-in-law would not only affect Myriad City. With the innerverse and outerverse separated, the power structure would undergo a huge change, and Wanqianqing would play an extremely important role. Uncle Qiang, I'm willing. Zhu 3 jumped up and shouted excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Qiang Shanhai glanced at him. You're the only successor of the Zhu clan. Can you marry into their family? Alright, stop messing around. Zhu San anxiously said, Uncle Qiang, I'm not messing around. Xia is mine and will always be mine. I want to marry into the family and become their son-in-law. Jade Mountain Sea ignored him completely. Many people looked at Xianxia, wanting to see her reaction. Then, they saw a scene that made them speechless. Xianxia was hugging Lil Nan and flirting with her. Her smile made her look like a playboy. Everyone was speechless. Uncle Qiang, give me a chance. I must marry Xia. Zhu San shouted. Qiang Shanhai frowned. Impossible. Zhu San looked dispirited, and she helplessly looked at Xianxia as she yelled, Xia, I can't take care of you anymore. You have to take care of our 12 children. Everyone was shocked. 12 children? Xianxia raised her head and said angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? Zhu San's expression was innocent. I can't hide it. You're not her anyway. He paused and smiled. Jasper Mountain Sea was furious. Get the hell out of here. Zhu San was thrown out of the Chonglin banquet. Qiang Shanhai hurriedly explained, but everyone looked at him strangely. Looking at Xianxia's manly posture, it was not impossible. Moreover, Zhu San might be the victim. This tomboy seemed to be very casual about the matters between men and women. She even had her arm around someone's shoulder just now. Xianxia was no longer in the mood to tease Xiaonan. She was angered to death by Zhu San. That guy was willing to do anything to marry Xianxia, and he really wasn't afraid of death. Not long after, the Chonglin banquet ended in a strange atmosphere. Qiang Shanhai's good mood from the beginning had completely disappeared. If not for the Zhu clan, he would have strangled Zhu San to death. Xianxia's expression did not look good. She was disgusted. She had always been the one scheming against others. Today, she was actually tricked by Zhu San. Shameless people were indeed invincible. Just you wait, we'll settle today's score in the future, Tyler Phineas threatened before leaving. Zio's gaze was cold. Although she didn't say a word, the warning was obvious. Lu Yin didn't care, as the Dark Phoenix tribe was already on his blacklist. Although this tribe was very strong, he wasn't weak either. The Hall of Honor was definitely on his side. Taylor felt that it was a pity that the Dark Phoenix race was too far away from the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong walked over with Enchi in tow. Brother Lu, that was brilliant. Lu Yin calmly replied, You've gained another enemy for no reason. Brother Wei should be happy. Wei Rong shook his head. I'm not too happy. Their attitude towards Brother Lu is equivalent to their attitude towards me. In fact, they aren't even as serious as they are towards Brother Lu. Look, no one spoke to me during the entire Jasper Forest banquet. Lu Yin gestured for Wei Rong to look at Xianxia. She hasn't let you off, and her gaze is constantly on you. Brother Liu, don't you think that the outerverse isn't that transparent? Were these people really the only remaining enlighters from the various great powers? I don't think that's possible. And that's only what's on the surface. There's also the Hall of Honor and the Dark Forces. Brother Liu, we still have a long way to go, Wei Rong sighed. Lu Ying glanced at Angie. It looks like you've already obtained the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Angie raised an eyebrow when she heard his words. They weren't very friendly. Wei Rong patted Angie's shoulder. The Hall of Taimo should also be in Brother Liu's bag. We're just working together. The two slowly walked out of the Jasper Forest, where Yan Yan and the rest were waiting for them. Lu Ying saw a familiar face, Amu. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, Angie had brought Amu along. Now that she had come to Myriad City, she had brought Amu along as well. It seemed like Amu was doing better and better in the Umbral Butterfly tribe. The two pretended not to know each other, and they merely exchanged a glance before looking in another direction. Brother Liu, have you ever thought about becoming a live-in son-in-law of the Cheung family? Wei Rong asked as he looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying glanced at Angie. What if I say that I have? Wei Rong thought about it and then answered seriously, I'll be very happy. Lu Ying laughed. Sorry to disappoint you. I also believe that you definitely have no intentions of marrying into the Cheung family. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the Wei Rong that I know. There's someone who's very suitable to become a live-in son-in-law. With Xianxia's personality, she should be able to control him, Wei Rong said with a smile as he looked at Lu Ying. Wang Wen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as Wei Rong knew everything. But then again, Lu Yin's own experiences had not been a secret, so it was normal for him to know Wang Wen. Wei Rong had known about this for a long time. Not long after, the two parted ways. The monkey said, Seventh bro, I'll deal with this Wei Rong right now. I keep having the feeling that this guy is either scheming or preparing to scheme against someone. The Jasper Forest banquet will temporarily resolve the grudges between the various parties. The Cheung family will try peaceful means before resorting to force, and we can't be the first to do so. Wan Xianxia has remained unharmed for so many years, and he's even been able to resist the schemes of the Universe's great powers. His background is no less than the Taima temples, Lu Ying said. What background? If we don't reveal it, no one will know. The monkey rolled his eyes. You don't know? Lu Yin's gaze deepened, as he knew that the rune lines could not be faked. Wan Xianxing's rune lines were rather terrifying. News of what had happened at the Jasper Forest banquet quickly spread throughout Myriad City. Countless people were astonished by the Cheung family's extravagance and Lu Yin's strength. The most shocking news was the Cheung family's son-in-law selection. For a time, countless people racked their brains and offered their qualifications to Cheung Shanhai through connections in hopes of marrying into the Cheung family. Although marrying into the Cheung family had a bad reputation, it also depended on the person. Wan Xianxing's Cheung family was one of the few powerful families in the Outerverse, and even the disciples of the Innerverse's great powers would feel proud if they could marry into the Cheung family. The Cheung family only had Xianxia, and once she married into the Cheung family, even if she could not control the family's enormous business, her son would be able to. To many people, this was a great opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. At the city lord's mansion, Xianxia flipped through some photos out of boredom. Next to the photos were resumes, and after looking through them for a while, she tossed them aside. A bunch of trash. They can't even compare to Little Nan, and they want to marry into the Cheung family? No way. Cheung Shanhai said, Xier, there aren't many youths in the Outerverse who can catch your eye. Is there anyone you like? Cheung Xier thought about it. No. What about Lu Ying? He seems very pleasing to the eye, Cheung Shanhai asked. Cheung Xier was amused. Do you think that with his personality, he'll marry into the Cheung family? As long as you want to, Cheung Shanhai replied confidently. Cheung Xier shook her head. Lu Ying isn't as simple as he seems. He has the Hall of Honor behind him, and... At this point, Cheung Xier grew serious. I'm not confident that I can suppress him. This person's ambition is too great, and he has the innate talent to match it. Cheung Shanhai was shocked. His daughter had never had such a high evaluation of anyone since she was young. Even Wei Rong and Wang Wen, who had been on the same level as her, had only been seen as rivals. However, her evaluation of Lu Yin was actually higher than those two. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. If Lu Yin agrees to marry into the Qiang family, who do you think will be in charge of Myriad City in the future? Xianxia's eyes flashed. Then forget it. At that moment, a servant came to report that the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Jia, had come to visit. Xianxia was puzzled. Is it because of Zhu San being kicked out of the Qiang Lin banquet? Xianxia shook her head. That's impossible. I'll take my leave. Xianxia nodded. Soon after, Zhu Jia entered the guest hall of the city lord's mansion and met with Xianxia. As soon as they met, Zhu Jia immediately apologized. City lord, my son has troubled you at the Qiang Lin banquet. Xianxia smiled. It's fine. I watched little San grow up, and he's not a bad person. He's just a little playful. Brother Zhu, why have you come here today? Zhu Jia took out a box from his cosmic ring and pushed it towards Xianxia. Brother Qiang, please open it and take a look. Xianxia was curious, and he opened the box. A golden light illuminated the box, and he reflexively closed it before blurting out, "True insight." Zhu Jia smiled. Brother Qiang has good eyes. That's right, this is true insight. Dang Pu was found by your Zhu family? Xianxia was astonished. He was the one who found us, and he sold true insight to me. How about it? Brother Qiang, do you want it? I'll give it to you. Zhu Jia smiled. Xianxia's eyes flashed. So many experts from Myriad City had come here for true insight. If he publicly auctioned off true insight, not only would he be able to make a huge profit, but he would also be able to resolve this matter and prevent these people from causing trouble in Myriad City. This was killing two birds with one stone. What are your conditions? Please speak, Brother Zhu, Xianxia asked. Zhu Jia's tone was solemn as he earnestly said, True insight is a betrothal gift from the Zhu family to the Qiang family. My son, Zhu San, wishes to marry Xi'er. Xianxia and Zhu Jia looked at each other for a moment, and then he directly pushed the box towards Zhu Jia. My Qiang family cannot accept this betrothal gift. Brother Qiang, I only have one son, and he's like a treasure to me. He won't marry anyone other than Xi'er, and he wants to die. I hope that Brother Qiang can give me some face. True insight is just one of the betrothal gifts, and if Brother Qiang is willing, the Zhu family is willing to offer half of our assets as the betrothal gift, Zhu Jia earnestly said. Xianxia sighed. Brother Zhu, my Qiang family only has one heir, and that's Xi'er. If we give it to you, what do you want the Qiang family to do? Zhu Jia hurriedly said, Brother Qiang is still young, so you can definitely have a son. Xianxia shook his head. There's no need to say more. If Brother Zhu is willing, then my Qiang family is willing to pay several times the price for true insight. If you're not willing, then forget it. When Zhu Jia saw that Xianxia's attitude was firm, he could only bid farewell and leave. Xianxia watched Zhu Jia leave, and his expression sank. Did Zhu Jia really believe that Zhu San liked Xi'er? Once the two families were connected by marriage, it would be hard to say who would have the final say in Myriad City. Even if Xianxia married Xi'er off to the Far East, it would still be impossible for her to marry into the Zhu family. The next day, news of the Zhu family using true insight as a betrothal gift spread. At first, no one believed it, but after Zhu San spread the news to show his sincerity towards Xi'er, countless people confirmed that true insight was actually in the Zhu family's possession. Saul was the first to ask for it, but he was rejected by the Zhu family. The Zhu family also had an enlightened ancestor, and since they were in Myriad City, they did not fear Saul. After Saul, Alfman, the flame engineer, Manor Lord Lian, and other powerhouses also visited the Zhu family. Kai Jianqiang and Wei Rong also went, but they were all rejected by the Zhu family. The Zhu family did not lack money, and they were not afraid of being threatened. For a moment, the Zhu family's residence became the place that attracted the most attention in Myriad City, and countless people crowded around the entrance. Lu Yin did not go to the Zhu family, as it would be pointless even if he did. The Zhu family had made it clear that they would not give anyone face. Lu Yin found it strange. If that was the case, then why did the Zhu family keep true insight? They didn't have any powerful lockbreakers, so they were either waiting for the right price or had other uses for the treasure. A few days later, news spread from the Zhu family that anyone who could help Zhu San marry Xianxia would be offered true insight as well as an additional 300,000 star essence. His promise shook the entire Outerverse. Not to mention true insight, just 300,000 star essence was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Most cultivators would never be able to earn that much money in their entire lives. Countless people contacted Zhu San to help him plan and teach him how to pursue women. But Xianxia was not an ordinary woman. For more than 10 days, Zhu San used all kinds of methods, but he was beaten by Xianxia every day. It made him angry when he saw those who helped him. Now, those people were often beaten by him before they even got close. Xianxia was even more annoyed. No. One had expected this move from the Zhu family. She was sure that she would not marry Zhu San, but this move disgusted her. Even if she was hiding in the city lord's residence, Zhu San would use all kinds of methods to make her see his love. The most exaggerated one was when she was bathing. A series of mice appeared, and every mouse had Zhu San's declaration of love engraved on them. Xianxia was also furious. He went to find Zhu Jia and asked him to retract his promise. However, Zhu Jia refused to meet him. Even though Xianxia was the city lord, he had not done anything outrageous. There was nothing he could do. For a time, the entire Myriad City was discussing how to pursue Xianxia. Not only Zhu San, but those who wanted to become the son-in-law of the family also used various methods. Sometimes, Zhu San would even fight with those people, causing the atmosphere in Myriad City to be foul. Luin watched as the crowd dispersed. These people had just fought, forcing each other not to pursue Xianxia. He was speechless. She was just a tomboy. With her background, she could actually cause so many people to fight like crazy. This didn't just affect Myriad City, as it had long since spread beyond tyrannical weave and towards the entire Outerverse. Many great powers wanted to ally themselves with Myriad City, and many places were thrown into chaos. Xianxia was completely famous, not only because of her background, but also because of her hobbies, personality, dressing style, and even the fact that she had stayed out with several women in the past. But it didn't matter. Even if she was promiscuous, there would still be countless people fighting over her. This was a farce, but Luin did not intend to just be a spectator. Farces could sometimes be an opportunity to change the situation. If any of these people really married into the Qiong family, then the situation in the Outerverse would definitely change. Luin would not allow anything out of his control to happen right under his nose. Thinking of this, he contacted Wang Wen. This person probably knew more about Xianxia. You want to pursue Xianxia? Wang Wen shouted exaggeratedly. Luin rubbed his ears. Not me, I want to help Zhu San woo her. Is there any way? No. That woman is a pervert. She does what she wants in any situation. At the Qianglin banquet, she could dress up demurely and gracefully. In the brothel, she could also be a playboy. In any case, this woman is very strange. If you want to pursue her, you'll have to become a woman. She has no interest in men, said Wang Wen. Luin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What did you just say? Wang Wen blinked. She's not interested in men. What's the first sentence? Wang Wen replied, unless you become a woman. Right, that's it. Become a woman. Luin slammed the table and closed the screen. He then walked towards Rusty Fragrance Pavilion. Xianxia had been there for the past few days, as if to announce that she was such a person and to not bother her. Zhu San was also there, and he was anxiously watching Xianxia. He felt that if he did not capture Xianxia this time, then there would be no hope for him in this lifetime. Thus, he kept an eye on Xianxia all day, and if anyone dared to strike up a conversation with her, he would beat them up. If he couldn't beat them, then the Zhu family would find someone. There was no one in Myriad City that the Zhu family did not dare to beat, unless they really could not beat them. Ruixiang Pavilion was built in a courtyard. Outside of Xianxia's courtyard, the surrounding area had been taken over by Zhu San. Many people were discussing this matter. These people were all helping Zhu San with his schemes. They were all so-called love saints. Zhu San paced back and forth in frustration. In the distance, Wei Rong and Star Fox arrived. This was the first time they had met alone since arriving in Myriad City. Wei Rong smiled as he looked at Zhu San in the distance. Actually, if he can marry Xianxia, then it would be pretty good. Star Fox nodded. The Zhu family will not step out of Myriad City, and even if the Xianxia family leaves Myriad City, they will only be a powerful family. They are far from being able to change the situation. There are only a few powers in the Outerverse that can change the situation, but no one knows the depth of these powers, Wei Rong said. Star Fox did not reply, and he continued to look into the distance with interest. Luin arrived, but he did not pay any attention to Wei Rong or Star Fox. Instead, he walked over to Zhu San. How about you try my method? Zhu San was puzzled. You have a method? Luin replied, let's give it a try. It might be useful. Zhu San was skeptical, and he whispered, you're not trying to break us up on purpose, are you? Let me tell you, Luin, if I can't marry Xianxia, then don't even think about marrying her. Luin was speechless. If he liked someone, then everyone else would like them as well. This was a classic case of unrequited love. He did not waste any more words with Zhu San and instead pulled him over to whisper into his ear. Zhu San listened, and his mouth gradually gaped open. He was stunned for a moment, as if he had just heard something that made him doubt his life. Do you dare to give it a try? Luin asked. Zhu San gulped. Are you sure? Luin nodded. You should know better than anyone else that this woman has an eccentric personality. Under normal circumstances, you definitely won't be able to pursue her. Give it a try. Even if it's worse, can it be worse than it is now? She doesn't just dislike you, she hates you. She hates you, understand? She hates you so much that she can't wait to stomp on you and spit on you. Zhu San's mouth twitched, as this was the most heart-wrenching thing he had heard in the past few days. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give it a try. I, Zhu San, am willing to do anything for her, even if I have to be mocked by everyone. He then walked towards another courtyard without looking back, even instructing the Rusty Fragrance Pavilion to send some girls over. Everyone was curious as to what Luin had suggested to Zhu San. Wei Rong and Star Fox were equally curious. Over the past few days, they had tried all sorts of methods, but none of them had worked on Xianxia. Zhu San was like a gambler who had lost so much that his eyes had turned red. He would not do anything out of line, right? Not long after, Zhu San appeared. Then, everyone was stunned. Wei Rong spat out his tea and spat it all over Star Fox. Star Fox was a hunter, but he did not dodge. Instead, he stared blankly at Zhu San. Everyone was shocked by Zhu San, as he had dressed up as a woman. There were all sorts of strange things in the universe, and to a normal person, this was called cross-dressing. Perhaps it was just a hobby, but everyone had their own preferences. However, Zhu San was the sole heir of the Zhu family, and his reputation in the Outerverse was not low. The Zhu family was one of the largest families in Myriad City, second only to the Qiong family. Zhu San's appearance as a woman was like a bolt of lightning that struck Myriad City. The Zhu family's reputation had been completely lost. Wei Rong looked at Zhu San in amazement. This courage was truly ruthless. He then looked at Luin, as the young man was playing with fire. Wasn't he afraid that the Zhu family's ancestor would crawl out and crush him? The servants of the Zhu family immediately cried. They were done for, and no one could save them now. No one knew how much courage Zhu San had mustered, but he walked towards Xianxia's courtyard step by step as countless gazes focused on him. He knew that his appearance would soon spread throughout the Outerverse, but he still decided to give it a try. For the sake of his beloved, he was not even afraid of death. There was nothing to be afraid of. Luin admired Zhu San, as he did not have the courage to do so. The courtyard's gates opened, and laughter could be heard from within, including Xianxia's wanton laughter. When Zhu San entered, the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone waited for Zhu San to be kicked out. This scene had happened many times, and they were no stranger to it. But after a while, there was no sound. The servants of the Zhu family panicked. Could Xianxia have become so disgusted that she would kill the young master in a fit of rage? They immediately rushed into the courtyard and then rushed out in ecstasy. The young master was having fun with Xianxia. Everyone gasped, as Zhu San had actually succeeded. They all looked at Lu Yin, as this was a true Casanova. Lu Yin's heart relaxed, as he had actually taken a gamble. In any case, he was treating a dead horse as a living horse. To deal with a strange person like Xianxia, he had to use strange methods. He had not held out much hope, and the moment Zhu San walked out, he had already prepared himself to face the wrath of the Zhu family. He had never expected that he would actually succeed. This time, Lu Yin became famous again, not because of his strength or background, but because he had successfully helped Zhu San approach Xianxia. It was said that Xianxia was having a great time, and the two did not leave Xianxia Pavilion for the entire night. Wei Rong admired Lu Yin for being able to come up with such a plan. Star Fox looked at Lu Yin with some lingering fear. This person really dared to do anything. Fortunately, he had been wise and had not fought to the death with Lu Yin. Aegis was not afraid, as it could afford a battle of attrition, but with such an enemy around, who knew what he would do? He decided that no matter what happened in the future, Aegis would not make an enemy out of this person. This person had no bottom line. Lu Yin was not the only one who had no bottom line. Zhu San successfully approached Xianxia, and the next day, many men dressed up as women arrived at Ruingxiang Pavilion. The guests were stunned, as they thought that this was a new service that Ruingxiang Pavilion had just launched. There was actually someone who was interested, and that person casually flirted with one of the women, only to have his leg broken. Zhu San was abandoned, and Xianxia found a new playmate. This person was dressed even more flirtatiously than Zhu San, and had no bottom line at all. Zhu San went all out and learned how to dance. These people were not bad, and they could do anything that women could do. All of them competed with each other in Xianxia's courtyard, causing many men outside to feel nauseous. Lu Yin did not go there, as it was too much of an eyesore. The scene had completely changed, and he felt that he had made a bad start. On this day, Lu Yin accepted an invitation from Jasper Mountain Sea and headed to the City Lord's mansion. This was his first time visiting the City Lord's mansion since he had arrived at Myriad City. The City Lord's mansion was located at the center of Myriad City, and although it was called the City Lord's mansion, it was actually the Qiong family's residence. Lu Yin had assumed that Xianxia wanted to talk to him about what had happened over the past few days, as he had indeed stirred up some trouble. However, when Lu Yin saw the corpse in the City Lord's mansion, his face sank, and his gaze turned icy. Phantom Sting was dead. After arriving at Myriad City, Yan Yan had followed Lu Yin while Phantom Sting had secretly scouted for information. As a hunter with a unique innate gift, even Lu Yin had to rely on rune lines to find Phantom Sting's whereabouts. Now, his corpse was right in front of him. Who did this? Lu Yin asked in a low voice as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure. He was already like this when we found him. Where? In the alley outside Jasper Forest. Lu Yin's first thought was Phineas. If anyone could easily kill Phantom Sting without causing too much of a commotion, then it had to be an enlighter. However, Lu Yin quickly dismissed the idea. Phineas had never seen Phantom Sting before, so there was no reason for him to have done so. Even if he had, it would have been impossible for him to have done so silently, as the Dark Phoenix clan style was too obvious. Besides, Phantom Sting was a veteran assassin, so there was a 90% chance that he had been killed silently by a sneak attack. Unless Phineas had the strength to launch a sneak attack and knew that Phantom Sting was working for Lu Yin, the possibility was too low. How did the City Lord know that he was working for me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia took out a badge that bore the symbol of the 2nd Imperial Squadron's captain. His cosmic ring is intact, and nothing has been taken. Lu Yin crouched down and examined Phantom Sting's injuries. There's no need to look. Only his internal organs have been crushed, and there are no external injuries. The attacker only used one attack, Xianxia said. Lu Yin frowned. This was Phantom Sting, and although he was not as strong as Aiden or Yan Yan, his survival skills were not any worse than Aiden's. Yet, he had been killed in one blow. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Phantom Sting's body, and an inexplicably familiar energy appeared. This energy caused Lu Yin's scalp to turn numb. It was death energy. Phantom Sting's organs had been shattered by death energy, and only the Spectre clan could use it. The Neo-Human Alliance had made a move. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he lowered his head so that Xianxia would not notice anything unusual. He slowly stood up and said to Jasper Mountain Sea, "City Lord, please do your best to find the culprit. He is the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 2nd Squadron, and he is also my subordinate. I cannot allow him to die for no reason." Xianxia nodded. "Don't worry, the Wanqianqing city won't allow people to casually kill people. Since this person dared to kill someone, he should be prepared to be punished by the Wanqianqing city." After incinerating Phantom Thorn's corpse, Lu Yin left the city lord's mansion with a heavy heart. The Neo-Human Alliance had actually appeared. It would have been fine if it had been a corpse king, but it was a Spectre clan member. His first experience with the Spectre clan had allowed him to understand the Spectre clan's status within the Neo-Human Alliance. Whenever a Spectre clan member appeared, the Neo-Human Alliance would definitely have great plans. It should be known that no Spectre clan member had ever appeared on Source Peak Planet, but now, one had actually appeared in Myriad City. Myriad City definitely had something that the Neo-Human Alliance needed. Nothing good would come out of the Neo-Human Alliance's actions, and Wanqianqing was in deep trouble. Lu Yin thought about it and then immediately wrote a letter and paid someone to deliver it to Xianxia at Rustling Fragrance Pavilion. He then left Myriad City with Yen Yen and headed to a nearby planet. Otherwise, he felt that it would be too dangerous to expose himself to the Neo-Human Alliance. Brother Lu, you have to help me." Zhu San found Lu Yin and grabbed him. He cried out, "Brother Lu, Xi'er doesn't want me anymore. You have to think of something." Lu Yin hurriedly pushed him away. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhu, but I have to leave Myriad City to attend to some matters. We'll talk when I return." "No, nothing is more important than Xi'er. Brother Lu, you have to help me. 100,000. 100,000 crystal essences. Help me come up with an idea." Zhu San tried to tempt him with money. However, Lu Yin remained unmoved. There were so many enlighters in Myriad City, and he was not confident that the Neo-Human Alliance would still dare to plot against them. Mr. Mu had given him a jade that could defend against He Wuxian, but He Wuxian was just a strand of spiritual force. What if he faced an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance whose power level exceeded 300,000? If they dared to plot against Myriad City, then it meant that they had a way to curb the city's power. Myriad City was basically useless, and Lu Yin did not want to stay in such a dangerous place. As for Phantom Sting, he would definitely get his revenge in the future, as he could not coexist with the Neo-Human Alliance. "Brother Zhu, we'll talk about this later." Lu Yin was getting impatient. "Brother Lu, don't you want true insight anymore?" "Nope, I'll give it to you. It was mine in the first place." Lu Yin was pestered by Zhu San for a long time, but he was eventually dragged to a tea house and delayed. Myriad City suddenly trembled, and a huge explosion rang out from afar. A shockwave surged into the sky and then exploded. Countless people felt an enormous pressure descend upon them, and many buildings were destroyed. Everyone in Myriad City looked up at the location of the explosion. Lu Yin's expression changed, and a boundless amount of rune lines shot into the sky and rushed out of Myriad City. These rune lines were no less than the rune lines of an ordinary enlighter. "Who dares to attack my Zhu family?" Angry shouts resounded throughout Myriad City, and numerous figures rushed out in pursuit of the intruders. Among them were several hunters. The Zhu family was second only to the Qiong family, and there were many hunters in the family. They even had an enlighter ancestor. "It's my family. My family exploded!" Zhu San shouted. Lu Yin watched as the rune lines that had attacked the Zhu family left. Along the way, golden light flickered, and star essence sprinkled down from the sky. "True insight isn't something that your Zhu family can possess. I'm taking it with me," a cold voice resounded through the sky. "Thief, how dare you!" Zhu Jia roared. As he chased after Lu Yin, but he soon disappeared into the sky above Myriad City. Following that, Aufman, the flame engineer, Sol, Yuehua Mavis, and the others all appeared in the sky as if they were searching for something. Before long, they were all about to chase after Luin, but they were stopped by Xianxia. At the same time, a protective barrier appeared around Myriad City. Xianxia, what's the meaning of this? Aufman had a bad temper and directly questioned her. Saul snorted and charged into outer space, but he was stopped by the protective barrier. He pressed a hand against the barrier and tried to break it down. Don't waste your energy. This is a barrier that Myriad City can use to defend against powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. Unless a boundless advanced lockbreaker intervenes, it won't be broken down in a short period of time, Xianxia explained. Hu Fingyi coldly asked, what's the meaning of Myriad City? You're not allowing us to leave? Xianxia glanced at the enlighters in front of her and apologized, I'm sorry, seniors. My father was just attacked and was heavily injured, and the Zhu family was also invaded. In all of Myriad City, only you seniors can do such a thing. Please wait in Myriad City for a moment. Once this matter has been investigated, the Qiang family will give you all an explanation. Yuehua Mavis looked up. The people who attacked the Zhu family took true insight and left Myriad City. We know that, but we didn't sense any experts attacking the city lord. Xianxia angrily replied, that's the most terrifying thing. Only an enlighter can do such a thing. Senior Yuehua is wise and farsighted, so I'm sure you can understand. Aufman frowned. We didn't do it. Let us go. We want to help the Zhu family recover true insight. I'm sorry, seniors. My father was attacked, and we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Please remain calm, Xianxia apologized. No matter who questioned her, she refused to let them leave. No one dared to act rashly against her in Myriad City, as they all knew something about Myriad City's current status, and they were all rather apprehensive. Luin, Star Fox, Wei Rong, and the others all arrived, and they all looked at each other. Something's not right. Brother Lu just left the city lord's mansion, and he was able to injure city lord Qiong in such a short time without causing any commotion. Even the enlighters present would find it difficult to do such a thing. After all, city lord Qiong is an enlighter, and the Qiong family's foundation isn't something that one or two enlighters can deal with. Xianxia is deliberately keeping us here, Wei Rong said calmly before looking at Luin. Lu Yin's expression was calm, but he was very anxious. It was obvious that the people who had attacked the Zhu family had intentionally lured these enlighters away from Myriad City. Otherwise, they would not have exposed true insight. There was a 90% chance that they had come from the Neo-Human Alliance. They were about to act against Myriad City, but they were worried that the enlighters would join forces. Thus, they wanted to lure these enlighters away. Xianxia had noticed this, and she had done everything she could to keep these powerhouses here so that they could face this crisis together with Myriad City. Xianxia had noticed this so quickly because of the note that he had given her. He had mentioned that Phantom Sting might have died at the hands of a Neo-Human Alliance Corps king. With Xianxia's intelligence and the fact that she had attacked the Zhu family, she had immediately made the most favorable judgment for Myriad City. Luin secretly regretted telling Xianxia about this so quickly. At the very least, he had waited until after he had left. The Neo-Human Alliance was humanity's greatest enemy, and Luin had been unable to maintain his rationality in the face of such darkness. Everything had happened too coincidentally, and there was nothing that could be done about it. The Neo-Human Alliance's scheme could have succeeded, and they could have easily lured all the enlighters away from Myriad City. However, they had failed because of Luin, and unfortunately, he had been trapped as well. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance wanted to transfer so many enlighters away, which proved that they were not confident in being able to deal with Luin. This was their only chance of survival. Brother Lu. What do you think? Wei Rong asked as he sized Luin up. Luin nodded. You're right. Wei Rong's brows rose. Am I right? Luin was stumped, and he was confused. What did you just say? Wei Rong smiled. I said, is the Qiong family trying to make you a live-in son-in-law? Luin was about to deny it when Myriad City trembled once again. This time, it was in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Everyone looked over and heard a muffled roar that was accompanied by a sinister aura that caused everyone's scalps to turn numb. Lu Yin's expression changed, it really was a corpse king. Everyone else's expressions changed as well. Those who had cultivated to the Enlighter realm were all very experienced, and it was easy to recognize the Neo-Human Alliance's aura. As long as they did not hide it, they would be able to recognize it. In the distance, in the sky above the city lord's mansion, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying by an enormous force. The shockwave turned into a sharp blade that slashed into the mansion, splitting it in two. It's the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. Attack! Yuehua Mavis barked as she vanished. Thank you. Book friend 5421044. Thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. The rest of the Enlighters acted at the same time. The Neo-Human Alliance was the public enemy of the entire universe, and as long as they appeared, they would subconsciously act to eliminate them. Moonlight Mavis appeared beside the Corpse King and struck out with a single palm. A jade-green light illuminated the Corpse King's face, and it raised an arm to block. Moonlight Mavis' attack seemed casual, but it sent the Corpse King flying back 1,000 meters. One of its arms was clearly twisted. This attack was extremely powerful, and Luin felt a chill run down his spine. The amount of rune lines contained in this attack surpassed that of any Enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 that he had ever encountered. Xianxia appeared, and the black undying bird cried out, causing the temperature in Myriad City to rise. Countless people looked up in shock at the black undying bird, which had 5 feathers. It arrogantly charged towards the Corpse King, causing black flames to ignite on the Corpse King's body and causing it to howl in anguish. Alfman's clothes exploded, and he clasped his hands together and fiercely attacked. Space was clearly compressed, but Alfman controlled it so that it did not tear apart. This attack far surpassed Lu Yin's overlaying stacks, as Lu Yin could only stack up to 30 stacks. However, Alfman's attack had been close to 70 stacks or even higher. The Flame Engineer appeared out of nowhere and slammed his flames onto the Corpse King's body, but they were actually able to resist the black flames from before, which made Xianxia very unhappy. Dilla Mistress Lien casually waved her hand, and illusory lotus flowers covered the Corpse King's body. This was her battle technique, Lotus Force, and it was enough to bind an Enlighter. Weaker Enlighters would not be able to break free at all. The 5 Enlighters attacked, and all of their attacks landed on the Corpse King's body. If it had been a normal Enlighter, even one with a power level of close to 300,000, they would have been severely injured by this round of attacks. However, the Corpse King did not suffer any other injuries besides having his arm broken and his hair burned by 2 flames. His aura, however, became even colder. Luin stared at the Corpse King, who was also an Enlighter. His rune lines were similar to Xianxia's, but his unimaginable physical strength made him much more difficult to deal with than someone like Xianxia's. However, what worried Luin the most was that the Corpse King had transformed. Luin sighed. A cold air swirled around the Corpse King, and it suddenly raised its head. Its gray eyes caused everyone's expressions to change. Corpse King Grey Pupil Transformation. Everyone attack, shouted Moonlight Mavis, wanting to work together to kill the Corpse King. But in the next moment, the Lotus energy was forcibly shattered, and the Corpse King sent a palm towards Manor Lord Lien. Manor Lord Lien's figure flickered as he evaded the Corpse King's attack, and the rest of the Enlighters acted together. Suddenly, fine rays of light shot out from all directions towards the Enlighters in the sky. Luin looked around and saw that these thin rays of light had rune lines that could rival an Enlighter's, and their power was enough to make even an Enlighter feel apprehensive. More importantly, he had seen these thin rays of light before, when he had been attacked during the Lockbreaker competition. Many people appeared in Myriad City with dazed expressions. The fine light was emitted by these people. Tens of thousands of cities were in chaos. Everything happened so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. The black lightning exploded in the air, domineeringly dispersing Xianxia's black flames. The Corpse King's fist slammed into Alfman's body, smashing him into the ground. Alfman's chest had caved in, and this fist had heavily injured him. At the city lord's mansion, Xianxia found the injured Xianxia. Also, we detected more than one Corpse King just now. Be careful, Xianxia urged as he coughed up blood. He was an Enlighter and was not weak, but he had still been heavily injured by the Corpse King's sneak attack. This was a serious injury, and the excuse that Xianxia had used to keep so many enlighters at bay had come true. Xianxia's face paled, and she hurriedly entered the basement of the city lord's mansion. The corpse king's body flickered with black lightning as he fought against Moonlight Mavis and the other enlighters. Although he was being suppressed, his grey pupil transformation had increased his physical strength by 10 times. Even if several enlighters attacked at full strength, they still could not deal with him. Luine found the person who had fired the thin rays of light and immediately took control of him. There was a boom as the person exploded, and Luine was forced back a few meters. He waved a hand to disperse the smoke in the air, revealing a mangled corpse and scattered machinery. It wasn't just him, many of the experts in tens of thousands of cities had encountered the same situation when dealing with the people who had fired the thin rays of light. Some of them had even been injured by the explosions. Explosions rang out all over tens of thousands of cities. Luine saw Kai Jianxiang, Ling Jia, Moore, Mr. June, and even the Gemini Ghost's rune lines. They were either hiding or attacking, and all sorts of people had appeared. With so many powerhouses present, even the Neo-Human Alliance did not dare to casually face them. After all, they had fewer people. However, Luine still felt uneasy, as the Neo-Human Alliance did not seem to have any concept of numbers. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky. Luine looked up, and his pupils shrank. Rune lines with a power level of nearly 300,000 had appeared and transformed into a beam of light that shot towards the corpse king. At the same time, dozens of thin rays of light shot out from a certain direction in tens of thousands of cities and converged to collide with the beam of light. In the sky, a giant crack appeared like a monster that was about to devour tens of thousands of cities. A powerful shockwave rolled out, causing countless buildings to crumble. Even the Rusty Fragrance Pavilion and Riverfront Tower were instantly reduced to smithereens. Countless ordinary people were killed or injured, and even cultivators could not withstand the pressure. The beam of light was not cancelled out by the thin rays of light, and it even melted them before continuing on towards the corpse king. However, because of the delay caused by the thin rays of light, the corpse king was able to dodge the attack. Immediately after that, a second and third beam of light shot out. However, thin rays of light could appear from any direction in tens of thousands city, and no one knew how many of these deathsworn the Neo-Human Alliance had. Luine felt that something was strange. Could the person who had tried to assassinate him be from the Neo-Human Alliance as well? Beneath the city lord's manor, at the end of a gloomy tunnel was a control room filled with technology. A bright screen displayed the entirety of tens of thousands city, including even outer space. Xianxia pressed one hand against the screen, and her palm was covered in blood. Her face was pale as she stared at the corpse king on the screen. Beneath her feet were countless star essence. Again. As she spoke, some of the star essence beneath her feet disappeared, as if they had been absorbed by something. The next moment, another beam of light appeared in the sky and blasted towards the corpse king. The blood of the Xianxia family is indeed the key to this fortress, a cold voice spoke up from behind Xianxia. Xianxia's face was deathly pale, and she slowly turned around. What she saw was a pair of deathly still white eyes that were accompanied by a black mist. They were like ghosts that were staring at her. At that moment, Xianxia's entire body seemed to freeze, and she could not move. No, she did not dare to move. At this moment, she was like a prey that had been targeted. If she moved, she would die. The black mist slowly spread out and enveloped Xianxia. She stared at the man in front of her in horror. "You, who are you?" The man's white eyes looked at the screen and saw several enlighters surrounding the corpse king. He slowly said, "Attack Moonlight Mavis." Xianxia's face changed, but she did not react. The white eyes stared at her again, and he slowly said, "Attack Moonlight Mavis." Xianxia's eyes trembled, and she gradually became dazed. She then activated Skydome and shot it towards Moonlight Mavis. High above the city lord's manor, Moonlight Mavis was the one who could deal the most damage to the corpse king. Every time she attacked, the corpse king would not be able to dodge. She was the only one who could truly harm the corpse king. The Mavis family controlled the universe's economy, and everyone's impression of them was that they were rich. However, money needed to be protected by strength. The Mavis family came from the Neoverse, and they did not fear the three dark hands. A green light flashed in her eyes, and Moonlight Mavis struck the Corpse King's back with a palm, causing it to howl in pain. The Corpse King did not care about the attacks of Manor Lord Lien and the Flame Engineer, but it was wary of Moonlight Mavis. In the sky, another beam of light descended, but it was still weakened by the thin light. However, this time, the beam landed on Moonlight Mavis' body. No one had expected this to happen, including Moonlight Mavis. She did not dodge at all and was struck by the beam. However, the beam did not cause much damage to her, and it only made her look a little more miserable. A formless layer of light enveloped her body, giving her a holy aura. Moonlight Mavis looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. Another beam of light was descending, and this time, it was still aimed at her. This was not right, as something had happened to Xianxia. This time, Moonlight Mavis easily dodged the beam of light. She looked down at the ground, deep in thought. In the distance, a powerful aura surged over. It ignored the Corpse King and charged straight into the ground beneath the city lord's mansion. It was the Zhu family's ancestor, Zhu Taizhu. He was also an enlighter, but after charging into the ground, he quickly retreated in a sorry state. He was panting heavily, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss. Zhu Taizhu shouted, "Everyone, Xianxia is an ancient fortress. Once it is controlled by the Neo-Human Alliance, even an emissary will die without a doubt. Please stop the Neo-Human Alliance." Moonlight Mavis and the rest were not surprised, as the powers behind them had already guessed what was going on. The key to activating Xianxia is the Qiong family's blood. The Neo-Human Alliance's experts underground have already taken control of Xianxia, and it won't be long before an even stronger attack falls on everyone's heads, Zhu Taizhu said loudly. This was also the reason why he had rushed underground. He had not wanted to expose himself, and even when true insight had been stolen, he had not appeared. The Zhu family also coveted Xianxia, but they had no choice but to appear at this time, or else they would all die. The Neo-Human Alliance's attacks were swift and decisive, and they were very terrifying. Manor Lord Lien's gaze turned cold. The void cracked open, and lotus flowers blossomed from the void, wrapping around the Corpse King. Their power was completely different from before, and they could even bind space itself, making it impossible for the Corpse King to break free. The Flame Engineer and Xianxia attacked at the same time, and two flames ignited on the Corpse King's body. Moonlight Mavis clasped her hands together and then slowly opened them. A ray of moonlight shot out from her palms and pierced through the Corpse King, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood and slowly fall to the ground. This attack caused the others to tremble in fear. The Mavis family's foundation was not any weaker than the Three Dark Hands, and in terms of age, they were even older than the Neo-Human Alliance. No matter how the others attacked, they could not cause much damage to the gray-eyed Corpse King. Only Moonlight Mavis was able to strike fear into the Corpse King's heart. "Go down!" Moonlight Mavis barked as she charged underground. The Flame Engineer and Bamboo Iron Pillar also charged underground without hesitation. Dilla Mistress Lien used her lotus energy to trap the heavily injured Corpse King and also charged underground. Only Xianxia's did not go down. Instead, he looked in a certain direction, which was where Luin was. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, and he turned around to meet Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia sneered, "Kid, let me teach you how to speak to your seniors." He then waved his hand, causing black flames to sweep towards Luin. Luin put on his universal armor and bracers, his expression solemn. Extreme frost whistled towards the black flames, freezing them. Yan Yan blocked in front of Luin, "Back off, Your Highness." Xianxia sneered, "You're courting death." The black undying bird screeched and charged towards Yan Yan. Yan Yan's pupils shrank as the frost was incinerated. The black undying bird flapped its wings and pressed Yan Yan into the ground, its body covered in flames. Luin leapt up and caught Yan Yan, using the rebound bead to absorb the flames before blasting them back at the black undying bird. Xianxia was shocked, "You actually have a power vessel that can absorb my attacks. Hand it over, kid." Luin put Yan Yan down and put away the rebound bead. "Old thing, you're courting death." Xianxia laughed, "How arrogant. My power level is 260,000, not something a junior like you can contend against. How long can this power vessel protect you?" The black undying bird spread its wings, causing black flames to fill the sky and darken Myriad City. It then viciously pressed down on Luine. Luine clenched his right fist and leapt up, flying towards the black undying bird. Xianxia's lips curled up, die. Luine waved his left hand and activated the secret art, causing the black undying bird to change direction and brush past him. He then raised his right fist and punched at Xianxia's, using the bracers to double his strength and shattering the layers of space around him. There was a loud boom as space exploded and a giant crack extended into the distance, shocking countless onlookers. Lu Yin's expression changed as he realized that he had missed Xianxia's. Black flames spread behind him and wrapped around him as Xianxia's appeared. Kid, you underestimate me. He opened his palm and activated Super Flash. The tear bomb exploded, causing a blinding light to erupt and illuminate all of Myriad City. At that moment, Xianxia's couldn't help but close his eyes. Luine punched out again, and Xianxia's quickly retreated. Just like before, he wasn't hit directly. Enlighters had too much battle experience, and there were times when dodging was done subconsciously. However, Luine had already expected this, and he knew that it wouldn't be easy to hit him. His punch was the day-night punch. The alternation between white and black was obscured by the flash grenade, and a sea of spiritual force swept past Xianxia's, causing his brain to rumble and blood to flow out of his orifices. The strength of one's spiritual force was not directly related to one's power level. Even an enlighter might not necessarily have a spiritual force that could compare to a day-night clan hunters if they did not specifically cultivate. Lu Yin's spiritual force could be said to be exaggerated. Xianxia's was almost stunned by the punch, and he subconsciously used the black undying bird to burn the void and block Lu Yin's attack. If not for the day-night fist, it would not have been easy to injure this old man. In the distance, Xianxia saw that Xianxia's had been forced back by Luine, and his burning black undying bird leapt up in an attempt to ambush Luine. However, the black undying bird was frozen by the ice crystals, and the cold air descended once more. Although it was not as strong as Blazing Flame's cold air, it was not too far off. Layers of ice crystals froze the void, isolating the black flames. Xianxia's looked over in shock, and Cold Sis appeared in front of him. You're still ranked 14th on the top 100 rankings. Ambushing someone like you is too shameful. Xianxia's looked at Cold Sis in disbelief. Why are you here? Cold Sis waved her hand, and ice crystal condense swept out. Xianxia slapped out with both palms, and the black undying bird cried out as it collided with the ice crystal condense in the air. The collision of ice and fire caused scorching steam to erupt. Countless people dodged. Xianxia's black undying bird was frozen by the ice crystal condense and crashed to the ground. Cold Sis appeared in front of Tyler, and a chill swept past him. Tyler felt his entire body stiffen, and he trembled from the cold. You want to make an enemy out of my Dark Phoenix tribe? Tyler threatened. Cold Sis slapped down with her palm. The difference in strength between Tyler and her was too great. The top 10 of the top 100 rankings were on a completely different level, and it was enough to make Tyler despair. Tyler watched as Cold Sis' palm imprint got closer and closer, covering everything in front of him. The world turned white as an extreme danger loomed over him. Suddenly, Tyler's body was pulled away by a powerful pulling force, and the void shattered. Cold Sis' palm missed, and she looked ahead indifferently. Someone appeared behind Tyler, Moore, ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings, and a counselor from West San Dios. Cold Sis, there's no need to be so heavy-handed, Moore said calmly. His body seemed illusory and transparent. It was rumored that Moore had been an experimental subject on a certain planet in the Outerverse, and he had been successfully created by sacrificing a planet's people. He had no physical body, and his entire body was illusory. He carried the immortal dream of billions of people on that planet, and his illusory nature far surpassed that of Ghostfire. Tyler panted heavily and looked at Cold Sis with lingering fear. Even now, his limbs were stiff. Since it's a battle, why hold back? Cold Sis asked coldly. Tyler angrily shouted, "What grudge do I have with you?" Cold Sis disdained to answer. Suddenly, the three's expressions changed as countless black flames turned into shooting stars that swept out in all directions. A surging shockwave erupted from the distance and swept over, forcing all three of them back. The sky, the ground, and all the buildings were instantly crushed and reduced to dust. The intense sound was like a thunderclap, and it attracted countless people's attention. Lu Yan's fist collided with Hu Finya's Black Phoenix. With the help of his bracers, Lu Yan's fist was actually evenly matched with the Black Phoenix's, which left everyone in disbelief. Impossible! Tyler exclaimed. Rumors had it that Lu Yan had relied on external items to kill Enlighters, but this person was actually able to face Hu Finya's head-on. This was absolutely impossible. It wasn't just Tyler, as everyone else could not believe what they were seeing. The void continued to split apart as countless black flames accompanied by shockwaves bombarded myriad cities. The destructive power was even greater than the battle between the Enlighters and the Corpse King. Cold Sis' eyes flickered, as she similarly could not believe what she was seeing. How had Lu Yan managed to do this? This person was at most comparable to the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Even Avery, who was ranked 4th, might not be able to defeat him, let alone the freaks in the top 3 of the top 100 rankings. As for the younger generation, only the top 3 of the top 100 rankings and the 10 arbiters could challenge Enlighters. Had Lu Yan already reached that level? How much strength had he been hiding in the previous exchange? Of course, Lu Yan could not face the Enlighter Hu Finya's head-on, but with the Universal Armor's defense and the Bracer's double amplification of strength, he had no problem facing Hu Finya's head-on. He was still relying on external items, or else he would not have been able to reach this level. In terms of personal strength, if he used all of his battle techniques and secret techniques, he could at most contend with a peak hunter. An Enlighter was a qualitative leap. Moore looked fearfully at Lu Yan, who was fighting Hu Finya's head-on. This person was too terrifying. He was only an explorer, but he could actually reach this level. What if he became a cruiser? What about a hunter? In the younger generation, only the 10 arbiters could contend with him. This was a true freak. Hu Finya's angry roar spread throughout Myriad City. If he could not take down Lu Yan, he would become the laughingstock of the Dark Phoenix clan. In the distance, a shocking battle could be heard. Saul and the Gemini Ghost were fighting, and these two powerhouses who had not appeared at the Jasper Forest banquet were still fighting. Tyler and Moore looked at each other. Let's go together and get rid of her. The two then joined forces to attack Lung Jia. Lung Jia did not care, as she did not care about anyone below the top 10. So what if they joined forces? All of Myriad City was filled with battles. Aufman slowly woke up, as he had been severely injured by the Corpse King's attack. Not too far away, the Corpse King was still bound by the Lotus energy and could not break free. Aufman endured the pain as he stood up and slowly approached the Corpse King. Beneath the City Lord's manor, Moonlight Mavis, the Flame Engineer, Dilla Mistress Lien, and Zhu Taizhu found Xianxia and the Spectre clan expert who had been kidnapped. Moonlight Mavis's gaze was sharp. Spectre clan member, release Xianxia. The Spectre clan expert's face was calm, and his white eyes looked at the group. Moonlight Mavis hurriedly reminded them, don't look him in the eye. You'll be controlled. The Mavis clan will pay the price sooner or later. Today, we'll collect some interest. A cold voice sounded out, and the ground trembled. Moonlight Mavis and the rest discovered that their positions were beginning to change. It was not just them, the entire Myriad City was changing. The ground split apart, as if something was about to emerge. Qiang Shanhai's eyes narrowed. Not good. The fortress battle form had appeared. He wanted to rush underground, but his injuries were too severe, and he spat out blood after just a few steps. From outer space, the originally peaceful continent of Myriad City had changed. With the City Lord's manor at the center, a giant circular cannon slowly rose up. The land split apart, and countless people fell through the cracks and were crushed into a puddle of blood. Lu Yan and Hu Finya separated and watched in shock. The others all stopped and looked at the scene as well. No one was more shocked than Lu Yan, as the rune lines of Myriad City were approaching those of Tai Mo Palace, far surpassing Elder Lohar's, and even Northgate Taisue's. If he had to make a comparison, then the rune lines of Myriad City might be approaching that of an envoy with a power level of 500,000. This was Myriad City's true form. What exactly was happening underground? Star Fox, Wei Rong, Angie, and Amu were all together. Wei Rong's expression was ugly, and he said to Star Fox, "We have to leave quickly. This is going to be troublesome." Star Fox was depressed. "I've heard that Myriad City has some secrets, but I never thought that it's actually a giant fortress. Don't think about it. Let's hurry up and leave." "Can endless borders take us away?" Angie asked anxiously. Wei Rong frowned. "We have to leave Myriad City's protective barrier. Otherwise, no one will be able to take us away." He then looked around. "There are definitely many people who want to leave. Let's work together and charge out." When he heard Wei Rong's words, Star Fox's gaze deepened. "We have to rush out." In the distance, Sol and Gemini Ghost's battle stopped, and Wei Rong's voice traveled to everyone's ears. He told them to set aside their grudges and rush out into space. Gemini Ghost revealed himself and looked up at the sky. He did not want to stay behind either, as it was too dangerous. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as danger appeared. He subconsciously used the Twin Heart Ghost sword to escape into the void, but it was too late. A hand pressed down on his back, and 9-lined battle force shone brilliantly. "This palm is for Source Peak Planet." A deep voice traveled into Gemini Ghost's ears, causing his scalp to go numb. His heart trembled as the void shattered like a spider web. There was a thump as a shockwave rippled out from Gemini Ghost's chest, and blood splattered onto the ground. Sol, Wei Rong, and the others looked over. This was the first time they had seen Gemini Ghost's true face, but it was also the last time they saw him. Kai Jianqiang walked out from behind Gemini Ghost. "I've taken revenge for Source Peak Planet. It's time for you to return what you owe the society," Kai Jianqiang said coldly as he looked at Sol. Sol was apprehensive. He knew that this person's battle talent was extremely high, and that he was known to be invincible in his generation. However, he had not expected this person to be so terrifying as to destroy Gemini Ghost with a single palm. Although it had been a sneak attack, the might of that palm had terrified Sol. If that palm had landed on him, he would have definitely died. "I don't owe the society anything. It was Phelan who colluded with outsiders to banish me. If you have anything to say, say it when we return to Planet Hydrant. Kai Jianqiang's tone was resolute. Sol was furious. "Impudent. As long as the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters in the Neoverse does not remove me from my position, I will still be the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president." "Kai Jianqiang, you're just a one-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. What right do you have to capture me?" Kai Jianqiang raised his head. "Based on my strength." Sol was furious, and he felt as if he could not communicate with this person. Wei Rong narrowed his eyes. Gemini Ghost had actually died, which was a huge help. Kai Jianqiang was terrifying. "Be careful," Lu Yin shouted. Kai Jianqiang shouted. Mr. June tore through the void and appeared with a lock-breaking tool pressed against Kai Jianqiang. Kai Jianqiang snorted coldly and raised his own palm as well. His palm collided with Mr. June. Mr. June spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Kai Jianqiang leapt up and grabbed Mr. June's neck. "Despicable villain, you're courting death. Stop." Sol attacked. Kai Jianqiang's expression was solemn. On the other side, the black undying bird above Hugh Phineas's head soared into the sky. The 5 feathers burned, causing the black undying bird to expand infinitely, enveloping the entire Myriad City. The high temperature baked the sky, and the black flames that filled the sky suddenly condensed, turning into a black undying bird that could devour all light. The rune lines of this black undying bird had increased by several times, infinitely close to Elder Lohar's. Junior, the Dark Phoenix clan was able to kill their way out of the Innerverse, and that's not something you can imagine. Today, I'll turn you into a vengeful spirit beneath my flames. The black undying bird then charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. His universal armor was capable of withstanding attacks from powerhouses with power levels above 300,000, but he was still wary of this black undying bird. While his universal armor might be able to withstand the attack, he himself would not have an easy time. Helplessly, Lu Yin punched the ground. Beneath his feet, a boundless amount of rune lines had condensed, and it was the Enlighters. Although Lu Yin did not know how Moonlight Mavis and the other Enlighters had suddenly appeared beneath his feet, as long as they could come out, then Hugh Phineas's attack would be shared. Directly below Lu Yin, Zhu Taizhu and the Flame Engineer simultaneously attacked upwards. They had been mysteriously teleported away, and they could not find Xianxia and the Neo-Human Alliance expert. The black gas that had appeared in the air had been blocked by Moonlight Mavis and Villa Mistress Lien, and they were responsible for rushing out. Lu Yin punched the ground, and he was one step faster than Zhu Taizhu and the Flame Engineer. He smashed open the ground, causing it to completely shatter. Not only him, but Sol, Kai Jianxiong, and Mr. Jun were also affected by the shockwaves. The Flame Engineer and Zhu Taizhu had already launched their attacks, and they could not withdraw in time. Coincidentally, the black undying bird flapped its wings high up in the sky and pressed down on the group. The Flame Engineer and Zhu Taizhu immediately attacked the black undying bird. Myriad City exploded high up in the sky, causing the entire continent to tremble as flames filled the sky. Hugh Phineas had not expected things to turn out this way, and he was caught off guard by the shockwaves from the collision, causing him to fall down. Lu Yin and the others landed not too far away from Zhu Taizhu and the others. Zhu Taizhu was delighted. "We can get out now." Just as he finished speaking, a huge suction force came from underground. Hugh Phineas had just stabilized himself, but he was pulled down again by the suction force and continuously dragged down. "Hugh!" Phineas growled as he tried to break free, but below him, Taylor shouted, "Uncle, save me." He had also been dragged down. Hugh Phineas hesitated for a moment, but it was also in that moment that he was dragged down by the huge suction force. Even an enlighter would find it difficult to break free from the suction force. Zhu Taizhu and the others had even less of a chance of escaping. The moment Hugh Phineas crashed down, there was a loud bang, and something covered the top of everyone's heads. Their surroundings were pitch black. "What's going on?" Hugh Phineas shouted. Everyone else was at a loss. Myriad City separated, and a huge cannon rose high up into the sky. Lu Yin and the others were all trapped within the cannon's muzzle. What had covered them just now was the cannon's tube, but it was now completely sealed. On the other side of the ground, the Spectre expert's lips curled up as he looked at the people behind the screen. A cold voice rang out, "Everyone, have you experienced the power of an emissary? Today, I'll let you experience it so that your cultivation won't be in vain." Xianxia then said sluggishly, "Activate all of them." As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad cities trembled, and the giant cannon's muzzle suddenly turned bright red. Underground, the mountain of star essence that had been piled up seemed to have been absorbed by something. A low rumble came from underground, as if something was brewing. Within the cannon, Zhu Taizhu's face went pale. "We're finished. We'll be turned to ashes by an energy cannon with a power level in the hundreds of thousands." Hugh Phineas's eyes went wide. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Mavis coldly said, "This is the cannon of Myriad City's fort. The energy cannon will shoot out from the cannon's muzzle, and we'll be right inside. The energy cannon will turn us to ashes before shooting us into outer space. There's no way we can escape since this cannon's muzzle is isolated from the void." Everyone was horrified, as this sounded too terrifying. "No, I want to get out. Uncle, I want to get out. Save me." Tyler Phineas shouted. Hugh Phineas barked, "Shut up." Sol and the rest had gloomy expressions, as they could sense an unimaginable amount of energy gathering deep underground. If Mavis was telling the truth, then how could they resist it? How powerful is the energy cannon? Dilla Lord Lien frowned, fear flashing through her eyes. The Flame Engineer took out a bottle of wine and took a sip before replying, "It depends on how many resources are used to activate it. No matter how bad it is, with Myriad City's reserves, it should have a power level of at least 400,000. Everyone despaired. "Let's work together and fight our way out," Hugh Phineas said, as he had a power vessel. The Flame Engineer cackled. "Stop dreaming. This cannon can compress and fire a power level of 400,000, and it's not something that we can destroy. Besides, 400,000 is just an optimistic estimate. That guy just said that an envoy's power level is 500,000. Even if we all attack together, we won't be able to harm a single hair on the envoy's head. It's the same here. Are we just going to wait for death?" Hugh Phineas roared. Yu Mavis had a helpless expression. No one wants to die, but you're on your own now. Bang! 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 Mr. June, Tyler, and Hugh Phineas all attacked their surroundings in a futile attempt to break through the cannon's muzzle. Seventh bro, think of something. Run, the monkey yelled. Luine glanced around. When will the cannon fire? The flame engineer answered, about 15 seconds. Luine was helpless. Even if he crushed the jade, Mr. Mu would not be able to make it in time. 15 seconds was too short. He could use his futon to hide in the Dowsor Sex ruins, but when he reappeared, he would still be here. By then, this place might already be under the Neo-Human Alliance's control, and he would still have a slim chance of survival. Luine did not want this battle fort to fall into the Neo-Human Alliance's hands, as it was too terrifying. Of course, if there was no other way, he could only use his futon to escape. Underground, the boundless rune lines became increasingly condensed, causing Lu Yin's scalp to turn numb. This was an energy cannon, and Luine did not think that his secret technique would be able to divert it. Secret techniques were not invincible, and there was an upper limit. Although he did not know what the upper limit was, he estimated that it would not be able to divert an attack with a power level of 400,000 to 500,000. Give me all of your star essence, and I can try to save you, Luine said hurriedly. Everyone looked at him in shock. Just you? Tyler asked. Luine frowned. You can choose not to believe me, but I do have a way. Try it, or we'll all die. Yu Mavis did not hesitate to toss a cosmic ring to Luine along with a drop of her blood. The flame engineer, Zhu Taizhu, Manor Head Lian, Kai Jianxiang, Sol, Mr. June, and even Hugh Phineas all tossed their cosmic rings to Luine. External items were useless at this point, so they might as well take a gamble. Don't look, or we'll all die together, Luine threatened. Everyone could only listen to him. Luine turned his back to the group and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. At that moment, the red light from underground grew brighter and brighter, and they could feel that it was getting closer and closer. The energy cannon was about to fire. This was a scene of despair, as if a normal person had fallen into the mouth of a sealed volcano. If the volcano erupted, they would definitely die. Luine did not want to die, and he tapped out with his finger. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped at one point. He hurriedly recovered the die and tapped it out again. The energy cannon shot up rapidly, and an unimaginable sense of despair descended. Everyone's pupils shrank, as no one was unafraid of death. On the other side of the battlefield, the Spectre expert was very pleased with himself. He had defeated 5 Enlighters and 2 who were comparable to Enlighters in one go. In the Outerverse, this was a magnificent feat, and one of them had even been a Mavis. This was a huge contribution, and with the war fortress that he had stolen, it was enough for him to advance to the silver rank. The die stopped spinning. 4. Luine was delighted as the scene before him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was no longer flustered since he had plenty of time. Luine lined up all of his cosmic rings and took off his universal armor. I hope that this armor can be upgraded to the point where it can resist envoys. Any item that wanted to be upgraded was limited by its material, and there was an upper limit. Although Luine did not know what the upper limit of the universal armor was, it should not be too high. Thus, he took out an item, a piece of metal that contained ancient crimson copper. It had been decomposed from a perceptive intermediate source box, and it was rumored to be one of the main materials for a weapon with a power level of 500,000. It was extremely rare and also very invasive, which was exactly what Luine needed. At this time, he was not afraid of being invasive, and the more aggressive it was, the better. It would be best if it could completely replace the original material of the universal armor. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to decompose the ancient crimson copper from the piece of metal, but Luine had a way. He looked at his die and tapped it, causing it to spin slowly. It was still a 1. He was calm as he used the star essence to extend his time in the time-stop space to 30 days. He had plenty of star essence now. 10 days later, Luine rolled his die again. This time, it went smoothly, and 2 pips appeared on the die, which was exactly what he needed. He decomposed the piece of metal, and the ancient crimson copper that the monkey had described appeared. It was very little, but even so, Luin still needed it. He needed to upgrade the material of the universal armor, or else it would not be able to be upgraded. The ancient crimson copper needed to be melted, as it was one of the main materials for a weapon with a power level of 500,000. Melting it was very difficult, and Luin could not do it with his current strength. Thus, he took out the ancient fire seed source box. Perhaps it was fate, but he had everything he needed. Right, the cosmic rings of the others. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he opened each of their cosmic rings, especially the flame engineers. He was an engineer, so he should have a lot of materials. When Luin opened Yuehua Mavis's cosmic ring, he was stunned. This woman's cosmic ring was several times larger than Lu Yin's, and there were at least a few million star essence piled up inside. Luin was speechless, as releasing all of these star essence would cause chaos in the market. As expected of the Mavis family. He found more than 10 materials in their cosmic rings, but he did not recognize any of them. However, it did not matter since they had all melted. Luin was only one step away from successfully unlocking his source seed source box, and he used the next 2 days to completely unlock it. Extremely high temperatures roasted the time-stop space. If he had been outside, this heat would have melted Luin, but this was his personal space, and he could change everything, so he was naturally able to isolate himself from the high temperatures. He tossed the ancient crimson copper and the other materials into the flames, and as he watched the materials slowly melt, he hurriedly separated them and tossed them all towards the universal armor. The other materials were fine, as they stuck to the surface of the universal armor like ugly patches. Only the ancient crimson copper, while the amount was the least, was able to fuse into the universal armor. Very quickly, the armor's color changed slightly, and one could see a faint green color. It was worthy of being called an invasive material, as just a little bit of it could directly change the internal materials of the universal armor. The ancient flame seed was still burning, and if there were no supporting materials, the flames would gradually extinguish. Luin could not bear to see it extinguish so quickly, but he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly tossed the star essence into the flames. The star essence instantly melted, and the air was filled with scorching star energy. Lu Yin's body slowly recovered, and the pain of being roasted caused him to sweat profusely. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and it was not something he could endure. He could only adapt bit by bit and gradually approach the flames, but he could only adapt to a certain degree of heat. Still, it was enough. He immediately absorbed the star energy while being roasted by the high temperature, and his eyes widened in delight. It was effective. Using the ancient flame to burn the star essence and combining it with the high temperature of his body to absorb the star energy was much faster than directly absorbing it. Although it was far from the exaggerated absorption speed that he had experienced in the flame furnace, it was still several times faster than normal. As he thought about it, Luin activated the serious art. A visible whirlwind of star energy swirled around him and was absorbed into his body. The star energy quickly disappeared. Luin opened his eyes and exhaled. Using the ancient flame to burn the star essence was more than 20 times faster than using the serious art. The serious art was originally 100 times faster than a normal cultivator's absorption speed. In other words, this method was more than 2,000 times faster than a normal cultivator's absorption speed, which was already an exaggerated figure. Although it was far from being able to absorb 40,000 times faster, it was still much faster. Unfortunately, half of the star energy produced by the ancient flame had been consumed, as this cultivation method was too costly. Luin looked at the flames and saw that they were smaller than before, which meant that the consumption of the ancient flame was greater as well. This was a cultivation method that pursued speed and did not care about the energy consumption. Luin stood up and touched his arm, which was still scalding hot. This cultivation method was not something that a normal person could endure. His body was abnormally strong, but even so, it was still very difficult for him to endure the ancient flame's high temperature. A normal cultivator would probably be reduced to ashes before they could even absorb the star energy. Although there were many drawbacks to this method, it was still one of the shortcuts to quickly increasing one's strength. Lu Yin's gaze subconsciously drifted towards the cosmic rings, as if he might strike it rich. The flames continued to burn, and Luin added fuel from time to time so that they would not be extinguished so quickly. 10 days quickly passed, and Lewin impatiently tapped his die, causing it to spin. 6 pips, but it was ineffective. Lewin was helpless, and he waited for another 10 days before rolling his die again. This time it was 3 pips, which was the number that he had been dreaming of. The universal armor had changed in appearance and was much uglier than before. It was full of bumps, and many materials were stuck to the surface. The armor itself had a greenish tint to it, which made it particularly ugly. However, Lewin had no other choice since he did not know how to refine armor. He placed the universal armor on the upper screen and then generously tossed in tens of thousands of star essence. The amount of star essence piled up into a mountain, and the universal armor immediately fell off. It had been upgraded 11 times before, and it had been able to withstand attacks with a power level of nearly 300,000. This upgrade had consumed 15,000 star essence, which was an exaggeration, but it had been worth it. Lewin picked it up and placed it back on again. The universal armor descended once more, and it had been upgraded once more. The star essence that had been piled up before had almost been used up. Almost 50,000 star essence had been used up just like that. This had all belonged to Xianxia, and the old man did not have that much money. The Dark Phoenix clan was not something that Enlighters in the Outerverse could compare to, and they could stand side by side with the great powers of the Innerverse. An Enlighter elder only had 50,000 star essence, which was something that Lewin despised. He did not even consider that the amount of star essence that Lewin had plundered from the cosmic rings of Karthika and the other Enlighters in the Innerverse had not even reached that amount. Xianxia could already be considered rich. Next up was Mr. June's. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker only had 2,000 star essence, which was embarrassing. Lewin despised him as he took out Saul's cosmic ring. His eyes lit up, as not bad. The old man actually had more than 100,000 star essence, and he was indeed worthy of being the vice president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. This was probably just a backup, as the old man's true wealth was definitely in his Mavis Bank crystal card. What a pity. Dilla Mistress Lien's cosmic ring had less than 30,000 star essence, which left Lewin speechless. She was still a member of the Nayland family, but she was still so poor. Zhu Taiju's cosmic ring had more than 200,000 star essence, and he was indeed worthy of being the ancestor of the Zhu family. However, Lewin was still not satisfied. Zhu-san had asked for 100,000 star essence, which was very generous. The flame engineers did not have much money, and all they had was materials, which made Lewin unhappy. Lewin did not touch Kai Jianxiang's, as that guy probably did not have much money either. Aside from Yuehua Mavis, everyone else had less than 350,000 star essence in total. If Yuehua Mavis was included, then the total was almost 3 million star essence. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he upgraded his universal armor. He upgraded it again and again, which consumed an exaggerated amount of star essence. Finally, after upgrading it 6 times, there was no change to the armor, which meant that it was useless. Lewin sighed. Had he reached his limit? If he had not added the ancient crimson copper, he might have only been able to upgrade it once or twice. After all, there was too little copper, and he did not have enough other materials. Lewin did not know how many attacks his universal armor could withstand, but he was sure that it could withstand attacks with a power level of around 400,000. He still had close to 2 million star essence left, and after some thought, he took out the rebound bead and continuously upgraded it. After upgrading it 5 times, he had used up more than 300,000 star essence, and he could not upgrade it any further. At this point, the rebound bead could probably absorb attacks from powerhouses with a power level of 300,000. He started to upgrade his bracers, but unfortunately, the materials were not enough to upgrade them much. He could only upgrade them twice, but they should be enough to display the power of 300,000 powerhouses. He still had close to 1,500,000 star essence left, and he did not hesitate to upgrade his super flash. He upgraded all of his tier bullets 22 times, and he had used up 100,000 star essence to upgrade them to the max. He still had about 1,400,000 star essence left, which was a lot if he added the 120,000 star essence that he already had. Lewin did not plan on upgrading them any further, and he would use the rest to cultivate. He looked up at the time and saw that another 100 days had passed. The flames would not be able to burn for much longer, so every bit that he could absorb was still better than nothing. Lu Yin tossed the star essence into the flames and used the high temperature to burn his body as he frantically absorbed the energy. Days passed, and the flames grew thinner and thinner until they finally disappeared. This process took more than 70 days, and Lu Yin had absorbed close to 3,000 star essence. Normally, it would have taken him 4 years to absorb so much star essence, but it had only taken him 70 days here. The flames completely disappeared, and Lu Yin looked up and exhaled. He would be able to leave once the time limit was up. Just in case, he was prepared to take out his futon at any moment. If anything went wrong, he could immediately sit on it and escape. He had no other choice, but it was better than dying together. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in his universal armor at the mouth of the cannon. At this moment, the energy cannon was rapidly approaching. Behind him, Moonlight Mavis and the others were pale. They had not placed any hopes on Lu Yin, and giving him their cosmic rings had only been an act of desperation. How strong could an explorer be? Even if he relied on external items, he would at most be able to contend against an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. However, the energy cannon's power level was at least 400,000. Everyone despaired. Outside the Myriad City's continent, space rumbled as the pressure caused the surrounding planets to tremble and volcanoes to erupt. Everyone in the Myriad City's continent felt as if something unimaginably terrifying was being born underground. Aufman, Star Fox, Wei Rong, and Sister Lin had no choice but to take to the skies as they felt the pressure of the heavens. Lu Yin stared at the energy cannon as rune lines filled the sky. He made a quick comparison, and his gaze turned solemn. It should be able to withstand the attack. The energy cannon's power level definitely did not reach 500,000, and it was at most 400,000. Lu Yin's universal armor should be able to withstand it. There was a whoosh, and everything in front of him was replaced by a red light. An unimaginably scorching heat accompanied by a terrifying pressure descended and instantly bombarded Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stood in front of everyone and roared as the intense heat passed through his universal armor and into his body, causing his skin to start tearing apart. Moonlight Mavis and the others were shocked. Lu Yin had actually blocked the energy cannon's attack by himself? How was this possible? Had he really done it? There was a whoosh, but Lu Yin had not completely blocked the energy cannon's attack. He had only blocked half of it, and there was still a small portion that had brushed past his body and attacked his back. It enveloped Moonlight Mavis and the others, and Tyler Phineas was vaporized without even being able to scream. Mr. June was next, but he was also vaporized after blocking the attack for a moment. Most of the others were enlighters, and only Lu Yin, Sol, and Kai Jianqiang were not enlighters who had survived. Kai Jianqiang continuously waved his palms as his 9-lined battle force enveloped him. Berserk star energy transformed into shockwaves that resisted the energy cannon's shockwaves. Sol continuously retreated, and although he was in a sorry state, he was able to gradually dissolve the energy cannon's shockwaves. The other enlighters had an easier time resisting the attack. If not for Lu Yin standing at the front, everyone would have been vaporized just like Taylor. The scorching heat seeped into the armor through the crack, and Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he felt an unbearable pain. His physical body was withstanding a pressure that could vaporize a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He had no choice but to take out a rebound pearl and place it next to the crack. 2. An attack. Even though the pearl blocked the crack, as time passed, more and more cracks would appear, and he would die without a doubt. Lu Yin inexplicably discovered that the energy that had invaded his armor could be absorbed, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could this energy be star energy? Was it a terrifying destructive force that had been compressed to the extreme? If it was star energy, then wouldn't he be able to absorb it? The star energy that had been compressed to the extreme was essentially the same as the star energy from the natural treasures that had been burned in the Daosor Sex furnace. Furthermore, this place was similar to a furnace. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he decided to give it a try. But before that, he crushed the jade. If anything happened, Mr. Mu should be able to rescue him in time. With the universal armor and the pearl, he should be able to hold on for half a minute. He shifted the pearl slightly, and the scorching heat seeped through the universal armor. Lu Ying held in pain as his body turned red from the heat. He activated the serious art and frantically absorbed the heat. The crazy heat was absorbed by Lu Ying through the crack. He had guessed correctly, as the energy cannon had been compressed from countless star essence, and it was essentially star energy. This high-temperature compressed star energy was similar to the star energy that had been burned into a gaseous state by a furnace, and it was even easier to absorb. Even though he was only absorbing it through the crack, it formed a star energy vortex that was madly devoured by Lu Ying. If Lu Yin's absorption speed had been 40,000 times faster than a normal cultivator's when he had been in the Daosaur Sex furnace, then his current absorption speed was even higher. This was because this star energy had been compressed to the extreme, and it had been transformed into the most suitable form for absorption. Generally speaking, it was impossible for anyone to absorb it, as the power of the energy cannon's instantaneous explosion was enough to vaporize any powerhouse. Powerhouses who could directly withstand such power would not need to absorb it, but Lu Ying had blocked it and even absorbed it through the crack. Behind him, Yuehua Mavis and the others struggled to resist the energy cannon's shockwaves. As for Lu Ying, he continued to resist while absorbing star energy. On the other side, the Spectre expert stared at the screen in confusion. He had not been able to see the situation inside the cannon muzzle after the energy cannon had exploded. Why had the cannon not been fired yet? Had it been too long, and it had broken down? Was it stuck? The energy cannon's instantaneous explosion was too powerful, but once it was blocked, its power would gradually decline. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The crack on the universal armor continued to expand. Fortunately, the rebound pearl's existence helped Lu Ying absorb most of the pressure, and the crack's expansion helped him absorb star energy. He did not know how fast he was absorbing star energy, but it definitely surpassed what he had experienced in the Daosaur Sex ruins. He could clearly feel the third cycle in his body. He had thought that it would take a long time to complete, but at this moment, he felt that it would be completed very quickly. Once he completed the third cycle, he would be one step closer to becoming a cruiser. The red light was the only color that everyone could see. After an unknown amount of time, the Spectre expert could not wait any longer and ordered a second wave of energy cannons to be fired. However, he discovered that he did not have enough star essence. Inside the cannon muzzle, the energy cannon's power had clearly decreased. Now, it could only reach a power level of 350,000. Many more cracks appeared on his universal armor. If it had been like this from the beginning, then it definitely would not have been able to block the energy cannon's attack. Now, however, it could block the weakened energy cannon. Lu Ying managed to block the energy cannon for a full 10 minutes. Within his body, the third cycle had been completed. This time, the speed at which he absorbed star energy was no longer something that could be measured by a multiplier. This was a different type of absorption method, and it was more similar to the imbuement technique. The combination of luck and the right conditions had created an excellent opportunity for him to complete the third cycle. The energy cannon's power level had been completely weakened, and its power level was now less than 200,000. Lu Ying punched out, and the energy cannon's attack was cancelled out as it headed underground. Behind him, Yuehua Mavis and the others stared at Lu Ying in shock. They were all in a sorry state, but at this moment, they all stared at Lu Ying. This person had actually blocked an attack with a power level of more than 400,000. How had he done it? Lu Ying shouted, "Hurry up and run. We definitely won't be able to block another attack." Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, and the flame engineer said, "Go underground." "Why don't we go to the cannon muzzle?" "We can go out directly," Xianxia said. The flame engineer snickered. If it was that easy to escape, then this wouldn't be an ancient war fort. The closer to the exit, the harder it will be to escape. He then brushed past Lu Ying and rushed underground. Yuehua Mavis glanced at Lu Ying and also rushed down. Dilla Mistress Lian and Zhu Taizhu followed closely behind. Xianxia could only follow, and he glanced at Lu Ying with boundless killing intent and apprehension. This person could not be left alive. Saul and Kai Jianqiang looked at each other, and then they brushed past Lu Ying and rushed down as well. Lu Ying stopped Kai Jianqiang and handed him a cosmic ring. "This is yours." Kai Jianxiang took the cosmic ring and solemnly said, "You saved my life, and I'll remember that." He then rushed down as well. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at his universal armor, which was covered in cracks. He would have to find a replacement when he returned. The armor's defenses were high, and even with the cracks, it could still withstand an attack with a power level of more than 300,000. However, that was only against energy cannons. Against an Enlighter's battle technique, the cracks would be nothing more than a suicide mission. Yuehua Mavis and the rest tried to find a way to escape from the cannon. Underground, the Spectre clan expert left to search for star essence in the city lord's mansion. He was going to fire another cannon, and he did not believe that he would not be able to exterminate those people. After the Spectre clan expert left, someone sneaked in. It was Zhu San. The Zhu family had been in Myriad City for many years, and they understood the city better than anyone else. The Zhu family's ancestor had immediately discovered that Xianxia was being controlled, and the Zhu family naturally had their own methods of infiltrating the city lord's mansion. However, if not for the Neo-Human Alliance's attack, the Zhu family would not have been exposed so quickly. Even if the Neo-Human Alliance's attack had failed, the Zhu family would not be able to stay in Myriad City any longer, as the Qiong family would not agree. Zhu San sneaked underground, and he only needed to make a turn to reach the control room where Xianxia was controlling Myriad City. Just as Zhu San was about to enter, his expression changed. Xianxia, who should have been controlled by the Spectre clan expert, had actually moved on her own. Her eyes were clear, and she was not being controlled at all. "Who's there?" Xianxia barked, and she looked in Zhu San's direction. She stretched out her right hand, and her fingers curled into a strange pattern as she pointed in the direction where Zhu San was hiding. If Lu Yin could see Xianxia's finger at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Xianxia was clearly a Lemiter, but her finger was able to erupt with a power that could rival an expert on the top 100 rankings. Although it could not reach the power level that Lu Yin had when he had been a Lemiter, it was not far off. Zhu San was overwhelmed. "Xia, it's me." Xianxia's gaze was cold, and her fingertips formed a strange pattern as she pointed at Zhu San. She did not hesitate at all, and her killing intent was awe-inspiring. Zhu San's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Xianxia's finger as it neared him. At the last moment, he shifted his body and dodged it. Xianxia's finger tapped the wall, leaving behind a strange mark. "Thank you. Book friend 568232886. Thanks for the brother's tip. Thanks for your support. Thank you very much." End of chapter 800. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.